Story number 1. Christmas Nightmare in Edlington. I always thought Christmas was a time for safety, warmth, and joy. But the events of 2010 shattered that illusion forever. Our home in Edlington, a modest two-story house tucked at the edge of town, was a quiet sanctuary, especially during the holidays. That Christmas, my wife Clara, our 10-year-old son Jacob, and I had planned a peaceful evening. The tree was lit, the fireplace crackled, and the scent of roast turkey filled the air. Felt perfect until it wasn't. The night began with the faintest sense that something was off. We'd spent the day laughing and exchanging gifts, but as the evening wore on, a strange unease settled over me. It was subtle at first, like a whisper at the back of my mind, but I brushed it aside. Clara was pouring wine. Jacob was playing with his new train set, and the world seemed far too ordinary for anything to go wrong. The first sign was the blood. It was Clara who noticed it. She had gone to the basement to grab an extra bottle of wine, and moments later, her voice echoed up the stairs. "John, come here." There was a sharpness to her tone that made my stomach clench. I hurried down, my feet pounding against the wooden steps. When I reached the bottom, Clara was standing frozen near the far wall, her face pale. She pointed a trembling hand at the wall, and that's when I saw it. Streaks of dark red, smeared unevenly across the old stone. At first, I thought it was paint, maybe something Jacob had spilled, but the metallic scent in the air told me otherwise. It was blood, fresh and clinging to the rough surface. "What the hell?" I muttered, stepping closer. The smears weren't random, they formed a crude, almost deliberate pattern. My heart raced as I noticed something else. Faint footprints on the dusty concrete floor, leading deeper into the shadows of the basement. Clara grabbed my arm. "We need to leave," she said, her voice barely above a whisper. "Now." I wanted to agree, but something compelled me to follow those footprints. I grabbed a flashlight from the shelf, its beam cutting through the darkness as we moved cautiously forward. The air grew colder, and the faint sound of our footsteps seemed deafening in the silence. Then I saw him. He was crouched in the far corner of the basement, partially obscured by a stack of old boxes. His clothes were filthy, his hair matted, and his eyes, wide and unblinking, glinted in the beam of the flashlight. He didn't move, didn't speak, just stared at us with an intensity that made my blood run cold. "What are you doing here?" I demanded, my voice trembling despite my attempt to sound authoritative. For a moment, he didn't respond. Then, slowly, he stood, his movements jerky and unnatural, like a puppet on strings. He stepped forward, and that's when I saw the knife clutched tightly in his hand. "Get out of my house," I said, trying to mask the fear in my voice. "Now." The man tilted his head, a grotesque smile spreading across his face. "Your house," he said, his voice low and rasping. No. This is my home now. I've been here for weeks, watching, waiting." Clara tugged at my arm, her panic barely contained. "John, we need to call the police." I nodded, my heart hammering in my chest. "Stay here," I whispered, though I knew there was no way I could leave her alone with this man. Slowly, I backed toward the stairs, my eyes never leaving him. That's when he lunged. The knife glinted in the dim light as he charged, his movements erratic and unpredictable. I grabbed the nearest object, a rusted metal pipe, and swung it with all my strength. The sound of the impact echoed through the basement as he crumpled to the ground. Groaning in pain, Clara screamed, and I pulled her up the stairs, slamming the basement door behind us. I shoved a chair under the doorknob to block it, my hands trembling as I fumbled for my phone. The police arrived within minutes, their sirens piercing the night, but it felt like an eternity. When the officers descended into the basement, they found the man still there, sitting against the wall with a twisted grin on his face. His knife had been discarded, and he didn't resist as they cuffed him. But it wasn't what they found on him that terrified us most. It was what they found in the small corner where he'd been hiding. There was a makeshift bed, a pile of old blankets and pillows he must have taken from our storage boxes. Next to it was a small, battered notebook. One of the officers flipped through it, his expression growing darker with each page. When he showed it to me, I felt the world tilt. The notebook was filled with detailed notes about us. Every page described our lives in excruciating detail: what time we woke up, what we ate for breakfast, when Clara went to the store, what Jacob liked to play with. He'd written about conversations we'd had in the living room, arguments whispered late at night, even moments of laughter. The handwriting was messy, but the words were clear, and the thought of him listening, watching, while we went about our lives was unbearable. The final entry was the most chilling. It read, "Christmas is here. They'll see me tonight. I'll give them the gift they deserve." The police took him away, but the damage had been done. For weeks, couldn't sleep, haunted by the thought of him in our home, lurking just below our feet. Every creak of the floorboards, every rustle of the wind outside, sent me into a panic. Clara and Jacob tried to move on, but I could see the fear in their eyes. We didn't stay in that house much longer. By spring, we packed up and moved to a new town, desperate to leave the nightmare behind. But even now, years later, I can't forget. Every Christmas, I think about the man in our basement, his twisted smile and the notebook filled with our lives. And sometimes, late at night, I wonder if he's still out there, waiting for another family to call his own. Story number 2. The Chimney Man. Christmas of 1986 was supposed to be simple, warm, and uneventful. Our home in Northern California, a modest but cozy single-story house, was alive with festive cheer. My parents had worked tirelessly to decorate the living room, stringing up lights and hanging ornaments on the old pine tree that barely fit in the corner by the fireplace. The scent of cinnamon, pine needles, and holiday baking filled the air. Everything felt perfect, as if the season had wrapped us in a protective cocoon of joy. Gerald came to dinner that week, just days before Christmas. My dad had invited him, as he did every year. Gerald was a family friend, a quiet man in his 50s who worked with my dad at the factory. He lived alone, a life of quiet routines and solitude, but he seemed to enjoy spending time with us during the holidays. That night, he wore a red sweater that had seen better days, sitting at the table with a faint smile as he sipped mulled wine. He laughed at my dad's jokes and complimented my mom's cooking, his eyes crinkling behind his thick glasses. When he left that night, he patted my shoulder and said, "Merry Christmas, kiddo." It was the last time I saw him alive. 2 days later, my dad mentioned that Gerald hadn't shown up for work. He'd called his apartment but got no answer. I could tell he was worried, but he shrugged it off, saying Gerald was probably just taking some time off. The thought of Gerald alone on Christmas made me sad. But life went on. We were busy with last-minute preparations, wrapping gifts, and planning for Christmas dinner. The first thing we noticed was the smell. It was faint at first, like something sour, but by Christmas Eve, it had grown stronger, a sickly, pungent odor that lingered in every room. My mom thought it might be spoiled food in the trash, but the bins were empty. My dad suggested a dead mouse in the walls, a common enough occurrence in older houses. He promised to check it out after Christmas. On Christmas morning, the smell was unbearable. It hung in the air like a cloud, thick and nauseating, making it hard to enjoy breakfast or focus on opening presents. My mom lit every candle she could find, but it didn't help. The worst of it seemed to come from the living room, near the fireplace. My dad finally decided to investigate. "It's probably a bird or something," he said, grabbing a flashlight and kneeling in front of the hearth. When he shone the beam up into the chimney, he froze, his face went pale, and he slowly backed away, his hand over his mouth. "There's something up there," he said, his voice shaking. My mom came over to look, but he stopped her. "Don't. Just call someone." The contractor arrived a few hours later. A burly man named Joe with a toolbox and a cigarette hanging from his lips. He pried open the base of the chimney with a crowbar, brick by brick, as the rest of us watched from the kitchen, unable to look away but terrified of what he might find. The smell grew worse with every brick removed, putrid stench that made my stomach churn. When Joe pulled the last brick free, we saw it. At first, it was just a flash of red fabric, dirty and torn, coated in soot. Then the shape of a body became clear, wedged tightly in the narrow flue. The man's face was blackened and bloated, his eyes sunken into his skull. His limbs were twisted at odd angles, as if he had been struggling to free himself. Even in that state, I recognized him. It was Gerald. My mom screamed, and I felt my legs go weak. My dad pulled us away, trying to shield us from the sight. But it was too late. The image of Gerald's lifeless body, crammed into the chimney, was burned into my mind. The police arrived soon after, their flashing lights cutting through the holiday cheer outside. They cordoned off the area and began questioning my parents while the forensics team worked to remove Gerald's body. I overheard bits and pieces of their conversation with the officers. Gerald had been missing for days, they said. The position of his body suggested he had climbed down the chimney headfirst. Maybe he was trying to break in. One officer suggested. My dad shook his head. That doesn't make sense. Gerald wouldn't do that. He had no reason to. A few days later, the police found something in Gerald's pocket. A small, soot-stained notebook. Inside were pages of cramped handwriting, detailed observations of our family's daily life. He had written about what time we woke up, what we ate for dinner, and even what we talked about at the table. It was clear he had been watching us, though how or why remained a mystery. The final entry in the notebook was dated December 23rd, the night before he disappeared. It read, "I'll join them. I'll come down the chimney, just like Santa. They'll have to let me in." I don't know if Gerald was deranged, desperate, or something else entirely. The thought of him climbing onto our roof, squeezing himself into the narrow chimney, and getting stuck there haunts me to this day. The idea that he had been watching us, writing about us, made it impossible to feel safe in that house again. My parents sold the place the following year. But even now, I can't escape the memory. Sometimes, late at night, I think about Gerald, his body twisted and broken in that dark, suffocating space. I wonder what he was thinking in those final moments, if he regretted what he had done or if he truly believed he was part of our family. Every Christmas, when I see a fireplace or hear the faint crackle of a fire, I'm reminded of that smell, that sight, and the man who tried to become Santa Claus. Story number 3. The doll. I never expected a Christmas gift from my best friend to turn my life into a living nightmare. It started on a frigid December evening when Laura, my childhood friend, showed up at my door with a neatly wrapped present. The box was red, tied with a gold ribbon that shimmered in the glow of my porch light. "Merry early Christmas," she said, her face glowing with excitement. Laura had always been a collector of oddities, antiques, trinkets, relics that carried the weight of history and whispers of the past. This time, her gift was no exception. Inside the box was a porcelain doll, his pale face framed by dark, curly hair, with glassy blue eyes that seemed unervingly lifelike. The doll wore a lacy, white Victorian dress, yellowed slightly with age. "It's gorgeous," I said, though the words felt like a lie. Something about the doll sent a shiver down my spine. His painted smile was thin, almost mocking, and no matter how I shifted my gaze, his glass eyes seemed to follow me. That night, I placed the doll on a shelf in my living room, next to the glowing Christmas tree. The room was silent except for the faint hum of the heater, but the stillness felt different. It wasn't the comforting quiet I was used to in my tiny one-bedroom apartment. It was the kind of silence that presses against your ears, making you hyper-aware of every creak and groan in the house. I told myself it was just my imagination. After all, It was just a doll. But later that night, I woke up to a sound. It was faint, like the soft scraping of something being dragged across the hardwood floor. My heart skipped a beat. I lay there in the dark, straining to hear it again. Scrape, scrape. The noise was coming from the living room. Grabbing my phone for light, I crept out of bed, my pulse pounding in my ears. The living room was dark, illuminated only by the twinkling lights of the Christmas tree. I switched on the light and froze. The doll was no longer on the shelf. It was sitting upright in the middle of the floor, its tiny porcelain hands resting delicately on its knees, its unblinking eyes staring straight at me. I tried to rationalize it. Maybe I had knocked it over earlier and didn't notice. Maybe it had fallen. But as I picked it up and placed it back on the shelf, my hands trembled. Deep down, I knew something was wrong. The next morning, I left for work, trying to shake off the eerie feeling. When I returned home that evening, the doll was no longer on the shelf. This time, it was on the couch, its head tilted slightly to one side as if observing the room. Clutched in its tiny hand was a piece of old, yellowed paper. With shaking fingers, I unfolded the note. The words, scrawled in uneven handwriting, read, "I want to play." I dropped the note like it had burned me. My mind raced. Was this some kind of sick joke? Was Laura messing with me? But how would she have gotten into my apartment? And why? That night, I locked the doll in a cabinet, securing it with a padlock. I needed to prove to myself that whatever was happening had a logical explanation. But logic abandoned me completely when I woke up at 3 a.m. to find the doll sitting at the foot of my bed. I screamed. The sound echoed through the empty apartment, but there was no one to hear it. I grabbed the doll and hurled it across the room. It hit the wall with a sickening crack. But when I turned on the light to inspect it, the doll was completely intact. Not a scratch on it. The next morning, I called Laura. "This doll. There's something wrong with it," I said, my voice shaky. "Wrong with it? Come on. It's just a doll." She laughed, but her laughter felt forced. "You're probably just stressed from work." "I'm serious," I insisted, but she dismissed me, saying I was letting my imagination get the best of me. I decided then and there that the doll had to go. I took it outside, doused it in lighter fluid, and set it ablaze. The flames roared, consuming the delicate fabric of its dress, blackening its porcelain skin. I watched until it was nothing but ashes. I thought it was over. I was wrong. That night, I received the first text message. The number was unknown. "Burning me won't stop me. The game has just begun." I stared at the screen, my blood running cold. The rational part of me screamed that this had to be a prank. Someone had to be messing with me. But deep down, I knew the truth. The messages didn't stop. Each night, a new one arrived. "I see you. You can't run." And then came the photo. It was a picture of me, asleep in my bed. The angle suggested it was taken from the corner of my room. But I lived alone. No one else had a key. I tried to escape. I packed a bag and checked into a motel 3 towns over, leaving my phone behind. But it didn't matter. That night, as I lay in the unfamiliar bed, I felt a weight press down on my chest. My eyes snapped open, and I saw it. The doll was there, whole, perfect, sitting on my chest. It's cold. Porcelain fingers curled around my throat. I screamed and thrashed, but when I turned on the light, the doll was gone. The door to the room was locked from the inside. No one had been there. I returned home the next day, defeated. Whatever this was, it wasn't something I could run from. I began researching, desperate to understand what was happening. I scoured forums and obscure websites, piecing together fragments of stories about cursed objects and malevolent spirits. The doll, I learned, was likely a vessel, an anchor for something far older and darker than I could comprehend. I tried everything. I hired a priest to bless my apartment. I sought out a psychic. Nothing worked. The messages continued. The doll reappeared no matter how many times I destroyed it, and the feeling of being watched never left me. Now, As I write this, I know my time is running out. The doll is sitting across the room, its glass eyes fixed on me. I can hear the faint sound of porcelain scraping against wood as it shifts ever so slightly. If you find this story, please don't take it lightly. And if you ever come across a doll with blue eyes and a thin, mocking smile, run. Don't look back. Story number 4. The Knock at Midnight. Christmas Eve in Chicago was always magical, with fresh snow blanketing the streets and lights twinkling in every window. I had the apartment to myself that night, a quiet evening planned with mulled wine and a favorite book. The world outside seemed so calm and still that I almost forgot how empty the holiday could feel when spent alone. It was just after midnight when the first knock came. 3 sharp raps on the door broke the silence. Startling me, I paused, unsure if I'd heard correctly, and waited for the sound to repeat. Another set of knocks followed, louder and more insistent. My heart thudded in my chest as I set down my wineglass and crept toward the door. The peephole revealed a figure standing just beyond the threshold. The hallway's dim light made it hard to see clearly, but the figure was tall, wearing red like a Santa suit. The shadowy outline was unnaturally still, and something about it filled me with an overwhelming sense of dread. "Who's there?" I called out, my voice cracking slightly. There was no immediate answer, just the weight of the figure's presence on the other side of the door. Then a voice, deep and rasping, broke the silence. "Are you ready to meet your gift?" I backed away from the door, my breath catching. The words were wrong, delivered with a cadence that felt alien, each syllable drawn out like a predator playing with its prey. My hand fumbled for my phone on the counter, my fingers trembling. "I'm calling the police," I shouted, but the figure didn't move. It stood motionless, its shadow stretching unnaturally long under the dim hallway bulb. The knocking resumed, more forceful this time, and then stopped as abruptly as it had started. The doorknob rattled faintly, and I froze in place, clutching my phone like a lifeline. The seconds dragged on, and then there was nothing. I inched toward the door, holding my breath as I pressed my eye to the peephole again. The hallway was empty. The air felt colder, a chill settling into the apartment that hadn't been there before. I debated opening the door, but every instinct screamed at me to stay inside. After what felt like an eternity, I crept back to the couch, my eyes locked on the door as though expecting it to burst open at any moment. The apartment remained silent, but the unease refused to leave. By morning, the snowfall had stopped, and the neighborhood was blanketed in an undisturbed layer of white. Stepping outside to check my mail, I noticed something that made my blood run cold. Leading away from my door were deep footprints, large and deliberate, disappearing into the distance. The fresh snow confirmed what I'd feared. Someone had been there, and they'd left only when they chose to. That evening, 2 police officers knocked on my door. Their somber expressions made it clear that this wasn't a routine visit. They asked if I'd seen or heard anything unusual the night before. I recounted the events in detail, feeling both relieved and unnerved as they nodded seriously at my story. "You're not the only one," one officer said. "We've had multiple reports in the area, people hearing knocks, seeing someone outside their doors." When I asked if they knew who it might be, the other officer hesitated before answering. "We're not sure, but there's something strange. The footprints we found, they don't lead anywhere. They stop abruptly, as if whoever or whatever it is just vanished." Their words chilled me more than the cold air ever could. After they left, I double-checked every lock and window in the apartment, but no amount of security made me feel safe. As darkness fell, I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched. Every creak of the floorboards, every distant sound from the street outside set my nerves on edge. Around midnight, the knocking began again. It was louder this time, more aggressive, the sharp raps reverberating through the small apartment. My stomach dropped as I stared at the door, paralyzed by fear. The voice came again, scraping and guttural. "Are you ready to meet your gift?" My hand tightened around the knife I'd grabbed from the kitchen earlier. but I couldn't bring myself to move. The doorknob rattled violently, and then something scratched against the wood, long, deliberate strokes that sounded like nails dragging across the surface. The sound stopped, leaving the apartment in suffocating silence. I forced myself to approach the door, pressing my ear against it, listening for any hint of movement. There was nothing. Slowly, I peered through the peephole, and once again, the hallway was empty. I hesitated, then cracked the door open. The cold air hit me like a slap, and there, in the freshly fallen snow, were the same footprints from the night before. They led away from my door, down the stairs, and into the dark woods behind the building. The police returned the next day, following up on the reports from others in the neighborhood. A search party went into the woods, combing through the trees and snow for any sign of the intruder. What they found only deepened the mystery: a clearing with a circle burned into the snow, the ground beneath it scorched black. Around the edges of the clearing were scraps of red fabric, torn and frayed, fluttering in the cold wind. They never found the person responsible. As the weeks passed, the reports stopped, and life returned to a fragile semblance of normalcy. But every Christmas Eve, as the hours creep toward midnight, I can't help but wait. The memory of that voice, those footprints, and the terrible scratching sound lingers like a shadow that refuses to fade. Sometimes, late at night, I think I hear it again. A knock at the door, faint and deliberate, followed by a low, rasping voice that chills me to the bone. Are you ready to meet your gift? Story number 5. The Man in the Attic. I never believed in ghosts, or monsters, or the kind of evil you read about in crime novels. That changed in December of 1992, when my family discovered the truth about the noises in our attic. We lived in a quiet village in southern Germany, a picturesque town straight out of a holiday postcard. Our house was old, the kind with creaky floorboards and a gabled roof that made it look charmingly haunted. My parents had bought it as a fixer-upper the year before, thinking it would be the perfect place to raise my younger sister Anna and me. For the first 11 months, it was. But then December came, and with it, the noises. At first, they were easy to dismiss. Faint creaks, the sound of something shifting in the rafters. It's just the house settling, my dad said when I mentioned it at breakfast one morning. But the noises grew louder as the days passed. Footsteps slow, deliberate, pacing back and forth above our heads late at night. It's mice, my mom said, though her voice was tight, her smile forced. Or maybe a squirrel. But deep down, we all knew it wasn't mice or squirrels. Whatever was up there was bigger, heavier. By mid-December, the sounds were impossible to ignore. Anna refused to sleep in her room, which was closest to the attic stairs. Couldn't blame her. The footsteps seemed to start as soon as the house went quiet, as if waiting for us to turn out the lights. One night, I couldn't take it anymore. I grabbed a flashlight and crept up to the attic door. My heart was pounding so hard I thought it might wake the whole house. The wooden stairs groaned under my weight as I climbed, the flashlight beam cutting through the darkness. "Hello," I whispered, my voice shaking. "Is someone there?" Silence. I reached the top of the stairs and swept the flashlight across the room. Dust motes danced in the beam, settling on old boxes and forgotten furniture. Everything looked undisturbed. Still, I couldn't shake the feeling that I wasn't alone. I went back to bed, telling myself I was being paranoid. But that night, the footsteps were louder than ever. On Christmas Eve, my dad decided to check the attic once and for all. He grabbed a crowbar, muttering about stupid squirrels, and climbed the stairs. My mom, Anna, and I waited in the hallway below, holding our breath. There was a pause, a moment of silence so absolute that it felt like the whole world had stopped. And then we heard my dad scream. We rushed upstairs, my mom clutching a kitchen knife, Anna crying. My dad was standing in the center of the attic, staring at the far wall. His face was as white as the snow outside. "Look," he whispered, pointing. "There." Scrawled in shaky, uneven letters on the wooden beam were the words, "Christmas is lucky for you this year." Underneath it, in the thick layer of dust on the floor, were footprints, large, unmistakably human footprints. My mom gasped, pulling Anna closer. What does it mean?" "It means someone's been living up here," my dad said, his voice grim. He turned to me. "Call the police." The police arrived within the hour. They searched the attic, the house, and the surrounding property but found no sign of the intruder. No sleeping bag, no personal belongings, just those footprints and the message on the wall. "They must have left before you came up," one of the officers said, though he didn't sound convinced. "Keep your doors locked tonight. We'll have someone patrol the area." That night, none of us slept. We stayed in the living room, huddled together on the couch, jumping at every creak and groan of the old house. Christmas morning dawned gray and cold. The police called to let us know they hadn't found anything suspicious. "Probably just a homeless person passing through," they said. Nothing to worry about. But something didn't sit right with me. Homeless or not, how had they gotten into our locked attic? And why leave a message like that? It wasn't until we started cleaning the attic a few days later that we found the truth. Tucked behind a stack of old boxes, we discovered a small nest of blankets and discarded food wrappers. But it wasn't the makeshift bed that chilled me. It was what we found under it. A Polaroid photograph. It was a picture of our family, taken through the window of our living room. In it, we were decorating the Christmas tree, laughing, unaware of the camera. And on the back of the photo, in the same shaky handwriting as the message on the beam, were the words, "Next year won't be so lucky." We moved out of that house before the next Christmas. But I've never forgotten the man in the attic. To this day, I double-check every lock, every window, every shadowy corner of my home, because I know he's still out there, watching, waiting, and maybe next year, someone else won't be so lucky. Story number 6. The Night of Krampus. I was 9 years old the first time I heard the name Krampus. It was Christmas Eve, 1978. In the tiny Austrian village of Hohenton, snow blanketed the rooftops. The streets were eerily quiet, and the warm glow of holiday lights flickered through frosted windows. It should have been a magical night. Instead, it became the night I learned that monsters are real. The old woman next door, Frau Schneider, used to terrify us with tales of Krampus. According to her, he wasn't just a story parents told to scare their children into behaving. He was real. She'd lean in close, her milky eyes glinting in the dim light of her kitchen, and say, "He comes for the wicked ones. You know, the ones who lie, the ones who steal. He drags them away, into the woods, and they're never seen again." I always laughed it off. Even at 9, I wasn't afraid of fairy tales. But that night changed everything. It started innocently enough. My friend Peter and I had stayed out too late playing in the snow. We were walking home, our breath curling in the freezing air, when we heard it, the sound of bells. At first, I thought it was just someone pulling a sleigh, but as the sound grew louder, it became clear that these weren't the cheerful jingle bells of Christmas. These were heavier, more ominous, clanging like church bells in the distance. Peter stopped in his tracks. "Did you hear that?" "Yeah," I said, trying to sound braver than I felt. Probably just someone messing around. But the look on Peter's face told me he wasn't buying it. "Let's go," he whispered, his voice trembling. We picked up our pace, the snow crunching loudly under our boots. The bells grew louder, closer, and then came the growl. It was low and guttural, like the sound of a wolf, but deeper, more menacing. My stomach twisted into knots. I glanced back over my shoulder, and that's when I saw it, a massive figure, partially obscured by the swirling snow. It was unlike anything I'd ever seen. It stood at least 7 feet tall, covered in thick, black fur. Horns curled grotesquely from its head. And its face, God, his face was a nightmare. It was part man, part beast, with glowing red eyes that burned through the darkness. In its clawed hand, carried a bundle of sticks, and a large sack slung over its shoulder. The bells I'd heard were attached to a chain around its waist. "Run!" Peter screamed, and we bolted. We tore through the snow-covered streets, our breath hitching in our chests. The thing was behind us, its bells ringing out in chaotic bursts, its growls echoing in the stillness of the night. I didn't dare look back again. I didn't need to. I could hear it gaining on us. Peter stumbled, his foot catching on a patch of ice. He hit the ground hard, crying out in pain. I skidded to a stop and turned back, my heart pounding so loudly I thought it would burst. "Get up!" I shouted, grabbing his arm and trying to pull him to his feet. But it was too late. The creature was upon us. His claws wrapped around Peter's ankle, dragging him through the snow. He screamed, thrashing and kicking, but it was no use. The thing was too strong. "Help me," Peter begged, tears streaming down his face. I froze, paralyzed with fear, and then, as if sensing my hesitation, the creature turned its gaze on me. Its eyes bore into mine, and in that moment, I felt like it could see everything, every lie I'd ever told, every bad thing I'd ever done. It grinned, revealing rows of jagged, yellow teeth, and I did the only thing I could think of. I ran. I didn't stop until I reached my house. I burst through the front door, sobbing and gasping for air. My parents rushed to my side, demanding to know what had happened, but I couldn't form the words. I just kept shaking my head, muttering, "It took him. It took him." They thought I was talking about a stray dog or a wild animal. Even when I told them about the creature, they didn't believe me. "You've been listening to too many of Frau Schneider's stories," my father said, patting my shoulder. But the next morning, when Peter didn't come home, the village began to whisper. Search parties were organized, and people scoured the woods for any sign of him. They found nothing, no footprints, no clothes, no blood. It was like he had vanished into thin air. For weeks, life in Hohenton was shrouded in fear. Parents kept their children indoors after dark, and the old stories of Krampus spread like wildfire. But as the months passed, the terror faded, replaced by a cautious sense of normalcy. People stopped talking about Peter, and his disappearance became just another tragedy in a village with too many of them. But I couldn't forget. I'd hear the bells in my dreams, the guttural growl echoing in my mind. And then, on a warm summer evening, it happened again. An old farmer named Herr Weiss was found unconscious in the woods, his back covered in deep, parallel gashes like claw marks. When he woke, he told a story that sounded all too familiar. He had been walking home from the tavern when he heard the bells. He tried to run, but something large and fast had chased him down, slashing at him with its claws before disappearing into the night. The villagers dismissed him, saying he was drunk or confused. But I knew better. I could see the fear in his eyes. He wasn't lying. Over the years, I tried to move on. I left Hohenton, moved to the city, and built a life for myself. But every Christmas Eve, without fail, I'd hear the bells. It didn't matter where I was, Vienna, Munich, even New York City. The sound would find me, ringing faintly in the distance, a chilling reminder of that night. I never told anyone the full story. Not until now. I don't know why I'm writing this. Maybe it's guilt, or maybe it's because I feel like I owe it to Peter. But if you're reading this, please, take my warning seriously. Krampus is real. He's not just a story to scare children into behaving. He's out there, waiting for the wicked, the careless, the ones who don't believe. And if you ever hear the sound of bells on a cold winter's night, for the love of God, run. Don't look back. Story number 7. The Santa Claus Killer. Christmas Eve of 2008 will always be a scar on my memory, a wound that never fully healed. That night, I learned that horror isn't confined to books or movies. Sometimes, it wears a smile, a red suit, and carries a bag of gifts. started like any other family Christmas Eve. We were at my Aunt Sylvia's house in Covina, California. Her home was the center of every holiday. A sprawling suburban house filled with warm lights, laughter, and the smells of tamales and freshly baked cookies. The whole family was there, cousins running around with presents, my uncles debating football, and my mother pouring wine for everyone who walked through the door. For the first time in years, things felt normal, happy, even. None of us knew that happiness was about to be ripped away. The knock came just after 11 p.m. The party was in full swing, music blaring, kids shouting. No one noticed it at first. It was my cousin Letitia who finally heard it and called out, "Someone's at the door." She opened it with the kind of casual cheer you expect on Christmas Eve. But when she saw who was standing there, her face fell. It was Santa Claus, or at least, someone dressed like him. Red suit, white beard, the works. He was holding a large, gift-wrapped box, and for a moment, we all just stared. It wasn't unusual for someone in the neighborhood to dress up as Santa for the kids, but something about this felt wrong. His movements were stiff, his smile too wide, too forced. "Ho, ho, ho," he bellowed, stepping inside without waiting for an invitation. "Merry Christmas." That's when I noticed the glint of something metallic poking out of the gift box he carried. A second later, chaos erupted. The man, later identified as Bruce Pardo, the estranged ex-husband of my Aunt Sylvia, pulled a handgun from the box and started firing. The first shot hit my cousin Alicia. She was standing closest to the door, holding a glass of eggnog. It shattered as she fell, the red stain spreading across her white sweater blending horribly with the holiday decor. Screams filled the room. People scattered, knocking over tables, spilling drinks, tripping over each other in their desperate attempt to escape. But Bruce didn't stop. He moved methodically, aiming at anyone in his path. He shot Uncle Joseph as he tried to shield his wife. He shot my mother in the leg as she dove behind the couch. I froze, paralyzed by fear. I wanted to move, to run, but my body wouldn't listen. All I could do was watch as Bruce's twisted grin widened with each shot. Somehow, I managed to snap out of it. I grabbed my little cousin Daniela, who was hiding under the table, and dragged her into the kitchen. The back door was locked, but I found the key hanging on the wall. My hands were shaking so badly it took me 3 tries to unlock it. We slipped outside, the cold December air hitting us like a slap. "Run to the neighbors," I whispered, pushing Daniela toward the fence. "Go. Now." She hesitated for a moment, her wide, terrified eyes staring up at me. Then she nodded and took off. I wanted to follow her, but something made me stay. Maybe it was the sound of my aunt's voice screaming from inside, or the faint hope that I could somehow help. I crept back to the window, peering inside. What I saw still haunts me. Bruce had moved into the living room. He was holding a makeshift flamethrower, a device he'd rigged himself using a propane tank and a nozzle. He sprayed it across the room, setting the Christmas tree, the presents, and the furniture ablaze. The flames roared, licking the ceiling, filling the air with thick, choking smoke. People were still screaming, some trapped, others already silent. I could barely make out my Aunt Sylvia, huddled in the corner, clutching her youngest daughter. She looked up at Bruce with a mix of terror and disbelief. "Why?" she managed to choke out. His answer was cold, detached. "Because you took everything from me." Then he raised the flamethrower. The fire spread quickly, consuming everything in its path. I don't remember how I got to the front yard. I don't remember when the fire trucks arrived, or when the police pulled me away from the house. The next thing I knew, I was sitting on the curb, wrapped in a blanket, watching flames consume the place that had always been a symbol of joy and family. They found Bruce's body later that night. He'd fled to his brother's house and shot himself in the head. In his pocket, they found a note, his final goodbye, a rambling manifesto of blame and bitterness. He wrote about his failed marriage to Sylvia, his financial troubles, and how he thought the world owed him something. But the words that stuck with me were at the very end. I wanted them to suffer. The official death toll was 9. 9 members of my family, gone in a single night. Bruce had planned everything, the weapons, the homemade flamethrower, even the Santa suit. It wasn't a crime of passion. It was premeditated, calculated. For weeks after, couldn't sleep. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw the flames, heard the screams, felt the overwhelming guilt of surviving when so many didn't. Christmas became a time of mourning, painful reminder of what we'd lost. It's been years now, but the scars haven't faded. I still wake up in the middle of the night, gasping for air, the sound of gunshots echoing in my ears. I still see Bruce's face in my nightmares, that awful grin etched into my memory. People like to think of Christmas as a time of joy, of love, of miracles. But for me, it's a time of shadows, of ghosts that linger in the corners of my mind. Because no matter how much I try to forget, I know the truth. Evil doesn't take holidays. Story number 8. Echoes in the basement. Winter in Munich was a time of both beauty and darkness. The festive lights adorned every street, casting a warm glow over the snow-covered cobblestones. My name is Lucas Fischer, and I've worked at the renowned Kaufhaus am Marienplatz for over a decade. The store was a marvel, a labyrinth of luxury goods, seasonal decorations, and endless aisles that seemed to stretch into eternity. But beneath its glittering surface lay a history tainted by tragedy, a secret that resurfaced one cold Christmas night in 2008. It was December 24th, 2008, a night when the store was bustling with last-minute shoppers eager to find the perfect gifts. The air was thick with the scent of pine and cinnamon, the sounds of laughter and conversation blending seamlessly with the cheerful Christmas music playing over the speakers. As the evening wore on, the festive atmosphere reached its peak, with families enjoying their holiday shopping sprees. Around 9 p.m., the store was preparing to close early due to a sudden snowstorm warning. The manager, Frau Schneider, made the announcement, urging everyone to finish their purchases and make their way to the exits. Most shoppers complied without hesitation, eager to reach the warmth of their homes. However, a few remained, engrossed in their final transactions. I was restocking the seasonal decorations in the main floor when I heard it, a blood-curdling scream echoing from the basement. The sound was so intense it sent shivers down my spine, momentarily freezing me in place. My heart pounded as I exchanged a worried glance with my coworker, Anna Muller. "Did you hear that?" I whispered, my voice barely audible over the background noise. Anna nodded, her eyes wide with fear. "We need to check it out. It could be someone stuck or—" Before she could finish, another scream pierced the air, even more desperate and heart-wrenching. Panic surged through me. I knew the store's basement was rarely accessed, reserved for storage and deliveries. It was a dark, cold place with narrow staircases and countless boxes piled high. The idea of someone trapped, or worse, there was terrifying. Gathering my courage, I approached Anna. "We need to call security. It might just be a shopper who got lost or something." She shook her head vehemently. "No, Lucas." Felt different. It sounded real. Before we could decide what to do, the lights in the main floor flickered, plunging us into temporary darkness. When they returned, the atmosphere had changed. An eerie silence hung in the air, broken only by the distant hum of the store's machinery. Suddenly, Frau Schneider appeared at the entrance, her face pale and her eyes filled with worry. "We have to close now. Everyone, please leave immediately. There's been an incident in the basement." Fear gripped my heart as the realization sank in. An incident? What kind of incident could occur in a place like ours, especially on Christmas Eve? Anna and I followed Frau Schneider down the familiar staircase to the basement. The air grew colder with each step, the faint sound of dripping water echoing through the cavernous space. The basement was a maze of shelves and storage units, the dim lighting casting long shadows that danced ominously on the walls. As we navigated through the clutter, the sense of unease intensified. The screams had stopped, replaced by an oppressive silence that felt almost suffocating. We reached the center of the basement, where a large storage room stood. The door was ajar, and a flickering light inside hinted at something moving within. Frau Schneider pushed the door open cautiously, and we stepped inside. The room was empty, save for a few scattered boxes and old Christmas decorations. The light above was unstable, casting ghostly patterns on the floor. My eyes scanned the room, searching for any sign of movement, but there was nothing, only the lingering echo of those horrifying screams. Suddenly, Anna gasped. "Look! There!" In the far corner of the room stood the shadow of a child, a small, ethereal figure with hollow eyes and a look of pure terror. The figure began to move, gliding towards us with an unnatural grace. My blood ran cold as I realized it was a child. Yet there was something deeply wrong about its presence. "Who are you?" I called out, my voice trembling. "What do you want?" The apparition paused, its eyes meeting mine. A deep sorrow emanated from its gaze, and I felt an overwhelming sense of sadness and loss. Pointed towards an old, forgotten corner of the basement, where an ancient box lay hidden beneath a pile of debris. Frau Schneider stepped forward, her voice barely a whisper. "That's where the boy was last seen. In 1935, a young boy named Johann disappeared here on Christmas Eve. Despite extensive searches, he was never found. Some say his spirit never left." I approached the box, my hands shaking as I reached out to open it. Inside, I found a bundle of old, faded photographs and a small, tattered diary. The diary belonged to Johann himself, detailing his love for Christmas and his excitement to help his parents set up decorations in the basement. But as the entries progressed, the tone darkened. Johann wrote about strange noises, shadows moving in the corners of his vision, and a feeling of being watched. The last entry was the most chilling. "Tonight, I heard a scream that pierced my very soul. I followed the sound to the old storage room. But when I got there was nothing. I'm scared. Please, if something happens to me, remember me." A cold breeze swept through the room, extinguishing the flickering light above. We were plunged into darkness, the silence now broken by the sound of heavy breathing and soft, distant whispers. The child's shadow reappeared, moving closer with each passing second. Frau Schneider grabbed my arm, her face pale. "We need to leave. Now." But as we turned to flee, the basement doors slammed shut, locking us inside. Panic set in as the whispers grew louder, the air thick with an unseen presence. The child's shadow loomed over us, its expression one of pleading desperation. "Help me," it whispered, the words echoing through the confined space. "Set me free." Desperate to escape, I frantically searched the room for another exit. But the doors remained immovable. Anna and I stood frozen, the weight of Johann's sorrow pressing down on us. Suddenly, the air shifted, and the basement began to tremble. The walls seemed to close in, the shadows twisting into grotesque shapes that reached out to us. In a moment of clarity, I remembered the last words of Johann's diary. "Remember me," realizing that acknowledgement was the key to freeing his spirit. I spoke aloud, my voice strong despite the fear. "We remember you, Johann. We honor your memory." The basement trembled violently, the shadows recoiling as if pushed back by an unseen force. The child's shadow began to fade, its expression softening into one of peace. The doors creaked open, the oppressive darkness lifting as light once again filled the room. We stumbled out of the basement, gasping for breath as the storm outside intensified. The snow continued to fall, the howling wind a stark contrast to the eerie calm that had settled over the store. Frau Schneider looked at us with a mixture of relief and sadness. "Thank you," she whispered. "He's finally at peace." In the days that followed, the incidents at Kaufhaus and Marienplatz ceased. The store returned to its festive routine, the tragic history of Johann a somber reminder of the past. but the memory of that night lingered, a haunting echo in my mind that I couldn't easily forget. Years later, I still walk past the spot where Johann's shadow once stood, the snow gently falling around me. Sometimes, in the quiet of winter, I can almost hear the faint whispers of his voice, a lingering reminder of the thin veil between the living and the dead. The story of Johann Fischer became a local legend, a chilling tale that served as a reminder of the unresolved pain that can linger long after tragedy strikes. Because in the heart of winter, amidst the silent snow and the lingering shadows, the echoes of the past continue to resonate, forever a part of the Kaufhaus am Marienplatz, waiting for someone to remember their stories and help them find their way to eternal peace. Story number 9. Eyes of the Damned. Winter in New York City brings a unique kind of magic. The twinkling lights, the scent of pine and cinnamon, and the bustling crowds create an atmosphere of joy and anticipation. My name is Michael Turner, and I work at Holiday Treasures, a charming little gift shop nestled in the heart of Manhattan. For years, I've loved the festive season, the decorations, the cheerful customers, and the camaraderie among my coworkers. But last December, something happened that transformed my love for the holidays into a nightmare I can never escape. It started innocently enough. In early December, the store decided to invest in a new line of Christmas decorations, aiming to attract more customers with unique and exquisite ornaments. Among the new additions was a set of antique glass baubles sourced from a vintage collector in upstate New York. One particular bauble stood out, a beautifully crafted doll dressed as Santa Claus, its eyes a deep, unsettling shade of green that seemed almost alive. At first, no one noticed anything unusual about the doll. It was placed prominently in the glass display window, catching the light and drawing the eyes of passers-by. Customers admired its intricate details, and it quickly became one of the store's bestsellers. However, soon after its arrival, subtle changes began to occur. One evening, as I was closing up the store, I heard the faint sound of giggling emanating from the display window. Thinking it was just the wind or perhaps a child's laughter from the nearby streets, I dismissed it and continued my duties. But the next night, the giggling returned, louder and more distinct. My heart raced as I approached the window, only to see the doll sitting motionless, its eyes seemingly following me as I walked past. I tried to shake off the unease, attributing it to the stress of the season, but things escalated quickly. Several customers reported that the doll's eyes moved when they looked away, and some even claimed to see the doll's shadow moving independently within the glass. One elderly lady insisted that the doll was staring directly at her, filling her with an inexplicable sense of dread. The final straw came one night when I was alone in the store. The lights began to flicker, casting eerie shadows across the room. The temperature dropped suddenly, and I could see my breath in the frigid air. The doll in the display started to shimmer, its eyes glowing faintly. Then, I heard footsteps echoing through the empty aisles. My heart pounded as I followed the sound, flashlight in hand, trying to locate the source. As I approached the display window, the doll began to move, its glass frame creaking under the strain. Its eyes locked onto mine, and a sinister smile formed on its porcelain face. I stumbled back, knocking over a stack of ornaments that crashed to the floor with a deafening roar. The room plunged into darkness as the power went out, leaving me in complete blackness except for the faint glow of the doll's eyes. Desperate to escape, I tried to open the door, but it wouldn't budge. The whispers began then, soft, haunting voices that seemed to seep from the walls themselves. "Stay with us," they murmured. "Join our eternal celebration." Panic surged through me as the doll's laughter filled the room, its voice blending with the whispers into a cacophony of madness. I remembered the store's history, how it had once been the site of a tragic accident years ago. A fire had broken out during a busy holiday season, claiming the lives of several employees and customers. Some believed that the spirits of those lost were still lingering, trapped within the walls of Holiday Treasures. Could this doll be a vessel for their restless souls? Determined to break the curse, I delved into the store's archives, searching for any information that could help me. I discovered old newspaper clippings and personal journals from the victims, all of which hinted at a dark presence that had haunted the store since the fire. The doll, I realized, was not just an ordinary ornament, it was an anchor for the spirits, a conduit for their unresolved anguish and pain. Armed with this knowledge, I returned to the store the next night, prepared to confront the supernatural force. I brought with me the journals and a candle, hoping to perform a ritual of remembrance to honor the lost souls and set them free. As midnight approached, the store grew colder, the shadows deeper, and the whispers louder. I placed the journals around the display window and lit the candle, its warm light contrasting sharply with the icy gloom. "We honor your memory," I began, my voice trembling but steady. "We remember your lives and the joy you brought to this place. May you find peace and move on." The doll's eyes blazed with an intense light, and the room seemed to vibrate with energy. The whispers crescendoed into a unified chant, a sorrowful melody that resonated with the very core of my being. The candle flickered, casting dancing shadows that intertwined with the spirit's presence. Suddenly, a powerful gust of wind swept through the store, extinguishing the candle and plunging me into darkness once more. The doll began to levitate, its glass frame shattering as ethereal light enveloped the room. The spirits manifested around me, their forms translucent and shimmering, their eyes filled with gratitude and relief. "Thank you," they whispered in unison, their voices now calm and serene. "You have set us free." With those final words, the spirits dissipated, leaving behind a profound silence and a warm, comforting glow that filled the store. The doll, now nothing more than broken glass on the floor, lay in shattered pieces, its malevolent presence extinguished. The next morning, the store opened to a bright and cheerful day. Customers walked in, unaware of the horrors that had unfolded the night before. The atmosphere was festive and joyful, the decorations more vibrant than ever. Mrs. Thompson, the store's owner, approached me with tears in her eyes. "You did it, Michael. You brought peace to this place." I nodded, still shaken by the experience but feeling a deep sense of accomplishment. The curse of holiday treasures had been lifted, and the spirits of the lost could finally rest in peace. The doll was removed and placed in a memorial garden dedicated to those who had perished in the fire, a place where their memories could be honored and cherished. Years have passed since that fateful December, but the memory of those nights remains vivid in my mind. The story of the haunted doll became a legend in the community, a chilling reminder of the thin veil between our world and the supernatural. Holiday Treasures continued to thrive, its legacy enriched by the tales of redemption and remembrance. Sometimes, when I walk past the memorial garden, I can almost hear the faint echoes of laughter and the soft whispers of gratitude carried by the wind. The spirits of the lost still linger in the memories of those who remember, their presence a testament to the enduring power of compassion and the importance of honoring those who have been forgotten. Because in the heart of winter, amidst the twinkling lights and the silent snow, the echoes of the past continue to resonate, forever part of the stories that bind us together, ensuring that the lost are remembered and their spirits find peace. Story number 10. Ornaments of the Damned. Winter in London has a way of cloaking the city in an almost magical stillness. The streets are lined with twinkling lights, and the scent of mulled wine wafts through the air, mingling with the crisp chill. My name is Thomas Bennett, and I work at Yuletide Wonders, a charming Christmas decoration store nestled in the heart of Camden Market. What was once a festive haven has become the setting of my most terrifying experiences. Experiences that blurred the lines between reality and nightmare. I've always loved the holiday season, the warmth of the lights, the joy of finding the perfect ornament, and the camaraderie among fellow enthusiasts. But last December, something changed. It began subtly, with small accidents that I initially dismissed as mere coincidences or the result of my own clumsiness. It was the first week of December when the first incident occurred. I was arranging a display of delicate glass baubles near the front window. As I reached for a particularly intricate ornament, my hand slipped, and it shattered into 1,000 sparkling pieces on the floor. The glass glittered innocently under the store lights, but the look of frustration on my face was anything but festive. I spent the next hour meticulously cleaning every shard, the frustration mounting with each broken ornament. The next day, a customer returned, claiming that a wreath she had purchased had fallen from the wall by itself the night before. I assured her it must have been poorly secured and offered to exchange it. But as I inspected the wreath, I noticed something peculiar, tiny, almost imperceptible scratches etched into the wood, forming strange symbols that sent a shiver down my spine. Things escalated quickly. By mid-December, ornaments began breaking with alarming frequency. No matter how carefully I handled them, each one seemed cursed to meet an untimely end. Customers started to voice their concerns, whispering about the store's eerie atmosphere and the inexplicable mishaps. I tried to maintain a cheerful demeanor, but the growing list of complaints gnawed at me. One evening, after closing time, I stayed behind to restock some shelves. The store was quiet, the only sound the distant hum of the city outside. As I worked, I heard it, a faint, playful giggle echoing through the aisles. I froze, my heart pounding in my chest. "Hello," I called out, trying to keep my voice steady. No response. I shrugged it off, attributing it to my imagination and the stress of the past few weeks. But the laughter continued, growing louder and more distinct. It sounded almost like that of children, yet there was an unsettling edge to it. I glanced around, but the store was empty. Unease settled over me as I felt a chill run down my spine. The lights flickered, and shadows danced unnaturally across the walls. Suddenly, I heard footsteps, swift, deliberate steps approaching from the far end of the store. I turned to see a figure standing in the middle of the display area, shrouded in darkness. It was a man, tall and imposing, dressed in a vintage Santa Claus suit. His face was obscured by the brim of his hat, but his presence was undeniably malevolent. "Why do you destroy our home?" he whispered, his voice a raspy echo that reverberated through the store. I took a step back, my mind racing to comprehend what I was witnessing. I don't know what you mean," I stammered, trying to keep my composure. "I'm just trying to run the store." He advanced slowly, his movements unnaturally smooth. "This is not just a store," he intoned, his voice growing louder. "This is a sanctuary, a sacred place. You have desecrated it with your negligence." Panic surged through me as I turned to flee, but the entrance seemed to disappear, the store morphing into an endless maze of glittering decorations and broken ornaments. The laughter and whispers swirled around me, a cacophony of lost souls trapped within the confines of Yuletide wonders. Desperate, I reached for my phone, intending to call for help, but it slipped from my grasp and shattered on the floor, the screen splintering into tiny pieces. The Santa figure loomed closer, his eyes glowing with an otherworldly light. "You cannot leave," he declared. "You must make amends." I backed into a corner, the walls closing in as the shadows thickened. The ornaments around me began to move, twinkling lights transforming into ghostly apparitions that reached out with translucent hands. "Restore what you have broken," the figure commanded, his voice echoing in my mind. "Only then can peace return." Trembling, I realized that the symbols I had seen on the wreath were part of a ritual, a way to honor and appease the spirits bound to the store. I needed to understand their meaning and rectify my mistakes. Summoning every ounce of courage, I pulled out the journal I had found weeks earlier, Victor Hargrove's Guide to Festive Preservation, an obscure manual that had promised to help store owners create the most enchanting displays. Flipping through the pages, I found the section on protective symbols and their significance. The scratches on the wreath matched the illustrations perfectly, They were ancient symbols meant to guard against malevolent forces and ensure the harmony of the festive spirit. Realizing my oversight in neglecting these precautions, I began to meticulously recreate the symbols on the broken ornaments and wreaths, chanting the incantations written in the journal. As I worked, the atmosphere in the store began to shift. The oppressive darkness lifted, replaced by a warm, golden light that filled the space. The apparitions of lost souls faded, their presence now peaceful and content. The Santa figure watched silently, his expression softening as the symbols took hold. "You have done well," he whispered, his voice now filled with gratitude. "May your store be a beacon of joy and remembrance." With a final nod, he dissolved into the light, leaving me alone in the restored sanctuary of Yuletide wonders. The broken ornaments were now whole again, each symbol glowing with a protective energy that seemed to infuse the entire store. Exhausted but relieved, I knew that the spirits had been appeased and that peace had been restored. The following morning, the store opened to a crowd of delighted customers, unaware of the supernatural ordeal that had unfolded the night before. The atmosphere was festive and joyful, the decorations more vibrant and enchanting than ever. I shared my experience with Mrs. Thompson, the store's owner, who listened with a mixture of disbelief and concern. "We must never forget the importance of tradition and respect," I told her. "These decorations are more than just ornaments. They're a connection to the past and the spirits that watch over us." Mrs. Thompson nodded solemnly, her eyes reflecting the gravity of the situation. "We will honor their memory, ensure that our store remains a place of joy and harmony." As the years passed, Yuletide Wonders became renowned not only for its exquisite decorations, but also for the stories of its haunted past and the spirits that had been set free. Customers would often comment on the store's unique ambience, a perfect blend of festive cheer and an underlying sense of history and reverence. I continued to work at the store, each holiday season bringing new challenges and rewards. The experience taught me the importance of balance, celebrating the joy of the season while honoring the memories of those who had been lost. The haunted decorations were now protected by the symbols and rituals that had saved us, ensuring that the spirits would never return to haunt us again. But sometimes, late at night, when the store is quiet and the lights dim, I can still hear the faint echoes of laughter and footsteps, a gentle reminder of the night when the ornaments truly came to life. The shadows dance in the corners, their presence now benign and watchful, guarding the harmony of Yuletide wonders. Because in the heart of winter, amidst the twinkling lights and the silent snow, the spirits of the past continue to resonate, forever part of the festive magic that fills the air, waiting for someone to remember their stories and honor their legacy. Story number 11. Silent Shoppers. Winter in Fort Worth, Texas, was always a deceptive time. The biting cold and early darkness contrasted sharply with the bright lights and bustling energy of the city's numerous shopping centers. My name is Jack Matthews, a seasoned investigative journalist with a knack for delving into the unsolved and the unexplained. When I first heard about the disappearance of Rachel Trelika and Renee Wilson, two young women who vanished without a trace from the Fort Worth shopping plaza on December 24, 1974, I knew I had stumbled upon a story that demanded attention. Rachel and Renee were typical teenagers, full of holiday spirit and excitement. They had come to the mall to buy Christmas gifts for their families, just like thousands of other shoppers that day. But by the time night fell, Rachel and Renee never made it back home. Their car was found abandoned in the parking lot, shopping bags still inside. But the girls were nowhere to be found. No signs of struggle. No witnesses. Nothing. The disappearance quickly became one of the largest mysteries in Texas history, baffling authorities and haunting the community. Driven by curiosity and a sense of duty to uncover the truth, I decided to retrace their steps. Armed with old police reports, interviews with former employees, and hours of research, I set out to explore the now-defunct Fort Worth shopping plaza. which had since been torn down and replaced by a modern complex. The site where the mall once stood had been left untouched, a frozen monument to the tragedy that occurred decades ago. I arrived on a chilly December morning, the landscape still marked by the remnants of the old mall. The parking lot where Rachel and Renee's car had been found was now overgrown with weeds, nature reclaiming what once was a hub of human activity. As I stood there, memories of bustling crowds and festive decorations seemed to echo in the empty space. Determined to leave no stone unturned, I began my investigation. My first stop was the local library, where I pored over newspaper archives and police records. The reports from 1974 were sparse but haunting. Neighbors had reported seeing Rachel and Renee enter the mall around 3 p.m., their laughter and chatter adding to the holiday cheer. But as the day progressed, their presence seemed to fade until they simply vanished. The police had launched extensive searches, scouring the mall and surrounding areas, but nothing had been found. It was as if the girls had been swallowed by the very shadows of the mall. Intrigued by the lack of evidence, I decided to visit the site at night, hoping to experience any lingering energies or unexplained phenomena firsthand. Armed with a flashlight, camera, and a recorder, I made my way to the abandoned parking lot. The moon cast an eerie glow over the area, and the wind whispered through the empty space, carrying with it a sense of foreboding. As I set up my equipment, the air grew colder, and the shadows seemed to dance with a life of their own. I began recording, hoping to capture any unusual sounds or sights. Hours passed in silence, broken only by the occasional rustle of leaves and the distant call of an owl. Just as I was about to give up and leave, I heard it, a faint, melodic giggle, like that of children playing. My heart raced as I scanned the area, trying to locate the source of the sound. The giggle faded, replaced by a soft whisper. "Help us!" The voice seemed to come from nowhere and everywhere at once. I froze, the hairs on the back of my neck standing on end. The temperature dropped further, my breath visible in the frigid air. Shadows deepened, and I felt an invisible presence watching me, their eyes burning with an unspoken plea. Gathering my courage, I followed the whispers, my flashlight cutting through the darkness. The sound led me to the edge of the parking lot, where the remains of a broken fountain stood. The whispers grew louder, more urgent, and the shadows coalesced into the faint outline of two young women, Rachel and Renee. Their forms were translucent, their eyes hollow and desperate. "Why can't we go home?" Rachel's voice echoed, her face etched with sorrow. "We're lost." Renee reached out, her hand passing through the cold air, leaving no mark. "Please, help us find our way." I stood there, paralyzed by fear and empathy, as the apparitions faded into the misty night. The whispers turned into mournful sighs, lingering in the air long after the girls had vanished. Determined to help them, I delved deeper into the history of the mall, uncovering stories of strange occurrences and unexplained events that had plagued the shopping center long before the girls' disappearance. Former employees spoke of flickering lights, mannequins changing positions on their own, and a persistent feeling of being watched. Some even claimed to hear faint cries echoing through the halls late at night. The mall had been a place of joy and commerce, but beneath its festive exterior lay a darkness that had driven the girls to their untimely fate. One name kept coming up in my research, an obscure developer named Victor Hargrove, who had built the mall with a vision of grandeur but was rumored to dabble in the occult. According to local lore, Hargrove believed that the mall could be a portal to another realm, a gateway to the unknown. His fascination with the supernatural had led to numerous strange rituals and secret chambers hidden within the mall's infrastructure. As I pieced together the clues, I realized that the disappearance of Rachel and Renee was no ordinary case. It was intertwined with the mall's dark history and the enigmatic practices of its creator. Determined to uncover the truth, I sought out the abandoned parts of the mall, now overtaken by nature but still holding secrets beneath the snow and ice. One night, armed with my camera and recorder, I ventured into the old underground tunnels that had once been part of the mall's extensive network. The tunnels were dark and claustrophobic, the air thick with the scent of damp earth and decay. As I navigated the winding passages, I felt a growing sense of unease, the walls seeming to close in around me. The whispers returned, guiding me deeper into the heart of the labyrinth. Finally, I reached a sealed door, its surface covered in arcane symbols and sigils. My heart pounded as I examined the markings, realizing they were part of a ritual designed to open a portal. With a deep breath, I began to chant the words I had deciphered from Hargrove's journals, my voice echoing through the tunnel. The door began to shimmer, the symbols glowing with an otherworldly light as the portal slowly opened. A vortex of mist and shadows spilled forth, and the apparitions of Rachel and Renee emerged once more, their eyes filled with hope and gratitude. "You did it," Rachel whispered, her voice a balm to my weary soul. "You set us free." The portal pulsed, drawing the shadows back into the unknown realm, and the girls faded into the light. The whispers ceased, replaced by a profound silence that spoke of peace and closure. As the last remnants of the portal dissolved, I knew that the mystery of their disappearance had finally been resolved. Exhausted but fulfilled, I made my way back to the surface, the first light of dawn breaking over the horizon. The Fort Worth shopping plaza stood silent and still, its dark secrets now laid bare. The disappearance of Rachel Trelika and Renee Wilson had been more than a tragic accident. It was a tale of supernatural forces and the enduring power of remembrance. Years have passed since that fateful expedition, but the memory of Rachel and Renee remains vivid in my mind. The story of their disappearance serves as a chilling reminder of the thin veil between our world and the unknown, and the mysteries that lie hidden in the shadows. My investigation into the silent shoppers of Fort Worth became a testament to the power of truth and the importance of honoring those who have been lost to the darkness. Sometimes, when the winter winds howl and the snow begins to fall, I can almost hear the faint echoes of Rachel and Renee's voices, a haunting melody carried on the breeze. Their spirits continue to watch over the land they once called home. Their whispers a reminder that some mysteries are never truly forgotten, but remembered through the stories we tell and the truths we seek. Because in the heart of winter, amidst the silent snow and the lingering shadows, the echoes of Rachel Trelika and Renee Wilson continue to resonate, forever part of the Fort Worth landscape, waiting for someone to listen and remember their story. Story number 12. The Devil's Gift. Winter in Chicago was always a time of stark contrasts. The bustling streets, adorned with twinkling lights and festive decorations, masked the chill that seeped into every corner of the city. My name is Emily Carter, and what was supposed to be a joyful Christmas season turned into a nightmare I can't escape. It was late November when I decided to visit Timeless Treasures, a quaint antique shop nestled in a quiet neighborhood. I loved the thrill of finding unique pieces with stories etched into their very existence. As I wandered through aisles of old furniture, vintage ornaments, and forgotten memorabilia, something caught my eye: a beautifully crafted Christmas gift box. It was nestled among a collection of old holiday decorations, its exterior adorned with intricate carvings and faded red ribbon. Intrigued, I picked up the box, feeling an odd mix of excitement and unease. It was heavier than it looked, and the air around it seemed to grow colder. The shopkeeper, an elderly woman with piercing blue eyes, watched me intently. "Ah, you have a keen eye," she said, her voice soft yet commanding. "That box has a unique history. It's said to bring unexpected surprises to those who open it." I smiled, charmed by her words. "I think it would make a lovely addition to my Christmas decorations." She nodded, handing me the box with a knowing smile. "Take good care of it." I paid for the box and left the shop, the winter air crisp against my face. As I drove home, the city lights blurred through the falling snow, creating a mesmerizing dance of shadows and illumination. Once inside my cozy apartment, I carefully placed the box on my mantel, admiring its craftsmanship. That evening, As I prepared for bed, I couldn't shake the curiosity that nagged at me. The box seemed to call out, inviting me to uncover its secrets. The air around me grew colder. The room dimmed as the lights flickered slightly. My heart raced with a mix of fear and excitement. Unable to resist, I reached for the box. As my fingers touched the delicate ribbon, pungent, foul odor wafted through the room, making my stomach churn. The smell was overwhelming, a rancid mix that filled my nostrils and clung to my clothes. Ignoring the revulsion, I untied the ribbon and carefully lifted the lid. Inside, I found a tangled mass of dark, matted hair and a yellowed piece of parchment. My hands trembled as I picked up the letter, the paper brittle and fragile. "You should not have opened this box." A chill ran down my spine. My mind raced to make sense of the cryptic message. I quickly set the box aside, feeling an oppressive weight settle in the room. Determined to rid myself of the ominous package, I grabbed it and carried it outside, hurrying to throw it in the trash. That night, sleep eluded me. My mind replayed the tragic images of the mysterious box, the unsettling letter, and the dreadful smell that lingered in my senses. As midnight approached, I decided to call it a night, hoping the morning would bring clarity. Around 2 a.m., I was awakened by the sound of soft knocking. My heart pounded as I sat up, straining to listen. The knocking was persistent, coming from my front door. I froze, fear gripping me. Remembering the box, I wondered if it was somehow connected. Summoning my courage, I grabbed my flashlight and approached the door cautiously. The cold air nipped at my skin as I opened the door to find nothing but swirling snow and an impenetrable darkness. Shaken, I closed the door and returned to my bed, the sense of unease deepening. Minutes later, the knocking resumed, louder and more insistent. I grabbed the flashlight again and peered outside, but the snow obscured any sign of movement. Determined to confront whatever was causing the disturbance, I stepped into the blizzard, the cold biting through my layers. The footprints I followed were large, unlike any humans, leading into the heart of the storm. Each step was a battle against the swirling snow and the freezing wind, but something compelled me to follow them. As I trudged through the whiteout, the storm seemed to close in around me, the world becoming a blur of white and gray. The footprints led me to a secluded grove where the trees stood like silent guardians, their branches heavy with snow. In the center stood a circle of stones, ancient and weathered, surrounding a makeshift altar. The atmosphere was thick with a palpable sense of dread, the air humming with unseen energy. In the center of the circle lay remnants of a tragic event, discarded tools, torn clothing, and personal items left behind in their final moments. My flashlight flickered, casting intermittent light on the scene, when suddenly, a shadow moved at the edge of my vision. I turned sharply, but there was nothing, only the swirling snow and the oppressive darkness. A chill enveloped me as I heard whispers carried by the wind, voices lost in time, pleading for help. The temperature plummeted, my breath visible in the frigid air as the whispers grew louder, more desperate. "Help us," they cried, their voices echoing through the grove. "Save us." Panic surged through me as the shadows seemed to take shape, forming into ghostly apparitions of the lost. Their hollow eyes stared into mine, filled with sorrow and an eternal longing for peace. One figure stepped forward, a woman with tear-streaked cheeks and hollow eyes, her voice barely above a whisper. "We are trapped, bound by our suffering. Release us." I stumbled back, the weight of their anguish pressing down on me. "How?" I managed to ask, my voice trembling. "How can I help you?" The apparitions moved closer, their presence overwhelming. "Remember our story," the woman implored. "Honor our memory. Let our tale be a warning, a reminder of the darkness that lies within human desperation." As the night deepened, the apparitions faded, the grove returning to its desolate silence. The storm began to ease, the oppressive energy lifting as if acknowledging my promise. I made my way back to my apartment, the footprints no longer leading into the storm but pointing towards the path I had come from. Exhausted and emotionally drained, I returned to my research. The night's events etched into my memory. The encounter had changed me, deepening my understanding of the tragic event and the haunting presence that lingered at that secluded grove. I realized that the suffering was not just a historical event but a lingering curse, a supernatural force that bound their souls to the frozen landscape. In the days that followed, I delved deeper into the archives, uncovering more about the tragic event and the possible supernatural elements that had plagued the area. Stories of strange lights, eerie sounds, and unexplainable phenomena had always been part of the legend. But now they took on a new, more terrifying dimension. Determined to honor their memory and break the curse, I organized a memorial at the grove, inviting locals and descendants of the lost to participate. We erected a cairn of stones, each one representing a lost soul, and shared stories of their bravery and suffering. As we lit candles around the cairn, the air seemed to grow warmer, the oppressive chill lifting as if the spirits were finally finding peace. That night, the storm was calm, the wind gentle as it whispered through the trees. I sat by the fire, the flickering flames casting comforting shadows, and felt a sense of closure. The echoes of the lost souls had been heard, their voices no longer lost in the storm but remembered and honored by those who came after. Years have passed since that harrowing winter, but the memory of the lost souls and the supernatural encounter remain vivid in my mind. The story of their tragic journey serves as a chilling reminder of the thin line between survival and madness, and the enduring power of the human spirit in the face of unimaginable adversity. Sometimes, when the wind howls through the trees and the snow begins to fall, I can almost hear their whispers carried on the breeze, a haunting melody that speaks of lost souls and the eternal quest for peace. The shadows linger, forever intertwined with the frozen landscape, waiting for someone to listen and remember their story. Because in the heart of winter, amidst the silent snow and the lingering shadows, the echoes of the lost souls continue to resonate, a testament to the darkness that can consume us all and the hope that keeps us fighting to survive. Story number 13. Whispers in the Frost. Christmas in Colorado was always a magical time. The snow-covered mountains glistened under the winter sun, and the bustling shopping centers were adorned with twinkling lights and festive decorations. My name is Mark Davis, and I've lived in Denver my entire life. But nothing could have prepared me for the chilling encounter that turned a joyous holiday season into a nightmare I still can't forget. It was December 24th, 1995. A cold Friday evening. The air was crisp, and the streets were alive with shoppers scurrying to complete their holiday purchases. I had spent the afternoon at the Evergreen Mall, buying gifts for my family and enjoying the festive atmosphere. By early evening, I was ready to head home, laden with bags and eager to start preparing for Christmas. Parking at Evergreen Mall was always a hassle, especially on Christmas Eve. The sprawling parking lot was filled with cars, all vying for the perfect spot. After circling several times, I finally found a space near the far end of the lot. The lot was quieter here, the hum of conversation and laughter from inside the mall fading as I moved away from the entrance. I approached my car, a silver sedan, and began unloading the bags. The sky was darkening, the first snowflakes of the season beginning to fall, creating a soft, white blanket over the ground. The streetlights cast long shadows, and the muffled sounds of the city seemed distant and surreal in the heavy snowfall. As I reached for my keys, I noticed a figure standing a few feet away from my car. At first, I thought it was just another shopper, but as I looked closer, I realized it was a woman. She was dressed in a striking red coat, her long hair cascading over her shoulders. Her presence was out of place amidst the ordinary crowd of shoppers. What struck me most was her eyes, deep, piercing blue that seemed to look right through me. "Excuse me," I called out, attempting to sound casual. "Can I help you?" She didn't respond. Instead, she turned slowly, her movements almost fluid. gliding across the snow without leaving any footprints. I felt a shiver run down my spine, the cold air making my skin crawl. There was something unnerving about her, something that made me uneasy. "Are you okay?" I asked again, taking a step closer. Still no response. I couldn't shake the feeling that she was watching me, her gaze unwavering. I tried to shrug it off, assuming she might be lost or confused. But before I could say anything else, she vanished into thin air, as if swallowed by the falling snow and the encroaching darkness. My heart pounded in my chest. I rubbed my temples, trying to calm myself. Was it a hallucination? Maybe someone had dressed up for the holidays and decided to surprise unsuspecting shoppers. But there was something too deliberate about her appearance and disappearance to be a mere prank. Shaking off the encounter, I locked my car and began to walk to my apartment building, which was a short distance away. The parking lot felt eerily empty, the silence broken only by the soft crunch of snow under my boots. The lights from the buildings cast ghostly reflections on the wet pavement, creating an otherworldly atmosphere. As I walked, I couldn't help but glance back over my shoulder, half expecting to see her standing there again. But there was nothing, only the swirling snow and the deepening night quickened my pace, eager to put some distance between myself and the strange woman in the red coat. When I finally reached my building, I unlocked the door and hurried inside, the warmth of the lobby a stark contrast to the cold outside. I made my way up to my apartment, the events of the evening replaying in my mind. It felt like something out of a ghost story, something that couldn't possibly be real. That night, I barely slept. The image of her piercing blue eyes haunted my dreams, a silent specter lurking in the shadows of my subconscious. The next morning, I tried to brush it off as a figment of my imagination, perhaps a product of the stress and exhaustion from holiday shopping. But deep down, I knew there was something more to it. A few weeks later, as Christmas approached, I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched. Small things began to happen, objects slightly out of place, lights flickering inexplicably, and distant sounds of footsteps echoing through the empty parking lot. My anxiety grew, and I found myself avoiding the mall altogether, too afraid of encountering her again. One chilly December evening, I decided to confront my fears head-on. I returned to the Evergreen Mall, this time with a friend, Sarah, who had always been skeptical of my story but agreed to accompany me for support. As we navigated the familiar paths of the parking lot, the snow continued to fall, thickening the already white expanse. "Are you sure about this?" Sarah asked, her breath visible in the cold air. "I need to see if there's any explanation," I replied, my voice wavering slightly. "Maybe there's something I missed." We reached the spot where I had first seen her, the far end of the parking lot now even more desolate. The snowflakes danced around us, creating a silent, serene backdrop. As we stood there, the temperature seemed to drop even further, and the shadows grew deeper, merging with the darkness. Suddenly, a soft giggle echoed through the air, sending chills down my spine. I turned to look around, but there was no one in sight. Just as I was about to dismiss it, the woman in the red coat appeared once more, her figure silhouetted against the falling snow. This time, she stood directly in front of us, her eyes locked onto mine. "Why are you following me?" I demanded, my voice barely a whisper. She didn't respond. Instead, she extended her hand, pointing toward the parking lot. Confused and frightened, I glanced at Sarah, who was visibly shaken. We stood frozen, unsure of what to do next. Before I could react, the snow began to swirl violently, creating a blinding white vortex that enveloped us. The world around us distorted, the sounds of the city fading into a deafening silence. The temperature plummeted further, my breath visible in the icy air as I struggled to move. The woman's voice echoed in my mind, a haunting melody that sent shivers through my entire being. "Find us," she whispered. "Help us." The vision shifted, transporting me back to that tragic night in 1995. I saw the mall bustling with holiday shoppers, the the joy and excitement filling the air. But beneath the surface, there was a darkness that threatened to consume everything. The woman in the red coat was there, a symbol of loss and despair, her presence a constant reminder of the fragility of happiness. I watched in horror as the events unfolded: accidents, disappearances, and the overwhelming sense of dread that gripped them all. The woman in the red coat was both a witness and a victim, her spirit forever bound to the place where she met her untimely end. The realization hit me hard. She wasn't just a ghost. She was a manifestation of the mall's darkest secrets, a protector of memories that refused to fade. As the vision faded, I found myself back in the present, the snowstorm intensifying around me. The woman in the red coat stood before us once more, her eyes filled with an eternal sorrow. "Remember us," she implored, her voice echoing through the chaos. "Never forget our stories." The snowstorm began to calm, the winds subsiding as quickly as they had risen. The woman in the red coat slowly faded, her presence leaving behind a lingering sense of peace and a renewed sense of purpose within me. Sarah and I stood there, the snow falling gently around us, our hearts heavy with the weight of what we had experienced. We knew that the woman in the red coat and the lost souls of Evergreen Mall needed our help to move on, to have their stories remembered and honored. In the days that followed, I delved deeper into the mall's history, uncovering forgotten stories and long-buried secrets. I spoke with former employees, piecing together the tragic events that had unfolded on that fateful Christmas Eve. The mall had been a place of joy and celebration, but it had also been the site of unspeakable horrors that had left scars on the souls of those who had been there. Determined to help, I organized a memorial event at the site where the mall once stood, inviting the community to remember and honor the lives lost in the tragedy. The event was heartfelt, a poignant reminder of the importance of compassion and remembrance. As we gathered around a symbolic tree adorned with lights and ornaments, I felt a presence watching over us, the spirit of the woman in the red coat finally finding peace in our collective memory. That Christmas, the snow fell gently, covering the remnants of Evergreen Mall in a soft, white blanket. The haunting echoes of the past had been silenced, replaced by a sense of closure and hope. The legend of the mysterious woman in the red coat lived on, not as a symbol of fear, but as a testament to the enduring power of memory and the importance of never forgetting those who have been lost. Years later, I still visit the site, now transformed into a beautiful park that honors the memory of Evergreen Mall and its lost souls. The stories of Rachel and Renee, and the enigmatic woman in the red coat, continue to resonate, a reminder that even in the darkest of times, there is always a path to healing and peace. Because in the heart of winter, amidst the silent snow and the lingering shadows, the echoes of the past continue to resonate, forever a part of the story. Number 14. Whispers of the Silent Night. Winter in Canada is a time when the nights grow long and the cold bites deep, turning ordinary days into a monochrome landscape of white and shadows. My name is David Collins, and I work as a security consultant for retail establishments. In 2013, I was hired by Maplewood Toys, a beloved local toy store in my hometown of Edmonton, to enhance their nighttime security measures. Little did I know that my work would lead me into a nightmare that would forever change my perception of reality. Maplewood Toys had been a staple in the community for decades, known for its extensive selection of toys and its warm, inviting atmosphere. The store was particularly magical during the holiday season, with elaborate decorations, twinkling lights, and the ever-present figure of Santa Claus greeting children and their parents. However, beneath the cheerful exterior lay a dark history that few were willing to discuss openly. The incident that brought me to Maplewood Toys occurred on the night of December 24, 2013. The store had closed its doors for the evening, and I was there to install additional security cameras and upgrade the alarm systems. As I walked through the dimly lit aisles, my footsteps echoing softly against the polished floors, I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. The air was thick with the scent of pine and cinnamon, remnants of the day's festivities lingering in the shadows. I set up my equipment near the main entrance, ensuring that every corner of the store was covered. As I worked, I reviewed the old security footage from previous years, noticing an unusual pattern. Every Christmas Eve, there were brief moments when the footage showed a figure dressed as Santa Claus moving silently through the store. Yet no one ever saw them in person. The figure was always captured on camera as a blurry, white silhouette, slipping between the shelves with an unnatural grace. Curiosity piqued. I decided to investigate further. I approached the manager, Mrs. Thompson, a kindly woman in her 60s with a penchant for storytelling. Mrs. Thompson, can you tell me more about these nighttime sightings of Santa? She hesitated, her eyes clouding over with memories. It's something we've never been able to explain, David. Every year, on Christmas Eve, someone dressed as Santa seems to appear and vanish without a trace. Some say it's the spirit of a man who lost his life here long ago, unable to move on. I nodded, sensing the weight of her words. Do you know anything about what happened to him? Mrs. Thompson sighed, her gaze distant. Many years ago, there was a tragic incident on Christmas Eve. A young father, overwhelmed by grief after losing his child, took his own life in the store. Since then, his spirit has been seen wandering these aisles, searching for his lost one. I felt a chill run down my spine, the story resonating with the eerie images captured on camera. Determined to uncover the truth, I decided to spend the night alone in the store, monitoring the security footage in real time. As midnight approached, the store fell into an unsettling silence. The only sounds were the distant hum of the refrigeration units and the occasional drip of water from the ceiling. I sat in front of the monitors, eyes scanning the screens for any sign of movement. The clock ticked steadily, each second stretching into eternity. At exactly 11:59 p.m., a sudden drop in temperature swept through the store. My breath became visible, and the lights flickered ominously. My heart raced as I glanced up at the main entrance monitor. There, in the doorway, stood the figure of Santa Claus, his white suit shimmering in the low light. He moved slowly, almost gliding, as he made his way deeper into the store. I reached for my walkie-talkie, my voice barely a whisper. Mrs. Thompson, we have an anomaly on the cameras. I'm going to investigate. She responded with a shaky voice. Be careful, David. Whatever he's looking for, he hasn't found it yet. I grabbed my flashlight and made my way toward the entrance, each step echoing loudly in the empty store. The figure of Santa seemed to sense my presence. Turning to face me, his eyes, hollow and filled with sorrow, met mine. Why are you here? He whispered, his voice carrying a mournful weight. I want to help you, I replied, my voice trembling. What happened here? Why can't you move on? He reached out a translucent hand, and the room around us began to blur, shifting into a scene from the past. I found myself transported back to that tragic Christmas Eve in 1974. The store was bustling with holiday shoppers, laughter filling the air. In the midst of the crowd stood a young man, his face twisted in anguish as he held a photo of his child, tears streaming down his cheeks. Desperation overcame him as he stumbled toward the counter, clutching the photo tightly. Please, help me, he cried, his voice breaking. I can't live without her. The scene took a dark turn as the man, overwhelmed by grief, pulled out a knife and began to threaten the terrified customers. Panic erupted, the cheerful atmosphere turning into chaos and fear. I watched in horror as the man took his own life in a fit of despair, his spirit forever trapped in the store, unable to find peace. The vision faded, and I found myself back in the present, standing face to face with the spectral Santa. I can't let go, he whispered, his eyes pleading. I'm searching for my child, but she's gone. I took a deep breath, feeling the weight of his sorrow. I can help you find peace. Let me help you move on. The temperature dropped further as I extended a hand toward him. What do you need? His form flickered, and the ghostly figure began to dissolve, his presence fading into the cold air. "Remember us," he whispered. "Remember our stories, so we are never forgotten." As the last remnants of his spirit vanished, the store felt warmer, the oppressive chill lifting, the lights steadied, and the eerie silence was replaced by a sense of calm. I knew that by acknowledging his pain and ensuring his story was told, I had helped him find the peace he so desperately sought. The following morning, I met with Mrs. Thompson, sharing my experience and the truth behind the nightly apparitions. Together, we decided to honor the memory of the lost father by dedicating a small memorial within the store, a place where visitors could pay their respects and remember the tragic events that had unfolded decades ago. News of the haunting spread, attracting paranormal enthusiasts and curious visitors alike. Maplewood Toys became not just a place of joy and wonder, but also a site of remembrance and reflection. The presence of Santa Claus was no longer seen as a malevolent spirit but as a guardian of memories, ensuring that the lost would never be forgotten. Years later, I still visit Maplewood Toys, especially during the holiday season. The store thrives, its legacy enriched by the stories of those who came before. The spirit of the lost father remains a part of the store's history, a haunting reminder of the thin line between joy and sorrow, life and death. Sometimes, late at night, when the snow falls softly outside and the store is quiet, I can still hear the faint whispers of lost souls, their voices blending with the sounds of Christmas cheer. The shadows seem to dance in the glow of the lights, and the figure of Santa Claus stands watch, a silent sentinel guarding the memories of those who once walked these aisles. Because in the heart of winter, amidst the festive lights and the silent whispers, the echoes of Maplewood Toys continue to resonate, forever a part of the stories that bind us together, ensuring that the lost are remembered and their spirits find peace. Story number 15. Echoes in the mall. I never thought a bustling shopping center could be a place of genuine fear. Growing up in Chicago, I was no stranger to malls, the lifeblood of suburban America. They were places of laughter, family gatherings, and endless consumerism. But nothing could have prepared me for the night the echoes of Christmas turned deadly at the Mall of America. It was December 15th, 2015, and the mall was adorned with festive decorations. Twinkling lights hung from the ceilings, oversized ornaments dangled from escalators, and the scent of cinnamon and pine filled the air. My friends and I, a tight-knit group of college students, decided to celebrate the holiday season with a day of shopping and merriment. We arrived early, eager to explore every nook and cranny of the expansive mall. The latest gadgets, fashionable attire, and gourmet treats awaited us at every turn. As we wandered through the themed sections, laughter and chatter filled our group. Little did we know, our joy was about to be overshadowed by a mystery that would haunt us forever. Around noon, we ventured into the Winter Wonderland section, where artificial snowflakes gently descended from the ceiling, and a life-sized Santa Claus waved cheerfully from his throne. The atmosphere was magical, drawing crowds of excited children and their parents. We split up to cover more ground, agreeing to meet back at the central atrium in an hour. I wandered into a quieter corner of the mall, drawn by a display of vintage toys. The nostalgic charm of the old-fashioned train set and porcelain dolls captivated me, transporting me back to simpler times. As I examined a beautifully crafted music box, my phone buzzed with a message from Jake. "Hey, where are you? We need to regroup." I glanced at the clock. Only 30 minutes had passed. Shrugging off the concern, I continued my exploration. Suddenly, a cold chill swept through the area, and the lights flickered ominously. The cheerful music that had been playing moments before warped into a dissonant, eerie tune. I felt a sense of unease but tried to shake it off, attributing it to the overwhelming sensory experience of the mall. Then, without warning, the music stopped. Silence enveloped the space, broken only by the faint sound of footsteps echoing through the empty corridors. My heart raced as I scanned the area, trying to locate the source of the noise. That's when I saw her, a girl, no older than 10, standing alone near the toy display. Her dress was outdated, and her eyes held a vacant stare that sent shivers down my spine. "Hey, are you okay?" I asked, approaching cautiously. She didn't respond. Instead, she turned and began to walk away, her footsteps leaving no trace in the artificial snow. Confused, I called out to her, but she vanished into thin air, leaving me alone with an overwhelming sense of dread. I hurried back to the central atrium, where my friends were already growing concerned. Jake looked pale, his eyes darting nervously around the crowd. "Something's wrong," he whispered. "One of our friends. She's missing." Panic set in as we frantically searched the crowded mall, asking store employees and security guards for help. Hours passed with no sign of the girl. The authorities were called, but their search yielded nothing, only footprints leading toward the parking lot, disappearing into the heavy snowfall outside. No body was ever found, and the case went cold, leaving us with more questions than answers. In the weeks that followed, strange things began to happen. I returned to the mall, hoping to find some closure or perhaps evidence that would explain the disappearance. Every visit felt different, as if the mall itself was alive, aware of my presence. The same girl would appear and disappear at random, her presence always accompanied by the unsettling silence and the flickering of lights. One night, unable to sleep, I decided to meet Jake and the others at the central atrium. The mall was eerily quiet, the usual throngs of shoppers absent. As we gathered, the temperature dropped sharply, our breaths visible in the cold air. Suddenly, the lights went out, plunging us into darkness. Emergency backup lights flickered on, casting long, distorted shadows across the floor. A soft, haunting lullaby began to play, the same dissonant tune from that fateful day. The sound seemed to emanate from everywhere and nowhere simultaneously. We huddled together, fear gripping us as the shadows danced around us. Then, out of the corner of my eye, I saw her, the girl from before, standing at the end of the atrium. "Please, help me," she whispered, her voice echoing with sorrow. I stepped forward, my voice barely audible. "What do you need?" She pointed toward the old, abandoned section of the mall, a part that had been closed off years ago due to structural issues. "Find the music box," she pleaded. "Set me free." Determined to help, we made our way to the forgotten area, pushing through boarded-up entrances and debris-strewn corridors. The air grew colder, the darkness pressing in around us. At the end of a long hallway, we found an old toy store, its windows dusty and glass broken. Inside, amidst the clutter of forgotten toys, lay a dusty music box, identical to the one I had been examining weeks earlier. I picked it up, the familiar melody resonating with the haunting voices that surrounded us. As I opened the lid, the song played softly, and the girl appeared before us once more. "Thank you," she whispered, her form beginning to shimmer and fade. "I'm free now." The moment her spirit was released, the oppressive atmosphere lifted, the mall lights stabilized, and the eerie silence was replaced by the sounds of distant Christmas carols and laughter. We stood there, watching as the girl vanished, leaving behind a sense of peace and closure. In the days that followed, the mall returned to its normal hustle and bustle. As if nothing had happened, the mystery of the missing girl remained unsolved. But the strange occurrences ceased, leaving us to believe that we had somehow helped a lost soul find peace. Years later, the memory of that night still lingers, a chilling reminder that even in the most familiar places, the echoes of the past can reach out and touch the present. The Mall of America remains a place of joy and celebration. But sometimes, when the snow falls just right and the lights flicker, I can still hear the faint strains of a haunting lullaby, a testament to the night when the echoes of Christmas became more than just festive cheer. They became a story of fear, hope, and the enduring power of compassion. Story number 16. Echoes of joy. The haunting of Philly Toys R Us. I never believed in ghosts. Growing up in the heart of Philadelphia, surrounded by the city's rich history and vibrant life, I always chalked up unexplained phenomena to imagination or stress. But everything changed the Christmas season of 2018, when curiosity led me to the abandoned Toys R Us store on Market Street, a place where joy and tragedy intertwined in the most terrifying ways. It was a chilly December evening, and the holiday spirit was palpable in the air. Families bustled about, shopping for gifts and enjoying the festive decorations that adorned the city. I had recently lost my job at a local bookstore, and the combination of unemployment and a broken relationship had left me feeling purposeless. Desperate for a distraction, I decided to explore some of Philadelphia's forgotten landmarks, hoping to find inspiration for a blog I had been neglecting. Among the places I had researched was the old Toys R Us store, which had closed its doors in 2018 amidst rumors of declining sales and shifting consumer habits. The building, once a beacon of childhood dreams, now stood silent and forlorn, its colorful facade faded and windows boarded up. Local legends whispered of strange occurrences during the holiday season, children's laughter echoing through the empty aisles, shadowy figures darting between the shelves, and unsuspecting visitors disappearing without a trace. Intrigued and skeptical, I decided to visit the store on Christmas Eve, the night when the hauntings were said to be most active. Armed with my camera, a flashlight, and a backpack filled with essentials, I made my way to Market Street, the store's location etched clearly on my map. As I approached the building, the festive lights from nearby shops cast eerie reflections on the abandoned storefront. The once vibrant sign now hung crookedly, its letters barely visible against the grime and decay. I felt a shiver run down my spine but pushed forward, driven by a mix of curiosity and the need to escape my own bleak reality. The entrance was barricaded, but a loose board provided just enough space for me to squeeze through. The interior was dark, the air thick with dust and the lingering scent of old wood and forgotten memories. My flashlight cut through the darkness, revealing rows of empty shelves and the remnants of what once was a bustling store. The silence was oppressive, broken only by the distant sound of wind howling outside. I moved cautiously, my footsteps echoing in the vast, empty space. As I ventured deeper into the store, I felt an inexplicable sense of being watched. The children's section, with its colorful displays and towering shelves, stood out as the heart of the store. I approached a display of plush toys, their once bright colors now muted and worn. That's when I heard it, a faint sound, like the distant giggles of children playing. I froze, my heart pounding in my chest. The laughter grew louder, more distinct, echoing through the aisles. Just my imagination, I whispered to myself, trying to steady my nerves, but the laughter persisted, accompanied by the sound of tiny footsteps skittering across the floor. I followed the sounds, drawn towards the source like a moth to a flame. The aisles seemed to stretch on endlessly, the store's layout disorienting and labyrinthine. Shadows danced at the edge of my vision, moving with a life of their own. My flashlight flickered, casting unsettling patterns on the walls. Suddenly, the lights above me sputtered and went out, plunging the store into darkness. Panic surged through me as I fumbled for my phone, hoping to use its flashlight. But there was no signal. My phone was dead, likely drained from days of neglect. The only light came from the occasional flicker of my flashlight, revealing glimpses of movement in the shadows. A cold breeze swept through the store, carrying with it the unmistakable sound of whispered pleas. "Help us! Find our way!" The voices were soft but filled with an overwhelming sense of despair. I stumbled forward, trying to navigate the maze of shelves. But the store seemed to shift around me, the aisles warping and changing direction. In the distance, I saw a faint glow, an ethereal light emanating from the end of a long corridor. Desperate for answers, I made my way towards it, the whispers growing louder with each step. As I approached, the light took shape, revealing a figure, a young girl dressed in a bright red coat, her face pale and eyes hollow with sorrow. "Who are you?" I called out, my voice trembling. She didn't respond but extended a hand towards me, her fingers beckoning me to follow. "Help us!" The whispers echoed around us, the atmosphere thick with grief and longing. I hesitated, torn between the urge to flee and the compulsion to assist these lost souls. Summoning my courage, I took her hand, and she led me through the maze of shelves towards a secluded corner of the store. There, amidst a display of vintage board games, lay a tattered dollhouse, its miniature rooms meticulously detailed but now covered in dust and cobwebs. "This is where we got lost," the girl whispered, her voice merging with the cacophony of other spirits. "Trapped in our own stories, unable to move on." I knelt down, examining the dollhouse. It was a poignant symbol of childhood innocence and creativity, now a prison for these restless spirits. "How can I help you?" I asked softly. One of the other spirits materialized beside the dollhouse, a boy with a missing front tooth and a baseball cap pulled low over his eyes. "We need to tell our stories," he said, his voice filled with urgency. "Remember us. Let the world know what happened." Realizing that these spirits were bound by their untold stories and unresolved tragedies, I knew what I had to do. I spent the next few hours documenting their experiences, recording their whispers, and capturing the eerie apparitions on camera. Each story was a heartbreaking account of joy turned to sorrow, children who had gone missing during the busy holiday rush, their families left in agonizing uncertainty. As I compiled the stories, the store seemed to breathe a collective sigh of relief. The oppressive energy began to lift, the whispers softening into gentle sighs. The spirits, once tormented by their inability to be remembered, found solace in the act of sharing their tales. But just as dawn broke, a final, ominous presence appeared, a dark figure standing at the entrance of the store, its eyes burning with malice. "You shouldn't have come here," it growled, its voice resonating with dark power. "Leave now, or suffer the same fate." Fear paralyzed me, but I stood my ground, holding the dollhouse aloft. "I came to help you. Let you be remembered." The dark figure advanced, its form shifting and contorting with each step. The spirits I had aided stood beside me, their faces determined and resolute. "Remember us," we all echoed in unison, our voices merging into a powerful chorus. With a final, defiant cry, the dark figure dissipated into the shadows, banished by the collective will of the spirits and my unwavering resolve. The store was bathed in the soft glow of morning light, the once menacing atmosphere now serene and peaceful. As I made my way out of the store, the first rays of sunlight pierced through the boarded-up windows, illuminating the beauty that had always existed beneath the surface of the haunted building. The mall was bustling with life once more, the horrors of the night fading into the background of everyday chaos. In the weeks that followed, I shared the stories of the lost children with anyone who would listen, ensuring that their voices were heard and their memories preserved. The Abandoned Toys R Us became a place of reflection and remembrance, a symbol of the importance of acknowledging the past and honoring those who had been forgotten. Years later, whenever I pass by that old store, now repurposed into a community center, I feel a sense of peace knowing that the spirits of the lost children have finally found their way home. The echoes of joy and sorrow that once haunted the aisles have been transformed into a legacy of compassion and understanding. The haunting of the Philadelphia Toys R Us taught me that even in the most unexpected places, the bonds of memory and empathy can bridge the gap between the living and the dead. It reminded me that every story deserves to be told, every soul deserves to be remembered, and that sometimes, the most terrifying horrors can be quelled by simple acts of kindness and recognition. And so, the legacy of those lost children lives on, not as shadows of fear, but as cherished memories that inspire us to honor the past and cherish the present. The abandoned store stands as a testament to the enduring power of compassion, forever echoing with the laughter and whispers of children who were finally heard. Story number 17. frozen aisles. I never imagined that a routine Christmas shopping trip could turn into a nightmare. Growing up in Texas, winter was a rare visitor, and snowstorms were more of a distant threat than a present reality. But December 2018 changed everything, etching a horrifying memory into my mind that I still can't fully comprehend. It was Christmas Eve, and the streets of Houston were buzzing with the usual holiday chaos. Families flocked to the numerous Walmart stores scattered across the city, hunting for the perfect gifts amidst the frenzy of last-minute shoppers. I was with my sister, Laura, and her two teenage children, Ethan and Mia. We decided to tackle the crowded Walmart downtown, hoping to snag a few last-minute presents before heading home to our cozy apartment. As we entered the store, the familiar scent of cinnamon-scented candles and the bright lights of holiday decorations greeted us. The aisles were packed with eager shoppers, each one determined to find something special for their loved ones. We grabbed a cart and began our search, navigating through the maze of shelves and displays. Around noon, the weather outside took a turn for the worse. Dark clouds rolled in swiftly, and within minutes, a fierce snowstorm enveloped the city. The wind howled like a living creature, and the snow fell in relentless sheets, blanketing everything in sight. The temperature plummeted, and the store's overhead lights flickered ominously. "Looks like this storm is really coming," Laura remarked, glancing out the window. We decided to finish our shopping quickly, but the increasing intensity of the storm made it clear that the weather was no longer something we could ignore. By mid-afternoon, the storm had transformed Houston into a whiteout. Visibility outside was nearly zero, and the wind battered the store with unyielding force. The Walmart staff began closing up early, trying to secure the doors against the tempest. An announcement crackled over the loudspeaker. "Attention customers. Due to the severe weather conditions, we will be closing in 10 minutes. Please proceed to the nearest exits immediately." Panic set in as we realized we were trapped inside the store. The main doors had been locked, and the backup exits were inaccessible. Shoppers grew restless, fear etched on their faces as the reality of the situation sank in. The store's intercom system struggled to maintain communication, adding to the chaos. "We need to stay calm and find a way out," Laura urged, her voice steady despite the growing fear around us. We decided to head towards the electronics section, hoping to find a way to contact the outside world or at least signal for help. As we navigated the crowded aisles, the atmosphere grew tense. The flickering lights cast long, dancing shadows, and the once cheerful holiday music now sounded distorted and eerie. Suddenly, the store plunged into darkness as the power failed completely, leaving us in pitch blackness illuminated only by the emergency exit signs. "Stay close," I whispered, gripping Laura's hand tightly. Mia clung to her mother's side, her eyes wide with fear, while Ethan paced nervously, his mind racing with thoughts of what might happen next. We fumbled for our phones, hoping to find a signal, but the storm had knocked out cell towers, leaving us completely isolated. The only sounds were the howling wind outside and the distant creaking of the building under the storm's assault. It was then that the whispers began, soft, indistinct voices that seemed to echo through the aisles. At first, I thought it was just the stress getting to us, the isolation and fear playing tricks on our minds. But the whispers persisted, growing louder and more coherent. "Help us find peace," they seemed to say, their tones filled with sorrow and desperation. Laura tried to reassure us, but the unease lingered, thickening the air around us. We continued our search, guided by the faint glow of emergency lights, until we stumbled upon the back storage area. The noise here was different, more intense, like a chorus of anguished souls crying out for release. As we entered the dimly lit storage room, we saw something that made our blood run cold. Shelves filled with products seemed to move on their own, items sliding across the aisles without any visible force. Boxes toppled over, creating a chaotic mess, and the air grew icy cold, our breaths visible in the frigid air. "What's happening?" Ethan whispered, his voice trembling. Before we could respond, a shadowy figure materialized in the corner of the room, a woman dressed in old-fashioned clothing. Her eyes hollow and her expression one of profound sorrow. She moved towards us with an unnatural grace, her presence sending shivers down my spine. "Why are you here?" she asked, her voice echoing with an otherworldly resonance. "We're trapped," Laura replied, her voice barely above a whisper. "We don't know what to do." The woman's gaze bore into us, her sorrowful eyes pleading for understanding. "You must help us find peace. Our lives were lost in this storm, and we cannot move on until our stories are heard." I felt a surge of empathy, realizing that these spirits were trapped by the very storm that had ensnared us. "How can we help?" I asked, my voice steady despite the fear gripping me. She pointed towards a display case filled with old, dusty jewelry, diamond necklaces, gold bracelets, and antique rings. The storm was caused by our unfulfilled desires, our longing for what was lost. You must honor our memories, tell our stories, and set us free. Determined to help, we spent the next few hours gathering information and piecing together the lives of those who had been trapped by the storm. Through old receipts, abandoned personal items, and the remnants of their shopping carts, we uncovered the tragic tales of families who had been separated by the tempest, children who had wandered too far in search of presents, and individuals who had succumbed to the harsh conditions. As we worked to honor their memories, the whispers grew softer, the oppressive energy lifting slightly. We organized a small memorial within the store, placing candles and photographs of the lost souls at the center of the electronics section. The act of remembrance seemed to resonate with the spirits, their presence becoming more peaceful and less menacing. But our efforts were not without consequences. One night, as we were setting up additional decorations for the memorial, a powerful gust of wind swept through the store, knocking over displays and sending products flying. In the chaos, a young woman, Rebecca, tried to escape but was overcome by the supernatural forces at play. She was found hours later, unconscious in the parking lot, her body marked with inexplicable symbols, an indication that she had been touched by the malevolent energy of the storm. The incident shook us to our core, reinforcing the belief that the spirits we were trying to help were not just seeking peace but were also protective of their lingering presence. Determined to succeed, we intensified our efforts, sharing the stories of the lost with anyone who would listen, ensuring that their voices were heard. On Christmas morning, the storm finally began to abate, the winds dying down and the snow settling into a calm blanket. The store felt different, lighter, as if the weight of the trapped souls had been lifted. The oppressive energy was gone, replaced by a serene stillness that allowed us to breathe freely once more. As we prepared to leave, the shadowy figure of the woman appeared one last time, her eyes now filled with gratitude. "Thank you," she whispered, her form fading into the morning light. "You have set us free." The memories of that harrowing Christmas linger in my mind, a testament to the enduring power of compassion and the mysteries that lie beyond our understanding. The haunted Walmart became a place of closure, where the echoes of the past were finally silenced, allowing both the living and the dead to find peace amidst the chaos of the storm. Years later, whenever I pass by that Walmart, now a symbol of resilience and remembrance, I can't help but feel a lingering connection to those lost souls. Their stories live on, a chilling reminder that even in the most mundane places, the echoes of tragedy and the power of empathy can create moments of profound horror and ultimate redemption. And so, the legend of the cursed Walmart of 2018 remains, a story of fear, hope, and the unbreakable bonds that tie us to those who came before. It serves as a haunting reminder that sometimes, the greatest horrors are not born from the unknown, but from the hearts and souls seeking to be remembered and set free. Story number 18. The Cursed Christmas Pine. I never believed in curses. Growing up in the heart of Chicago, surrounded by the relentless hustle and bustle of the city, I found solace in logic and reason. Superstitions and ghost stories were the fodder for late-night conversations and campfire tales. Nothing more. But that all changed the year we brought home the Christmas tree from Mr. Langley's Antique Emporium. It was late November, and the holiday season was just beginning to cast its magical spell over the city. My wife, Emily, and I had decided to start our Christmas preparations early. We strolled through the festive streets, marveling at the dazzling lights and elaborate window displays, until we stumbled upon Mr. Langley's store, a quaint, cluttered shop nestled between a bustling bookstore and a trendy cafe. The window display was a mesmerizing assortment of vintage ornaments, old-fashioned decorations, and an impressive array of antique Christmas trees. Something about the display called to us, an irresistible allure that drew us inside. Mr. Langley, a sprightly man with a twinkle in his eye and a beard that seemed to have a life of its own, greeted us warmly. "Welcome. Looking for something special for your holiday?" he asked, his voice as comforting as a warm blanket. We nodded, enchanted by the array of trees. "We're looking for a unique Christmas tree this year." Mr. Langley led us to a corner of the shop where an old, majestic pine stood. Its branches were thick and full, adorned with delicate, hand-painted ornaments and strings of antique beads that shimmered in the dim light. "This one has quite the history," he said, stroking his beard thoughtfully. "Bought it from an estate sale decades ago. It's been part of many happy holidays." Emily and I exchanged a glance. There was something undeniably special about the tree, a presence that made it seem almost alive. Without hesitation, we decided to take it home. Transporting the tree to our apartment was a task in itself, but we managed with the help of a few sturdy friends. Once inside, we set it up in the living room, the centerpiece of our holiday decorations. As we began to adorn it with ornaments and lights, the room filled with a warm, inviting glow. The tree looked perfect, a testament to the joy and love we shared. That first night was peaceful. Emily and I went to bed early, satisfied with our day's work. But as midnight approached, a strange unease settled over the apartment. I awoke to the sound of faint whispers, soft and indistinct, as if voices were trying to communicate from beyond the veil of sleep. Groggy, I rubbed my eyes and glanced around the room, but saw nothing amiss. The following morning, Emily noticed the tree's lights were flickering erratically, despite our careful placement. "That's odd," she remarked, her brow furrowing. I dismissed it as a minor electrical issue, something easily fixed. But as days turned into weeks, the phenomena intensified. The lights would blink on and off in unpredictable patterns, casting eerie shadows that danced across the walls. Sometimes, ornaments would shift their positions overnight, as if touched by unseen hands. The most unsettling occurrence happened one chilly December evening. We were hosting a small family gathering, the apartment filled with laughter and the clinking of glasses. As the night wore on, the atmosphere grew tense. I caught sight of a porcelain angel at the top of the tree, its delicate wings slightly askew. When I looked again, it had moved to the center of the tree, staring directly at me with lifeless eyes. "Did you see that?" I asked Emily, my voice betraying my unease. She nodded, her expression mirroring my own. "The angel. It wasn't there a second ago." We chalked it up to fatigue and the magic of the holidays. But the incidents continued. The whispers grew louder, often accompanied by the subtle sound of footsteps pacing around the room when no one else was present. Objects would fall from shelves, rattling to the floor with a force that suggested a hidden hand. One particularly cold night, as a fierce snowstorm raged outside, the true horror revealed itself. Emily and I were nestled on the couch, sipping hot cocoa, when the whispers escalated into frantic pleas. "Help us! Free us!" The voices cried, their tones filled with desperation and sorrow. Suddenly, the room plunged into darkness as the power failed, the storm outside cutting off any chance of external light. We fumbled for the candles, lighting them to dispel the darkness. But the flickering flames only seemed to amplify the shadow's movement. The tree stood ominously in the center of the room, its branches swaying unnaturally despite the lack of wind. The whispers morphed into anguished screams, echoing through the apartment. Emily grabbed my hand, her eyes wide with fear. "We need to get rid of the tree," she whispered urgently. I nodded, but as we approached the tree, the air grew thick with an oppressive energy. The ornaments gleamed with an unnatural light, and the angel's eyes seemed to follow our every move. The whispers reached a crescendo, the voices now a chorus of tormented souls trapped within the tree's confines. Desperate to end the nightmare, we decided to remove the tree. As I began to dismantle the branches, the room shook violently, the ornaments clattering to the floor with a deafening crash. The whispers turned into wails of agony, and the air grew icy cold, our breaths visible in the dim candlelight. Just as we were about to haul the tree out the door, a ghostly figure materialized before us, a woman in Victorian garb, her face pale and eyes hollow with sorrow. "You cannot take it," she moaned, her voice echoing with centuries of pain. "The tree holds our memories, our lives. Free us." Trembling, I tried to speak, but no words came out. Emily, her face ashen, nodded silently, understanding the gravity of the situation. We couldn't simply destroy the tree. It was bound to the spirits of those who had been cursed by its presence. Recalling Mr. Langley's words about the tree's history, I realized there was more to this curse than mere superstition. The tree had been part of countless happy holidays, but behind its beauty lay a tragic past. The previous owner had died under mysterious circumstances while decorating the tree, his spirit forever entwined with the living decorations. Determined to break the curse, we decided to honor the spirits trapped within the tree. We gathered old photographs, letters, and mementos that reflected the joy the tree had once brought to our lives. Together, we created a memorial around the tree, lighting candles and placing heartfelt messages of peace and remembrance. As we performed the ritual, the oppressive energy began to lift, the whispers softening into gentle sighs. The ghostly figure watched us, her sorrowful expression gradually transforming into one of gratitude. "Thank you," she whispered, her form fading into the air as the last candle flickered out. The storm outside subsided, the first light of dawn breaking through the storm clouds. The tree, now calm and still, stood as a symbol of our compassion and the power of remembrance. The oppressive atmosphere had lifted, replaced by a serene sense of peace. In the days that followed, the strange phenomena ceased. The tree remained in our apartment, but its presence was no longer malevolent. Instead, it served as a reminder of the spirits we had helped find peace and the importance of honoring the memories that bind us. Years later, when I look back on that Christmas, I realize how close we came to losing ourselves in the darkness. The cursed Christmas pine taught me that even in the most joyous of times, there can be shadows lurking beneath the surface. It showed me the enduring power of love and compassion, and how sometimes the most terrifying horrors can be quelled by simple acts of kindness. The memory of that haunted tree remains a chilling reminder of the thin veil between our world and the next, and the spirits that linger, seeking peace and remembrance. And as long as there are stories to be told and hearts willing to listen, the legacy of the cursed Christmas pine will live on, a testament to the enduring bond between the living and the dead. Story number 19. The Cursed Jewels of Evergreen Lane. I never believed in ghosts, growing up in a bustling city like Los Angeles. Surrounded by the relentless pace and bright lights, I developed a practical mindset. Superstitions and supernatural tales were the fodder for late-night conversations and campfire stories, not something I took seriously. That was until I started working at Timeless Treasures, a quaint jewelry store nestled on Evergreen Lane, where reality and the inexplicable began to blur in the most terrifying ways. Timeless Treasures was unlike any other store in the area. Its display windows were adorned with exquisite antique pieces, vintage diamond necklaces, intricate gold bracelets, and emerald-studded rings that seemed to whisper stories of bygone eras. The shop had a warm, inviting glow, and the scent of polished wood and delicate perfumes lingered in the air. Mrs. Eleanor Whitaker, the owner, was a charming woman in her late 60s, with silver hair always perfectly pinned and a demeanor that exuded grace and kindness. I had landed the job through a friend who knew Eleanor from their university days. As a recent graduate struggling to find steady work, I welcomed the opportunity with open arms. The job was relatively easy, managing the front desk, assisting customers, and occasionally helping with inventory. Little did I know, this seemingly ordinary position would thrust me into a nightmare I couldn't have imagined. It was mid-November, just as the first hints of winter began to settle, when the strange occurrences started. First, it was subtle, faint whispers echoing through the store late at night, shadows flickering in the corners of my vision, and a persistent chill that seemed to emanate from the antique jewelry. I dismissed these as figments of my imagination or the natural quirks of an old building. But deep down, a sense of unease gnawed at me. One evening, as I was closing up, the store plunged into darkness. The power had failed, leaving me in pitch blackness with only the emergency lights casting long, eerie shadows across the room. I fumbled for my flashlight, heart pounding, when I heard it, a soft, sorrowful melody playing from one of the display cases. My hands trembled as I turned on the flashlight, the beam cutting through the darkness to reveal a vintage music box that hadn't been part of our inventory. The music was hauntingly beautiful, yet tinged with an underlying sadness that sent shivers down my spine. As I approached the display, the temperature dropped sharply, my breath visible in the cold air. Suddenly, the music stopped, and I felt a presence behind me. I spun around, but no one was there. The whispers returned, louder this time, forming words I couldn't comprehend. "Help us!" I backed away, tripping over a display stand and crashing to the floor. My flashlight flickered, and the room seemed to warp, the shadows dancing unnaturally. Desperate to escape, I crawled toward the exit, but the door wouldn't budge. Panic set in as the whispers intensified, merging into anguished cries that echoed through the store. The next morning, Eleanor found me sprawled on the floor, pale and shaken. I recounted the events, expecting skepticism or concern, but her expression remained calm, almost resigned. "That's the spirit of Isabella," she said softly. "She was a loyal employee here decades ago. Tragically, she disappeared one Christmas Eve, never to be found." I listened in stunned silence as Eleanor continued, her voice barely above a whisper. Isabella was devoted to her work, especially during the holidays. On that fateful night, a massive snowstorm hit the city, and the store was closed for safety. She stayed behind to secure the antique pieces, but she never made it out. Some say she's still here, bound to the jewelry she loved so much. Determined to get to the bottom of the mystery, I delved into Eleanor's story. Through old records and dusty archives, I pieced together Isabella's last days. She had been passionate about restoring antique jewelry, often working late into the night to perfect each piece. Her sudden disappearance left the store in mourning, and over the years, her presence became a whispered legend among the staff. That night, armed with newfound knowledge, I returned to the store to confront the ghost. The power was back on, but the oppressive atmosphere remained. As I wandered through the aisles, the whispers began again, guiding me to a secluded corner where Isabella's favorite display was located, a stunning emerald necklace set in an ornate gold frame. I reached out to touch the necklace, feeling a surge of cold energy pass through me. The whispers crescendoed into a mournful wail, and the temperature plummeted once more. Isabella materialized before me, her form ethereal and translucent, eyes filled with sorrow. "Why do you keep us here?" she asked, her voice echoing with pain. "I want to help you find peace," I replied, my voice trembling. "Why are you still bound to the store?" Her gaze softened slightly. "We're trapped by our unfinished business. The storm of that Christmas Eve cut our lives short, and we can't move on until our stories are told. Realizing the key to her release lay in acknowledging her sacrifice, I promised to honor her memory. Together with Eleanor, we organized a commemorative event to celebrate Isabella and the other lost souls who had been part of Timeless Treasures. We restored old photographs, shared stories of their dedication, and placed personalized notes alongside their favorite pieces. On the night of the event, the store was filled with friends, family, and loyal customers, all coming together to remember those who had been lost. As we lit candles and played Isabella's favorite melodies, the atmosphere shifted. The whispers transformed into harmonious voices, blending with the music in a beautiful, haunting symphony. Isabella appeared once more, her form now radiant and peaceful. "Thank you," she whispered, her presence filling the room with a sense of calm. "We can finally move on." As the final candle flickered out, the store felt lighter. The oppressive energy lifted. The antique jewelry shimmered with a newfound brilliance, as if infused with the love and memories of those who had cherished them. In the weeks that followed, the strange occurrences ceased, replaced by a serene ambience that made Timeless Treasures even more enchanting. Eleanor and I often reflected on the experience, grateful for the opportunity to help a lost soul find peace. The story of Isabella became a beloved tale, a testament to the enduring power of compassion and the bonds that transcend even death. Years later, whenever I pass by Evergreen Lane, I smile, knowing that the haunted jewelry store has found its peace. The legacy of Timeless Treasures lives on, not just through its beautiful pieces, but through the stories of those who once walked its halls and the spirits who now rest in tranquility. And as I continue my journey, I carry with me the memory of Isabella and the lessons learned, reminders that even in the most unexpected places, the echoes of the past can shape our present, and that sometimes, the most terrifying horrors can be quelled by simple acts of kindness and understanding. Story number 20. The Haunting of Holly's Toys. I never believed in ghosts. Growing up in Brooklyn, surrounded by the hustle and bustle of New York City, I learned to attribute strange noises and eerie silences to the quirks of an old building or the imagination of exhausted minds. But everything changed the winter I started working at Holly's antique toy store. Holly's was a charming little shop nestled between a bustling cafe and a quiet bookstore on Fifth Avenue. Its large glass windows were always adorned with intricate displays of vintage toys, each one meticulously arranged to evoke a sense of nostalgia and wonder. The shop was especially magical during the holiday season, when twinkling lights and festive decorations transformed it into a winter wonderland that drew crowds of eager children and their parents. I landed the job thanks to a friend who knew the owner, Mrs. Eleanor Holly, a kind but enigmatic woman in her late 60s. Eleanor had inherited the store from her parents, who had run it before her. She was passionate about preserving the history and stories behind each toy, often sharing tales of their origins and the children who had cherished them over the decades. My first few weeks were uneventful. I learned the layout of the store, familiarized myself with the inventory, and enjoyed the warmth and coziness that seemed to emanate from every corner. The toys were more than just objects. They were pieces of history, each one with its own unique charm. But as the days grew shorter and the nights colder, a subtle unease began to settle over the store. It started with faint sounds, soft footsteps echoing through the aisles when I was alone, or the distant sound of laughter that seemed to come from nowhere. I dismissed them as the noises of a building settling or perhaps the wind whistling through the streets outside. One particularly cold December evening, as I was closing up, I felt a chill run down my spine. The store was silent, the only sound the ticking of an old grandfather clock in the corner. I was straightening up a display of wooden trains when I noticed something strange. A train that had been meticulously arranged on the tracks was slightly out of place. Its position subtly shifted. I shrugged it off, attributing it to my tiredness. As I moved to adjust it back, I heard the unmistakable sound of giggling, soft and playful. yet tinged with an undercurrent of sadness. My heart raced as I glanced around the store, but no one was there. The lights flickered momentarily, casting long, dancing shadows across the room. I tried to shake off the feeling and continued with my duties, but the sense of being watched lingered. Over the next few nights, the phenomena intensified. Toys would move on their own. Dolls positioned themselves differently, and antique rocking horses rocked back and forth without any visible force. Eleanor seemed unfazed, often reassuring me that it was just the store's old wiring acting up or my imagination playing tricks on me. But one night, everything changed. It was December 24th, Christmas Eve, and the store was adorned with its most elaborate decorations. The air was filled with the scent of pine and the sound of softly playing Christmas carols. I was arranging a display of porcelain angels when I heard Eleanor's voice call out from the back room. "Mark, could you come here for a moment?" I made my way to the back, finding Eleanor standing by an old, dusty window, staring out into the snowy night. Her normally vibrant eyes seemed distant, almost vacant. "Is everything all right, Eleanor?" I asked, concern evident in my voice. She turned to me, a sad smile on her face. "Just thinking about the old days, Mark. This store has been in my family for generations. Sometimes, it feels like the toys themselves hold memories." You know? Before I could respond, the temperature in the room plummeted. My breath became visible in the sudden chill, and the lights dimmed, casting the room into partial darkness. I felt a presence behind me, a heavy weight pressing down on my shoulders. Spinning around, I was met with the sight of a shadowy figure, a child, no older than 7, standing in the corner of the room. His eyes were hollow, his expression one of profound sorrow. "Help us," he whispered, his voice barely audible over the howling wind outside. I froze, unable to move or speak. Eleanor reached out, placing a comforting hand on my shoulder. "He's one of the spirits, Mark, the children who used to visit the store a long time ago. They never really left." Before I could process her words, the child vanished, leaving behind a lingering sense of sadness and fear. The room returned to normal, the chill dissipating as quickly as it had come. Eleanor looked at me with a mixture of concern and resolve. "We need to honor their memories," she said softly. "They're trapped here, reliving the moments they spent in joy and now yearning for peace." Determined to help, I spent the following days researching the store's history, uncovering stories of children who had lost their lives in accidents near the store over the years. Each tragedy seemed to deepen the store's connection to the supernatural, the spirits of these children unable to move on. On Christmas Eve the next year, Eleanor and I decided to hold a small ceremony to honor the lost souls. We set up an altar in the main display area, placing photos of the children, candles, and offerings of toys that once brought them joy. As we began the ceremony, the atmosphere in the store shifted. The air was thick with emotion, the whispers returning but now filled with a sense of longing and hope. "May you find peace," I recited, my voice steady despite the fear that still lingered. One by one, the shadows of the children appeared, their forms becoming more defined and less sorrowful. The laughter and giggles were no longer haunting but filled with a sense of release. The spirits gathered around the altar, their presence now calm and serene. "Thank you," one of them whispered, his voice filled with gratitude. "We're free." As the last candle flickered out, the store was enveloped in a warm, comforting light. The oppressive weight lifted, and the sense of being watched was replaced by a profound sense of peace. Eleanor and I stood there, witnessing the final moments of the ceremony, knowing that we had done something truly meaningful. The following morning, the store felt different, lighter, as if a burden had been lifted. The toys no longer moved on their own, and the eerie whispers were gone, replaced by the joyful sounds of children enjoying the holiday season. Eleanor smiled, her eyes reflecting a sense of fulfillment. "We did it, Mark. We gave them peace." Years have passed since that Christmas Eve, And Holly's antique toy store remains a beloved fixture in the neighborhood. Its haunted past now a story of redemption and compassion. The spirits of the lost children no longer roam the aisles, their memories honored and their souls finally at rest. But sometimes, late at night, when the store is quiet and the snow falls softly outside, I can still feel a lingering presence, a gentle reminder of the lives we touched and the peace we helped to restore. The haunting of Holly's was never truly gone, but it transformed from one of fear to one of hope, a testament to the enduring power of kindness and the bonds that transcend even death itself. Story number 21. Whispers in the Frost. The Haunting of Macy's Chicago. I never believed in ghosts. Growing up in the heart of Chicago, surrounded by towering skyscrapers and the relentless pace of city life, I prided myself on my practicality. Superstitions and ghost stories were the fodder for late-night conversations and campfire tales, not something I took seriously. But everything changed the winter I started working at Macy's on State Street, where the echoes of a tragic past would soon entwine with my own reality in the most terrifying ways. It was late November 2023 when I landed the job. Fresh out of college, I was eager to make my way in the world, and the opportunity at Macy's seemed perfect. The store was an iconic landmark, its grand windows and festive displays a beacon of holiday cheer. I was assigned to the inventory department, a quiet corner of the store that saw fewer customers but required meticulous attention to detail. From the outset, there was something unsettling about that particular section. The lighting was dimmer, the air colder, and the silence almost oppressive compared to the bustling main floors. My supervisor, Karen, warned me to stay vigilant, especially during the winter months when heavy snowstorms would occasionally lash the city, cutting off power and isolating the store from the outside world. Some nights, it's like the store is holding its breath, Karen had said with a wary glance. Just stay focused and keep to your tasks. I shrugged off her comment, attributing it to her own experiences and the long hours. But as December approached, the weather grew more unpredictable. Snowstorms became frequent, and each time one hit, the store would go into a near-complete lockdown. The lights would flicker, and a pervasive chill would settle over the aisles, making the hairs on the back of my neck stand on end. It was during one such storm that I first noticed her. I was restocking shelves late on Christmas Eve, the store nearly empty except for a few dedicated staff members. The power had gone out, and emergency lighting cast eerie shadows across the room. As I reached for a box on a high shelf, I heard a soft, almost inaudible humming. I turned, expecting to see a coworker, but there was no one there. Shrugging it off, I continued my work, but the humming persisted, growing slightly louder and more melodic. It seemed to emanate from the end of the aisle, where the Christmas decorations were stored. Curiosity got the better of me, and I approached cautiously, the sound guiding me forward. As I neared the decorations, the temperature dropped noticeably, my breath visible in the cold air. The humming stopped abruptly, replaced by the faint sound of footsteps echoing down the aisle. I froze, heart pounding, as a shadowy figure began to materialize in front of me. She was a woman, dressed in what looked like a vintage Macy's uniform from decades past. Her hair was neatly pinned back, and her face held a serene yet sorrowful expression. She moved with purpose, arranging ornaments on a neglected Christmas tree, her actions deliberate and almost ethereal. "Can I help you?" I asked, my voice barely above a whisper. She turned to face me, her eyes meeting mine with an intensity that sent chills through my body. "I'm sorry," she murmured, her voice echoing unnaturally in the silent store. "I never finished my work." Before I could respond, she vanished, leaving me alone with the lingering sense of sadness that seemed to permeate the air. I rushed back to Karen, my mind racing with questions. "Karen, did you see that?" I asked, breathless. She looked at me with a mixture of concern and resignation. "Yes, that's Eleanor. She was one of our employees who disappeared back in 2005. They say her spirit remains, unable to move on because of the storm that took her life. Eleanor Whitaker, a name that sent a shiver down my spine. According to store records, Eleanor had been a dedicated employee, beloved by customers and colleagues alike. One Christmas Eve in 2005, a sudden blizzard had trapped her inside the store. When the storm finally subsided, she was never found, and her disappearance remained a mystery. Over the following weeks, the sightings became more frequent. Eleanor appeared during every major snowstorm, her presence both haunting and heartbreaking. She was often seen tending to the Christmas displays, her ghostly figure moving silently through the aisles. Employees reported feeling an unexplained coldness and the faint sound of children's laughter and jingling bells, even on the coldest nights. Determined to uncover the truth behind Eleanor's lingering spirit, I delved into the store's archives. Poring over old employee records and newspaper clippings, I discovered that Eleanor had been planning to take the store's most prized decorations home to her family. But the storm had forced her to stay behind. Some speculated that she had been a victim of foul play, while others believed she had simply succumbed to the harsh conditions. One particularly fierce storm hit Chicago in late December, cutting off power and trapping us inside the store once again. The air grew colder, and the shadows seemed to stretch and twist with malevolent intent. As I worked late into the night, the familiar humming returned, guiding me toward the decorations once more. This time, Eleanor didn't just appear and disappear. She approached me, her expression desperate. "Help me," she pleaded, her voice breaking. "I need to finish what I started." Before I could respond, the ground beneath us shook violently, and a blinding flash of light filled the room. When my vision cleared, I found myself standing outside the store, the storm still raging around me but the building intact and accessible. Confused, I turned to see Karen standing beside me, her face pale. "What happened?" I asked, my mind struggling to process the sudden shift. "The storm opened a portal," she explained. "Eleanor was trapped between worlds, unable to break free. You helped her find peace by completing her final task." I glanced back at the store, now calm despite the ongoing storm. The Christmas tree stood perfectly decorated, Eleanor's presence no longer haunting the aisles. The oppressive cold had lifted, replaced by a serene stillness that spoke of closure. In the days that followed, the strange phenomena ceased. Eleanor no longer appeared, and the store returned to its usual, bustling self. The staff and I shared knowing glances, the unspoken understanding that we had witnessed something beyond our comprehension. Years later, I still work at Macy's, now a seasoned employee who has seen the store through countless holidays and storms. The legend of Eleanor Whitaker remains a part of our collective memory, a reminder of the thin veil between the living and the dead. Sometimes, during a heavy snowstorm, I catch a glimpse of a shadowy figure moving silently through the aisles, arranging decorations with a tenderness that speaks of love and loss. The haunting of Macy's became a story we shared with new employees, a tale of compassion and the enduring spirit of those who dedicate their lives to bringing joy to others. Eleanor's legacy lives on, not as a figure of fear, but as a symbol of the love and dedication that defines the holiday season. And as long as the snow continues to fall and the lights of Macy's shine brightly, the echoes of Eleanor's presence will remain, a testament to the enduring power of compassion and the mysteries that lie hidden within the heart of Chicago. Story number 22. Footsteps on the Roof. Christmas Eve, 2015. I remember it like it was yesterday, though it's been years now. I was alone in our old house in rural Oregon, a sprawling farmhouse nestled at the edge of a dense forest. My family had gone to visit relatives in the south, leaving me with the responsibility of keeping the home warm and festive. At 22, I prided myself on being independent, but that night, as the wind howled outside and the snow began to fall in earnest, I questioned just how alone I truly was. The house was a relic from another time, with creaky wooden floors and large windows that framed the surrounding wilderness like paintings. Inside, the living room was a beacon of warmth and light. The Christmas tree stood tall, adorned with twinkling lights, glass ornaments, and a star that seemed to glow with its own inner light. I sat on the worn leather couch, a mug of hot cocoa cradled in my hands, listening to the familiar strains of Bing Crosby's White Christmas, emanating from the old radio perched on the mantel. There was something comforting about the routine, the way the music filled the room, the smell of cinnamon from the candles, the soft crackle of the fireplace. It was a perfect, peaceful night, or so I thought. Then I heard it. At first, it was just a faint noise, barely distinguishable from the sounds of the storm outside. A subtle creak, like the house settling, or perhaps a branch scraping against the siding. I glanced up at the ceiling, trying to locate the source, but saw nothing out of the ordinary. Shaking off the unease, I returned to my cocoa, convincing myself it was just my imagination playing tricks on me. But the sound persisted, growing louder and more distinct. Footsteps, slow, deliberate steps that echoed through the attic space above. My heart began to race as I strained to listen, the festive music now a stark contrast to the sinister rhythm overhead. Probably just a raccoon, I muttered to myself, attempting to quell the rising panic. But deep down, I knew it wasn't an animal. Raccoons are curious, yes, but they're not known for persistent prowling on rooftops, especially not in the dead of winter. I reached for my phone, my fingers trembling as I dialed 911. The operator answered with a calm, professional voice that did little to soothe my frayed nerves. 911. What's your emergency? There are footsteps on my roof, I whispered, my voice barely audible. Someone is up there. There was a brief pause, filled only by the sound of distant thunder and the relentless storm outside. Ma'am, can you see anyone on your roof? No, I don't think so, I stammered. But the footsteps, they're real. The operator assured me help was on the way and instructed me to stay calm and keep an eye on the situation. I glanced around the room, trying to steady my breathing. The warmth of the fireplace contrasted sharply with the chill that settled over me. A chill that wasn't entirely due to the storm. Minutes felt like hours as I waited, every second amplifying the tension. Then, just as I began to relax, the footsteps stopped abruptly. Silence enveloped the house, oppressive and thick. I held my breath, waiting for something else to happen. But nothing did. Perhaps the intruder had left. I hoped, trying to convince myself. When the police arrived, they were efficient and thorough. A squad car's lights flashed through the windows as officers made their way up to the roof, flashlights cutting through the darkness. They searched meticulously, checking the attic, the chimney, even the roof itself, but found nothing. No footprints in the snow, no signs of forced entry, nothing to explain the unnerving sounds I had heard. Relief began to seep into my veins as they departed, assuring me that the house was secure. Yet, that relief was short-lived. As I made my way upstairs to my bedroom, a lingering sense of dread hung over me. The hallway was dimly lit, shadows dancing on the walls from the flickering lights. Entering my room, I felt a shiver run down my spine. The window was slightly ajar, despite my certainty that I had closed it before the night. Snowflakes had drifted inside, settling on the windowsill and casting a frosty pattern on the glass. I approached cautiously, my mind racing with possibilities. That's when I saw it, a smeared handprint on the window frame. It was dark and dirty, as if someone had pressed their hand against the glass in a desperate attempt to break through. My breath caught in my throat, and I reached out, touching the cold, sticky residue. The fingers were unnaturally long, twisted in a way that made my skin crawl. It wasn't human, at least, not entirely. I recoiled, heart pounding in my chest. The room felt colder now, the shadows deeper. I backed away from the window, the reality of the situation sinking in. Someone or something had tried to get in. But who, or what? Sleep was a distant hope as I lay in bed. Every creak of the house amplified by my heightened senses. The storm continued to rage outside, a relentless reminder of my isolation. Thoughts of the police's search lingered, but no rational explanation could dispel the fear that had taken root in my mind. Hours passed before dawn broke, casting a weak light through the curtains. Exhaustion weighed heavily on me, but sleep remained elusive. As the first rays of sunlight pierced through the darkness, I finally drifted into a restless slumber. I awoke to the sound of soft humming. It was faint, almost imperceptible, but unmistakable. The same melody from the radio downstairs. I sat up, listening intently. The humming seemed to come from the attic. My heart skipped a beat. Had I heard it wrong? Or was it something else? Mustering all my courage, I got out of bed and made my way downstairs. The living room was bathed in the gentle light of morning. The tree still adorned with decorations that now seemed almost eerie in the daylight. The radio was off, yet the humming persisted, a ghostly echo of the night before. I followed the sound to the attic door. It stood slightly ajar, just as the window had been. Taking a deep breath, I pushed it open and stepped inside. The attic was cluttered with old boxes and forgotten memories, the air thick with dust. The humming was louder here, a melancholic tune that seemed to seep into my very bones. As I moved further into the attic, the humming ceased abruptly. Silence reclaimed the space, oppressive and heavy. I turned to leave, but something caught my eye, a figure standing in the far corner. My breath caught in my throat as I tried to make sense of what I was seeing. The figure was indistinct, a shadow among shadows, but there was no denying the presence. It didn't move, just stood there, watching me with an intensity that made my skin crawl. I wanted to run, to flee from whatever haunted this place, but my legs felt rooted to the spot. "Who are you?" I managed to whisper, my voice shaking. The figure didn't respond. Instead, it began to fade, dissolving into the shadows until there was nothing left but the empty attic and the lingering sense of dread. I stood there for a moment, heart racing, before finally finding the strength to leave. Days passed, and the memory of that night began to fade, replaced by the normal rhythms of daily life. Yet, the feeling of being watched never quite left me. I tried to dismiss it as residual fear, a lingering effect of the storm and the unknown. But then, on Christmas Day, as I was unpacking the tree decorations, I noticed something strange. One of the ornaments, a delicate glass angel, was missing. Puzzled, I searched the attic, only to find it lying on the floor, shattered into 1,000 pieces. My heart sank as I realized it wasn't just the angel that had been disturbed. The whole tree was slightly disheveled, as if someone had been there, moving among the branches. I couldn't shake the feeling that whatever was haunting the house wasn't done with me yet. That presence was still there, lingering in the shadows, waiting for the right moment to strike again. Weeks turned into months, and the unsettling occurrences continued. Doors would open and close on their own. Objects moved without explanation, and the sense of being watched never abated. I began to research the history of the house, hoping to find some clue as to why I was being targeted. What I discovered sent chills down my spine. The farmhouse had a dark past, with tales of tragedy and unexplained disappearances dating back decades. Locals whispered about restless spirits and curses that plagued the property. But I had always dismissed these stories as mere folklore. Now, faced with the inexplicable, I couldn't deny the possibility that something otherworldly was at play. Determined to put an end to the torment, I sought the help of a local medium, an elderly woman named Margaret who was reputed to have a connection to the spiritual realm. Margaret arrived on a chilly evening, her presence both comforting and formidable. She walked through the house, her eyes scanning every corner, every shadow. After a thorough examination, she turned to me, her expression grave. "This house is haunted by a restless spirit," she said softly. "Someone who was deeply wronged, unable to find peace, has been trying to reach out, to communicate." I felt a mix of fear and determination. What can we do to help it move on? Margaret explained that a ritual of cleansing and acknowledgement was necessary, a way to honor the spirit's memory and offer it the peace it sought. Together, we prepared the house, lighting candles and arranging items that might hold significance to the spirit. As night fell, we began the ritual. Margaret chanted softly, her voice blending with the crackling of the fire and the distant sounds of the storm. I felt a presence around me, a heaviness that pressed against my chest, making it difficult to breathe. The temperature dropped suddenly, and the candles flickered wildly. The humming returned, louder this time, mingling with whispers that seemed to come from all around. I closed my eyes, focusing on Margaret's words, willing the spirit to accept our gesture. Then, as abruptly as it had begun, the turmoil ceased. The air grew still, the temperature returned to normal, and the oppressive feeling lifted. I opened my eyes to see Margaret smiling gently. "It's done," she said. "The spirit can finally rest." Relief washed over me, but so did a lingering sense of melancholy. I knew that the house would never be the same, that the veil between our world and whatever lay beyond had been momentarily lifted. But for now, peace had been restored. Christmas Day turned into a time of reflection, a reminder of the thin line between the living and the dead. I continued to live in the farmhouse, but the eerie occurrences ceased, replaced by a newfound sense of calm. The tree no longer seemed haunted. The windows no longer held sinister marks. Yet, sometimes, late at night when the wind howls and the house settles, I can still hear faint footsteps on the roof, a gentle reminder of the night when the past reached out to touch the present. And while I no longer fear what lies beyond, I remain ever vigilant, respecting the mysteries that exist just out of sight, in the shadows of the familiar. In the end, that Christmas taught me more than I ever expected. It taught me about the unseen connections that bind us, the lingering echoes of lives once lived, and the importance of acknowledging the restless souls who seek peace. And as the years go by, whenever the snow begins to fall and the nights grow long, I'm reminded of that night, a night when the footsteps on the roof changed my life forever. Story number 23. Shadows in the Hallway. Christmas 1994. The snow fell thick and relentless, blanketing the small town of Millwood, Michigan, in a pristine layer of white. My parents had decided to leave me alone for the first time during the holidays. They were busy with last-minute shopping, preparing for the family gathering that was a staple of our Christmas tradition. At 12 years old, I felt a mix of excitement and apprehension. The house was warm and inviting, adorned with twinkling lights and the scent of pine from the towering Christmas tree in the living room. I remember that evening vividly. After dinner, my parents had gone out to finish their shopping, leaving me with strict instructions. No one else was to come into the house, and I was to call them if anything unusual happened. With their departure, the house seemed to settle into a comforting silence, broken only by the occasional creak of the old wooden floors and the soft hum of Christmas music playing from the radio. I decided to play with my collection of Christmas toys, meticulously arranged on a shelf near the hallway. These weren't just any toys. They were heirlooms, passed down through generations, each one holding a story of its own. As I carefully moved a vintage tin soldier, I glanced up at the hallway mirror, a full-length mirror that reflected the entire corridor stretching from the living room to my bedroom. That's when I saw it. A shadow. At first, it was just a faint outline, barely noticeable against the backdrop of the hallway. But as I watched, the shadow began to move, gliding smoothly along the wall. It was the silhouette of a man, tall and broad-shouldered, his presence unnerving in its stillness. I froze, my heart pounding in my chest. I rubbed my eyes, thinking perhaps the dim lighting or my overactive imagination was playing tricks on me. But when I looked again, the shadow was still there, now moving toward the end of the hallway. I called out, hoping my parents had returned early, their voices providing comfort. "Mom? Dad?" Silence. Only the sound of the snowfall outside answered me back. My pulse quickened. I stood up, clutching the tin soldier tightly, and approached the mirror cautiously. The shadow was no longer confined to the wall. It seemed to seep from the edges of the mirror itself, as if the reflection was a portal to another dimension. I took a step back, my mind racing. "Who's there?" I demanded, my voice wavering. No response. The shadow continued its slow, deliberate movement, passing by the mirror and disappearing into the living room. I followed its movement, my curiosity overcoming my fear. The living room was dimly lit, the Christmas tree casting eerie shadows that danced in the flickering light. The shadow lingered near the base of the tree, its form indistinct but undeniably human. I reached out, my fingers trembling, and touched the edge of the tree. The shadow seemed to react, turning its head in my direction. My breath caught in my throat as I locked eyes with the dark figure. It was as if the man in the shadow was trying to communicate, his presence both compelling and terrifying. "Please, help me," the shadow seemed to whisper, though no sound escaped his lips. I stumbled back, tripping over a toy train that had been left out of place. The tin soldier flew from my hand, shattering against the wall. My parents would be furious. But right now, all I could think about was the mysterious shadow and the unsettling feeling that something was very wrong. Determined to understand what I was witnessing, I decided to follow the shadow. It moved toward the back of the house, leading me to the attic, a place I rarely ventured. The attic was cluttered with old boxes, forgotten memories, and the remnants of past Christmases. As I climbed the creaky stairs, the temperature seemed to drop, a chill enveloping me despite the warmth below. The shadow stood at the far end of the attic, motionless. I approached slowly, my footsteps echoing in the confined space. "Who are you?" I asked, my voice barely above a whisper. The shadow extended a hand, palm open as if offering something. I reached out tentatively, but my hand passed through the darkness. "I need help," the shadow seemed to convey again. Frustration and fear battled within me. I glanced around, searching for clues. An old mirror leaned against the wall, much like the one in the hallway. As I looked into it, the shadow's reflection mirrored my actions, standing still and reaching out. "Why are you here?" I demanded, my voice cracking. A sudden gust of wind swept through the attic, extinguishing the single light bulb that hung overhead. Darkness enveloped me, and for a moment, I couldn't see anything. Then, the bulb flickered back to life, and the shadow was gone. Panic set in. I rushed downstairs, nearly tripping over a pile of holiday decorations. The house felt different now, no longer the safe haven it once was. I grabbed the phone, intending to call my parents, but realized with a start that I had no signal. Our landline was dead. Desperate, I decided to search the house for any sign of the shadow's origin. Back in the living room, I examined the decorations more closely. Behind the tree, partially concealed by branches, I discovered an old photograph. It was a picture of my grandparents on Christmas Eve, taken many years ago. They were smiling, surrounded by family, the same house in the background. But something was off. In the reflection of the window behind them stood a man I didn't recognize. He was dressed in old-fashioned clothing, his face stern and sorrowful. My grandparents never mentioned him, and I had never seen this man before. "Who is he?" I whispered to myself, a chill running down my spine. I showed the photo to my parents when they returned, but they were puzzled. "That's Grandpa's old friend, Samuel," my father explained. "He passed away a few years before you were born. We never really talked about him much." I felt a shiver. Was the shadow connected to Samuel? The idea seemed far-fetched, but the events of the night couldn't be ignored. Over the next few days, strange things began to happen. Objects moved on their own. Whispers echoed through the halls, and the shadow seemed to reappear intermittently, always watching, always waiting. My parents dismissed it as my imagination or perhaps residual stress from the holidays. But I knew there was something more sinister at play. Determined to uncover the truth, I delved into family history. I discovered that Samuel had been a close friend of my grandfather, sharing many Christmases together. However, one year, Samuel had mysteriously disappeared on Christmas Eve, never to be seen again. Rumors swirled about his disappearance. Some said he had left town. Others whispered darker theories, but nothing was ever confirmed. As Christmas approached again the following year, the atmosphere in the house grew tense. The shadow's presence intensified, becoming more frequent and more aggressive. Doors slammed shut on their own. Windows rattled despite the absence of wind, and the feeling of being constantly watched weighed heavily on me. One particularly cold night, as I lay in bed trying to ignore the unsettling noises, I heard footsteps in the hallway. My heart raced as I watched the shadow materialize at the foot of my bed, his eyes fixed on mine. "Help me," he pleaded, his voice echoing in my mind. Tears welled up as I realized the shadow was Samuel, trapped between worlds, seeking closure. Summoning all my courage, I spoke softly. "What happened to you, Samuel?" The shadow seemed to hesitate, then began to move toward the attic once more. "I can't move on. There's unfinished business." Understanding dawned on me. Samuel needed something, perhaps recognition, or maybe a way to remember him properly. The next day, I approached my parents with the information I had gathered. After some initial skepticism, they agreed to help me perform a small ceremony in the attic, hoping to provide peace for Samuel's restless spirit. That Christmas Eve, we gathered in the attic, surrounded by the memories of past holidays. My father spoke gently, recounting stories of Samuel and his friendship with my grandfather. My mother brought out a photo album, displaying pictures of happy times shared together. As we spoke, the temperature in the attic dropped noticeably, and the shadows deepened. Suddenly, the shadow of Samuel appeared once more, his form more defined than ever. This time, he didn't reach out but stood silently, observing us. My father continued to speak, sharing heartfelt memories and acknowledging Samuel's presence. It was a moment of connection, bridging the gap between the living and the dead. As the ceremony concluded, the air in the attic seemed to lighten, the oppressive feeling lifted, replaced by a sense of calm. Samuel's shadow faded, leaving behind a peaceful stillness. In the weeks that followed, the strange occurrences ceased. The house returned to its familiar warmth, and the feeling of being watched was gone. My parents noticed a change in me as well, less anxious, more at peace. Years later, the memory of that Christmas lingered, a reminder of the thin veil between our world and the next. I realized that sometimes, the past reaches out to the present, seeking understanding and closure, and while the shadow in the hallway was gone, its presence had taught me the importance of acknowledging those who came before us, ensuring their stories are remembered and their spirits can find peace. That Christmas, I learned that even in solitude, we are never truly alone. The echoes of the past linger, waiting to be heard, and sometimes, all it takes is a little compassion to bridge the divide. Story number 24. The Door That Wouldn't Stay Closed. Christmas Eve, 1987. Was supposed to be a quiet night. I had decided to stay home alone, an act of defiance against my children's well-meaning but overbearing insistence that I couldn't handle myself anymore. 68. I wasn't exactly spry, but I was fiercely independent. I loved my little house nestled in the snowy hills of Colorado, a sturdy structure my late husband, Henry, and I had bought 30 years ago. It held every memory of our lives together, and I wasn't ready to give it up, even for a few nights. The evening was peaceful at first. Snow fell steadily, muffling the world outside. I busied myself in the kitchen, preparing a modest Christmas Eve dinner: roast chicken, green beans, and mashed potatoes. Bing Crosby crooned softly from the old radio on the counter, his voice warm and familiar. The house smelled of rosemary and butter, and for a moment, I felt completely content. Then the front door opened. It wasn't just a creak or a shift from the wind. I heard the distinct sound of the lock clicking open, followed by the groaning hinges as the heavy wooden door swung wide. The cold winter air rushed in, biting against my skin even from the kitchen. I froze, the carving knife still in my hand. My first thought was that one of my children had decided to stop by, perhaps to check on me. But when I called out, "Who's there?" no one answered. Gripping the knife tightly, I moved cautiously toward the door. The hallway leading to it felt impossibly long, the dim glow of the porch light casting distorted shadows on the walls. When I reached the entryway, the door was wide open, revealing the snowy darkness outside. Not a soul in sight. The porch light illuminated only the swirling snowflakes and the faint outlines of trees in the distance. My heart pounded as I shut the door firmly, twisting the lock to ensure it was secure. I even gave it a tug to confirm it wouldn't budge. Satisfied, I turned back toward the kitchen. The moment I stepped away, I heard it again, the unmistakable sound of the lock turning, followed by the door creaking open. I spun around, my breath catching in my throat. The door was wide open once more, the cold air cutting through the warmth of the house. My hands trembled as I approached it, this time with more urgency. Slamming it shut, I bolted the lock and leaned against the door, trying to steady my nerves. "It's just the wind," I whispered to myself, though I didn't believe it. The wind couldn't unlock a deadbolt. Still, I tried to rationalize it, convincing myself that the old house was simply showing its age. But then it happened again. And again. Each time I turned away, the door would unlock and swing open, as if something or someone was deliberately taunting me. My unease grew into outright fear. I could feel it now, a presence, invisible but oppressive, lurking in the house with me. It was as though the air had changed, becoming thicker, heavier. "Henry," I muttered under my breath, a desperate plea to my late husband. "If you're here, give me a sign." But the house remained silent, save for the groaning door as it swung open yet again. This time, I didn't close it. I simply stood there, staring out into the night, my breath visible in the cold air. The snow glowed faintly under the moonlight, and for a moment, I thought I saw a shadow move among the trees. It was fleeting, barely there, but it was enough to send a shiver down my spine. Then I heard the laughter. It wasn't loud. In fact, it was barely more than a whisper, but it was unmistakable, a soft, chilling giggle that echoed from the direction of the kitchen. My blood ran cold as I realized it couldn't have come from outside. It was inside the house. "Who's there?" I demanded, my voice shaking. I clutched the carving knife again, feeling utterly ridiculous and terrified all at once. My mind raced with possibilities. A prankster? A neighbor's kid? But deep down, I knew better. The laughter came again, closer this time, and I realized it wasn't just laughter. It was a child's laughter. The knife felt useless in my hand as I stepped cautiously toward the kitchen. My heart thudded so loudly I could hear it in my ears. The radio had gone silent, leaving the house eerily quiet. The comforting smell of my dinner had been replaced by something acrid, something burnt. When I reached the kitchen, it was empty, but the atmosphere had shifted. The room felt darker, the shadows deeper. My gaze fell on the carving knife, which I had left on the counter. It was no longer there. I turned in a panic, scanning the room, and that's when I saw it. A small figure standing at the far end of the hallway. It was no taller than a child, its outline blurry and indistinct, as if it were made of smoke. I couldn't see its face, but I could feel its gaze, heavy and unrelenting. "Get out of my house," I shouted, my voice cracking. The figure didn't move. Instead, it raised a hand and pointed toward the front door. I turned to look, and my stomach dropped. The door was wide open again, the snow outside undisturbed. When I turned back, the figure was gone. Panic overtook me. I grabbed my coat and keys, abandoning my dinner and my house without a second thought. I drove through the snowy streets to my daughter's home, my hands shaking so badly I could barely keep the car on the road. When I arrived, I told her everything. She tried to comfort me, insisting it was just my imagination, perhaps a combination of loneliness and the stress of the holidays. But I knew better. That house wasn't empty. It hadn't been empty for a long time. I never went back after that night. My children helped me pack up my belongings over the next few weeks. But I refused to step foot inside the house again. They asked me why, but I could never give them a clear answer. How could I explain what I had seen, what I had felt? I later learned from a neighbor that the original owner of the house, a woman named Margaret, had lost her young son in a tragic accident on Christmas Eve decades ago. He had been playing near the front door when it swung open, causing him to fall down the icy steps and hit his head. He died instantly. I don't know if it was Margaret's son who opened the door that night, or if it was something else entirely. But I do know one thing: the laughter, the figure, the door. It wasn't my imagination. Some houses carry their history with them, their walls whispering secrets we were never meant to hear. And sometimes, those secrets don't stay buried. Story number 25. The Man in the Window, Christmas Eve, 2009. I still remember that night vividly. The way the cold bit into my bones and the silence seemed almost too thick to breathe. My name is Elena, and for as long as I can remember, I cherished the solitude of my Michigan home during the holidays. While my family reveled in bustling gatherings and endless cheer, I found comfort in the quiet, in the soft glow of twinkling lights reflecting off freshly fallen snow. Our house was a modest, two-story affair nestled at the edge of a small town, surrounded by dense woods that blanketed the landscape in white each winter. The scent of pine from the Christmas tree mingled with the aroma of cinnamon and vanilla from the baking cookies I had spent the afternoon preparing. I had decorated meticulously, every ornament placed with care, every string of lights untangled and perfectly aligned. Tonight was mine alone, and I intended to savor every peaceful moment. I settled into my favorite armchair by the window, a cup of hot cocoa warming my hands. The fire crackled softly in the hearth, casting dancing shadows across the room. Bing Crosby's White Christmas played softly in the background, its nostalgic melody filling the space with a sense of timeless serenity. I took a sip, letting the rich chocolate soothe my senses, and gazed out at the snowfall. The world outside was a picturesque winter wonderland, the snowflakes twinkling like tiny stars under the streetlights. The town was quiet, the usual hustle and bustle stilled by the blanket of snow. I felt a sense of contentment, wrapped in the tranquility that only a snowy Christmas Eve could bring. Then, without warning, a chill swept through the room, causing the fire to flicker and the cocoa to spill slightly from my mug. I glanced around, puzzled by the sudden drop in temperature. The room was still, the only sound the persistent crackle of the fire and the distant hum of traffic muffled by the snowstorm raging outside. As I turned my attention back to the window, an uneasy feeling settled in the pit of my stomach. It was subtle at first, a nagging sense that I wasn't alone. I tried to shake it off, telling myself it was just the storm playing tricks on my mind. But then I saw him. A man stood outside, directly across the street from my house, staring intently through my window. His presence was jarring against the otherwise serene backdrop. He was tall, clad in a dark overcoat that seemed to swallow the dim light, his face obscured by shadows. His eyes, however, were unmistakable, piercing and unblinking, fixated on me with an intensity that sent a shiver down my spine. My heart pounded in my chest as I took a step back, eyes locked on the figure outside. I couldn't move, couldn't tear my gaze away. The man remained motionless, a silent sentinel in the snowy night. I considered calling out to him, but my voice caught in my throat. Panic began to rise as I realized he wasn't moving closer, just standing there, watching. Instinctively, I reached for the door, fumbling with the lock in a state of mounting fear. My hands trembled uncontrollably, making the task nearly impossible. Finally, with a desperate twist, I managed to secure the door, my breath shallow and rapid. I grabbed my phone, fingers numb from the cold, and dialed 911, my voice barely above a whisper. 911. What's your emergency? There's someone outside my window, I stammered, my voice cracking. A man. He's watching me. There was a brief pause, filled only by the sound of the storm outside. Ma'am, stay on the line. We're sending help right now. I could hear the distant wail of sirens approaching, a small comfort amidst the rising tide of fear. My mind raced, trying to rationalize what I was seeing. Was it a prank? A stalker? But why now? On Christmas Eve? The minutes dragged on, each second stretching into an eternity. The sirens grew louder, their urgency cutting through the howling wind. Soon, the flashing lights of the police cruiser illuminated the snowy street, casting long shadows across the pavement. 2 officers approached my home, their expressions a mix of concern and professionalism. Ma'am, what's going on? One of them asked, his flashlight beam sweeping the exterior of my house. I saw a man outside my window, I replied, my voice wavering. He was watching me. The officers exchanged a glance before one of them nodded. We'll check it out. Stay inside and stay safe. They moved towards the window, their steps crunching on the fresh snow. I watched anxiously as they approached, my eyes darting back to where the man had been standing. But he was gone, vanished without a trace. The officers began a methodical search of the area, combing through the snow with flashlights, looking for any sign of the mysterious figure. After what felt like an eternity, they returned, their faces unreadable. Ma'am, we didn't find anyone out there. The lead officer reported. No footprints, no signs of forced entry. It seems he just disappeared into the night. Relief washed over me, but it was short-lived. As the officers left, I couldn't shake the lingering unease that settled back into my bones. I retreated to my armchair, trying to calm my racing heart, but the image of those piercing eyes haunted me. I glanced out the window again, half expecting to see him there, but the street was empty, the snow undisturbed. Deciding to put the incident behind me, I attempted to relax, but sleep eluded me. Every creak of the house, every gust of wind outside, amplified my anxiety. The man in the window had left an indelible mark on my sense of safety, transforming my sanctuary into a place of fear. Days turned into weeks, and the memory of that Christmas Eve lingered like a shadow. I avoided staying alone during the holidays, seeking the company of friends and family to stave off the dread that had taken root. Yet, no matter how hard I tried, the image of his unblinking gaze would surface at the most unexpected moments. A reminder of that fateful night, I delved into research, desperate to understand who he might have been. Local newspapers yielded nothing, no reports of break-ins or missing persons matching his description. It was as if he had materialized out of thin air, a ghostly presence with no origin. One evening, driven by a need for closure, I returned to the site where I had seen him. The street was deserted, the snow now slushed from the storm's fury. I stood across the road from my house, peering through the cold glass of my window. The streetlights cast a warm glow on the snow, but there was no sign of him. As I turned to leave, a flicker caught my eye. There, etched into the frost-covered glass, was a single word: return. My breath hitched, and I spun around, scanning the street. There he was again, the man in the window, his eyes just as intense, his presence as unnerving as before. This time, he took a step forward, and I felt a chill that wasn't from the winter air. "Why are you here?" I demanded, my voice stronger despite the fear. He didn't respond, but his stance shifted, as if urging me to follow. Compelled by a mix of terror and curiosity, I approached the door, unlocking it with shaky hands. The cold air rushed in as I opened the door, and without thinking, I stepped outside. The snow crunched beneath my boots as I walked towards him, each step echoing in the silent night. He remained motionless, his gaze fixed on me. As I drew closer, I noticed something unsettling. A faded name tag on his coat. Barely legible. Michael. Michael. I called out, hoping for some recognition. But he remained silent. Suddenly, the wind picked up, swirling the snow around us, obscuring his figure. When the storm subsided, he was gone, leaving me alone in the empty street once more. Confusion and fear battled within me. Who was Michael? Why did he choose me? The questions spiraled, leaving me with more dread than answers. I returned home, locking the door firmly. But the night's events replayed endlessly in my mind. Months passed, and life slowly returned to a semblance of normalcy. But the encounter left an unshakable mark. I couldn't escape the feeling that Michael's presence was somehow intertwined with my own, that our paths were connected in ways I couldn't comprehend. One Christmas Eve, years later, I found myself alone once more. The memory of that first encounter haunted me, the unanswered questions festering into an obsession. Determined to uncover the truth, I revisited old records, spoke to neighbors, and delved into the town's history. What I discovered was a tale of tragedy and loss. Michael Thompson, a man who had lived in my house decades earlier, had vanished on Christmas Eve. Much like my own experience, rumors of foul play swirled, but no evidence ever surfaced, and his disappearance remained a cold case. The realization hit me hard. Michael was not a mere figment of my imagination but a restless spirit bound to the place he once called home. His unresolved fate mirrored my own, creating a connection that transcended time. Armed with this knowledge, I sought to find peace for both of us. I contacted a local medium, hoping to communicate with Michael and help him find closure. The evening of our session, the house was filled with the same warmth and light I had cherished for so long. But an undercurrent of tension lingered. The medium, a serene woman named Margaret, guided me through the process, her voice a calming presence. As we invoked the spirits of the past, the air grew thick with energy. I felt a presence beside me, a whisper of cold air and the faint scent of pine. The room seemed to hum with unspoken words, and I knew Michael was there, seeking resolution. Through the medium, I conveyed my desire to understand, to help him move on. Images of his life flashed before my eyes, moments of joy, glimpses of sorrow, and the final, desperate night when he vanished without a trace. It became clear that Michael's spirit was trapped, unable to let go of the life he once knew. As the ritual concluded, a sense of calm settled over the house. I felt a weight lift from my shoulders, the lingering fear replaced by a bittersweet sense of closure. Michael's presence, once a source of terror, had transformed into a memory deserving of peace. That Christmas Eve, I learned that sometimes, the shadows of the past reach out to touch the present, seeking understanding and release. The man in the window was no longer a figure of fear but a reminder of the fragility of life and the enduring bonds that transcend even death. From that night on, I never stayed alone on Christmas Eve, not out of fear, but out of respect for the stories that linger in the corners of our lives. The house remained a sanctuary of light and warmth, its windows reflecting the memories of those who had come before, and the spirit of Michael Thompson finally found the peace he had long sought. Story number 26. The Strange Gift Box. Christmas 2018 was supposed to be a time of peace and solitude for me. Living alone in my modest San Francisco apartment had its perks: quiet nights, complete control over my space, and the freedom to decorate my home exactly how I wanted. The city, with its vibrant lights and festive decorations, provided the perfect backdrop for my solitary celebrations. But nothing could have prepared me for the unnerving experience that would turn my peaceful holiday into a nightmare. It was December 24th. A chilly evening with the fog rolling in from the bay, muffling the sounds of the bustling city. I had spent the day preparing for Christmas, hanging lights on my balcony, arranging ornaments on my small tree, and baking cookies that filled my apartment with the comforting scent of vanilla and cinnamon. As night fell, I settled into my favorite armchair with a cup of hot cocoa, ready to enjoy the quiet night ahead. That's when I noticed it. A plain brown box sitting conspicuously on my doorstep. It was odd, to say the least. I never ordered anything unusual during the holidays, and I didn't expect any unexpected visitors. Curiosity piqued. I approached the door, the sound of my footsteps echoing softly against the pavement. The box was about the size of a shoebox, with no markings or labels to indicate its sender. My name wasn't written on it, nor was there any return address. Just a simple, unassuming package left outside my door. I hesitated for a moment, contemplating whether to take it inside. But the festive spirit, combined with a sense of intrigue, overcame my reservations. I picked up the box, feeling the weight of its contents. It was surprisingly heavy for its size, hinting that something substantial was inside. As I turned around, I saw no one watching me. The street was quiet, the only movement coming from the occasional passerby wrapped in thick coats, hurrying home to escape the cold. Back inside, I placed the box on the coffee table, my mind racing with possibilities. Who could have sent it? Friends or family? No, I was single, without close relatives nearby. Perhaps a neighbor? But I had never interacted much with anyone beyond polite greetings. The thought made me uneasy, but my curiosity was too strong to resist. Carefully, I cut open the box with a pair of scissors. The paper tore easily, revealing the contents within. There was an old photograph, slightly yellowed with age, depicting my very own apartment building from years ago, before I had moved in. The photo was grainy, but I could clearly see the familiar structure, adorned with Christmas decorations much like the ones I had just set up. What was even more unsettling was the handwritten note attached to the back. "I am always watching you." A chill ran down my spine as I stared at the photograph and the ominous message. My heart pounded in my chest, and I felt a surge of anxiety wash over me. Who would send such a thing? And why now? Pushing the box aside, I tried to shake off the unease. Maybe it was a prank, someone trying to scare me, but the thought seemed too personal, too targeted. I reached for my phone to call a friend, but before I could dial, I heard a faint tapping sound coming from the window. My breath caught in my throat as I slowly approached to investigate. Peering through the curtains, I saw nothing unusual, just the dim glow of streetlights reflecting off the wet pavement. Relieved yet still on edge, I returned to the living room, attempting to calm my racing thoughts, but the sense of being watched lingered, making it hard to focus on anything else. I decided to call the police, hoping they could shed some light on the mysterious package. Dialing 911, I kept my voice steady despite the fear gnawing at me. "Hello, this is Elena. I received an unusual package on my doorstep tonight. There's a photo of my apartment building from years ago and a note that says, 'I am always watching you. I don't know who sent this, and I'm feeling quite uneasy about it.'" The dispatcher assured me that they would send someone to check it out. I thanked her and hung up, feeling a mixture of relief and lingering dread. As I waited for the police to arrive, I couldn't help but glance repeatedly at the box on the table, now empty except for the photo and note. When the officers finally arrived, they were courteous and professional. One of them, Officer Ramirez, took the photo and read the note carefully. "We'll look into this, ma'am," he said, his expression serious. "Have you noticed anything unusual around your building? Any strangers or suspicious activity?" I shook my head. "No, nothing out of the ordinary. I live alone, and there's not much foot traffic here." Officer Ramirez nodded, assuring me that they would patrol the area and review any available surveillance footage. After a thorough search, they found nothing, no signs of forced entry, no surveillance cameras nearby that could have captured the delivery of the box. It was as if the package had appeared out of thin air. With no immediate leads, the officers left, leaving me alone with my thoughts. The night seemed to grow colder, the shadows lengthening as the hours passed. I tried to distract myself by watching TV and sipping my cocoa, but every creak and groan of the old building heightened my anxiety. Around midnight, I decided to take a short walk to clear my head. Bundling up in my warmest coat, I stepped out into the crisp night air. The city lights casting long, eerie shadows on the pavement. The streets were quiet, the usual holiday hustle subdued by the late hour. As I walked past my apartment building, I glanced up at the windows, half expecting to see someone watching me. But they were empty, just like the evening before. Shaking off the lingering fear, I continued my stroll, the rhythmic crunch of snow under my boots providing a soothing cadence. Returning home, I entered cautiously, the warmth of my apartment a stark contrast to the chilly night outside. I closed the door behind me, locking it securely, and took a deep breath, trying to steady my nerves. As I reached for my phone to call it a night, I noticed something odd. A small, delicate ornament from my Christmas tree was missing. Confused, I approached the tree, scanning the branches for any sign of the misplaced decoration. My eyes settled on a small, dusty corner of the room where I rarely ventured. There, partially hidden beneath the tree, was the missing ornament, but it was no ordinary decoration. It was an antique glass angel, one that I had inherited from my grandmother, a family heirloom passed down through generations. What struck me as odd was that the angel's face seemed slightly distorted, its glass surface reflecting the room in an almost otherworldly manner. As I reached out to pick it up, a sudden gust of wind blew through the open window, causing the tree lights to flicker and the room to plunge into semi-darkness. The air grew heavy, and an unsettling silence enveloped me. I turned around, feeling a presence behind me. My heart raced as I slowly turned to face the source of the sensation. Standing there, just a few feet away, was the figure of a man. He was dressed in old-fashioned clothing, reminiscent of a bygone era, his eyes hollow and staring, his expression unreadable, frozen in place. I stared back at him, unable to speak or move. The room seemed to grow colder, the shadows deepening around us. He took a step forward, his movements deliberate and slow, as if he were gliding rather than walking. "Who are you?" I managed to whisper, my voice trembling. He didn't respond, but the air around him shimmered, and the faint sound of a child's laughter echoed through the room. I felt a chill run down my spine, the hairs on my arms standing on end. The man raised his hand, pointing towards the photograph in the box. I glanced back at the photo, my mind racing. It was my apartment building, but from decades ago. Who was he, and why was he connected to this place? Before I could gather my thoughts, the room plunged into complete darkness as the power went out, leaving me in pitch blackness. Panic surged through me as I fumbled for my phone, the screen illuminating my desperate search for answers. But as I tried to unlock the door, I found myself unable to move, my body seemingly paralyzed by fear. The man's presence intensified, the air thick with an oppressive energy. I could feel his gaze piercing through me, a silent plea for something I couldn't comprehend. The laughter grew louder, more haunting, filling the room with an eerie ambience, summoning every ounce of courage. I forced myself to speak again. "What do you want?" This time, his voice echoed in my mind, clear and sorrowful. "Help me." Understanding dawned on me. This was no ordinary haunting. There was a story here, a tragedy that needed to be unraveled. Determined to find answers, I broke free from the invisible restraints, my heart pounding as I searched the room for any clues. The man was gone, leaving behind only the lingering sense of his presence and the shattered glass angel lying on the floor. Kneeling beside it, I picked up the delicate ornament, its fragility a stark contrast to the turmoil it represented. As I held it, images flashed before my eyes, visions of a young family celebrating Christmas, laughter filling the air, and then darkness descending as tragedy struck. I realized that the photograph and the message were not random acts of intimidation but pieces of a puzzle begging to be solved. Driven by a need to help, I delved into the history of my apartment building, scouring old records and speaking with longtime residents. What I uncovered was a story of loss and sorrow, a family that had lived in my very apartment decades ago, victims of a tragic fire on Christmas Eve, leaving behind only memories and unanswered questions. The man's presence was tied to that tragedy, his spirit unable to find peace, forever lingering in the place he once called home. Determined to bring closure, I sought the help of a local medium, hoping to communicate with him and help him move on. The medium, a woman named Margaret, arrived the next day, her presence calming yet commanding. She listened intently as I recounted the events, her eyes reflecting a deep understanding of the spiritual realm. Together, we performed a ritual of remembrance, honoring the lost family and acknowledging the lingering spirit seeking peace. As we concluded the ceremony, a profound sense of calm settled over the apartment. The temperature rose, and the oppressive energy dissipated, replaced by a warm, comforting glow. I felt a weight lift from my shoulders, the fear and anxiety that had gripped me finally easing. That Christmas, I learned that some spirits linger not out of malice but out of a desperate need for remembrance and closure. The strange gift box had been a catalyst, a bridge between the living and the dead, urging me to uncover the hidden stories that reside within the walls we call home. In the years that followed, I never received another mysterious package, nor did I experience any supernatural occurrences. My apartment remained a sanctuary of light and warmth, the shadows now holding only the memories of a past that had been acknowledged and respected. The man in the window was no longer a figure of fear but a reminder of the importance of empathy and understanding, even towards those who have long since departed. As the holiday season approaches each year, I decorate my tree with a newfound appreciation for the stories behind each ornament, honoring both the living and the spirits that may linger, seeking peace in the quiet moments of Christmas night. Story number 27. The Watcher in the Corner. You never think about how quiet a place can get until you're alone in it. Real, soul-sucking quiet, the kind that crawls under your skin and makes you notice the tiniest noises, like the hum of the fluorescent light overhead or the subtle creak of floorboards as the building shifts in the cold. I was staying behind in the dorms during Christmas break. Everyone else had gone home to their families. But for me, going back wasn't an option. Home wasn't where the heart was. It was just a place filled with old arguments, the clinking of empty bottles, and the heavy weight of things better left unsaid. So, I stayed, alone. The dorm building was an old brick monstrosity, built sometime in the 1950s, with narrow hallways that always smelled faintly of mildew no matter how many times they scrubbed the floors. My room was on the third floor, room 317, tucked at the end of a long corridor that felt like a tunnel when the lights flickered. It was Christmas Eve, and I'd spent the day curled up with a blanket, scrolling aimlessly on my laptop. I'd convinced myself it would be a peaceful night. No roommates blasting music. No loud conversations bleeding through the walls. Just me and the soothing hum of solitude. But solitude has a way of shifting, of turning into something else when you least expect it. Started around midnight. I was lying in bed, my laptop screen the only source of light in the room. The glow cast long shadows on the walls, and the silence pressed in around me like a heavy blanket. I was scrolling through some forum, half asleep, when I felt it. It was subtle at first, the kind of feeling you brush off as nothing, a faint prickling on the back of your neck, like someone standing behind you, but there was no one else there. I knew that. I was alone. Still, I couldn't shake the sensation. I closed the laptop, plunging the room into darkness. That's when I noticed it, the unmistakable feeling of being watched. My breath caught in my throat, and I turned my head toward the corner of the room. I couldn't see anything at first, just the faint outline of my desk and chair against the wall. But as my eyes adjusted to the darkness, I saw it, the figure. It was standing in the corner, where the shadows were deepest. I couldn't make out any details, just the vague outline of a person, tall and unmoving, its head tilted slightly as if it were watching me. I froze, My heart was pounding so loudly I thought it might burst out of my chest. I wanted to convince myself it was a trick of the light, that my eyes were playing games with me in the darkness. But no matter how hard I blinked, the figure didn't go away. "Hello!" My voice was barely a whisper. It didn't respond. It just stood there, silent and still, like a statue carved out of shadow. My hand fumbled for the lamp on my bedside table, my fingers trembling as I twisted the switch. Light flooded the room, chasing the shadows away, and the figure was gone. For a moment, I just sat there, staring at the empty corner, my chest heaving as I tried to catch my breath. The room looked normal. My desk was exactly where I'd left it, the chair pushed neatly beneath it. There was nothing out of place. But I knew what I'd seen, and more than that, I knew what I'd felt. I didn't sleep after that. Couldn't. Every time I closed my eyes, I imagined that figure standing in the corner, watching me with unseen eyes. I kept the light on, my blanket pulled up to my chin like a child hiding from the monsters under the bed. Around 3 a.m., I finally convinced myself it was just my imagination. Maybe I'd dozed off without realizing it. Maybe I'd had one of those vivid half-dreams that feel real but aren't. That was when I noticed the paper. It was sitting on my desk, a small rectangle of white against the dark wood. I knew for a fact it hadn't been there earlier. I would have seen it when I turned on the light. My heart sank as I got out of bed and approached the desk, my hands trembling as I reached for the note. The handwriting was messy, the letters slanted and uneven, as if written in a hurry. There were only 2 words, "Good night." My breath hitched, and I dropped the paper like it had burned me. My mind raced, trying to make sense of what I was seeing. No one else had a key to my room. The door had been locked all night. There was no way anyone could have gotten in, unless they were already here. I packed my things in record time. By the time the sun rose, I was gone. The dorm room locked behind me as I drove to the nearest motel. I didn't care about the cost or the inconvenience. I just needed to get out. I never went back to that room. When the semester resumed, I requested a room transfer, making up some excuse about needing a quieter space to study. I didn't tell anyone the real reason. Who would believe me? But sometimes, late at night, when I'm lying in bed and the room is dark, I feel it again, that faint prickling on the back of my neck, that sense of being watched. And when I do, I can't help but glance toward the corner of the room, half expecting to see a shadow standing there. Because deep down, I know the truth. It wasn't my imagination. It wasn't a dream. And no matter where I go, it's still watching me. Good night. Story number 28. The wind chime at midnight. There's something about silence that makes you notice things you shouldn't. I used to love the quiet, especially around Christmas time. There's a calmness to it, an air of peace that's almost sacred. But that was before the night the silence betrayed me. It was Christmas Eve, 1993, and I was spending it alone in my house in Seattle. I wasn't upset about it. I'd lived alone for years and had grown used to the solitude. It was raining earlier that evening, but by the time I settled in front of the TV with a plate of leftover lasagna, the storm had subsided. The streets outside were damp, the air still and cold, the kind of crispness that makes your breath fog up the windows. The house was warm, the tree lights twinkling in the corner, and the sound of an old holiday movie crackling through the speakers. I remember thinking, this is enough. This is all I need tonight. I don't remember exactly when I first heard the chimes. I'd installed the wind chime by the front porch the previous summer, a cheap little decoration I'd picked up at a yard sale. It wasn't particularly attractive, metal tubes hanging from a cracked wooden frame, but the sound it made on breezy nights was soothing, almost meditative. But this night, there wasn't any breeze. The first chime was faint, a single note that barely registered. I thought it was my imagination and turned back to the TV. Then it came again, louder this time, a delicate clink of metal on metal. I muted the television, leaning forward in my chair. The house was so quiet I could hear my own heartbeat in my ears. The chimes rang again, this time in a flurry, as if someone had run their fingers through them. I got up and went to the window, pulling the curtain aside. Outside, the world was still, no wind, no movement, nothing but the faint glow of my porch light illuminating the damp front yard. The wind chime swayed gently, as if something unseen had touched it. I opened the front door, the cold air hitting me like a slap. "Hello," I called out, my breath puffing white in the night. The chimes fell silent. There was no response, only the oppressive quiet of the neighborhood. I stepped out onto the porch, scanning the yard and the street beyond. No one. The streetlights flickered faintly in the distance, their yellow glow pooling on the wet asphalt. I listened for footsteps, for the rustle of leaves, but there was nothing. "Damn wind," I muttered, even though I knew there wasn't any. I went back inside, locking the door behind me. I tried to shrug it off, but something about the whole thing felt wrong. I'm not a superstitious guy. I don't believe in ghosts or spirits or anything like that. But as I sat back down in my chair, I couldn't shake the feeling that I wasn't alone. The house felt different somehow, heavier. The chimes rang again. This time, the sound was sharper, more urgent, as if someone was shaking the whole frame. My stomach twisted. I got up and grabbed the fireplace poker before heading to the door again. This time, when I opened it, the chimes were completely still. Not a single tube swayed, not even a tremble. Something caught my eye then, a faint shadow that flitted across the yard. It was fast, almost too fast to register, like a flicker at the corner of my vision. I stepped back inside, shutting the door quickly and bolting it. My hands were shaking. I told myself I was being ridiculous, that it was just my mind playing tricks on me. But then I noticed something. The air inside the house had grown cold. Unnaturally so. The warmth from the heater was gone, replaced by a chill that seeped into my bones. And then I saw it. There, on the mirror above the fireplace, were words scrawled in uneven handwriting. "Merry Christmas." My breath caught in my throat. The writing was wet, as if it had just been written, the letters glistening faintly in the dim light. I hadn't heard anyone come in. I hadn't heard anything at all. I backed away slowly, my eyes locked on the mirror. The poker in my hand felt useless, like a child's toy against something I couldn't see or fight. I wanted to run, but my feet felt rooted to the floor. The chimes rang again. This time, the sound was coming from inside the house. I turned toward the hallway leading to the back door. The chimes were louder now, more frantic, echoing down the corridor like a warning. I forced myself to move, gripping the poker tightly as I approached the sound. The hallway stretched out before me, the shadows seeming to grow darker with every step. When I reached the end of the hall, I froze. The wind chime, my wind chime, was hanging from the ceiling in the middle of the kitchen, swaying gently. I stared at it, my mind racing. How the hell had it gotten there? And then I noticed the air. It wasn't just cold anymore, it was freezing. My breath came out in visible puffs, and frost was forming on the edges of the kitchen window. The chimes stopped suddenly, the silence deafening, and then I heard the whisper. It was faint at first, just a low murmur that seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere at once. I couldn't make out the words, but the tone was unmistakable, angry, accusing. The whisper grew louder, more insistent, until it filled the room. A cacophony of voices overlapping in a sinister harmony. My heart was pounding in my chest, and I could feel the blood draining from my face. "Who's there?" I shouted, my voice cracking. The whispers stopped. For a moment, there was nothing but silence. Then, slowly, the frost on the window began to spread, the ice creeping inward like skeletal fingers. And on the glass, new words appeared, etched in the frost. "Get out." I didn't need to be told twice. I turned and ran, grabbing my keys and yanking the front door open. The air outside felt warm compared to the icy chill of the house. I didn't look back as I climbed into my car, the engine roaring to life as I sped down the driveway and into the night. I never went back to that house. I left everything behind, my furniture, my belongings, even the damn wind chime. I don't know what I encountered that night, and I don't want to know. Some things are better left unexplained. But sometimes, late at night, when the world is quiet and still, I think I can hear it, the faint sound of chimes ringing in the distance, carried on a wind that doesn't exist. And every time I hear it, I remember the words on the mirror, the frost on the glass. Get out. Story number 29. The Christmas Visitor. Pennsylvania winters have a way of making everything feel quieter. Like the snow muffles not just sound but time itself. The Christmas of 1998 was no different. I was 12 years old, and my family had just moved into a new house on the outskirts of Harrisburg. The house was an old colonial, built sometime in the early 1900s, with creaky wooden floors, a wraparound porch, and a fireplace that seemed tailor-made for Christmas stockings. It was our first holiday in the new house, and my parents were determined to make it special. My mom strung lights around the porch, and my dad chopped down a tree from the woods behind the house, a towering evergreen that brushed the ceiling of our living room. By Christmas Eve, the house looked like something out of a Norman Rockwell painting. That night, the three of us, my parents and I, gathered around the fireplace after dinner. Snow was falling softly outside, blanketing the yard in white. We sipped hot cocoa and told stories, the warmth of the fire chasing away the chill. It was the kind of night that felt safe, cozy, like nothing bad could ever touch us. And then came the knock. It was soft at first, barely audible over the crackle of the fire. I thought I'd imagined it until it came again. Louder this time, 3 sharp knocks, like someone rapping their knuckles against the front door. My dad frowned and stood up. "Who would be out in this weather?" he muttered, glancing at the clock. It was nearly midnight. He opened the door, and there he was. A man stood on our porch, dressed as Santa Claus. His red suit was trimmed with white fur, and his boots left deep prints in the snow. He carried a sack slung over one shoulder, and his face, mostly obscured by a thick white beard, wore a gentle smile. But what struck me most were his eyes, dark, glinting, and almost sad. "Ho, ho, ho," he said, his voice deep and warm. "Merry Christmas." My dad hesitated, glancing back at my mom. Merry Christmas to you, too. Can we help you?" "I'm just spreading a little holiday cheer," the man said, his smile widening. "May I come in?" Now, my dad wasn't the type to let strangers into the house, especially not in the middle of the night. But there was something disarming about the man, something that made it hard to say no. Maybe it was the suit, or the way he carried himself, like he belonged there, against his better judgment. My dad stepped aside and let him in. The man entered slowly, brushing snow from his boots. He looked around the living room, his gaze lingering on the tree and the stockings hung above the fireplace. "Beautiful decorations," he said. "You've really captured the spirit of Christmas." "Thank you," my mom said cautiously. "Are you a neighbor?" The man chuckled. "Something like that." He set his sack down by the tree and began pulling out small wrapped gifts, placing them carefully under the branches. "For the little one," he said, nodding toward me. I froze. The way he said it, it wasn't like he was guessing. It was like he knew exactly who I was. My dad cleared his throat. "This is very kind of you, but we weren't expecting anyone tonight. Are you sure you're at the right house?" The man smiled again, but it didn't reach his eyes. "I'm exactly where I'm supposed to be." For the next hour, the man regaled us with Christmas stories, some funny, some wistful, all told with a strange familiarity that made it feel like he wasn't a stranger at all. He knew things about us, little details we hadn't shared. He mentioned the broken ornament my mom had fixed earlier that day, and the way my dad had struggled to light the tree without tripping the breakers. He even knew about the sweater I was wearing, a gift from my grandmother that I hadn't opened until that night. My parents exchanged uneasy glances, but neither of them confronted him. It was like the man had cast a spell over the room, his presence both comforting and unsettling. At one point, My dad excused himself to check the locks on the back door. When he returned, his face was pale. "There are no footprints in the snow," he whispered to my mom. "None leading to the house. Just nothing." She shook her head, her eyes darting to the man by the tree. "That's not possible," she whispered back. "We heard him knock. Around 1 a.m. The man stood and dusted off his suit. "Well, I'd better be going. Big night, you know." My dad forced a smile. "Of course. Thank you for stopping by." The man picked up his sack and walked to the door. But before he stepped outside, he turned back to me. "Merry Christmas, little one," he said softly. "Be good to your family. They won't always be here." And then he was gone. The next morning, we found the gifts he'd left under the tree. They were wrapped in plain red paper, with no tags to indicate who they were for. Inside were simple toys, an old-fashioned spinning top, a wooden puzzle, a hand-carved train. They looked like they'd come from another era, the kind of toys you'd find in an antique shop. We asked our neighbors if they'd seen or heard anything strange the night before, but no one had. None of them had visitors, and no one recognized the description of the man. Even more unsettling, my dad checked the security cameras we'd installed after moving in. They captured everything: the knock, the door opening, and the three of us standing in the living room. But the man wasn't there. It was like we were talking to thin air. A week later, my mom was digging through old photo albums when she gasped. She held up a black and white photo of a man standing in front of our house, dressed as Santa Claus. His face was younger, his beard less white, but it was him. The photo was dated December 24th, 1948. We later learned that the man in the photo was named Henry Barton, a former resident of the house. He had loved Christmas, going door to door dressed as Santa to bring gifts to the neighborhood kids. But on Christmas Eve, 1950, he died in a car accident on his way home from visiting a nearby family. To this day, I don't know what we saw that night. Was it a ghost, a memory, or something else entirely? All I know is that every Christmas Eve since, I've left a gift under the tree, wrapped in plain red paper. It's not for me, it's for him, because wherever he is, I hope he knows that the spirit of Christmas he loved so much still lingers in the house he called home. Story number 30. The Midnight Visitor. Christmas in Ohio is always a quiet affair. The snow blankets the ground, muffling the sounds of the world, leaving everything feeling still and peaceful. In December 2007, my wife, Claire, and I were living in a small, cozy house on the outskirts of Dayton. It wasn't much, just 2 bedrooms, a tiny kitchen, and a living room with a fireplace, but it was home. That Christmas was supposed to be just the 2 of us. A simple holiday spent watching movies, drinking hot cocoa, and enjoying the calm of the season. But calm wasn't what we got. The night started innocently enough. We'd just finished dinner, a modest roast chicken with mashed potatoes, and were settling in on the couch to watch A Christmas Carol. The fire crackled warmly in the hearth, casting flickering shadows across the room. Outside, the snow was falling steadily, covering the yard in a pristine white blanket. It was the kind of night that felt timeless, like a postcard come to life. Around 11:30 p.m., Claire decided to head to bed, leaving me to finish the movie alone. I stayed up, the quiet of the house lulling me into a sense of contentment. But just as the credits began to roll, I heard it, a soft, deliberate knock at the front door. It wasn't the kind of knock you'd expect from a neighbor or delivery person. It was slow, rhythmic, 3 sharp raps that echoed through the house. Then silence. I froze, the remote still in my hand, and glanced at the clock on the wall. Midnight. Who knocks on someone's door at midnight on Christmas Eve? For a moment, I considered ignoring it. But then the knock came again, louder this time, more insistent. Against my better judgment, I stood and made my way to the door. "Who is it?" I called, my voice steady despite the unease creeping into my chest. There was no response, just the faint sound of snow crunching outside. Slowly, I unlocked the deadbolt and cracked the door open. Standing on the porch was a man dressed as Santa Claus. At least, I think it was a man. His red suit was oversized, the fur trim yellowed and frayed. His hat was pulled low over his face, and his beard, clearly fake, hung awkwardly, obscuring most of his features. The only thing I could see were his eyes, dark and glittering beneath the shadow of the hat. They were fixed on me, unblinking. "Merry Christmas," I said hesitantly, my breath fogging in the cold air. "Can I help you?" The man didn't respond. He just stood there, perfectly still, his gloved hands hanging at his sides. I felt a chill that had nothing to do with the weather. "Are you lost?" I asked, my voice tinged with nervous laughter. "Need directions?" Still nothing. I was about to close the door when he moved. It wasn't much, just a slight tilt of his head, like he was studying me. Then, without a word, he turned and walked away, his boots crunching softly in the snow. I watched as he disappeared into the darkness, his red suit fading into the shadows beyond the porch light. Shaking off the unease, I locked the door and double-checked the windows. By the time I climbed into bed, Claire was already asleep, her breathing soft and steady. I didn't tell her about the visitor. I wasn't even sure what to make of it myself. The next morning, the snow had stopped, and the world outside was bright and serene. Claire and I exchanged gifts over coffee, and for a while, I managed to forget about the strange encounter. But when I stepped outside to retrieve the newspaper, I noticed something that made my stomach drop. There were footprints in the snow. They started at the street, led directly to our front porch, and then nothing. They didn't go back to the street. They didn't lead to another house. They just stopped, as though the man in the Santa suit had vanished into thin air. I showed Claire, and she tried to rationalize it. "Maybe the snow covered his tracks," she suggested, though her voice was uncertain. But the footprints were sharp, the edges crisp against the undisturbed snow around them. There was no wind, no sign of any disturbance. It didn't make sense. Over the next few days, I couldn't shake the feeling that we were being watched. At night, I swore I heard faint tapping on the windows, but whenever I checked, there was nothing there. Claire dismissed it as my imagination, but I could see the tension in her shoulders. The way she jumped at small noises. She felt it too. The final straw came a week later. We just returned from visiting Claire's parents, our arms full of leftovers and gifts. As I unlocked the front door, I froze. Propped against the doorframe was a small package, wrapped in red paper with a white bow. There was no tag, no note, just the gift. "Did you order something?" Claire asked, her voice uneasy. "No," I said, picking up the package. It was light, almost weightless, and cold to the touch. We brought it inside, setting it on the kitchen counter. For a long moment, neither of us spoke. "Open it," Claire finally said, with trembling hands. I tore the paper away, revealing a small, ornate snow globe. Inside was a tiny replica of our house, complete with the oak tree in the yard and the string of Christmas lights we'd hung on the porch. As I turned it over, snow swirled around the miniature scene, glittering in the soft light. But then I noticed something that made my blood run cold. Inside the snow globe, standing on the porch of the tiny house, was a figure in a red suit. His hat was pulled low, his beard obscuring his face. And even though it was just a figurine, I could feel his eyes watching me. We didn't stay in the house much longer. By New Year's, we'd packed our things and moved to an apartment in the city. I never told the new owners about the midnight visitor, or the footprints, or the snow globe. Some things are better left unsaid. To this day, I can't look at a Santa costume without feeling a chill run down my spine. Every Christmas, I wonder if he's still out there, wandering the snowy streets, looking for the next door to knock on. And every Christmas Eve, when the clock strikes midnight, I hold my breath and wait, listening for the sound of 3 soft knocks. Story number 31. The red-eyed Santa. Minnesota winters have a way of making everything feel quieter, lonelier. The snow blankets the world, muffling sound and casting everything in an eerie stillness. Christmas in 1995 was no different. Our small town of Clearbrook was tucked away in the middle of nowhere, surrounded by endless fields of white and dense woods that seemed to stretch forever. That Christmas Eve started like any other. My parents, my younger sister Sarah, and I spent the evening decorating cookies, sipping hot cocoa, and watching A Charlie Brown Christmas in our cozy living room. The fireplace crackled warmly, and the trees sparkled with twinkling lights. Outside, the snow fell steadily, piling up against the windowsills. But by midnight, that comforting stillness turned into something much darker. It began with a knock at the door. It wasn't the friendly kind of knock you'd expect from a neighbor dropping off cookies or carolers spreading holiday cheer. It was slow, deliberate, 3 heavy thuds that seemed to reverberate through the house. "Who could that be at this hour?" my dad said, glancing at the clock. It was 11:58 p.m. He stood up, tightening the belt of his robe. "Probably someone stuck in the snow." My mom looked uneasy. "Be careful," she said. Her voice hushed. Sarah and I watched from the couch as my dad made his way to the door. He flicked on the porch light and peered through the peephole. For a moment, he froze. "Who is it?" my mom asked, her voice trembling. Dad didn't answer. Slowly, he unlocked the deadbolt and opened the door. Standing on the porch was a man dressed as Santa Claus, or something resembling Santa Claus. His red suit was dirty and torn, the fur trim yellowed and matted. His hat was askew, and his beard, though thick, looked more like a tangled mess of cobwebs than anything jolly. But it was his eyes that froze me in place. They glowed a deep, unnatural red, like embers smoldering in a dying fire. His face was pale, almost corpse-like, and his grin stretched too wide, revealing teeth that were yellowed and jagged. "Merry Christmas," he said, his voice low and raspy, like the creak of an old door. My dad took a step back. "Can I help you?" he asked, his voice unsteady. The man didn't answer. He just stood there, his glowing eyes fixed on my dad, his grin never faltering. "Who is it?" my mom asked again, standing up from the couch. "Just someone dressed as Santa," my dad said, his voice trembling. "I don't know, maybe a prank. Should I call the police?" my mom asked. At that, the man's grin widened impossibly, his teeth glinting in the faint porch light. "No need for that," he said, his tone dripping with mockery. "I was just passing through, spreading some holiday cheer." "Look," my dad said, trying to keep his composure. "It's late. You should go." The man tilted his head, his glowing eyes flicking toward the living room window where Sarah and I sat frozen in fear. "Lovely family," he said, so full of Christmas spirit. That was enough for my dad. He stepped back and slammed the door, locking it quickly. "Everyone stay away from the windows," he said, his voice urgent. "I'm calling the police." We huddled together in the living room as my dad grabbed the phone. But when he picked up the receiver, there was no dial tone, just static. "That's weird," he muttered, hanging up and trying again. Still static. "What's happening?" Sarah whispered, clutching my arm. Before my dad could answer, the knocking resumed, louder this time, more forceful. It wasn't just at the front door anymore. It was coming from the windows, the back door, even the walls. The sound seemed to surround us, growing louder and more frantic with each passing second. And then, just as suddenly as it started, it stopped. The silence that followed was deafening. We sat there, holding our breath, straining to hear any sound. The only thing I could hear was the pounding of my own heart. "I think he's gone," my dad said finally, though he didn't sound convinced. But then Sarah screamed. She was staring at the living room window, her face pale as a ghost. I followed her gaze and felt my stomach drop. The man Santa was standing outside, his red eyes glowing brighter than ever. He raised a hand and pressed it against the glass, leaving a smudged, black mark that looked like soot. His grin never wavered. My dad grabbed the fireplace poker and rushed toward the window. But before he could get there, the man vanished, gone, as if he'd never been there. The rest of the night was a blur of fear and confusion. We double-checked every lock, boarded up the windows, and huddled together in the living room, waiting for dawn. The knocking didn't return, but the sense of being watched never left. When morning finally came, we found footprints in the snow leading from the woods to our porch. They were large and deep, like boots, but instead of leading back to the woods, they stopped abruptly in the middle of the yard. The black mark on the window was still there, despite our best efforts to scrub it away. Over the next few weeks, strange things continued to happen. We'd hear faint laughter at night, distant but unmistakable. Shadows moved in the corners of our vision, and Sarah swore she saw red eyes staring at her from the tree line one evening. We eventually moved out of that house, unable to shake the feeling that we were being watched. The new owners never reported anything unusual, but every Christmas Eve, I still find myself holding my breath, waiting for the knock. And sometimes, when the snow falls just right and the night grows quiet, I swear I can see him, standing at the edge of the woods, his red eyes glowing in the darkness, his grin stretched wide, waiting. Story number 32. The Santa in the photo. Christmas in Texas has its own charm. Even without snow, the warm glow of lights and the festive spirit fill every home, creating a sense of magic in the air. In 2015, my family and I were determined to make it the best Christmas ever. Our new house in Austin was the perfect setting for a cozy holiday. A sprawling ranch-style home with a wide porch and a towering oak tree weed adorned with twinkling lights. It was our first Christmas in the house, and everything seemed perfect. My wife, Jenna, and I had spent weeks decorating. The tree in the living room was loaded with ornaments. Stockings were hung on the fireplace, and Christmas carols played softly in the background. Our kids, Ethan and Lily, were excited for Santa's arrival, and we planned to capture every moment. That Christmas Eve, we decided to take a family photo in front of the tree. Little did we know, the image we captured would haunt us for years to come. The night started off innocently enough. We just finished dinner and gathered in the living room for hot cocoa and cookies. Ethan, who was 9, was busy arranging presents under the tree, while Lily, only 6, twirled around in her sparkly red dress. Jenna grabbed the camera and set it up on the mantel, angling it perfectly to capture the tree, the fireplace, and all 4 of us. "Everyone gather around," Jenna called, setting the timer. I scooped Lily into my arms and stood beside Ethan, who grinned excitedly. Jenna joined us, and we all smiled as the camera's timer began its countdown. 3, 2, 1, click. The camera flashed, momentarily lighting up the room. We laughed and checked the preview screen, making sure no one had blinked. The photo looked perfect, a picture of holiday joy. Satisfied, we tucked the kids into bed, promising them Santa would arrive soon, and settled in for the rest of the evening. It wasn't until the next morning, as we reviewed the photos on Jenna's laptop, that we noticed it. At first glance, everything seemed normal. The tree sparkled in the background. The stockings hung neatly by the fireplace, and all of us wore big, genuine smiles. But then Jenna froze, her face draining of color. "Tom," she whispered, pointing at the screen. Who is that?" I leaned in, squinting at the photo. At first, I didn't understand what she meant. Then I saw it. Behind us, partially obscured by the tree, stood a figure dressed as Santa Claus. He wore the classic red suit and hat, but something about him was wrong. His face was pale, almost gray, and his features were distorted, like a reflection in a warped mirror. His eyes were dark, sunken pits, and his mouth twisted into a grotesque grin that sent a chill down my spine. "Did you invite someone to play Santa?" I asked Jenna, my voice shaking. She shook her head. "No." "Did you?" "No. We stared at the screen in stunned silence. The figure hadn't been there when we took the photo. We'd been alone in the living room. There was no way someone could have slipped in unnoticed. Ethan and Lily came bounding into the room, eager to open presents. Jenna quickly closed the laptop, not wanting them to see the photo. I forced a smile and tried to focus on the kids. But the image of that distorted Santa lingered in my mind. That evening, after the kids were asleep, Jenna and I examined the photo again. We zoomed in on the figure, hoping to find some logical explanation, a trick of the light, a decoration we'd forgotten about. But the closer we looked, the more unsettling it became. The Santa wasn't just standing there. He was staring directly at the camera. His dark eyes seemed to bore into us, and his twisted grin looked almost alive, as if it were stretching wider the longer we stared. Maybe it's a prank, Jenna suggested weakly. Someone dressed up and snuck in while we weren't looking. But how? I asked. We were all standing right there, and why would they look like that? Neither of us had an answer. The days that followed were marked by strange occurrences. The kids' toys moved on their own. Ethan's toy train set, which hadn't worked in years, started running in the middle of the night. Lily's favorite doll, which always sat on her bed, would be found in different rooms. Lights flickered, even though we'd recently replaced the bulbs. And the house grew cold, no matter how high we set the thermostat. One night, as I was locking up, I heard faint jingling, like sleigh bells, coming from outside. I opened the door and stepped onto the porch. But the yard was empty. The oak tree lights swayed gently in the breeze, casting eerie shadows across the snowless lawn. As I turned to go back inside, I saw something that made my blood run cold. On the window, just at eye level, was a handprint. It was small and smeared, as though someone had pressed their palm against the glass and dragged it downward. But the kids were asleep, and Jenna hadn't left the house all day. Desperate for answers, I decided to do some research. I scoured local forums and archives, looking for any mention of strange events in our area. That's when I came across the story. Decades ago, a man named Victor Lang had lived in the house. He was known for dressing up as Santa Claus and delivering gifts to the neighborhood kids. But in 1972, on Christmas Eve, something happened. While visiting a family down the street, Victor suffered a massive heart attack and died. The children had been sitting on his lap when it happened, their laughter turning to screams as he collapsed. Since then, locals had whispered about Victor's ghost, claiming to see a figure in a Santa suit wandering the area on Christmas Eve. Some said he was harmless, a lonely spirit still trying to spread holiday cheer. But others believed he was something darker, his spirit twisted by the trauma of his death. That Christmas marked the end of our holiday traditions in that house. The following year, we moved, unable to shake the memories of that eerie photo and the strange events that followed. To this day, I can't look at a picture of Santa Claus without feeling a twinge of unease. And every Christmas, as the night grows quiet and the world settles into sleep, I think about Victor Lang. I wonder if he's still out there, wandering the streets in his red suit, searching for a family to visit. And I wonder who he's staring at now. Story number 33. The Santa in the Shadows. California isn't where you'd expect to find a traditional Christmas, especially in a small, sun-drenched town near the coast. There's no snow, no roaring fireplaces, just chilly ocean breezes and streets lined with palm trees wrapped in holiday lights. In 2016, my friends and I were restless college kids, spending the holidays far from home. Christmas Eve found us bored and looking for something to do. And in our boredom, we made a decision I'd regret for the rest of my life. Let's check out the old Prescott house, Jamie suggested, her eyes gleaming with mischief. She was always the instigator, the one with the wild ideas. The Prescott house was a crumbling Victorian mansion on the outskirts of town. Abandoned for decades, rumors swirled around it, stories of hauntings, disappearances, and strange sightings. Most of the town avoided it. But we were young, reckless, and eager for a thrill. It's Christmas Eve, I said, trying to talk her out of it. Shouldn't we be doing something festive? This is festive, Jamie argued. It's like a Christmas ghost story. Come on, Caleb. Don't be a killjoy. Against my better judgment. I agreed, along with two other friends, Mark and Lisa, armed with flashlights and too much confidence. We piled into Jamie's car and headed to the house. The Prescott house loomed in the darkness, its peeling paint and broken windows giving it a skeletal appearance. Overgrown weeds choked the yard, and the wind whistled through the cracks in its walls, carrying a faint, eerie groan. This is such a bad idea, Lisa muttered as we approached the front door. She clutched her flashlight like a weapon, her knuckles white. Relax, Jamie said, pushing the door open with a creak. It's just an old house. The air inside was stale and cold, thick with the scent of mildew. Dust motes danced in the beams of our flashlights as we stepped cautiously into the foyer. The floorboards groaned under our weight, and somewhere in the distance, a door slammed, making us jump. This place is a death trap, Mark said, his voice low. Let's make this quick. We wandered through the house, our laughter and nervous chatter echoing off the walls. Most of the rooms were empty, their furniture long gone. But in the living room, we found something strange. A massive Christmas tree, long dead, its dry needles littering the floor. And next to it, standing in the corner, was a statue of Santa Claus. It was an old, life-sized figure, his paint faded and chipped. The red suit was cracked and peeling, the beard yellowed with age. But what struck me most was its face, twisted into an unsettling grin that was both jolly and grotesque. Its eyes, glassy and black, seemed to follow us as we moved around the room. Creepy, Lisa whispered, edging closer to me. Why would someone leave this here? Jamie, of course, wasn't fazed. It's just a statue, she said, moving toward it. Come on, it's kind of funny. Let's take a picture with it. Bad idea, I said. But Jamie was already posing next to the figure, her arms slung around its shoulders like they were old friends. Mark snapped the photo, and as the flash went off, the statue tipped forward. It hit the ground with a heavy thud, the sound echoing through the house like a gunshot. And then, to our horror, it made a noise, a low, guttural chuckle that sent chills racing down my spine. What the hell? Lisa screamed, backing away. It's probably one of those motion-activated things, Jamie said, though her voice lacked its usual confidence. But I knew better. The sound hadn't come from the statue's chest or speakers. It had come from its mouth. I swore I saw its lips twitch, the corners of its grotesque grin curling upward. Let's get out of here, Mark said, his voice trembling. None of us argued. We ran from the house, stumbling over the uneven ground in our haste to escape. As we reached the car, I glanced back and froze. The Santa statue was standing in the front window, his black eyes fixed on us, his head tilted ever so slightly. Caleb, come on, Jamie shouted, yanking me into the car. I slammed the door, and we sped away, the house disappearing into the night. We tried to laugh it off on the drive home, blaming our fear on overactive imaginations and the creepy atmosphere. But something had changed. The air in the car felt heavy, oppressive, as though we'd brought something with us. I couldn't shake the image of that statue, the way its eyes seemed to bore into me. And I wasn't the only one. That night, as I lay in bed, I heard it, the faint sound of laughter, low and hollow. It echoed in my ears, growing louder and more insistent. I turned on every light in the room, but there was nothing there. I didn't sleep. Over the next few weeks, the feeling of being watched became unbearable. Shadows moved in the corners of my vision, and I heard footsteps in the hall when no one else was home. Lisa called me one night, her voice frantic. I saw it, Caleb. She whispered. I saw it outside my window, the Santa. It was watching me. Mark reported similar experiences, strange noises, fleeting glimpses of something red in the darkness. Even Jamie, who had laughed off the whole thing, stopped returning our calls. By February, Lisa had moved to another state, and Mark refused to talk about what happened. Jamie disappeared entirely, her apartment abandoned, her phone disconnected. The police found no signs of foul play, but I knew the truth. The Santa had followed us, and it wasn't done. Even now, years later, I still feel its presence. Every Christmas, the laughter returns, echoing through the night like a cruel reminder. I see its shadow in the corner of my eye, its black eyes watching, waiting. I've tried to forget, to move on, but the memory of that night haunts me. The Santa in the Prescott house wasn't just a statue. It was something else, something ancient and malevolent, wearing a twisted mask of holiday cheer. And every year, it gets closer. Story number 34. The Silent Sleigh. Michigan winters are no joke. The snow falls thick, blanketing the world in an eerie quiet that feels both beautiful and suffocating. In December 2009, my family and I were living in a small town just outside Traverse City. Our house sat at the edge of a dense pine forest. Cozy, secluded place that was perfect for raising kids, or so I thought. That Christmas Eve, the air was heavy with the kind of stillness that makes you feel like the world is holding its breath. My wife, Emily, our two kids, Sophie and Max, and I had just finished watching It's a Wonderful Life and were preparing to tuck the kids into bed. The tree lights twinkled softly in the living room, and the smell of gingerbread cookies lingered in the air. It was the kind of night that felt timeless, like a memory in the making. And then, we heard the bells. First, it was faint, a soft, rhythmic jingling that drifted through the cold night air. Emily paused, her hand hovering over the light switch. "Did you hear that?" she asked. I nodded, my heart skipping a beat. It was faint but distinct, like the sound of sleigh bells. Max, who was 7 at the time, grinned. "It's Santa," he exclaimed, his excitement lighting up the room. Sophie, 2 years older and skeptical of the whole Santa thing, rolled her eyes but still glanced toward the window, curiosity flickering in her eyes. I walked over to the front door, opening it just enough to peer outside. The snow-covered yard stretched out before me, untouched save for the faint shimmer of moonlight. The forest beyond was dark and still. Then I heard it again, louder this time. The jingling was accompanied by a soft thud, like footsteps crunching in the snow, except they weren't coming from the ground. They were coming from above. On the roof, Emily whispered, her face pale. "Did you hear that?" Max bolted toward the window, his little face pressed against the frosty glass. "I bet it's the reindeer," he said, practically vibrating with excitement. But Sophie stepped back, her expression uneasy. "Dad," she said quietly, "what if it's not?" I forced a laugh, trying to keep the mood light. "It's probably just snow sliding off the roof," I said, though my voice sounded hollow even to me. Another thud echoed above us, followed by the unmistakable sound of something heavy shifting. The bells jingled again, louder and more insistent. "I'm going to check it out," I said, grabbing my coat and flashlight. Emily grabbed my arm. "Be careful," she said, her voice trembling. I stepped out into the freezing night, the snow crunching under my boots. The air was so cold it felt like needles against my skin, and my breath came out in thick, white clouds. I shone the flashlight upward, scanning the roof. At first, I saw nothing, just the blank expanse of snow glistening in the moonlight. But then, as the light swept across the far edge of the roof, I saw it. A figure stood silhouetted against the night sky, tall and motionless. It wore what appeared to be a Santa suit, the red fabric stark against the white snow. But something about it was off. The suit hung strangely, as though it didn't quite fit. The figure's head was tilted slightly, as if it were watching me. "Hello," I called out, my voice shaky. "Who's up there?" The figure didn't move. The bells jingled again, startling me. The sound wasn't coming from the figure but from somewhere behind it. I shifted the flashlight beam, and that's when I saw it, a sleigh, a full-sized sleigh, perched precariously on the roof's edge. The wood was old and splintered, the red paint peeling away, and hitched to the sleigh were two reindeer, or at least, that's what they were supposed to be. Their bodies were gaunt, their fur patchy and matted, their antlers twisted unnaturally, almost like gnarled branches, and their eyes glowed faintly in the darkness, reflecting the flashlight beam like dull, red coals. I stumbled back, nearly dropping the flashlight. My mind raced, trying to make sense of what I was seeing. "Hey!" I shouted again, my voice breaking. "What are you doing up there?" This time, the figure moved, slowly, turned its head toward me, the motion jerky and unnatural, like a puppet on strings. It raised one gloved hand and pointed directly at me. I didn't wait to see what it would do next. I bolted back into the house, slamming the door behind me. My heart was pounding, and my breath came in ragged gasps. "What did you see?" Emily asked, her face pale. "There's someone up there," I said, struggling to find the words. "And a sleigh." And I trailed off, not wanting to scare the kids. "It's not normal." Sophie clutched Max's hand, her eyes wide with fear. "What do we do?" she whispered. I grabbed my phone and dialed 911, my hands shaking. The operator answered, and I tried to explain what was happening without sounding insane. "There's someone on our roof," I said. "And I don't know. It's weird. Please, just send someone." The wait for the police felt like an eternity. The sounds on the roof continued, footsteps pacing back and forth, the jingling of bells, and occasionally, a soft scraping noise, like something being dragged. And then, just as suddenly as it had started, the noise stopped. The silence was deafening, and I couldn't shake the feeling that whatever was up there wasn't gone. It was waiting. When the police arrived, they found nothing. No footprints in the snow, no sleigh, no reindeer. The roof was undisturbed, as though no one had ever been there. They chalked it up to a prank or an overactive imagination. But I knew what I saw. For weeks after that night, I couldn't shake the image of the figure on the roof. The way it had pointed at me, the sound of those bells. It stayed with me, haunting my dreams. I started digging into the history of our property, desperate for answers. What I found only deepened the mystery. Decades ago, a man named Charles Anders had lived in the area. He was known for dressing up as Santa Claus every Christmas, delivering gifts to the local children in a homemade sleigh. But one year, he vanished during a snowstorm, his sleigh and reindeer found abandoned in the woods. His body was never recovered. To this day, I don't know what we encountered that night. Was it the spirit of Charles Anders, doomed to wander in search of the Christmas he'd lost? Or was it something darker, something wearing the guise of Santa to lure us outside? All I know is that every Christmas Eve, when the snow falls and the night grows quiet, I listen carefully, and sometimes, just on the edge of hearing, I think I can hear it again, the faint jingling of bells, and the slow, deliberate crunch of footsteps on the roof. Story number 35. Whispers of the Red Suit. The mall during Christmas is a world of its own. Twinkling lights hang from every corner. Carols echo through the air, and the scent of cinnamon and pine mingles with the ever-present aroma of food court fare. In December 2012, I worked as a security guard at Piedmont Galleria, one of Atlanta's largest shopping centers. It was a job I liked for its predictability, crowd control, lost kids, shoplifters, the usual. But that Christmas, something happened that I still can't shake from my mind. The season had been in full swing for weeks. The mall was packed daily with frantic shoppers and families lining up to see Santa Claus in the atrium. Our Santa's workshop setup was impressive, with faux snow, a towering Christmas tree, and an elaborate sleigh where kids could sit with Santa for pictures. The Santa we'd originally hired had called out sick that morning, and his replacement arrived just as the mall opened. I first saw him in the break room, a tall, broad man with a heavy red suit, white beard, and dark, glinting eyes. "Name's Richard," he said, extending a hand. His grip was cold, his smile too wide. Something about him set me on edge, though I couldn't put my finger on it. He seemed eager, too eager. The day started smoothly enough. Kids laughed as they climbed onto Santa's lap, rattling off lists of toys and gadgets they hoped to find under the tree. Parents snapped photos, and Richard played his part well, chuckling deeply and calling out, "Ho! Ho! Ho!" like he'd been doing it for years. But then, things started to feel off. The first sign was a little girl named Lily. She was about 6, with bright blonde curls and big blue eyes. When it was her turn, she hesitated, clutching her mother's hand. "It's okay, sweetie," her mom coaxed. "Go tell Santa what you want for Christmas." Lily reluctantly climbed onto Santa's lap, and for a moment, everything seemed fine. But then Richard leaned in, whispering something into her ear. Whatever he said made her face pale. Her eyes widened, and she let out a piercing scream. "No!" she cried, wriggling free of his grasp. "He's bad." The mall grew silent as everyone turned to look. Lily ran to her mother, sobbing uncontrollably. Her mom glared at Richard, but before she could say anything, he raised his hands in mock innocence. "She's probably just shy," he said, flashing a too friendly smile. The mother hurried away, and the line resumed, though an uncomfortable tension lingered in the air. Over the next few hours, I kept an eye on Richard. Something about him didn't sit right with me, the way he lingered too long with some kids. The way his gaze seemed to follow certain families even after they'd walked away. A few other kids refused to sit on his lap, one even bursting into tears the moment she got close. By mid-afternoon, I decided to ask one of the photographers if they'd noticed anything strange. "You think he's weird too?" she asked, lowering her voice. "It's like, I don't know, he's trying too hard. Like he's pretending to be friendly but isn't." That was all the confirmation I needed. I radioed my supervisor, Jerry, and told him we needed to check this guy out. Jerry waved me off at first. "Come on, it's Christmas. Don't overthink it," but eventually agreed to look into it. Around 5 p.m., while the line for Santa was still going strong, Jerry called me over. He had Richard's name run through our system. "We've got a problem," Jerry said, his face pale. "This guy doesn't work for the agency. He's not even on their payroll." My stomach dropped. "Then who the hell is he?" Jerry didn't answer, but the look on his face told me he had the same question. I headed back to the atrium, my hand resting on the radio at my hip. When I got there, Richard was still playing his part, laughing loudly as a little boy climbed onto his lap. But his smile didn't reach his eyes, which flicked toward me the moment he noticed I was watching. I approached him cautiously. "Hey, Santa," I said, trying to keep my voice light. "Mind coming with me for a quick break? Need to check something." Richard's smile faltered. "Can't it wait? Busy night. You know." I forced a grin. "Just a minute. Won't take long." He hesitated, his eyes narrowing, but finally stood up. As we walked toward the staff area, I felt the tension radiating off him. My instincts screamed that something was very, very wrong. The moment we were out of sight from the crowd, Richard's demeanor changed. His smile vanished, replaced by a cold, calculating expression. "What's this about?" he asked, his voice low and dangerous. "Just a routine check," I said, keeping my tone even. "Shouldn't take more than a minute." But before I could say anything else, he bolted. Richard shoved past me, running toward the exit. I shouted for backup and took off after him, my boots pounding against the polished tile floors. Shoppers stared as we raced through the mall, their confused faces blurring together. He was fast, faster than I expected, but years of chasing down shoplifters gave me an edge. I tackled him near the south entrance, pinning him to the ground as Jerry and 2 other guards arrived to help. The police were called, And when they searched Richard, they found a knife tucked into his boot. His real name wasn't Richard. He was Samuel Reed, a man with a long criminal record, including charges of assault and child endangerment. Worse, he'd been on the run for months after escaping custody in another state. The thought of what could have happened if we hadn't caught him sent a shiver down my spine. Later that night, as the mall emptied out, I replayed the events in my mind. I kept thinking about Lily, the way she'd screamed, "He's bad." What had he whispered to her? What had she seen that the rest of us missed? I thought about how easily he'd slipped into the role of Santa, blending in among the cheerful chaos of the holiday season. How many families had he charmed? How many children had sat on his lap, oblivious to the danger? I never found out what Samuel Reed's plan was that day. The police said he refused to talk. His only response to their questions a chilling, empty smile. To this day, I can't look at a mall Santa without feeling a pang of unease, because no matter how festive the season, there's always the chance that someone is hiding behind the mask, waiting for the perfect moment to strike. And sometimes, it takes the innocence of a child to see the darkness lurking beneath the suit. Story number 36. Midnight Passage, the haunting of the DC Metro. I still wake up in the dead of night, the memory of that eerie Christmas Eve in 2010 lingering in my mind like an afterimage burned into my retinas. My name is Melissa Grant, and the night I boarded that train on the DC Metro remains an indelible scar, a constant reminder of the thin veil between the ordinary and the unexplainable, and the shadows that lurk just beyond our understanding. It was December 24th, 2010, a night when the city was hushed under a soft blanket of winter's chill. Washington, D.C. streets shimmered with the glow of holiday lights, and the promise of Christmas hovered in the crisp air. I had spent the evening with friends, sharing laughter and mulled cider in a cozy apartment near DuPont Circle. As midnight approached, I reluctantly said my goodbyes, longing for the warmth of my own bed. The metro station was quiet for the hour, a subdued hum filling the cavernous space as I descended the escalator. The fluorescent lights hummed overhead, illuminating weary travelers who clutched shopping bags and exchanged polite nods. I boarded the Green Line train heading southeast, expecting a routine journey home before the first light of Christmas morning. At first, everything seemed normal. Passengers settled into their seats, scrolling through their phones or staring idly out the windows as the train rumbled through the tunnels. The overhead announcements crackled, announcing each station in a monotone voice. A handful of people dozed off, lulled by the gentle sway of the car. The atmosphere was subdued, the final traces of festive cheer fading as midnight slipped into memory. Then, without warning, the lights flickered, once, twice, and then they went out altogether. A collective gasp rippled through the car as we were plunged into absolute darkness. The train rattled on, hurtling through the tunnels with no sign of stopping. My heart pounded in my chest, and I strained my eyes, hoping they would adjust to the blackness. But no faint glow or emergency light penetrated the gloom. It was as if we had entered a void, a pocket of nothingness beneath the city's streets. A whispering tension filled the car, the soft rustle of coats and uncertain murmurs confirming that I wasn't the only one on edge. Someone tried to use their phone's flashlight, but the battery died the instant they turned it on, a coincidence that didn't escape anyone's notice. Others tried to activate their phone screens, only to find them unresponsive. The air seemed charged with static, a subtle crackle that set my nerves on edge. Seconds stretched into minutes, and still, the train barreled forward without stopping. No recorded announcements, no flicker of passing stations, no sense of time or place, just the muffled hum of wheels on tracks and the steady pounding of my own heart. As unease morphed into panic, a voice broke the silence. It belonged to a man seated near the doors, his tone wavering. "Is anyone else's phone dead?" he asked softly. A chorus of uneasy confirmations answered him. He let out a shaky laugh. "What the hell is going on?" No one had an answer. We were trapped. rolling through an endless tunnel with no light, no connection, and no sense of direction. Some passengers tried to pry open the doors between cars, but they wouldn't budge. Another tried to pull the emergency brake, but the lever refused to move, as if fused to the metal frame. I felt my chest tighten with dread. This was impossible. I thought. The metro had fail-safes, redundancies for emergencies. The idea of a train speeding through the tunnels without stopping or slowing down, lights dead and communications cut off, defied everything I knew about modern transit. As the silence stretched, I noticed something else: breathing. Not the collective nervous exhalations of the passengers, but something heavier, a presence I could sense rather than see. It was as though the darkness had taken form, looming over us, pressing in from all sides. I felt its gaze, cold and curious, as if we were insects trapped under a glass, observed by some unseen entity. A woman near me began to pray softly, her words a trembling plea. Another passenger muttered about a power surge or a freak accident. Yet none of these explanations satisfied me. The darkness felt alive, purposeful, as if the train had entered a different realm, one where our laws of physics and logic no longer applied. Time lost meaning in that subterranean abyss. My thoughts drifted to Christmas mornings past, my mother's laughter, the smell of pine needles and cinnamon rolls, the warmth of family and safety. I longed for that comfort, the reassurance that I was not alone in the night. But here, surrounded by strangers, we were united only by fear and uncertainty. Then, a soft scraping sound broke the silence. It started at the far end of the car and moved closer. A gentle rasp like a blade drawn across metal. The passengers fell silent, listening, hearts pounding in their chests. The sound grew louder, accompanied by a faint whisper that I couldn't quite discern. I tried to make sense of it, leaning forward, straining my ears. The whisper became words, garbled and distant. "You shouldn't be here. You shouldn't have come." Goosebumps prickled along my arms. The voice was genderless, ageless, and eerily calm. A sudden jolt rattled the car, knocking some passengers out of their seats. We screamed, and the voice fell silent, the scraping ceasing as abruptly as it began. In the darkness, I fumbled for something to hold on to, finding only the smooth upholstery of the seat. The train's speed had changed, had it slowed? Or was it just another trick of my rattled mind? Someone started sobbing quietly, the sound muffled by a coat or scarf. Another person tried to comfort them, whispering reassurances that sounded hollow and uncertain. I caught a whiff of smoke, or something acrid in the air, and panic threatened to overwhelm me. Was the train on fire now? Were we running out of time? Suddenly, a faint glow appeared at the far end of the car. Just a pinprick of light, growing brighter with each second. Relief flooded my chest. Maybe rescue workers had cut through the darkness. Maybe a fuse had been replaced. But as the light grew, I realized it didn't resemble a beam of a flashlight or a phone screen. It was pale and flickering, like a distant candle flame, hovering in midair with no visible source. Passengers gasped, and some cursed softly. The flame drifted down the aisle, as if carried by invisible hands. As it passed each row of seats, the sobbing ceased, replaced by stunned silence. The flame cast eerie shadows on the ceiling, forming shapes that reminded me of twisted faces, mouths open in silent screams. Without warning, the flame winked out, leaving us in darkness once more. This time, however, we heard a distant rumble, and the train began to slow. Relief clashed with dread in my stomach. What awaited us when the train finally stopped? In the silence, I realized I could feel the train's momentum shifting, each wheel grudgingly resisting the brake from its endless loop. Then, with a hiss of compressed air, we jolted to a halt. The darkness lifted abruptly, the lights flickering back on, harsh and fluorescent, revealing a scene of disarray, people huddled together, eyes wide and tear-streaked, unsure of what to do next. The PA system crackled, and a conductor's voice came through. sounding shaken and confused. "Ladies and gentlemen, we apologize for the inconvenience. We seem to have experienced a malfunction. Please disembark at the next station." As the doors hissed open, we rushed out onto the platform, desperate for fresh air and normalcy. Police officers and transit workers swarmed around us, asking questions that no one could answer. We told them what had happened, our voices trembling with disbelief. They looked at us with skepticism, as if our story was too bizarre to be true. In the weeks that followed, the incident became a whispered legend among commuters. Some dismissed it as a mass hallucination. Others insisted it was a mechanical malfunction combined with frayed nerves. But those of us who were there knew better. The darkness we encountered on that train was not merely an absence of light. It was a presence, an entity that had toyed with us, using our fear as a canvas upon which to paint its dread. The whispers, the strange flame, the scraping sound, none of it could be explained by rational means. In time, I learned to go about my life with the weight of that night on my shoulders. The subway cars still carried me through the city, but I never felt entirely safe in their tunnels. The memory of that night lingers in the corners of my mind, surfacing whenever I'm alone in a quiet place, or when the power flickers unexpectedly. I often reflect on the lessons learned in that subterranean abyss. Fear is a potent force, one that can bind strangers together or drive them apart. And the unknown is always lurking, waiting for the right moment to slip through the cracks of our carefully constructed reality. I still have no explanation for what occurred that night, but I know what I felt, what we all felt, the presence of something beyond comprehension. So, I warn others now, in hushed tones and with wary eyes, when you ride the subway, or find yourself alone in a place too quiet and too dark, be mindful. There are forces that thrive in the shadows, entities that feed on fear and uncertainty. You may never encounter them, but if you do, remember this story. For in the heart of the city, amidst the silent echoes of tragedy and the lingering presence of restless spirits, lies a darkness that can consume even the bravest of souls, and a light too fragile to trust without question. Story number 37. Shadows in the Rails, the mysterious disappearance on the Chicago subway. I still wake up in the dead of night, the memory of that chilling Christmas Eve in 2012 Chicago subway lingering in my mind like the persistent echo of a train whistle fading into the darkness. My name is Jonathan Reed, and the night I witnessed Emily Thompson's inexplicable disappearance remains an indelible scar, a constant reminder of the thin veil between the ordinary and the supernatural, and the shadows that linger long after the lights go out. Growing up in Chicago, the subway was more than just a mode of transportation. It was a lifeline, a place where countless stories intersected in fleeting moments. I had always felt a strange connection to the underground tunnels, a sense of familiarity amidst the chaos of the bustling city above. That December, however, the subway became the stage for a mystery that would haunt me for years to come. It was December 24th, 2012, a night when the city was adorned with twinkling lights and festive decorations, the air crisp with winter's embrace. I had just finished my shift at a local bookstore, eager to get home and spend Christmas Eve with my family. The subway was my preferred mode of transportation, a convenient and economical way to navigate the sprawling metropolis. As I boarded the Blue Line train at the Clark/Lake Station, the usual array of passengers greeted me with nods and polite smiles. The car was moderately crowded, filled with the chatter of friends reuniting and the soft strains of holiday music playing from a portable radio. I found a seat near the middle of the car, watching as the cityscape blurred into streaks of light through the windows. At first, everything seemed normal. Passengers settled into their seats, scrolling through their phones or staring idly out the windows as the train rumbled through the tunnels. The overhead announcements crackled, announcing each station in a monotone voice. A handful of people dozed off, lulled by the gentle sway of the car. The atmosphere was subdued, the final traces of festive cheer fading as Christmas Eve slipped into memory. Then, without warning, the lights flickered, once, twice, and then they went out altogether. A collective gasp rippled through the car as we were plunged into absolute darkness. The train rattled on, hurtling through the tunnels with no sign of stopping. My heart pounded in my chest, and I strained my eyes, hoping they would adjust to the blackness. But no faint glow or emergency light penetrated the gloom. It was as if we had entered a void, a pocket of nothingness beneath the city's streets. A whispering tension filled the car, the soft rustle of coats and uncertain murmurs confirming that I wasn't the only one on edge. Someone tried to use their phone's flashlight, but the battery died the instant they turned it on. A coincidence that didn't escape anyone's notice. Others tried to activate their phone screens, only to find them unresponsive. The air seemed charged with static, a subtle crackle that set my nerves on edge. Seconds stretched into minutes, and still, the train barreled forward without stopping. No recorded announcements, no flicker of passing stations, no sense of time or place, just the muffled hum of wheels on tracks and the steady pounding of my own heart. As unease morphed into panic, a voice broke the silence. It belonged to a woman seated near the doors, her tone wavering. "Is anyone else's phone dead?" she asked softly. A chorus of uneasy confirmations answered her. She let out a shaky laugh. "What the hell is going on?" No one had an answer. We were trapped, rolling through an endless tunnel with no light, no connection, and no sense of direction. Some passengers tried to pry open the doors between cars, but they wouldn't budge. Another tried to pull the emergency brake, but the lever refused to move, as if fused to the metal frame. I felt my chest tighten with dread. This was impossible. I thought. The metro had fail-safes, redundancies for emergencies. The idea of a train speeding through the tunnels without stopping or slowing down, lights dead and communications cut off, defied everything I knew about modern transit. As the silence stretched, I noticed something else breathing, not the collective nervous exhalations of the passengers, but something heavier, a presence I could sense rather than see. It was as though the darkness had taken form, looming over us, pressing in from all sides. I felt its gaze, cold and curious, as if we were insects trapped under a glass, observed by some unseen entity. A woman near me began to pray softly, her words a trembling plea. Another passenger muttered about a power surge or a freak accident. Yet none of these explanations satisfied me. The darkness felt alive, purposeful, as if the train had entered a different realm, one where our laws of physics and logic no longer applied. Time lost meaning in that subterranean abyss. My thoughts drifted to Christmas mornings past, my mother's laughter, the smell of pine needles and cinnamon rolls, the warmth of family and safety. I longed for that comfort, the reassurance that I was not alone in the night. But here, surrounded by strangers, we were united only by fear and uncertainty. Then, a soft scraping sound broke the silence. It started at the far end of the car and moved closer. A gentle rasp like a blade drawn across metal. The passengers fell silent, listening, hearts pounding in their chests. The sound grew louder, accompanied by a faint whisper that I couldn't quite discern. I tried to make sense of it, leaning forward, straining my ears. The whisper became words, garbled and distant. "You shouldn't be here. You shouldn't have come." Goosebumps prickled along my arms. The voice was genderless, ageless, and eerily calm. A sudden jolt rattled the car, knocking some passengers out of their seats. We screamed, and the voice fell silent, the scraping ceasing as abruptly as it began. In the darkness, I fumbled for something to hold on to, finding only the smooth upholstery of the seat. The train's speed had changed, had it slowed? Or was it just another trick of my rattled mind? Someone started sobbing quietly, the sound muffled by a coat or scarf. Another person tried to comfort them, whispering reassurances that sounded hollow and uncertain. I caught a whiff of smoke, or something acrid in the air, and panic threatened to overwhelm me. Was the train on fire now? Were we running out of time? Suddenly, a faint glow appeared at the far end of the car. Relief flooded my chest. Maybe rescue workers had cut through the darkness. Maybe a fuse had been replaced. But as the light grew, I realized it didn't resemble a beam of a flashlight or a phone screen. It was pale and flickering, like a distant candle flame, hovering in midair with no visible source. Passengers gasped, and some cursed softly. The flame drifted down the aisle, as if carried by invisible hands. As it passed each row of seats, the sobbing ceased, replaced by stunned silence. The flame cast eerie shadows on the ceiling, forming shapes that reminded me of twisted faces, mouths open in silent screams. Without warning, the flame winked out, leaving us in darkness once more. This time, however, we heard a distant rumble, and the train began to slow. Relief clashed with dread in my stomach. What awaited us when the train finally stopped? In the silence, I realized I could feel the train's momentum shifting, each wheel grudgingly resisting the brake from its endless loop. Then, with a hiss of compressed air, we jolted to a halt. The darkness lifted abruptly, the lights flickering back on, harsh and fluorescent, revealing a scene of disarray, people huddled together, eyes wide and tear-streaked, unsure of what to do next. The PA system crackled, and a conductor's voice came through, sounding shaken and confused. "Ladies and gentlemen, we apologize for the inconvenience. We seem to have experienced a malfunction. Please disembark at the next station." As the doors hissed open, we rushed out onto the platform, desperate for fresh air and normalcy. Police officers and transit workers swarmed around us, asking questions that no one could answer. We told them what had happened, our voices trembling with disbelief. They looked at us with skepticism, as if our story was too bizarre to be true. In the weeks that followed, the incident became a whispered legend among commuters. Some dismissed it as a mass hallucination. Others insisted it was a mechanical malfunction combined with frayed nerves. But those of us who were there knew better. The darkness we encountered on that train was not merely an absence of light. It was a presence, an entity that had toyed with us, using our fear as a canvas upon which to paint its dread. The whispers, the strange flame, the scraping sound, none of it could be explained by rational means. Then, one day, as I sat in my favorite coffee shop reflecting on the incident, the news caught my attention. Emily Thompson, a woman who had been on that same train, had mysteriously disappeared. She had boarded at the same station, sat in the same row, and vanished without a trace when the train stopped. No signs of struggle, no evidence of foul play, just an empty seat where she had been moments before. The police were baffled. They scoured the tunnels, searched her apartment, and interviewed everyone she knew. But Emily was gone. It was as if she had been erased from existence, leaving behind only questions and an overwhelming sense of loss. Driven by a need for closure and haunted by the possibility that the entity on the train had a hand in her disappearance, I decided to delve deeper. I began researching ancient texts and occult practices, hoping to find a connection between our experience and the supernatural. My quest led me to a local historian who specialized in Chicago's hidden histories and a psychic medium who claimed to communicate with spirits trapped in urban liminal spaces. Together, we pieced together fragments of forgotten lore that spoke of entities dwelling in the shadows of human transit systems, beings that thrived on fear, feeding off the collective anxiety of commuters. These entities were said to manipulate reality within confined spaces, creating illusions and altering perceptions to trap their victims in perpetual dread. One particularly cold night, armed with knowledge and a determination to confront the darkness, I returned to the subway station where Emily had disappeared. The platform was deserted, the silence pressing in around me. I stood alone, the weight of the mystery heavy on my shoulders, when the familiar flicker of lights began to dance on the walls. A shadow loomed at the end of the platform, indistinct yet undeniably present. "You shouldn't have come," it whispered, the words sending chills down my spine. I took a deep breath, forcing myself to stand tall. I'm here to help, I declared, my voice steadier than I felt. The shadow moved closer, its form shifting and contorting in the dim light. Help us, find the truth, it intoned, its voice a blend of sorrow and menace. With the support of the historian and the medium, we began a ritual to bridge the gap between our world and the entities that haunted the subway. The air grew thick with energy as we chanted the ancient incantations, our voices intertwining in a desperate plea for understanding and release. Suddenly, the platform erupted in a flurry of shadows, the entities manifesting before us in grotesque forms that twisted and writhed. The temperature plummeted, our breaths visible in the frigid air as the shadows advanced. Their intentions clear: consume, trap, and perpetuate the cycle of fear. But we stood our ground, the power of our combined will holding the darkness at bay. The historian's knowledge of ancient protections and the medium's ability to communicate with trapped spirits formed a barrier that the entities could not penetrate. We continued the ritual, our voices rising in unison, pushing back against the encroaching shadows. In a final, desperate surge of energy, a blinding light filled the platform, banishing the darkness and sealing the rift between our worlds. The oppressive presence lifted, replaced by a serene calm that settled over the station. Emily's spirit appeared before us, her form clearer and more peaceful than ever. "Thank you," she whispered, her voice filled with gratitude. "You've set us free." As dawn broke over Chicago, the first rays of sunlight pierced through the remnants of the night's ordeal, casting a golden glow on the subway station. I felt a weight lift from my shoulders, the lingering presence of Emily and the other spirits finally finding peace. The mystery of her disappearance was no longer a haunting enigma but a story of resilience, love, and the relentless pursuit of truth in the face of darkness. Years have passed since that harrowing Christmas Eve, and while the memory of Emily's disappearance never truly fades, I find solace in knowing that we were able to confront and overcome the shadows that once threatened to consume us. The subway remains a lifeline for millions, but for those who remember that night, it stands as a testament to the unseen forces that dwell beneath our feet and the strength it takes to face the unknown. But the memory of that night remains a haunting reminder of the thin line between safety and fear. I often find myself reflecting on the lessons learned amidst the silent shadows and the lingering presence of the subway, understanding that some encounters transcend our understanding, bridging the gap between the living and the departed with compassion and respect. And so, I warn others, cherish the moments you have with those you love, honor their memories, and be mindful of the mysteries that lie hidden in the places we hold dear. For in the heart of Chicago, amidst the silent echoes of tragedy and the lingering presence of restless spirits, lies a darkness that can consume even the bravest of souls, but also a light that can guide us toward compassion and eternal peace. Story number 38. Shadows in the Rails, the mysterious death on the Boston Metro. I still wake up in the dead of night, the memory of that chilling Christmas Eve in 1986 Boston subway haunting my dreams like the persistent echo of a train whistle fading into the darkness. My name is Daniel Harris, and the night I witnessed that inexplicable death remains an indelible scar, a constant reminder of the thin veil between the mundane and the macabre, and the shadows that linger long after the lights go out. Growing up in Boston, the subway was more than just a mode of transportation. It was a lifeline, a place where countless stories intersected in fleeting moments. I had always felt a strange connection to the underground tunnels, a sense of familiarity amidst the chaos of the bustling city above. That December, however, the subway became the stage for a mystery that would haunt me for years to come. It was December 24th, 1986, a night when the city was adorned with twinkling lights and festive decorations, the air crisp with winter's embrace. I had just finished my shift at a local bookstore, eager to get home and spend Christmas Eve with my family. The subway was my preferred mode of transportation, a convenient and economical way to navigate the sprawling metropolis. As I boarded the Red Line train, the usual array of passengers greeted me with nods and polite smiles. The car was moderately crowded, filled with the chatter of friends reuniting and the soft strains of holiday music playing from a portable radio. I found a seat near the middle of the car, watching as the cityscape blurred into streaks of light through the windows. At first, everything seemed normal. Passengers settled into their seats, scrolling through their phones or staring idly out the windows as the train rumbled through the tunnels. The overhead announcements crackled, announcing each station in a monotone voice. A handful of people dozed off, lulled by the gentle sway of the car. The atmosphere was subdued, the final traces of festive cheer fading as Christmas Eve slipped into memory. Then, without warning, the lights flickered, once, twice, and then they went out altogether. A collective gasp rippled through the car as we were plunged into absolute darkness. The train rattled on, hurtling through the tunnels with no sign of stopping. My heart pounded in my chest, and I strained my eyes, hoping they would adjust to the blackness. But no faint glow or emergency light penetrated the gloom. It was as if we had entered a void, a pocket of nothingness beneath the city's streets. A whispering tension filled the car, the soft rustle of coats and uncertain murmurs confirming that I wasn't the only one on edge. Someone tried to use their phone's flashlight, but the battery died the instant they turned it on, a coincidence that didn't escape anyone's notice. Others tried to activate their phone screens, only to find them unresponsive. The air seemed charged with static, a subtle crackle that set my nerves on edge. Seconds stretched into minutes, and still, the train barreled forward without stopping. No recorded announcements, no flicker of passing stations, no sense of time or place, just the muffled hum of wheels on tracks and the steady pounding of my own heart. As unease morphed into panic, a voice broke the silence. It belonged to a man seated near the doors, his tone wavering. "Is anyone else's phone dead?" he asked softly. A chorus of uneasy confirmations answered him. He let out a shaky laugh. "What the hell is going on?" No one had an answer. We were trapped, rolling through an endless tunnel with no light, no connection, and no sense of direction. Some passengers tried to pry open the doors between cars, but they wouldn't budge. Another tried to pull the emergency brake, but the lever refused to move, as if fused to the metal frame. I felt my chest tighten with dread. This was impossible. I thought. The metro had fail-safes, redundancies for emergencies. The idea of a train speeding through the tunnels without stopping or slowing down, lights dead and communications cut off, defied everything I knew about modern transit. As the silence stretched, I noticed something else breathing, not the collective nervous exhalations of the passengers, but something heavier, a presence I could sense rather than see. It was as though the darkness had taken form, looming over us, pressing in from all sides. I felt its gaze, cold and curious, as if we were insects trapped under a glass, observed by some unseen entity. A woman near me began to pray softly, her words a trembling plea. Another passenger muttered about a power surge or a freak accident. Yet none of these explanations satisfied me. The darkness felt alive, purposeful, as if the train had entered a different realm, one where our laws of physics and logic no longer applied. Time lost meaning in that subterranean abyss. My thoughts drifted to Christmas mornings past, my mother's laughter, the smell of pine needles and cinnamon rolls, the warmth of family and safety. I longed for that comfort, the reassurance that I was not alone in the night. But here, surrounded by strangers, we were united only by fear and uncertainty. Then, a soft scraping sound broke the silence. It started at the far end of the car and moved closer. A gentle rasp like a blade drawn across metal. The passengers fell silent, listening, hearts pounding in their chests. The sound grew louder, accompanied by a faint whisper that I couldn't quite discern. I tried to make sense of it, leaning forward, straining my ears. The whisper became words, garbled and distant. "You shouldn't be here. You shouldn't have come." Goosebumps prickled along my arms. The voice was genderless, ageless, and eerily calm. A sudden jolt rattled the car, knocking some passengers out of their seats. We screamed, and the voice fell silent, the scraping ceasing as abruptly as it began. In the darkness, I fumbled for something to hold on to, finding only the smooth upholstery of the seat. The train's speed had changed, had it slowed? Or was it just another trick of my rattled mind? Someone started sobbing quietly, the sound muffled by a coat or scarf. Another person tried to comfort them, whispering reassurances that sounded hollow and uncertain. I caught a whiff of smoke, or something acrid in the air, and panic threatened to overwhelm me. Was the train on fire now? Were we running out of time? Suddenly, a faint glow appeared at the far end of the car. Relief flooded my chest. Maybe rescue workers had cut through the darkness. Maybe a fuse had been replaced. But as the light grew, I realized it didn't resemble a beam of a flashlight or a phone screen. It was pale and flickering, like a distant candle flame, hovering in midair with no visible source. Passengers gasped, and some cursed softly. The flame drifted down the aisle, as if carried by invisible hands. As it passed each row of seats, the sobbing ceased, replaced by stunned silence. The flame cast eerie shadows on the ceiling, forming shapes that reminded me of twisted faces, mouths open in silent screams. Without warning, the flame winked out, leaving us in darkness once more. This time, however, we heard a distant rumble, and the train began to slow. Relief clashed with dread in my stomach. What awaited us when the train finally stopped? In the silence, I realized I could feel the train's momentum shifting, each wheel grudgingly resisting the brake from its endless loop. Then, with a hiss of compressed air, we jolted to a halt. The darkness lifted abruptly, the lights flickering back on, harsh and fluorescent, revealing a scene of disarray, people huddled together, eyes wide and tear-streaked, unsure of what to do next. The PA system crackled, and a conductor's voice came through, sounding shaken and confused. "Ladies and gentlemen, we apologize for the inconvenience. We seem to have experienced a malfunction. Please disembark at the next station." As the doors hissed open, we rushed out onto the platform, desperate for fresh air and normalcy. Police officers and transit workers swarmed around us, asking questions that no one could answer. We told them what had happened, our voices trembling with disbelief. They looked at us with skepticism, as if our story was too bizarre to be true. In the weeks that followed, the incident became a whispered legend among commuters. Some dismissed it as a mass hallucination. Others insisted it was a mechanical malfunction combined with frayed nerves. But those of us who were there knew better. The darkness we encountered on that train was not merely an absence of light. It was a presence, an entity that had toyed with us, using our fear as a canvas upon which to paint its dread. The whispers, the strange flame, the scraping sound, none of it could be explained by rational means. In time, I learned to go about my life with the weight of that night on my shoulders. The subway cars still carried me through the city, but I never felt entirely safe in their tunnels. The memory of that night lingers in the corners of my mind, surfacing whenever I'm alone in a quiet place, or when the power flickers unexpectedly. I often reflect on the lessons learned in that subterranean abyss. Fear is a potent force, one that can bind strangers together or drive them apart. And the unknown is always lurking, waiting for the right moment to slip through the cracks of our carefully constructed reality. I still have no explanation for what occurred that night, but I know what I felt, what we all felt, the presence of something beyond comprehension. Driven by a need for closure and haunted by the fear that the darkness he spoke of still lingered, I delved into researching the ritual my father had mentioned, uncovering fragments of ancient texts and cryptic references that hinted at dark, supernatural forces lurking in the shadows. The deeper I dug, the more I realized that our family's attempt to harness these forces had backfired catastrophically. unleashing a malevolent entity that sought to consume everything in its path. Late one night, driven by desperation and fueled by the relentless pursuit of answers, I decided to confront the darkness that had claimed our home. Armed with the knowledge I had painstakingly gathered and the support of a local rabbi and a psychic medium, I returned to the remnants of our house, now a smoldering ruin reduced to ashes and rubble. Under the cover of darkness, we began the ritual to banish the malevolent presence that had taken our home. The air grew thick with anticipation, the ground beneath our feet trembling as we chanted the ancient words of protection and purification. The shadows around us seemed to come alive, swirling and twisting in response to our efforts, their forms shifting into grotesque shapes that threatened to engulf us. Suddenly, the flames flared up, yet they did not consume. Instead, they transformed into beams of light that pierced through the darkness, creating a barrier that the shadows could not penetrate. The oppressive energy that had haunted us for days now manifested before us. A towering figure of darkness with eyes that burned with eternal sorrow and rage. "You cannot stop us," it intoned, its voice a cacophony of anguished whispers. "The veil is thin, and our time has come." Fear threatened to overwhelm me, but the love for my family and the determination to protect others from the same fate fueled my resolve. With the support of the rabbi and the medium, we continued the ritual, our voices rising in unison against the encroaching darkness. The figure lunged at us, but the power of our collective will held it at bay, the ancient words creating a barrier that the darkness could not penetrate. In a final, desperate plea, the figure screamed, its form dissolving into nothingness as the ritual reached its climax. The shadows recoiled, retreating into the corners of the night, and a profound sense of peace settled over the area. The oppressive presence lifted, leaving behind only the faint scent of burnt incense and the lingering echoes of our chant. As dawn broke over Boston, the first rays of sunlight pierced through the remnants of the night's ordeal, casting a golden glow on the now peaceful landscape. I felt a weight lift from my shoulders, the lingering presence of my family and friend finally finding the peace they had long been denied. John's death was no longer a haunting mystery but a story of resilience, love, and the relentless pursuit of truth in the face of darkness. Years have passed since that harrowing New Year's Eve, and while the pain of losing my family never truly fades, I find solace in knowing that we were able to confront and overcome the shadows that once threatened to consume us. Our family's legacy lives on, a testament to the strength of the human spirit and the enduring power of love to overcome even the darkest of mysteries. But the memory of that night remains a haunting reminder of the thin line between honoring the past and succumbing to fear. I often find myself reflecting on the lessons learned amidst the silent shadows and the lingering presence of our once happy home, understanding that some encounters transcend our understanding, bridging the gap between the living and the departed with compassion and respect. And so, I warn others, cherish the moments you have with those you love, honor their memories, and be mindful of the mysteries that lie hidden in the places we hold dear. For in the heart of Boston, amidst the silent echoes of tragedy and the lingering presence of restless spirits, lies a darkness that can consume even the bravest of souls, but also a light that can guide us toward compassion and eternal peace. Story number 39. Shadows in the Subway, the Midnight Murder. I still wake up in the dead of night, the memory of that chilling Christmas Eve in 1995 lingering in my mind like the persistent hum of the subway trains beneath New York City. My name is James Carter, and the night I witnessed the brutal murder on the subway remains an indelible scar, a constant reminder of the thin veil between safety and horror, and the shadows that linger long after the lights go out. Growing up in Manhattan, the subway was both a lifeline and a maze, a place where countless stories intersected in fleeting moments. I had always felt a strange connection to the underground tunnels, a sense of familiarity amidst the chaos. That December, however, my perception of the subway was forever altered. It was Christmas Eve 1995, A night when the city was adorned with twinkling lights and festive decorations. The air was crisp, carrying the scent of roasted chestnuts and hot cocoa from street vendors. I had decided to take the subway home after attending a friend's holiday party, seeking the solace of solitude amidst the bustling crowd. As I boarded the train, the usual array of passengers greeted me with nods and polite smiles. The car was moderately crowded, filled with the chatter of friends reuniting and the soft strains of holiday music playing from a portable radio. I found a seat near the middle of the car, watching as the cityscape blurred into streaks of light through the windows. About halfway through the ride, the atmosphere began to shift. The lights flickered intermittently, casting long, distorted shadows across the faces of the passengers. A sense of unease settled over the car, the festive cheer giving way to an oppressive silence. It was then that I heard it, a heated argument between two men standing near the front of the car. At first, it was just words, sharp and biting, cutting through the quiet. But as the minutes dragged on, the tension escalated. The voices grew louder, the insults more personal, until it felt like the air itself was charged with hostility. I glanced around, noticing the discomfort etched on the faces of those nearby. Yet no one intervened. Suddenly, without warning, chaos erupted. One of the men lunged at the other with a concealed knife, the blade flashing ominously in the dim light. The attack was swift and brutal, leaving the victim slumped on the floor, blood pooling around him. Screams filled the car. But amidst the panic, something inexplicable happened. No one moved to help. Passengers stood frozen, their eyes wide with terror and disbelief, as if trapped in a nightmare they couldn't escape. I felt a surge of adrenaline, my instincts pushing me to act. "Help!" I shouted, trying to reach the other passengers. But my voice seemed to be swallowed by the oppressive silence. The attacker, realizing the gravity of his actions, fled the scene, disappearing into the maze of subway cars before anyone could react. The police arrived swiftly, their presence a mix of professionalism and urgency. They combed through the car, searching for clues, but the perpetrator had vanished without a trace. The victim was rushed to the hospital, but despite the efforts of the medical team, he succumbed to his injuries. The investigation was baffling. No fingerprints, no eyewitnesses willing to come forward, and no clear motive for the murder. In the days that followed, the incident became a haunting story whispered among subway commuters and echoed in the halls of the police department. The victim was identified as Michael Reynolds, a young man with no known enemies and a life full of promise. The community was left grappling with the inexplicable nature of the crime. The idea that such brutality could occur in the heart of their beloved city without reason. But for me, the memory of that night was more than just a tragic event. It was a glimpse into the darkness that lurked beneath the surface of everyday life. I couldn't shake the feeling that there was something more to the murder, something beyond the realm of the ordinary. The way the attacker had blended into the crowd, the silence that followed the chaos. It all pointed to a presence that defied explanation. Driven by a need for answers, I began my own investigation, delving into Michael's past and the circumstances leading up to that fateful ride. I discovered that Michael had been a dedicated volunteer at a local shelter, known for his kindness and unwavering spirit. There was no apparent reason for anyone to want to harm him. Yet the brutality of the attack suggested a deeper, more sinister motive. As I dug deeper, strange occurrences began to follow me. Shadows seemed to linger a little too long. Whispers echoed in empty rooms, and a pervasive sense of being watched haunted my every step. The further I went, the more I felt the presence of something otherworldly, a force that thrived on fear and tragedy, manipulating events to maintain its hold on the living. One particularly cold night, unable to shake the feeling that something was amiss, I decided to return to the subway station where the murder had taken place. Armed with nothing but a flashlight and a determination to uncover the truth, I ventured into the empty tunnels, the oppressive silence weighing heavily on me. The subway felt different now, the air thick with an unseen presence that seemed to watch my every move. As I wandered through the dimly lit corridors, the flickering lights casting long, distorted shadows on the walls, I felt a chill run down my spine. The sense of being watched was palpable, the air heavy with sorrow and fear. I reached the spot where Michael had been attacked, the memories of that night flooding my mind. Suddenly, a cold gust of wind swept through the tunnel, extinguishing my flashlight and plunging me into darkness, my breath visible in the frigid air. I fumbled for my phone, only to find it dead, no signal. No battery left despite charging earlier. Panic surged through me as I realized I was completely cut off, trapped in the subway with whatever presence was haunting us. A soft whisper echoed through the tunnel, barely audible over the distant hum of the tracks. "Help us!" The voice seemed to murmur, sending chills down my spine. I spun around, my heart pounding in my chest, and in the dim light, I saw it, a shadowy figure standing at the end of the tunnel, its form indistinct yet undeniably human. "Who are you?" I called out, my voice barely more than a whisper. The figure remained silent, its presence both captivating and terrifying. Took a step forward, and I could feel the temperature drop even further, the air thick with an oppressive energy. "Find the truth," it whispered, its voice filled with sorrow and desperation. Determined to uncover the answers, I followed the apparition through the tunnels, the shadowy figure leading me to a hidden room behind the old subway map in the control center. The door creaked open, revealing a space that had been meticulously cleaned and organized, as if waiting for someone to discover its secrets. In the center of the room stood a large mirror, its surface gleaming eerily in the dim light. The shadowy figure gestured towards it, and as I approached, the reflection began to distort, revealing scenes of that tragic night, Michael and the attacker, the chaos that ensued, and the eerie silence that followed. I saw glimpses of a dark presence lurking in the shadows, orchestrating the tragedy with a malevolent intent that defied explanation. I reached out to touch the mirror, my fingers trembling as I made contact with the cold, smooth surface. Instantly, a surge of energy coursed through me, visions flooding my mind, flames, screams, and the overwhelming sense of loss and fear that had consumed us all. I saw glimpses of a dark force manipulating events from the shadows, feeding on the fear and tragedy that permeated the subway system. The mirror's surface rippled, and the shadowy figure reappeared, its form now clearer, eyes filled with an unending sorrow. "You must reveal the truth," it implored. "Only then can we find peace." With newfound determination, I knew what I had to do, to uncover the hidden secrets that had led to Michael's murder and confront the darkness that had taken him. Armed with the knowledge gleaned from the mirror and the support of a local rabbi and a psychic medium, I began to piece together the fragments of that tragic night, uncovering a web of deceit and malevolence that had ensnared us all. The investigation led me down a path of unsettling discoveries, revealing connections to powerful figures and dark rituals that had been practiced in secrecy. The truth was far more horrifying than I had ever imagined, a malevolent force that thrived on fear and tragedy, manipulating events to maintain its hold on the living. One stormy night, as I stood before the mirror once more, I felt the presence of the shadowy figure, now a beacon of hope and guidance. "It's time," it whispered, "to confront the darkness and set us free." Summoning every ounce of courage, I performed the ritual I had uncovered, chanting the ancient words that promised to banish the malevolent force and release the spirits trapped within the subway system. The air crackled with energy, the shadows twisting and contorting in response to my incantations. As the ritual reached its peak, the mirror shattered, the pieces scattering across the room like fragments of our broken lives. A blinding light filled the space, and the oppressive darkness was lifted, replaced by a serene calm that enveloped the subway station. The spirits of Michael and others who had been victims of the darkness appeared once more, their forms clearer and more peaceful than ever before. "Thank you," Michael whispered, his voice filled with gratitude and relief. You've set us free. As dawn broke over New York City, the first rays of sunlight pierced through the remnants of the storm, casting a golden glow on the once-haunted subway system. I felt a weight lift from my shoulders, the lingering presence of my friend finally finding the peace he had long been denied. Michael's murder was no longer a haunting mystery but a story of resilience, love, and the relentless pursuit of truth in the face of darkness. Years have passed since that harrowing New Year's Eve, and while the pain of losing Michael never truly fades, I find solace in knowing that his spirit is at peace. Our family's legacy lives on, a testament to the strength of the human spirit and the enduring power of love to overcome even the darkest of mysteries. But the memory of that night remains a haunting reminder of the thin line between honoring the past and succumbing to fear. I often find myself reflecting on the lessons learned amidst the silent shadows and the lingering presence of the subway, understanding that some encounters transcend our understanding, bridging the gap between the living and the departed with compassion and respect. And so, I warn others, cherish the moments you have with those you love, honor their memories, and be mindful of the mysteries that lie hidden in the places we hold dear. For in the heart of New York City, amidst the silent echoes of tragedy and the lingering presence of restless spirits, lies a darkness that can consume even the bravest of souls, but also a light that can guide us toward compassion and eternal peace. Story number 40. Whispers in the Dark. The haunting of the San Francisco subway. I still wake up in the dead of night, the memory of that eerie Christmas Eve in 2008 lingering in my mind like the persistent echo of footsteps in an empty hallway. My name is David Lawson, and the night I rode the San Francisco subway remains an indelible scar, a constant reminder of the thin veil between celebration and nightmare, and the shadows that linger long after the lights go out. Growing up in the bustling heart of San Francisco, the subway was more than just a mode of transportation for me. It was a lifeline connecting the diverse tapestry of the city. I loved the rhythmic clatter of the trains, the anonymity of the crowded cars, and the fleeting interactions with strangers who, for a moment, shared the same confined space. But that December night changed everything. It was December 24th, 2008, a night when the city was adorned with twinkling lights and festive decorations, the air crisp with winter's embrace. I had just finished a long day at work, eager to get home and spend Christmas Eve with my family. The subway was my usual route, a convenient way to navigate the city's labyrinthine streets. I boarded the Blue Line at Montgomery Street Station, the platform bustling with late-night commuters and holiday shoppers. As the train pulled into the station, the doors slid open, and I stepped into the car, greeting the familiar sight of fellow passengers finding their seats. I chose a window seat near the middle of the car, the glass reflecting the colorful lights of the city as we began our journey. The atmosphere was filled with the soft hum of conversations, the occasional laughter, and the distant strains of a holiday playlist streaming through someone's portable speaker. At first, everything seemed normal. Passengers settled into their routines, scrolling through their phones, reading books, or simply gazing out the windows. The train moved smoothly, the scenery outside a blur of lights and shadows. But as the minutes ticked by, an unsettling feeling began to creep into the car, a subtle shift in the air that made everyone uneasy. Without warning, the lights flickered, once, twice, and then they went out altogether, plunging the entire car into absolute darkness. A collective gasp filled the space as the train continued to rumble forward, the silence oppressive and thick. Panic began to ripple through the passengers, their faces illuminated only by the dim glow of phone screens that refused to stay lit. Someone tried to use their flashlight, but the battery died the instant it was turned on. Others attempted to activate their phone screens, only to find them unresponsive, as if the darkness had a life of its own. A heavy tension settled over us, the festive cheer now replaced by a pervasive sense of dread. The train barreled through the tunnels, the lights remaining stubbornly off. No signs of an emergency stop or malfunction. My heart pounded in my chest as I tried to make sense of what was happening. The station announcements had ceased, replaced by an eerie silence that seemed to swallow every sound. Then, amidst the darkness, I heard it, a soft whisper, barely audible, like the rustling of leaves in a gentle breeze. I strained my ears, trying to locate the source, but the whispers seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere all at once. "You shouldn't be here. You shouldn't have come." The words sent shivers down my spine, and I glanced around the car, noticing the unnerved expressions on the faces of my fellow passengers. As the train continued its relentless journey, the whispers grew louder, more insistent. Shadows danced on the walls, moving in ways that defied logic and reason. It was as if the darkness itself had taken form, twisting and contorting into grotesque shapes that loomed over us like specters of our deepest fears. I felt a presence, a malevolent force watching us, feeding off our fear and anxiety. One passenger, a young woman clutching a heavy coat around her shoulders, began to tremble uncontrollably. Tears welled in her eyes as she whispered, "What's happening? Why can't we stop?" Her voice cracked, the weight of her fear palpable in the confined space. I reached out, trying to offer comfort, but my own fear held me back. The shadows seemed to press in closer, their forms becoming more defined, more sinister. The air grew colder, my breath visible in the frigid atmosphere. The train's movement slowed, the rhythmic clatter of the tracks now a distant memory, replaced by the haunting silence of our entrapment. Suddenly, the train lurched to a halt, the emergency lights flickering on briefly before dying out again. We were stuck, stranded in the darkness, with no sign of rescue or explanation. Panic turned to terror as the whispers transformed into agonized cries, echoing through the car like the wails of lost souls. The shadows reached out, their cold fingers grazing our skin, leaving trails of icy fear in their wake. One of the older passengers, a man with a kind face and weary eyes, stood up, his voice trembling as he tried to rally us. "Stay calm," he urged. "We'll get through this together." But his words seemed to fall on deaf ears, swallowed by the oppressive presence that held us captive. Minutes felt like hours as we sat huddled together, the darkness pressing in, the whispers a constant reminder of our helplessness. Then, just as suddenly as it had begun, the darkness lifted, the lights flickering back on with a harsh brightness that felt almost blinding. The shadows receded, the whispers fading into silence as if they had never been there. The train began to move again, the normal sounds of the subway returning. But the atmosphere had been irrevocably altered. Passengers sat in stunned silence, processing what had just happened, their eyes wide with fear and confusion. No one could explain the inexplicable, no technical malfunction, no emergency situation, just an unexplainable descent into darkness and back. As the train pulled into the next station, we disembarked in a daze, the bustling crowd oblivious to the horrors we had endured. I walked out into the cold night air, my mind racing with questions and fears. What had caused the lights to go out? What were those whispers? And why had we been spared from whatever darkness had sought to consume us? The police arrived promptly, taking our statements and inspecting the train. But they found nothing out of the ordinary. No signs of tampering, no evidence of a technical glitch, nothing to explain the nightmarish experience. The incident remained a mystery, a haunting tale that spread through the community, leaving us all questioning the thin line between reality and the supernatural. In the weeks that followed, the memory of that night lingered, a shadow that haunted my thoughts and dreams. I couldn't shake the feeling that we had encountered something beyond our understanding, a force that thrived on fear and chaos. The whispers echoed in my mind, a constant reminder of the darkness that had briefly enveloped us. Driven by a need for answers, I delved into researching the history of the subway system, uncovering tales of unexplained phenomena and supernatural occurrences that had plagued the underground tunnels for decades. Stories of lost souls, shadowy figures, and haunted trains began to surface, painting a picture of a subway system that was more than just steel and tracks, one that harbored secrets and spirits beyond the veil of our perception. One evening, as I sat alone in my apartment, the memory of that night resurfaced with vivid clarity. The whispers, the shadows, the feeling of being watched, it all felt so real, so tangible. I realized that our experience was not an isolated incident, but part of a larger, more sinister pattern that had been hidden beneath the city's surface for generations. Determined to uncover the truth, I reached out to others who had experienced similar phenomena, forming a small group dedicated to exploring the mysteries of the subway system. Together, we ventured into the tunnels, armed with knowledge and a willingness to confront the darkness that dwelled within. Our journey led us to forgotten stations and abandoned tunnels, places where the veil between our world and the supernatural seemed impossibly thin. We encountered shadows that moved of their own accord, whispers that echoed our deepest fears, and a pervasive sense of being watched that made every step feel like a trespass into forbidden territory. One particularly cold night, as we explored a long-abandoned station, we stumbled upon a hidden chamber, the walls adorned with ancient symbols and the air thick with a malevolent energy. In the center of the room stood a mirror, its surface reflecting not our physical forms but the darkness that sought to consume us. The whispers grew louder, more insistent, as if the mirror itself was trying to communicate. "We must seal this place," one of my companions urged, her voice trembling. "It's the source of the darkness." With newfound determination, we began the ritual outlined in the ancient texts we had discovered, chanting the words that promised to bind the shadows and restore balance. The air crackled with energy as the shadows swirled around us, their forms twisting into grotesque shapes that threatened to engulf us. As we reached the climax of the ritual, the mirror shattered, the pieces scattering across the room like fragments of our broken lives. A blinding light filled the chamber, dispelling the darkness and enveloping us in a serene calm. The oppressive energy lifted, replaced by a sense of peace that settled over the chamber. We had succeeded in sealing the darkness, but the experience left us forever changed. The subway system, once a symbol of connection and movement, now stood as a testament to the unseen forces that lurk beneath our feet, waiting for the right moment to slip through the cracks of our reality. Years have passed since that harrowing journey, and while the memory of that night never truly fades, I find solace in knowing that we were able to confront and overcome the shadows that once threatened to consume us. The subway remains a lifeline for millions, but for those who remember that night, it stands as a reminder of the thin line between safety and fear, and the strength it takes to face the unknown. But the memory of that night remains a haunting reminder of the thin line between honoring the past and succumbing to fear. I often find myself reflecting on the lessons learned amidst the silent shadows and the lingering presence of the subway, understanding that some encounters transcend our understanding, bridging the gap between the living and the departed with compassion and respect. And so, I warn others, cherish the moments you have with those you love, honor their memories, and be mindful of the mysteries that lie hidden in the places we hold dear. For in the heart of San Francisco, amidst the silent echoes of tragedy and the lingering presence of restless spirits, lies a darkness that can consume even the bravest of souls, but also a light that can guide us toward compassion and eternal peace. Story number 41. Whispers in the Dark, the Los Angeles Subway Mystery. I still wake up in the dead of night, the memory of that eerie Christmas Eve in 2001 lingering in my mind like the persistent echo of footsteps in an empty hallway. My name is Daniel Harris, and the night I experienced the mysterious events on the Los Angeles Metro remains an indelible scar, a constant reminder of the thin veil between reality and the unknown, and the shadows that linger long after the lights go out. Growing up in the bustling heart of Los Angeles, the subway was more than just a means of transportation for me. It was a lifeline connecting the diverse tapestry of the city. I worked as a freelance graphic designer, often taking late-night rides home after long hours at various studios. The subway's rhythmic clatter and the endless stream of passengers were comforting in their predictability. But that December night was anything but ordinary. It was December 24th, 2001, a night when the city was adorned with twinkling lights and festive decorations, the air crisp with winter's embrace. I had just finished a long day of work, eager to get home and spend Christmas Eve with my family. The Metro Blue Line was bustling with passengers, all eager to return to their warm homes after a night of celebration. I boarded the train at the 7th Street/Metro Center Station, finding a seat near the middle of the car. The car was moderately crowded, filled with the chatter of friends reuniting, the soft strains of holiday music playing from someone's portable radio, and the occasional laughter of children wrapped in heavy coats. The atmosphere was festive, a stark contrast to the cold outside. As the train sped through the tunnels, the lights flickered intermittently, casting long, distorted shadows on the walls. I glanced around, noticing a woman seated alone near the back of the car. She was in her late 20s, with dark hair cascading over her shoulders and a look of profound exhaustion etched on her face. She stared blankly ahead, her eyes unfocused, as if lost in a distant nightmare. At first, her presence was nothing out of the ordinary, a solitary passenger on a late-night train. But as the minutes ticked by, an unsettling feeling began to creep into the car, a subtle shift in the air that made everyone uneasy. Without warning, the lights flickered again 3 times, and then they went out altogether, plunging the entire car into absolute darkness. A collective gasp filled the space as the train continued to rumble forward, the silence oppressive and thick. Panic began to ripple through the passengers, their faces illuminated only by the dim glow of phone screens that refused to stay lit. Someone tried to use their flashlight, but the battery died the instant it was turned on, a coincidence that didn't escape anyone's notice. Others attempted to activate their phone screens, only to find them unresponsive, as if the darkness had a life of its own. A heavy tension settled over us, the festive cheer now replaced by a pervasive sense of dread. The train barreled through the tunnels, the lights remaining stubbornly off. No signs of an emergency stop or malfunction. My heart pounded in my chest as I tried to make sense of what was happening. The station announcements had ceased, replaced by an eerie silence that seemed to swallow every sound. Then, amidst the darkness, I heard it, a soft whisper, barely audible, like the rustling of leaves in a gentle breeze. I strained my ears, trying to locate the source, but the whispers seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere all at once. "Help us!" The voice seemed to murmur, sending chills down my spine. I spun around, noticing the unnerved expressions on the faces of my fellow passengers. As the minutes dragged on, the whispers grew louder, more insistent, echoing through the car like ghostly wails. The shadows danced on the walls, moving in ways that defied logic and reason. It was as if the darkness itself had taken form, twisting and contorting into grotesque shapes that loomed over us like specters of our deepest fears. I felt a presence, a malevolent force watching us, feeding off our fear and anxiety. A young woman near me began to tremble uncontrollably, her eyes wide with terror. "What's happening? Why can't we stop?" she cried, her voice cracking under the weight of her fear. Her words hung in the air, unanswered and unacknowledged by the oppressive darkness. I reached out, trying to offer comfort, but my own fear held me back. The shadows seemed to press in closer, their forms becoming more defined, more sinister. The air grew colder, my breath visible in the frigid atmosphere. The train's movement slowed, the rhythmic clatter of the tracks now a distant memory, replaced by the haunting silence of our entrapment. Suddenly, the train jolted violently, throwing several passengers off balance. Screams and shouts filled the car as people tried to regain their footing. But the woman remained eerily calm, her gaze fixed on the void ahead. The train continued to hurtle through the tunnels, unresponsive to our desperate pleas for it to stop. Minutes felt like hours as we sat huddled together, the darkness pressing in, the whispers a constant reminder of our helplessness. Then, just as suddenly as it had begun, the darkness lifted, the lights flickering back on with a harsh brightness that felt almost blinding. The shadows receded, the whispers fading into silence as if they had never been there. The train began to move again, the normal sounds of the subway returning. But the atmosphere had been irrevocably altered. Passengers sat in stunned silence, processing what had just happened, their eyes wide with fear and confusion. No one could explain the inexplicable, no technical malfunction, no emergency situation, just an unexplainable descent into darkness and back. As the train pulled into the next station, we disembarked in a daze, the bustling crowd oblivious to the horrors we had endured. I walked out into the cold night air, my mind racing with questions and fears. What had caused the lights to go out? What were those whispers? And why had we been spared from whatever darkness had sought to consume us? The police arrived promptly, taking our statements and inspecting the train. But they found nothing out of the ordinary. No signs of tampering, no evidence of a technical glitch, nothing to explain the nightmarish experience. The incident remained a mystery, a haunting tale that spread through the community, leaving us all questioning the thin line between reality and the supernatural. In the weeks that followed, the memory of that night lingered, a shadow that haunted my thoughts and dreams. I couldn't shake the feeling that we had encountered something beyond our understanding, a force that thrived on fear and chaos. The whispers echoed in my mind, a constant reminder of the darkness that had briefly enveloped us. Driven by a need for answers, I delved into researching the history of the Metro Blue Line, uncovering tales of unexplained phenomena and tragic accidents that had plagued the underground tunnels for decades. Stories of lost souls, shadowy figures, and haunting apparitions began to surface, painting a picture of a subway system that was more than just steel and tracks, one that harbored secrets and spirits beyond the veil of our perception. One evening, armed with newfound knowledge and a determination to uncover the truth, I returned to the subway station where the incident had occurred. The platform was deserted, the silence pressing in around me. I sat on a bench, reflecting on the events of that night, when I felt a familiar chill in the air. A shadowy figure emerged from the darkness, its form indistinct yet undeniably human. It approached me slowly, eyes filled with an eternal sorrow that mirrored the woman I had seen on the train. "You shouldn't have come," it whispered, its voice a haunting melody that resonated deep within my soul. I stood up, my heart pounding. "I'm here to help," I replied, my voice steadier than I felt. The figure nodded slowly, his presence both comforting and terrifying. "There are things you cannot see, things that dwell in the shadows of this city. We are bound by our regrets, our unfinished business. Only by facing our past can we find peace." Realizing the gravity of its words, I knew I had to act, determined to help. I sought the assistance of a local historian who specialized in Los Angeles's hidden histories and a psychic medium who claimed to communicate with spirits trapped in urban liminal spaces. Together, we pieced together fragments of forgotten lore that spoke of entities dwelling in the shadows of human transit systems, beings that thrived on fear, feeding off the collective anxiety of commuters. These entities were said to manipulate reality within confined spaces, creating illusions and altering perceptions to trap their victims in perpetual dread. One particularly cold night, armed with knowledge and a determination to confront the darkness, we returned to the subway station. The air grew thick with energy as we began the ritual to bridge the gap between our world and the entities that haunted the subway. The shadows around us seemed to come alive, swirling and twisting in response to our efforts, their forms shifting into grotesque shapes that threatened to engulf us. As we reached the climax of the ritual, a blinding light filled the chamber, dispelling the darkness and enveloping us in a serene calm. The oppressive energy lifted, replaced by a sense of peace that settled over the station. The shadowy figure appeared before us one last time, its form clearer and more peaceful than ever. "Thank you," it whispered, its voice filled with gratitude and relief. You've set us free. As dawn broke over Los Angeles, the first rays of sunlight pierced through the remnants of the night's ordeal, casting a golden glow on the subway station. I felt a weight lift from my shoulders, the lingering presence of the woman and the other spirits finally finding peace. The mystery of her disappearance was no longer a haunting enigma but a story of resilience, love, and the relentless pursuit of truth in the face of darkness. Years have passed since that harrowing Christmas Eve, and while the memory of Emily Thompson's disappearance never truly fades, I find solace in knowing that we were able to confront and overcome the shadows that once threatened to consume us. The subway remains a lifeline for millions, but for those who remember that night, it stands as a testament to the unseen forces that dwell beneath our feet and the strength it takes to face the unknown. But the memory of that night remains a haunting reminder of the thin line between honoring the past and succumbing to fear. I often find myself reflecting on the lessons learned amidst the silent shadows and the lingering presence of the subway, understanding that some encounters transcend our understanding, bridging the gap between the living and the departed with compassion and respect. And so, I warn others, cherish the moments you have with those you love, honor their memories, and be mindful of the mysteries that lie hidden in the places we hold dear. For in the heart of Los Angeles, amidst the silent echoes of tragedy and the lingering presence of restless spirits, lies a darkness that can consume even the bravest of souls, but also a light that can guide us toward compassion and eternal peace. Story number 42. Whispers in the Tunnel, the Los Angeles subway mystery. I still wake up in the dead of night, the memory of that chilling Christmas Eve in 2015 lingering in my mind like the persistent hum of subway trains beneath the city. My name is Alex Martinez, and the night I encountered the mysterious woman on the Los Angeles Metro remains an indelible scar, a constant reminder of the thin veil between reality and the unknown, and the shadows that linger long after the lights go out. Growing up in Los Angeles, the subway was more than just a means of transportation for me. It was a lifeline connecting the diverse tapestry of the city. I worked as a freelance graphic designer, often taking late-night rides home after long hours at various studios. The subway's rhythmic clatter and the endless stream of passengers were comforting in their predictability. But that December night was anything but ordinary. It was December 24th, 2015. A night when the city was adorned with twinkling lights and festive decorations, the air crisp with winter's embrace. I had just finished a meeting with a potential client, eager to get home and spend Christmas Eve with my family. The Metro Blue Line was bustling with passengers, all eager to return to their warm homes after a night of celebration. I boarded the train at the 7th Street/Metro Center Station, finding a seat near the middle of the car. The car was moderately crowded, filled with the chatter of friends reuniting, the soft strains of holiday music playing from someone's phone, and the occasional laughter of children wrapped in heavy coats. The atmosphere was festive, a stark contrast to the cold outside. As the train sped through the tunnels, the lights flickered intermittently, casting long, distorted shadows on the walls. I glanced around, noticing a woman seated alone near the back of the car. She was in her late 20s, with dark hair cascading over her shoulders and a look of profound exhaustion etched on her face. She stared blankly ahead, her eyes unfocused, as if lost in a distant nightmare. At first, her presence was nothing out of the ordinary, a solitary passenger on a late-night train. But as the minutes ticked by, an unsettling feeling began to creep into the car. The woman remained motionless, her expression vacant, despite the lively conversations and movements around her. It was as if she were disconnected from the world, trapped in a realm of her own making. Without warning, the lights went out entirely, plunging the entire car into absolute darkness. A collective gasp rippled through the passengers as the train continued to rumble forward, the silence oppressive and thick. Panic began to ripple through the crowd, replaced by a pervasive sense of dread. The emergency lights flickered on briefly, casting eerie glows before fading again. leaving us in near-total darkness. In the midst of the chaos, I felt a chill run down my spine. The woman remained unchanged, her eyes now wide open, reflecting an otherworldly glow that seemed to pierce through the darkness. I tried to make sense of what I was seeing, but rational explanations eluded me. Was it a trick of the light, or something far more sinister? A soft whisper filled the air, barely audible over the train's mechanical hum. "Help us!" The voice seemed to murmur, sending chills down my spine. I spun around, trying to locate the source, but the darkness swallowed the sound, leaving only the persistent silence of the train. The train's speed remained constant, the darkness unyielding. The woman began to stir, her head tilting slightly as if listening to something only she could hear. Her eyes, now glowing with an unnatural light, met mine for a brief moment. In that instant, I felt an overwhelming sense of sorrow and fear emanating from her, as if she were burdened by a pain too deep to bear. Suddenly, the train jolted violently, throwing several passengers off balance. Screams and shouts filled the car as people tried to regain their footing. But the woman remained eerily calm, her gaze fixed on the void ahead. The train continued to hurtle through the tunnels, unresponsive to our desperate pleas for it to stop. Minutes stretched into what felt like hours, the oppressive darkness never lifting. The whispers grew louder, more insistent, echoing through the car like ghostly wails. The woman's presence became more pronounced, her sorrowful eyes seeming to hold the weight of countless untold stories. As the train approached what should have been the next station, the lights flickered back on with a harsh brightness, abruptly ending the darkness. The car was thrown back into the chaotic light, passengers stumbling as the sudden illumination disoriented them. I turned to look at the woman, expecting her to remain in her trance-like state. But she was gone, vanished without a trace. A collective murmur swept through the car as passengers searched frantically for any sign of her. Desperate explanations were offered. Perhaps she had fallen asleep, or someone had moved her seat, but none of them fit the inexplicable nature of her disappearance. The conductor, visibly shaken, made announcements over the PA system, urging everyone to remain calm as they investigated the incident. We finally arrived at the next station, and passengers hurriedly disembarked, each of us eager to leave the unsettling experience behind. I exited the train, the crisp night air hitting my face, but the memory of the woman and her sorrowful gaze remained vivid in my mind. I couldn't shake the feeling that something supernatural had transpired, something beyond the realm of our understanding. In the days that followed, the incident became a haunting tale among commuters. The mysterious woman who had vanished in the darkness was the subject of countless speculations and theories. Some believed she was a ghost, trapped in the subway tunnels, reliving her tragic past every Christmas Eve. Others thought it might have been a hallucination brought on by the stress of the season or even an elaborate prank gone wrong. Unable to let go of the mystery, I decided to delve deeper. I began researching the history of the Metro Blue Line, uncovering stories of unexplained phenomena and tragic accidents that had occurred in the tunnels over the years. There were whispers of lost souls, shadowy figures, and haunting apparitions that seemed to appear and disappear without warning, particularly around the holiday season. One evening, armed with newfound knowledge and a determination to uncover the truth, I returned to the subway station where the incident had occurred. The platform was deserted, the only sound the distant rumble of trains passing through the tunnels. I sat on a bench, reflecting on the events of that night, when I felt a familiar chill in the air. A shadowy figure emerged from the darkness, its form indistinct yet undeniably human. It approached me slowly, eyes filled with an eternal sorrow that mirrored the woman I had seen on the train. "You shouldn't have come," it whispered, its voice a haunting melody that resonated deep within my soul. I stood up, my heart pounding. "I'm here to help," I replied, my voice steady despite the fear gnawing at me. The figure nodded slowly, its presence both comforting and terrifying. "There are things you cannot see, things that dwell in the shadows of this city. We are bound by our regrets, our unfinished business. Only by facing our past can we find peace. I realized then that the woman on the train was one of many lost souls, trapped in the subway's labyrinthine tunnels, unable to move on from their tragic fates, determined to help. I sought the assistance of a local historian and a psychic medium, hoping to bridge the gap between our world and the spirits that haunted the subway. Together, we conducted rituals and vigils, attempting to communicate with the lost souls and offer them a chance at peace. The process was arduous, filled with moments of intense fear and profound sorrow. But slowly, the presence of the shadows began to wane. The subway tunnels, once oppressive and dark, now felt lighter, as if the weight of countless regrets had been lifted. One particularly cold night, as we performed a cleansing ritual at the very spot where the woman had disappeared, the air grew thick with energy. The shadows around us coalesced into a visible form. A woman, her face contorted with pain and longing. She looked directly at me, her eyes filled with gratitude and relief. "Thank you," she whispered, her voice echoing through the tunnel. "You've given us peace." As the ritual concluded, the shadows dissipated, replaced by a serene calm that settled over the tunnels. The subway no longer felt like a place of fear and sorrow, but a space where lost souls could finally find rest. Years have passed since that harrowing Christmas Eve, and while the memory of the mysterious woman never truly fades, I find solace in knowing that we were able to confront and overcome the shadows that once threatened to consume us. The subway remains a lifeline for millions, but for those who remember that night, it stands as a testament to the unseen forces that dwell beneath our feet and the strength it takes to face the unknown. But the memory of that night remains a haunting reminder of the thin line between honoring the past and succumbing to fear. I often find myself reflecting on the lessons learned amidst the silent shadows and the lingering presence of the subway, understanding that some encounters transcend our understanding, bridging the gap between the living and the departed with compassion and respect. And so, I warn others, cherish the moments you have with those you love, honor their memories, and be mindful of the mysteries that lie hidden in the places we hold dear. For in the heart of Los Angeles, amidst the silent echoes of tragedy and the lingering presence of restless spirits, lies a darkness that can consume even the bravest of souls, but also a light that can guide us toward compassion and eternal peace. Story number 43. The Empty Train. I first heard about the train when I was a boy, huddled by the fire in my grandmother's small house in Bavaria. She called it Der Geisterzug, the ghost train, and spoke of it in hushed tones, as if even mentioning its name might summon it from the depths of the past. "They say it still rides the rails on cold winter nights," she whispered, her voice trembling. "A train with no passengers, no crew, just the echoes of those it took." At the time, I dismissed her story as an old woman's superstition. But years later, when I joined the railway company as a maintenance worker, the legend resurfaced in ways I could no longer ignore. It was December of 1943, and the war had turned winter into a season of despair. The snow came early that year, blanketing the countryside in a silence so profound it felt like the land itself was holding its breath. The war raged on in the distance, but here, in the quiet isolation of southern Germany, the railway was our lifeline. I had been assigned to the rescue crew stationed at a small depot near the Black Forest. Our job was simple: keep the trains running, no matter the weather. The work was hard, the hours long, but it kept me away from the front lines. And for that, I was grateful. On the night of December 22nd, the call came in. A passenger train bound for Munich had failed to arrive at its destination. Last radio contact placed it somewhere near the forested stretch between Karlsruhe and Freiburg. The train was carrying evacuees, women, children, and elderly fleeing the bombing of the northern cities. When the dispatcher described the situation, I felt a chill that had nothing to do with the temperature. The ghost train. I shook the thought from my head and joined the rescue crew. We boarded a small locomotive equipped for snow clearing and set off down the line. the icy wind cutting through the cab like a knife. The first few miles were uneventful, the rhythmic clatter of the wheels almost lulling me to sleep. But as we approached the stretch of track near the forest, the atmosphere changed. The snow grew heavier, falling in thick, wet flakes that clung to the windows and obscured our view. The headlamp pierced the darkness, casting long shadows that seemed to move on their own. "Slow it down," called Franz, the conductor, his voice tight with unease. "We're getting close." The train ahead had been scheduled to stop at a small station near the edge of the forest. When we arrived, the platform was deserted, the snow untouched except for the faint impressions of animal tracks. We found no sign of the missing train. "Maybe they stopped further up the line," suggested one of the men, but his voice lacked conviction. We pressed on, the air inside the cab growing colder with each passing mile. Then, just beyond a bend in the track, we saw it, the missing train. It sat motionless in the snow, its carriages dark and silent. The engine was still running, its faint hum barely audible over the howling wind. But there was no movement, no sign of life. We brought our locomotive to a halt and stepped out into the cold, our boots crunching on the frozen ground. The closer we got, the worse the silence became. It wasn't just the absence of sound. It was a suffocating stillness, as if the world itself had stopped breathing. I climbed into the first carriage, flashlight in hand, and called out, "Hello? Is anyone here?" No answer. The carriage was empty. The seats were still warm, and the air carried the faint scent of perfume and sweat. Luggage sat neatly in the racks, untouched, as if the passengers had simply vanished. I moved to the next car, then the next. But it was the same story. No bodies, no blood, no sign of struggle, just rows of empty seats and abandoned belongings. When I reached the rear of the train, I found Franz standing by the open door. He was staring into the forest, his face pale. "Do you hear that?" he whispered. I strained my ears but heard nothing at first. Then it came, a faint, high-pitched sound, like children laughing. It was coming from the trees. We searched the surrounding area but found nothing. The tracks leading to and from the train were clear, with no sign that anyone had disembarked. And yet the laughter persisted, growing louder and more distorted, until it was impossible to tell whether it was joy or anguish. As the night wore on, strange things began to happen. The temperature inside the train plummeted, frost forming on the windows and walls. The engine, which had been running smoothly, sputtered and died without explanation. And the whispers started. At first, they were barely audible, a soft murmur at the edge of hearing. But as midnight approached, they grew louder, filling the carriages with a cacophony of voices. They spoke in a language I didn't recognize, their words sharp and guttural, like the crackle of ice breaking underfoot. Then the shadows came. They flickered at the edges of the train, dark shapes that moved too quickly to be human. Franz swore he saw a face pressed against one of the windows, its eyes burning with a pale, ghostly light. The rest of the crew tried to dismiss it as a trick of the mind. But I knew better. We were not alone. By dawn, the whispers had stopped, and the shadows were gone. We returned to our locomotive, leaving the train behind. The snow had buried its tracks, erasing any evidence of its journey. When we reported back to the depot, our supervisor listened in silence, his expression unreadable. Then he handed us each a sheet of paper and instructed us to write down what we had seen. I never found out what happened to those reports, but I suspect they were buried. Like so many other wartime secrets, the train was quietly removed from the schedule, its disappearance attributed to the chaos of the war. But those of us who were there that night knew the truth. I left the railway company soon after, but the memory of that night has stayed with me. Every winter, when the snow falls thick and the nights grow long, I hear the whispers in my dreams. And sometimes, when the wind is just right, I think I can hear the faint laughter of children, carried on the icy breeze. The ghost train is still out there, waiting for its next passengers. and it always arrives on time. Story number 44. The Ghost in the Clock. The Orient Express had always been a symbol of luxury, mystery, and the promise of adventure. In December of 1932, it was also my escape. I was a writer, well, trying to be one, and after several failed attempts to break into the London literary scene, I decided to try my luck elsewhere. Europe seemed like a good place to start, and the Orient Express, with its Art Deco interiors and storied history, was the perfect way to begin my new chapter. The train departed from Calais on a bitterly cold evening, the kind of chill that seeps into your bones and lingers there. Snow covered the platform, and my breath fogged the air as I boarded. The conductor greeted me with a polite nod and directed me to my compartment. It was small but elegant, with polished wood paneling, plush seating, and a bed that folded down from the wall. For a struggling writer, it felt almost too grand. The other passengers were a mix of the usual suspects: wealthy socialites, businessmen, and a smattering of travelers seeking the romance of the train. One man, however, stood out. He was older, dressed in a dark coat and scarf, with a face like a chiseled mask. His eyes, pale and piercing, seemed to notice everything. He sat alone in the dining car, his hands resting on a small velvet box. I wouldn't have thought much of him if it weren't for what happened later. It was after dinner, as I sat in my compartment with a notebook in hand, that there was a knock at my door. When I opened it, the man from the dining car was standing there, the velvet box in his hands. "I couldn't help but notice you seemed lost," he said, his voice smooth and low. "A traveler without a destination." I was taken aback. "I suppose you could say that," I replied cautiously. He smiled, though it didn't reach his eyes, and extended the box toward me. "A gift, to guide you." Inside was a pocket watch, a beautiful antique with intricate engravings on its silver case. The face was white enamel, its hands delicately wrought in black. I should have refused. I didn't know this man, and gifts from strangers on a train seemed like the beginning of a bad story. But there was something about the watch that drew me in, something almost hypnotic. "Thank you," I said, taking it reluctantly. He nodded, his expression unreadable. "Take care of it. Keeps more than time." With that, he turned and walked away, leaving me holding the strange gift. That night, the train cut through the snow-covered countryside, its rhythmic motion lulling me into a false sense of security. The watch sat on the small table by my bed, its soft ticking filling the room. Couldn't sleep, so I wrote in my notebook, jotting down fragments of ideas and bits of dialogue that would never amount to anything. Then the whispers started. At first, I thought it was the wind, a faint murmuring that ebbed and flowed. But as I listened closer, I realized it was a voice, low and indistinct. It seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere at once. I turned off the lamp and pressed my ear to the wall, thinking it might be another passenger. But the whispers didn't come from the walls, they came from the watch. I stared at it, heart pounding, as the voice grew louder. It spoke in a language I didn't recognize, its tone insistent and commanding. The hands of the watch began to move, spinning wildly, faster and faster until they were a blur. Then, as suddenly as it had started, it stopped. The room was silent, the air heavy with something I couldn't name. I stuffed the watch back into its box and shoved it into my bag, determined to forget about it. The next morning, I woke to the sound of commotion. Stepping into the corridor, I found a cluster of passengers gathered outside one of the compartments. A man, a banker, I'd overheard the night before, had been found dead. His face was contorted in terror, his hands clutching his chest as if he'd been trying to rip his heart out. The conductor dismissed it as a heart attack, but whispers of foul play rippled through the train. I couldn't help but think of the watch and the strange man who'd given it to me. When I asked the conductor about him, he looked puzzled. "We have no record of such a passenger," he said. "Perhaps he disembarked during the night." But that was impossible. The train hadn't stopped. Over the next 2 days, the whispers grew worse. I heard them at all hours. Not just in my compartment, but in the dining car, the corridors, even the lavatory. They followed me, constant, haunting presence. The watch, no matter where I hid it, seemed to move on its own. I'd find it on the table, ticking softly, as if daring me to open it. On the third night, I couldn't take it anymore. I took the watch to the rear car, where the luggage was stored, and smashed it against the floor with all my strength. The case cracked, revealing the delicate mechanisms inside. But the whispers didn't stop. Instead, they turned into screams, piercing, inhuman wails that filled the car with an unbearable noise. Panicked, I threw the pieces out the window, watching as they disappeared into the snow. The screams faded, replaced by a chilling silence. When the train finally reached its destination, I was a wreck. I stepped onto the platform in Istanbul, the bright sunlight doing little to dispel the darkness that had settled over me. I didn't look back at the train, nor did I ever board the Orient Express again. A week later, I read about another passenger who had died under mysterious circumstances on the return journey. The article mentioned a velvet box found in his compartment, though its contents were never disclosed. The watch had returned. To this day, I don't know what it was or why it chose me. Perhaps it was cursed, a relic of some dark past. Or perhaps it was never meant to keep time at all, but something far more sinister. All I know is that the Orient Express still runs, and somewhere, ticking softly in the shadows, the watch is waiting for its next owner. If you ever find yourself aboard that train and a stranger offers you a gift, refuse it, because some things are better left untouched. Their secrets buried in the snow. Story number 45. The Ghost Train of Hokkaido. They call it Shinda Rezsha, the Train of the Dead. Growing up in a small town in Hokkaido, I always thought the story was just that, a story, a local legend meant to scare children into staying home on cold winter nights. My grandfather, however, treated the tale with an unnerving seriousness. Every Christmas Eve, as the snow fell and the winds howled through the pine forests, he would sit by the window with a single candle burning, his eyes fixed on the dark horizon. "You must never board it," he told me when I was a boy, his voice low and rough like gravel. "If you see the train, you must look away. Do not meet the eyes of its passengers. And above all, do not step aboard. Once you do, you will never come back." I laughed it off. Of course, ghost trains, wandering souls, these were the stories of old men clinging to the past. But that was before the winter of 1997, when I saw the train for myself. It was a night much like this one, the air sharp with frost and the snow piling high against the windows of our little house. I was 17, restless and eager to escape the suffocating quiet of village life. My friends had gathered at the abandoned railway station, a place we often used as a makeshift clubhouse. It was the perfect spot for telling ghost stories, drinking stolen sake, and laughing at the superstitions of our elders. That night, the story of the ghost train came up, as it always did in late December. My friend Kenta, the loudest and most brash among us, slapped the table and declared he wasn't afraid of any old legend. "Let's wait for it," he said, grinning. "If it's real, we'll see it tonight." The rest of us laughed nervously but agreed. It wasn't like we had anything better to do, so we waited, huddled in the cold, our breath fogging in the frigid air. Hours passed, and the wind howled louder, shaking the rusted remnants of the station. One by one, my friends began to lose interest, muttering excuses about the late hour and the biting cold. By midnight, it was just Kenta and me left on the platform. That's when we heard it. The sound was faint at first, a low, mournful whistle that seemed to rise out of the wind itself. I felt a shiver crawl down my spine, but I told myself it was just the cold. Kenta grinned, his breath clouding in the air. "Hear that?" he said, his voice tight with excitement. "It's coming." The whistle grew louder, joined by the rhythmic clatter of wheels on tracks. A light appeared in the distance, faint and flickering, like a lantern swaying in the dark. As it approached, I realized it wasn't just a light, it was the headlamp of a train. The engine was ancient, its iron frame covered in frost and ice. The carriages that followed were dark and weathered, their windows opaque with frost. The train seemed to glide silently over the snow-covered tracks, its whistle a haunting wail that echoed through the empty station. I should have run. Every instinct in my body screamed at me to turn away, to flee back into the warmth and safety of home. But I couldn't move. I was rooted to the spot. My eyes locked on the train as it slowed to a stop before us. The doors slid open with a hiss, releasing a blast of icy air that smelled of decay and something older. Something wrong. Inside, the carriages were dimly lit, their seats occupied by shadowy figures. They didn't move, didn't speak. They simply sat there staring straight ahead with blank, empty eyes. Kenta laughed, though it sounded forced. Well, are we getting on or what? Before I could stop him, he stepped forward. The platform seemed to groan beneath his weight, as if protesting his decision. He turned back to me, his face pale but defiant. "Come on," he said. "Don't be such a coward." I shook my head, my throat dry. "Don't do it, Kenta. Please." He rolled his eyes and stepped onto the train. For a moment, I thought he would come back. He stood in the doorway, looking at me, and for the first time, I saw fear in his eyes. Then the doors slid shut, and the train began to move. I ran alongside it, shouting his name, but the train picked up speed, its wheels clattering louder and louder. The whistle screamed, drowning out my voice. Through the frosted window, I saw Kenta's face, pressed against the glass. His mouth moved, but no sound came out. His eyes were wide, pleading, and then he was gone. The train disappeared into the night, its headlamp a fading glow swallowed by the snow. The tracks behind it were untouched, as if it had never been there at all. I stumbled home, numb with cold and terror. My grandfather was waiting for me, his face grave. "You saw it," he said. It wasn't a question. I nodded, unable to speak. He placed a hand on my shoulder, his grip firm. "The train takes those who are lost, those who wander too close to its path. You were lucky to resist. Many don't." I wanted to tell him about Kenta, to beg him for answers, but the words wouldn't come. I spent the rest of that night by the fire, staring into the flames and trying to forget the empty eyes of the passengers. Kenta was never seen again. His disappearance was chalked up to a tragic accident, perhaps a fall into the icy river that ran near the station. But I knew the truth. He was still out there, somewhere, riding the ghost train through an endless winter night. I left the village not long after, unable to bear the memories that lingered in every corner. But even now, years later, I can't escape the sound of that whistle. On cold December nights, when the snow falls thick and the wind howls through the trees, I hear it calling to me, a mournful wail that chills my blood. They say the train only comes for those who are lost, those who have no place left to go. I pray that I never see it again, but deep down, I know it's only a matter of time, because the train never forgets, and it always comes back. Story number 46. The Ghost Train of Sierra Hollow. The year was 1910, and the Sierra Hollow rail line was the pride of the West. It cut through towering mountains and vast valleys, its iron tracks threading through some of the most treacherous terrain America had to offer. As a young station hand at the time, I often marveled at how the trains, hulking beasts of steel and steam, managed to conquer nature's harshest challenges. But there were whispers, even then, stories about the Sierra Hollow stretch, rumors that the mountains had a way of taking what wasn't theirs to give back. On Christmas Eve of that year, a passenger train left the station in Carson City, Nevada, bound for Sacramento. It was a night of biting cold, the kind that turns your breath into daggers and freezes the very marrow in your bones. The train was packed with holiday travelers, families, businessmen, and young lovers eager to reunite with loved ones for Christmas. The engine groaned as it pulled out of the station, its whistle piercing the cold air like a mournful cry. I watched it go, never imagining it would be the last time anyone saw those passengers alive. The storm hit just before midnight. The mountains were no stranger to snowstorms, but this one was different. The wind howled like a banshee, hurling snow in every direction and obliterating the tracks. The temperature plummeted, and visibility dropped to near zero. Word came in that the train had been delayed by the weather, but no one was worried yet. Delays were common in the winter months. By morning, the storm had passed, leaving behind a landscape buried under feet of snow. The train was still missing. At first, the railway company assumed it had simply stopped at a way station to wait out the storm. But as the hours turned into days, concern grew. Search parties were dispatched, braving the treacherous conditions to find the train and its passengers. What they found, however, was far more horrifying than anyone could have imagined. The train was discovered a week later, buried in a narrow ravine deep in the mountains. A massive avalanche had swallowed it whole, its force crumpling the carriages like tin cans and scattering debris across the snow. The scene was one of utter devastation, the kind that makes you question whether God is truly watching over the world. But that wasn't the worst part. The train was empty. There were no bodies, no signs of life anywhere. The seats were vacant, the luggage untouched, and the dining car still set with half-eaten meals. It was as if the passengers had simply vanished into thin air. Even more disturbing were the footprints, hundreds of them, leading away from the train and into the woods. They stopped abruptly at the tree line, as though the people who made them had been plucked from existence. The search continued for weeks, but no trace of the passengers or crew was ever found. Officially, the tragedy was blamed on the avalanche, though the lack of bodies was conveniently left out of the reports. Unofficially, the locals had their own theories. Some blamed the mountains themselves, claiming they were cursed, a place where the dead refused to stay buried. Others whispered about the ghost train, a phantom locomotive that appeared on snowy nights, its whistle echoing through the valleys like a mournful dirge. I tried to forget about it, to move on with my life. But the mountains have a way of holding on to you, and some memories refuse to fade. 10 years later, on Christmas Eve of 1920, I found myself working as the station master in a small mountain town near Sierra Hollow. The job was quiet, the kind of work that lets a man forget his troubles. Or so I thought. That night, as the snow fell softly outside, I was alone in the station, sipping coffee and reading the paper, when I heard it, a faint whistle in the distance. At first, I thought it was my imagination, but the sound grew louder, unmistakable. It was the whistle of a steam engine, a sound I hadn't heard in years. I stepped outside, the cold biting at my face, and peered into the darkness. The snow was falling thick and fast, but through the white haze, I saw it, the train. Its headlights cut through the storm like ghostly eyes, and its carriages glowed faintly, as if lit from within by an otherworldly fire. It moved slowly, almost hesitantly, as if unsure of its place in the world. The sight of it filled me with a deep, primal fear, but also an inexplicable sense of longing. As it drew closer, I noticed the figures inside. They were passengers, their faces pale and drawn, their eyes hollow and unseeing. They stared straight ahead, oblivious to the world outside. I recognized some of them, the young couple who had boarded at Carson City, the businessman with the silver pocket watch, the little girl clutching her doll. They were exactly as I remembered them, frozen in time. The train slowed as it approached the platform, its wheels grinding against the snow-covered tracks, came to a stop, its doors hissing open with an eerie finality. I stood frozen, unable to move, as the figures inside turned their heads toward me in unison. Their eyes met mine, and in that moment, I understood. They weren't passengers anymore. They were something else. A voice, faint and distant, whispered in my ear, Join us. The words sent a chill through my soul. And for a moment, I was tempted. The train seemed to offer a strange kind of peace, an escape from the pain and regret that had haunted me since that fateful night in 1910. But something held me back. A memory, perhaps, or a spark of defiance. The whistle blew again, louder this time, and the train began to move. Its wheels churned through the snow, the carriages fading into the storm until only the faint glow of its lights remained. And then it was gone, leaving behind nothing but silence and the faint imprint of its tracks. I never spoke of that night, though I suspect others have seen the train as well. Over the years, there have been reports, faint whistles in the distance, ghostly lights on the tracks, and the chilling sound of wheels grinding against iron. The locals call it the Christmas train, a name that sounds almost cheerful until you hear the stories. They say it still rides the rails on snowy nights, searching for passengers to fill its empty seats. If you're ever near Sierra Hollow on Christmas Eve and you hear a whistle in the distance, be wary. The train is always looking for more souls to carry into the unknown, and it doesn't take no for an answer. Story number 47. The Phantom Train of London. The winter of 1890 in London was brutal. Snow blanketed the city, transforming the bustling streets into treacherous paths of ice and slush. Gas lamps flickered in the biting wind, casting long, wavering shadows on the cobblestone streets. Despite the weather, the promise of Christmas filled the air, with carolers singing outside shops and children eagerly peeking into frosted windows at toys they hoped to find under their trees. I was working as a clerk at the London and South Western Railway, stationed at Waterloo Station, one of the busiest hubs in the city. My life was ordinary, filled with the rhythmic monotony of ticket sales, passenger inquiries, and the occasional heated argument with a traveler who'd missed their train. That Christmas Eve, however, was anything but ordinary. It started with the fog, thick and unnatural. It rolled in from the Thames just as the sun dipped below the horizon, enveloping the station in an eerie gloom. The lamps barely pierced through it, their light casting a sickly, yellowish glow. The cold was relentless, seeping into my bones despite the layers of wool I wore. The few travelers who braved the weather looked more like ghosts than people, their breath visible in the frigid air as they shuffled toward their destinations. At 8 p.m., the train to Birmingham was scheduled to depart. I was standing at my booth, stamping tickets, when I noticed an unusual group of passengers boarding the train. They were well-dressed, their attire more suited to a grand ballroom than a railway carriage. There was something off about them. Their faces were pale, their eyes sunken and dark, and none of them spoke a word. They moved as if in a trance, their steps perfectly synchronized, and I felt an inexplicable chill as they passed. "Odd crowd tonight," muttered Henry, the conductor, as he joined me at the platform. He was a jovial man, his rosy cheeks and booming laugh a constant presence at the station. But tonight, he seemed uneasy. "Did you notice their tickets?" I nodded. "Old style. Haven't seen those in years." The tickets the passengers handed over were indeed peculiar. They were the outdated sort, phased out nearly 2 decades earlier, and each one bore a strange, ornate stamp, a design I didn't recognize. I should have questioned it, but something about the group made me reluctant to draw attention to them. At precisely 8:15 p.m., the train's whistle blew, and it pulled away from the platform, disappearing into the fog like a shadow swallowed by darkness. I watched it go, a nagging sense of unease settling in my chest. It was the last time anyone saw the train or its passengers. By morning, news of the missing train spread like wildfire. Railway officials were in a frenzy, scouring every inch of track between London and Birmingham. The snowstorm from the night before had subsided, leaving a pristine, undisturbed blanket of white across the countryside. There were no signs of derailment, no broken tracks, no evidence that the train had encountered any obstacles. It was as if it had simply vanished into thin air. The official explanation was mechanical failure. The higher-ups insisted the train had likely veered onto an old and used track and would be found soon enough. But those of us who worked at the station knew better. There was something unnatural about that night, something that defied logic and reason. Days turned into weeks, and still, there was no sign of the train. Search parties returned empty-handed, their faces pale and drawn. Whispers of the phantom train began to circulate among the railway workers, fueled by tales of ghostly sightings and strange occurrences along the tracks. Henry, who had been the last to inspect the train before its departure, became increasingly agitated. He spoke of hearing faint voices in the fog, of seeing shadowy figures along the tracks when no one was there. His jovial demeanor was replaced by a haunted, vacant look, and one day, he simply stopped coming to work. It was mid-January when the first real clue appeared. A track inspector named William stumbled upon a set of tracks deep in the countryside, hidden beneath a thicket of trees. The tracks were rusted and overgrown, long abandoned by the railway. At the end of the line, he found the train. It was derelict, its once pristine carriages now covered in frost and decay. The windows were shattered, the interior coated in a thick layer of ice. There was no sign of the passengers or crew. The only thing out of place was a single item left behind in one of the compartments. A ticket, identical to the ones the passengers had handed me that night. It bore the same ornate stamp, along with a chilling inscription. One way only. The discovery reignited the mystery, drawing investigators and journalists from across the country. But no amount of scrutiny could explain what had happened. The passengers were never found, and the train itself seemed to defy the passage of time. Metal that should have rusted through was intact. The ice inside the compartments never melted, and the air around it was unnaturally cold. I couldn't shake the feeling that the train was more than just a machine. It felt alive, as if it were watching us, waiting for something or someone. Against my better judgment, I returned to the site one evening, driven by a need to understand. The train loomed in the fading light, its presence oppressive and unnatural. As I stepped aboard, the temperature plummeted, my breath fogging the air. The interior was eerily intact, the furnishings untouched by decay despite the frost that coated every surface. And then I heard it, a faint whisper, growing louder as I ventured deeper into the carriage. The voice was neither male nor female, neither young nor old. It was a cacophony of sound, a symphony of despair. "They're still here," it said, "trapped between worlds." A figure appeared at the end of the corridor, shrouded in shadow. It was one of the passengers, her face pale and her eyes hollow. She raised a hand, pointing toward the window. I turned to look and saw my own reflection staring back at me. But it wasn't me. The figure in the glass was older, weathered, and wearing the same ornate stamp as the ticket. I fled, stumbling out of the train and into the night. The whispers followed me, fading only when I reached the safety of the main road. I never returned to the site, but the nightmares never left me. The faces of the passengers, their hollow eyes and lifeless smiles, haunt my dreams to this day. The train was eventually dismantled, its parts scattered across the country. But strange reports continued to emerge. Phantom whistles in the night, shadowy figures seen along the tracks, and whispers in the fog. Some say the train still rides the rails on Christmas Eve, searching for passengers to join its ghostly journey. If you ever hear a whistle in the distance on a foggy winter night, remember this story. The phantom train of London still rides, carrying its passengers into the unknown, and it's always looking for one more ticket. Story number 48. The Wailing Train. The Siberian winter was a beast unlike anything else on Earth. By December, the vast expanse of white was relentless, an unending wilderness of snow and ice stretching far beyond the horizon. The cold wasn't just a sensation, it was a force, gnawing at the edges of your sanity with every breath. I had spent most of my life hearing tales of the winters here, But nothing could have prepared me for the events of Christmas Eve in 1935. My name is Ivan Petrov, and back then, I was a railway worker stationed in Novosibirsk. The Trans-Siberian Railway was our lifeline, a fragile thread connecting the remote reaches of Siberia to the rest of the world. That winter, the shipments were crucial: coal, food, and medical supplies needed to sustain the villages scattered across the tundra. The last shipment before Christmas was a freight train bound for Krasnoyarsk, loaded with goods that would bring some semblance of joy and warmth to the frozen wilderness. I was assigned as one of the conductors, tasked with ensuring the cargo reached its destination. At the time, I didn't think much of the journey. It was a routine trip, harsh, grueling, but nothing out of the ordinary, or so I thought. We left Novosibirsk in the late afternoon. Just as the sun dipped below the horizon, the train, a hulking beast of steel and iron, rumbled through the snow-covered landscape, its wheels grinding against the frozen tracks. The crew was small: myself, Alexei the engineer, Mikhail the fireman, and a few workers in the rear caboose. The freight cars were locked tight, their contents secured for the long journey ahead. The storm began just after dusk. At first, it was nothing more than a gentle flurry, snowflakes swirling lazily through the air, but within hours, it transformed into a howling tempest, the wind screaming like a banshee as it lashed against the train. Visibility dropped to near zero, and the temperature plummeted to bone-chilling depths. Inside the cab, our breath fogged the air, and the heat from the engine was barely enough to keep us warm. It was then that I heard the first sound, a faint, almost imperceptible wail, carried on the wind. At first, I thought it was the storm, a trick of the wind howling through the metal of the train. But as the night wore on, the sound grew louder, more distinct. It was a cry of anguish, raw and guttural, unlike anything I had ever heard. It came from the freight cars, echoing through the steel walls like the lament of lost souls. "What the hell is that?" Alexei muttered, his eyes darting toward the rear of the train. The man was no stranger to the harsh realities of Siberia, but I could see the unease in his expression. "Probably just the wind," Mikhail said, though his voice lacked conviction. But it wasn't just the wind. As the hours dragged on, the cries grew more frequent, joined by the unmistakable sound of scratching long, deliberate strokes against the metal doors of the freight cars. It was as if something or someone was trapped inside, desperately trying to get out. We stopped the train once to investigate, stepping out into the blinding storm with lanterns in hand. The snow was relentless, whipping against our faces as we struggled to the rear of the train. When we reached the first freight car, we hesitated. The wailing had stopped the moment we stepped outside, leaving an oppressive silence in its wake. Alexei reached for the latch, his gloved hands trembling as he pulled the heavy door open. The interior was empty, save for crates of coal and sacks of grain. There was no sign of movement, no evidence of anything out of the ordinary. But the scratching was still there, faint and persistent, coming from the far end of the train. One by one, we opened the cars, each one revealing nothing but cargo. The sound seemed to shift, moving ahead of us, always just out of reach. When we reached the caboose, Alexei slammed the door shut and muttered, "It's the cold getting to us. We need to keep moving." We returned to the cab, our nerves frayed and our minds racing. But the storm only worsened, and the sounds became impossible to ignore. By midnight, it was no longer just wailing and scratching. There were voices, whispers that seemed to come from the very walls of the train. They spoke in a language I couldn't understand, their words guttural and alien, but the tone was unmistakable: anger, sorrow, despair. The temperature inside the train began to drop, frost creeping along the windows and metal fixtures. Even the engine seemed to struggle, its once steady rhythm faltering as if the train itself was succumbing to the cold. By dawn, we were lost. The storm had buried the tracks under feet of snow, and the landmarks we relied on had vanished into the blizzard. Alexei's hands were raw from gripping the controls. his eyes bloodshot and wild. Mikhail had stopped speaking altogether, staring blankly at the frost-covered window as if in a trance. As for me, I could barely think. The whispers had become a cacophony, drowning out even the roar of the engine. They spoke directly to my mind, filling it with images of death and desolation. And then the train stopped. The engine wheezed one final breath before falling silent, leaving us stranded in the middle of nowhere. The silence was deafening, broken only by the faint sound of footsteps crunching through the snow outside. I turned to Alexei, my heart pounding in my chest. "Did you hear that?" He nodded, his face pale. "Someone's out there." We armed ourselves with whatever we could find. Wrenches, crowbars, anything that might serve as a weapon, and stepped out into the blizzard. The snow was blinding, the cold so intense it felt like knives against my skin. But through the haze, I saw them, figures, dozens of them, moving through the storm. They were gaunt, their faces obscured by the swirling snow, but their eyes burned with an unnatural light. They surrounded the train, their mouths open in a silent scream, their hands clawing at the steel walls. We fled back inside, barricading the doors as the wailing reached a fever pitch. The temperature plummeted further, frost forming on our clothes and hair. I don't remember much of what happened next, only fragments of terror and cold. When I awoke, the storm had passed. The train was buried in snow, its interior frozen solid. Alexei and Mikhail were gone, their footprints leading away from the train and vanishing into the white void. I was alone, trapped in a tomb of ice and steel. They found me a week later, delirious and frostbitten, clutching a piece of coal as if it were a lifeline. I told them what had happened, but no one believed me. The official report blamed the storm, chalking up the deaths to hypothermia and poor judgment. But I know the truth. The train was cursed, a vessel for something ancient and malevolent. The whispers still haunt my dreams, their voices calling me back to the frozen wilderness. And on cold winter nights, when the wind howls like a dying beast, I hear the wailing again, echoing through the Siberian tundra. The train is still out there, buried in snow, waiting for its next passengers. And it's always hungry. Story number 49. Train number 366. It was a bitterly cold Christmas Eve in 1947, and snow fell in thick, swirling flakes that seemed to muffle the world. I was young then, just 22, with my whole life ahead of me, or so I thought. The town where I grew up was one of those nameless dots on the map in northern Canada, a place where winters were long, summers were fleeting, and most dreams never made it past the endless horizon of snow and ice. I had boarded train number 366 that night with a heart full of hope. The train was a lifeline, connecting our isolated little town to the larger cities to the south. It was packed with holiday travelers, parents clutching children bundled in wool coats, young couples holding hands, and men with weary faces who smelled faintly of tobacco and whiskey. Everyone was eager to escape the cold and reach their destinations in time for Christmas morning. The train pulled out of the station at exactly 6 p.m., its whistle slicing through the frigid air like a blade. I found a seat near the back of the passenger car, close to the window, where I could watch the snow blur past. The rhythmic clatter of the wheels on the tracks was soothing, and for the first time in weeks, I felt a flicker of peace. Little did I know that peace would be short-lived. The first hour of the journey passed uneventfully. The train rocked gently as it wound its way through the wilderness, the dark shapes of pine trees and snowdrifts flashing by in the dim light of the oil lamps. I had just started to doze off when the train lurched violently, jerking me awake. People gasped, and a few cried out as luggage tumbled from overhead racks. The train screeched to a halt, its whistle letting out a mournful wail that echoed into the night. For a moment, there was silence, broken only by the soft hiss of steam and the muffled whispers of confused passengers. A man in a conductor's uniform hurried through the car, his expression grim. "Stay seated," he barked, though his voice betrayed a note of fear. "We've stopped to check the tracks. everything's fine. But everything was not fine. Minutes stretched into an hour. And still, the train did not move. The cold began to seep into the cars. The oil lamps casting flickering shadows on the walls. People began to grow restless, shifting in their seats and murmuring among themselves. The conductor didn't return. And when one of the braver passengers went to look for him, they came back pale and trembling. "The engine car is empty," they said. "The crew is gone. Gone." The word settled over us like a shroud. The passengers erupted into a flurry of questions and panic. But no one had any answers. I joined a small group that ventured out into the snow to investigate. The wind howled around us, biting through our coats as we trudged toward the front of the train. The engine was still running, its boiler hissing softly in the freezing air. But the cabin was empty. The engineer and firemen were nowhere to be found. "What the hell?" someone muttered. Their breath hung in the air like a ghost. Then we heard it. A faint, high-pitched sound carried on the wind. At first, I thought it was the whistle, distorted by the storm. But as it grew louder, I realized it was something else entirely. It was the sound of children crying. We stumbled back to the passenger car, our nerves frayed and our faces raw from the cold. Inside, the atmosphere had changed. The air felt heavy, charged with something I couldn't name. People huddled together in silence, their breath fogging the windows. The crying continued, faint but unmistakable, seeming to come from everywhere and nowhere at once. And then the shadows began to move. At first, it was subtle, a flicker in the corner of my eye, a shape that didn't belong. But soon, the figures became clearer. Dark silhouettes glided past the windows, their forms indistinct but undeniably human. One by one, the passengers noticed them, and a collective gasp filled the car. Someone screamed, a sharp, raw sound that made my blood run cold. "They're just shadows," an older man insisted, his voice shaking. "It's a trick of the light." But we all knew better. The figures moved with purpose, pausing occasionally to peer inside. I felt their gaze like a weight pressing against my chest. When I locked eyes with one of them, a wave of cold washed over me, more intense than anything I'd ever felt. It wasn't just physical. It was as if the very warmth of my soul was being leached away. Panic set in. People began shouting, banging on the walls, and trying to pry open the doors. But the doors wouldn't budge, and the windows refused to break no matter how hard we struck them. We were trapped. And then the whispers started. Soft and insidious, they slithered through the car like smoke. They spoke in a language I didn't understand, though the tone was unmistakable: hunger, despair, malice. The shadows outside grew bolder, pressing against the glass, their forms shifting and writhing like living smoke. The crying had stopped, replaced by a silence so profound it felt like the world was holding its breath. One by one, the passengers began to vanish. It happened quietly, almost imperceptibly. I glanced away for a moment, and when I looked back, someone would be gone. Their belongings remained, untouched, as if they'd simply evaporated. I clutched the armrest of my seat, my knuckles white, and prayed to a God I wasn't sure existed. By dawn, I was the only one left. The train was silent, the windows frosted over with a thick layer of ice. The shadows were gone, and the air felt strangely still, as if the storm itself had been holding its breath and was finally exhaling. I stumbled to the door and found it open, the snow outside untouched by footprints. I stepped off the train, my legs trembling, and began to walk. I don't remember how far I went or how long it took, but eventually, I reached a small village. The locals took me in, their faces pale as I recounted what had happened. They said the train would return every Christmas Eve, stopping in the same spot, its whistle echoing through the mountains. Some claimed it was cursed, a vessel for lost souls. Others said it was a warning, though no one could tell me of what. I never boarded a train again. Even now, as an old man, the sound of a whistle sends a shiver down my spine. Every Christmas Eve, I light a candle and pray for the passengers of train number 366, hoping they've found peace. But deep down, I know they haven't. The train still runs, its wheels grinding against the tracks, carrying its ghostly cargo through the snow. And if you listen closely on a quiet winter night, you can hear the faint sound of children crying, calling out for a salvation that will never come, because some journeys have no end. Story number 50. The Curse of the Forgotten. I still remember the winter of 2016 as if it were etched into my very soul. Growing up in the picturesque village of Montmartre in France, Christmas was always a magical time. The streets were adorned with twinkling lights, the scent of roasted chestnuts filled the air, and the warmth of family gatherings dispelled the biting cold. But that Christmas, something dark and inexplicable shattered the serenity of our holiday traditions. I was 13, a typical teenager navigating the tumultuous waters of adolescence. My name is Lucas Martin, and I lived with my parents and younger sister, Sophie, in our cozy home at the edge of the village. My father was a teacher, my mother a librarian, and Sophie, well, she was my constant source of joy and irritation all rolled into one. That year, Christmas felt heavier, laden with the unspoken grief of losing our beloved dog, Max, just a month earlier. His absence left a void in our lives, one that seemed to deepen as the holiday approached. On Christmas Eve, after a day filled with decorating the tree and baking cookies, my parents gathered us around the dining table for our traditional dinner. The table was set with our finest china, gleaming silverware, and an array of delicious dishes that made my mouth water. As we settled in, the clock struck 8, and we began our meal, sharing stories and laughter that momentarily eased the lingering sadness. As the evening progressed, I felt a strange sense of anticipation, as if something was about to change. The room was filled with the comforting sounds of conversation and the soft crackling of the fireplace. But an uneasy tension lingered beneath the surface. It was during dessert, a decadent chocolate mousse, that the unexpected happened. When I reached for my spoon, my gaze fell upon an unfamiliar object resting on the table, a thick, leather-bound book with an ornate cover. The title, Loin Nguyen Qua En Hung Ku Quain Lang, The Curse of the Forgotten, was embossed in gold lettering that seemed to shimmer in the candlelight. My heart skipped a beat as I looked around the table, but no one claimed ownership of the mysterious book. "Who left this?" I asked, my voice tinged with confusion. My mother glanced at the book, her brow furrowing. "I don't recall seeing it earlier. Perhaps it's a gift from someone. But we didn't order anything special this year." My father shrugged, trying to dismiss the unease that had settled over us. "Maybe it's just a misplaced book. Why don't you take it to the living room, Lucas? We can figure out where it came from later." Reluctantly, I picked up the book, feeling its weight in my hands. The cover was adorned with intricate patterns that seemed to shift and change as I moved it, giving the impression of hidden secrets waiting to be uncovered. Curious despite the oddity, I decided to open it, expecting a forgotten story or a relic from the past. As I flipped through the pages, I realized that The Curse of the Forgotten was no ordinary book. Each chapter contained a short story, each more haunting than the last. What struck me most was the uncanny resemblance of these tales to the dreams I had been having over the past week. Dreams filled with shadows, lost loved ones, and places that felt both familiar and terrifyingly alien. The first story described a young boy lost in a dense forest, searching for a way out while being pursued by unseen forces. The details mirrored my recurring nightmare where I found myself trapped in a maze of towering trees, unable to escape the oppressive darkness closing in around me. Intrigued and unnerved, I continued reading. The second story spoke of a girl who received a mysterious gift, much like the necklace I had found the previous year. Only this time it brought more harm than good. The parallels were too precise to ignore. It was as if the book was reading my mind, recounting my deepest fears and unspoken thoughts. I glanced up at my parents and sister, who were engrossed in their own conversations, oblivious to the sinister undertones of the book. A chill ran down my spine as I wondered who could have sent this and why. Determined to uncover the truth, I decided to investigate further. That night, after everyone had gone to bed, I sat in my room with the book spread out before me. The moonlight streaming through the window cast eerie shadows on the pages, making the words seem to writhe and move of their own accord. As I read, the room seemed to grow colder, the silence thick and suffocating. Suddenly, a soft whisper echoed through the room, barely audible but unmistakably present. "Return what is mine," it murmured, sending shivers down my spine. I froze, heart pounding. As the temperature plummeted further, the book seemed to glow faintly, the gold lettering on the cover pulsating like a heartbeat. Gathering my courage, I closed the book and placed it back on the table. "Who's there?" I demanded, my voice barely steady. The room remained silent, the only sound my ragged breathing. I tried to shake off the feeling, convincing myself it was just my imagination running wild. But sleep was impossible as I lay in bed, the whisper lingering in my ears like a dark promise. The following day, I brought the book to school, seeking answers from anyone who might recognize it. But my classmates and teachers were equally baffled, none claiming to have any knowledge of its origins. Frustrated and more confused than ever, I decided to return to the living room that evening, hoping to find some clue about the book's purpose. As I entered the room, the air felt heavy, charged with an unspoken tension. The book sat on the table, its pages seemingly inviting me to delve deeper into its mysteries. I sat down and began to read again, each story unraveling more about my own psyche and the fears that haunted me. But as I read, I felt a presence in the room, something dark and malevolent watching me from the shadows. The room grew colder, the candlelight flickering as if struggling against an unseen force. My sister Sophie, sensing my distress, approached me cautiously. "Lucas, are you okay?" she asked, her eyes wide with concern. I nodded, trying to hide my fear. "Yeah, just reading. This book is really weird." Sophie sat beside me, her hand reaching out to comfort me. "Maybe we should get rid of it." But as we reached for the book, the pages began to shake violently, the stories coming to life in a whirlwind of dark energy. The figure from my dreams, the shadowy woman in the white dress, materialized before us, her eyes filled with sorrow and rage. "Why do you ignore me?" she demanded, her voice echoing through the room. "Return what is mine." I recoiled in horror, feeling a surge of protective instinct. "Who are you? What do you want?" She stepped closer, her form flickering between the pages of the book and reality. "I am Clara, the one you have forgotten. This book binds me to your world, and until you remember me, I cannot rest." Sophie clung to me, fear etched on her face. "Lucas, we didn't mean to forget. What do we need to do?" Clara's eyes softened, a hint of sadness replacing her anger. "Remember me, honor my memory, and release me from this curse." Determined to help, I recalled the stories my parents had told us about our ancestors and the importance of remembering those who came before us. It was then I realized that the book was a conduit for forgotten spirits, a way for them to reach out and seek acknowledgement. "We'll help you, Clara," I promised, holding the book firmly. "Tell us what we need to do." She nodded, her form becoming more stable as she guided us through the steps necessary to break the curse. "You must perform a ritual of remembrance, acknowledging my existence and honoring my memory. Only then can the curse be lifted." With Clara's guidance, we prepared for the ritual. We gathered photographs, mementos, and stories of our family's history, creating a sacred space where past and present could intertwine. My parents joined us, their faces reflecting a mix of fear and determination, as we worked together to honor Clara's memory. As we began the ritual, the room filled with a palpable energy, the air thick with the presence of forgotten souls. We lit candles, placed the book at the center, and shared stories of our family's history, ensuring that Clara was remembered and acknowledged. The atmosphere shifted, the oppressive darkness lifting as the light of our memories and love filled the room. Clara's spirit began to dissipate, her sorrowful presence replaced by a sense of peace and gratitude. "Thank you," she whispered, her voice now filled with relief. "I can finally rest." As the last of her presence faded, the book closed on its own. The curse lifted and our home free from its haunting grip. Exhausted but victorious, we embraced each other, the bonds of family and remembrance stronger than ever before. That Christmas, our family not only celebrated the holiday but also honored the legacy of those we had forgotten, ensuring that no spirit, no matter how lost, would ever be left behind. The silver locket, once a symbol of fear, became a cherished heirloom, a reminder of the power of memory and the importance of never forgetting those who came before us. Years have passed since that fateful Christmas, and the memory of Clara's curse remains a poignant reminder of the thin line between the living and the dead. Our home continues to be filled with love, laughter, and the warmth of family, but every now and then, I catch a glimpse of a shadowy figure in my peripheral vision, a silent testament to the spirits that linger, waiting to be remembered and honored. And as I sit by the fireplace each Christmas, surrounded by my loved ones and the glow of candlelight, I hold the book close, grateful for the peace it has brought and the lessons it has taught us. The Curse of the Forgotten serves as a beacon, ensuring that our memories remain alive and that no one is ever truly forgotten. For in remembering, we honor, and in honoring, we protect our loved ones from the shadows that seek to reclaim what we hold dear. Story number 51. The Cursed Gloves. I still remember the winter of 2012 as if it were etched into my very soul. Living in the bustling heart of Tokyo, Christmas was always a time of magic and warmth, despite being a predominantly non-religious society. Our small apartment was adorned with festive lights and ornaments, a stark contrast to the towering skyscrapers that loomed outside our windows. My life was a comfortable blend of work and family, but that Christmas brought an unsettling twist that would forever change my perception of the holiday season. It was a few weeks before Christmas when I received the package. I was at work, buried under a mountain of paperwork, when my colleague, Hiroshi, approached me with a small, neatly wrapped box. "Merry Christmas, Yuki," he said with a warm smile that belied the late hour. "I saw this at a thrift store and thought you might like it." I was surprised but touched by the gesture. Hiroshi and I had worked together for nearly 5 years, our friendship built on mutual respect and countless shared lunches. "Thank you, Hiroshi. It's very thoughtful of you," I replied, accepting the package. That evening, as I unwrapped the gift, I found a pair of exquisite, old-fashioned gloves. They were made of fine silk, the color of deep midnight blue, and adorned with intricate embroidery that seemed to shimmer under the soft apartment lighting. The craftsmanship was impeccable, reminiscent of a bygone era. I held them up, admiring their beauty and the care Hiroshi must have taken in selecting them. As I slipped the gloves onto my hands, a chill ran down my spine. They felt unnaturally cold, yet perfectly fitted, as if they were made just for me. I dismissed the feeling as a trick of the light and continued with my preparations for Christmas. Little did I know, these gloves would become the catalyst for a series of nightmares that would haunt me for weeks to come. That night, sleep eluded me. I tossed and turned, my mind restless. Eventually, exhaustion overcame me, and I drifted into a troubled slumber. My dreams were vivid and terrifying, dominated by the image of a woman in mourning. She stood at the edge of a desolate landscape, her long hair cascading over her shoulders, eyes red-rimmed from incessant crying. Her presence was both sorrowful and menacing, a paradox that left me paralyzed with fear. "I need you to return this," she whispered, her voice echoing through the void. "You cannot escape." I woke up with a start, heart pounding, sweat slick on my forehead. The room was dark, save for the faint glow of the city lights filtering through the curtains. I glanced down at my hands, noticing how the gloves seemed to shimmer under the moonlight. A sense of unease settled over me, but I dismissed it as the residual fear from my nightmare. Over the next few nights, the nightmares intensified. The woman became more distinct, her presence more oppressive. Each morning, I woke with a lingering sense of dread, the image of her sorrowful face etched into my mind. I began to question my sanity, trying to rationalize the haunting visions. But the nightmares persisted, growing more vivid and desperate with each passing night. Determined to uncover the truth, I decided to delve into the history of the gloves. I visited the thrift store where Hiroshi had purchased them, hoping to find some clue about their origins. The store was a quaint little place, filled with an eclectic mix of vintage clothing and antique jewelry. I approached the counter, where the elderly shop owner sat behind a cluttered desk. "Excuse me," I began, holding up the gloves. "I was wondering if you could tell me more about these?" The shop owner looked up, his eyes narrowing as he examined the gloves. "Ah, those are quite special," he replied, his voice tinged with reverence. "They belonged to a woman named Aiko Tanaka. She was a renowned seamstress in the early 20th century, known for her exquisite craftsmanship and attention to detail. Do you know anything about her personal life?" I asked, my curiosity piqued. He sighed, placing the gloves back on the counter. Aiko was a devoted mother, but tragedy struck her family one Christmas Eve in 1922. Her husband and young daughter were lost in a fire that consumed their home. Aiko was the only one to survive, but the loss haunted her for the rest of her life. It's said that she imbued her creations with her sorrow, making them more than mere garments. I felt a chill run down my spine as the pieces began to fit together. The woman in my nightmares was Aiko Tanaka, the same woman whose gloves I now wore. The connection between my mother's passing and these gloves was too significant to ignore. My mother had died 10 years earlier, buried alongside her cherished possessions, including her own pair of silk gloves that looked strikingly similar to mine. That realization sent my fears into overdrive. I returned home, the weight of the gloves heavy on my mind. As I entered my apartment, I noticed something different, an old photograph of my mother lying on the mantelpiece, something I had never seen before. She was smiling, wearing a pair of midnight blue gloves identical to the ones I now possessed. Her eyes sparkled with a warmth that seemed to reach out to me from beyond the grave. Panic set in as I realized the full extent of what I was dealing with. These gloves were no ordinary gift. They were a conduit for Aiko's lingering spirit, a reminder of the unresolved grief and tragedy that bound her to the mortal world. I needed to find a way to release her, to lay her soul to rest once and for all. The following night, as I prepared for bed, I decided to confront the nightmares head-on. I placed the gloves on my bedside table and lit a single candle, its flame flickering softly in the darkness. "Aiko," I whispered, hoping for some sign of her presence. "I know you're here. I want to help you find peace." The room grew colder, the candle's flame dancing wildly as a gust of wind seemed to blow through the window. Though it was firmly shut, the air thickened with sorrow, and the oppressive atmosphere mirrored the despair in my nightmares. I could feel her presence, the weight of her unspoken anguish pressing down on me. Suddenly, the temperature plummeted, and the candle extinguished, plunging the room into darkness. I fumbled for my phone, using its flashlight to illuminate the space. There, standing before me, was Aiko Tanaka. Her form was ethereal, her eyes hollow yet filled with an overwhelming sadness. "Why won't you let me go?" she cried, her voice echoing through the room. "I need you to remember me, to help me find peace." Tears welled up in my eyes as I reached out, feeling a connection to her pain. "Aiko, I understand your sorrow, but I can't keep reliving this nightmare. Let me help you." She stepped closer, her spectral form shimmering in the dim light. "You must return the gloves to where they belong. Only then can I be free," determined to do whatever it took to end this torment. I followed her instructions. The next day, I researched the history of Aiko Tanaka, uncovering old records that detailed her life and the tragic events that led to her eternal sorrow. According to the records, Aiko had kept the gloves as a cherished memento of her family, believing they held protective powers. After the fire, she dedicated herself to her craft, but the loss of her loved ones left her spirit restless. Armed with this knowledge, I knew where I needed to go. The records indicated that Aiko's last residence was an old, abandoned workshop on the outskirts of town, a place that had been left to decay over the years. With Hiroshi's help, I ventured to the workshop, the gloves clutched tightly in my hands. The building stood as a shadow of its former self. The once vibrant workshop now a crumbling relic of the past. As we entered, the air was thick with dust and the scent of old paper. The room was filled with remnants of Aiko's life, unfinished garments, old photographs, and faded sketches. In the center of the workshop stood a large wooden mannequin, dressed in a gown that mirrored the style of the gloves. I approached the mannequin, the gloves glowing faintly in my grip. "Aiko," I called out softly. "I've come to help you." The atmosphere shifted, the oppressive energy lifting slightly as if acknowledging my presence. I carefully placed the gloves on the mannequin's hands, the intricate embroidery catching the light. "I know your story, your pain. Please, let me help you find peace." As I did, the room began to transform. The air warmed, and the shadows that once loomed menacingly now felt comforting. The figure of Aiko materialized beside the mannequin, her expression serene. "Thank you," she whispered, her voice filled with gratitude. "You have honored my memory and released me from my sorrow." A sense of calm washed over me as her spirit faded, the workshop returning to its dilapidated state. The curse had been lifted, and the nightmares ceased, replaced by a peaceful stillness that enveloped me like a warm embrace. Returning home, I felt a profound sense of relief and closure. The silver gloves, once a symbol of fear, now felt like a cherished heirloom, a reminder of the bonds that connect us beyond the veil of death. Hiroshi and I shared a knowing glance, understanding the depth of what we had experienced together. That Christmas, our family gathered once more around the dining table, the air filled with love and gratitude. The memory of my mother's passing was still, but now it was intertwined with a newfound sense of peace and the knowledge that some spirits need only to be remembered to find their way home. The cursed gloves were placed carefully in a display case, their dark history serving as a testament to the enduring power of memory and the lengths we go to protect those we love. Years have passed since that fateful Christmas, and the memory of Aiko Tanaka remains a poignant reminder of the thin line between the living and the dead. Every holiday season, as I look at the gloves, I am reminded of the night when I faced my deepest fears and helped a lost soul find peace. The nightmares have faded into distant echoes, replaced by the comforting sounds of family and the warmth of love that transcends even the darkest of curses. But sometimes, late at night, when the wind whispers through the trees and the city lights cast long shadows across my bedroom, I catch a glimpse of a figure in the corner of my eye, a woman in a flowing gown, her eyes filled with gratitude and sorrow. It's a fleeting moment, gone in an instant, but it serves as a comforting reminder that some bonds never truly break, and that love and remembrance have the power to conquer even the most sinister of forces. And so, as I sit by the window each Christmas, surrounded by the glow of the holiday lights and the laughter of my family, I hold onto the lessons learned from that haunted night. The silver gloves, once a source of fear, now symbolize the strength of our memories and the unbreakable connections that bind us to those we have lost. In honoring Aiko's spirit, I have learned that true protection comes not from objects or rituals, but from the love and unity of family, a force powerful enough to dispel even the darkest of curses. The house, once filled with eerie whispers and haunting apparitions, now echoes with the joyful sounds of Christmas celebrations, a testament to the resilience of the human spirit and the enduring power of love. And as the snow falls softly outside, blanketing the world in white, I am grateful for the peace that now fills our home, knowing that some stories, no matter how dark, can find their happy endings when remembered with love and compassion. Story number 52. The Cursed Necklace. I never believed in curses or haunted objects. Growing up in the bustling city of Munich, my life was grounded in the tangible numbers, routines, the predictable ebb and flow of daily existence. But that all changed one Christmas in 2017, when a seemingly innocent gift from my best friend, Marcus, unraveled the very fabric of my reality. Marcus and I had been inseparable since our university days. We shared everything from late-night study sessions to weekend hiking trips in the Bavarian Alps. So when he handed me a small, intricately wrapped box on Christmas Eve, I didn't think twice. "Merry Christmas, my friend," he said with a grin that masked any hint of the unease I would soon feel. Inside the box was a stunning necklace. It featured a delicate silver chain adorned with a large, teardrop-shaped pendant made of dark, lustrous stone. The craftsmanship was exquisite, and the pendant seemed to catch the light in a way that made it appear almost alive. "It's beautiful," I remarked, admiring the piece that Marcus insisted I wear. "You'll love it," he replied, his eyes meeting mine with a sincerity that never wavered. "It's from an antique shop I visited recently. Thought it would suit you." I trusted Marcus implicitly. He had a knack for finding unique pieces that perfectly matched my understated style. Without hesitation, I clasped the necklace around my neck, feeling the weight of the pendant settle comfortably against my chest. Little did I know, this gift would become the catalyst for a descent into darkness I couldn't have imagined. That night, sleep eluded me. The pendant seemed to emit a faint, pulsating energy that kept my mind restless. Eventually, exhaustion overcame me, and I drifted into a troubled slumber. My dreams were vivid and unsettling, dominated by the haunting image of a woman in a flowing white dress. She stood at the edge of a desolate landscape, her long hair billowing around her, eyes red-rimmed from incessant crying. "I need it back," she whispered, her voice echoing through the void. "Return what is mine." I jolted awake, heart pounding, sweat slick on my forehead. The room was dark, save for the soft glow of Christmas lights strung around the window, shaking off the remnants of the nightmare. I glanced at the necklace. The pendant seemed to shimmer unnaturally, casting eerie shadows across the room. Over the next few nights, the dreams intensified. The woman became more distinct, her presence more oppressive. Each morning, I woke with a lingering sense of dread, the image of her sorrowful face etched into my mind. I began to question my sanity, trying to rationalize the haunting visions. But the nightmares persisted, growing more vivid and desperate with each passing night. Desperate for answers, I approached Marcus the following day. "There's something wrong with this necklace," I confessed, feeling a knot of fear tighten in my stomach. "I've been having these nightmares about a crying woman who wants her necklace back." Marcus frowned, concern flashing across his face. "That's strange. I didn't know it was cursed or anything. I bought it from an antique shop downtown. They seemed trustworthy." "Maybe it's just my imagination," I suggested weakly, though the fear in my voice betrayed me. Marcus shook his head. "No, it's not just your imagination. Let me check something." He pulled out his phone and made a quick call. After a few moments, he hung up, his expression serious. "They told me there's no record of the necklace being cursed, but they did mention it has a history. It was owned by a woman named Clara Hartmann in the 1920s. Apparently, she disappeared on Christmas Eve, and no one ever found her." A chill ran down my spine. "Clara Hartmann? That's eerie. Do you think her spirit is attached to the necklace?" Marcus looked thoughtful. "It's possible. Antique shops often have items with histories, some darker than others. Maybe the necklace holds onto her unresolved emotions." Determined to free myself from the torment, I decided to investigate further. I delved into old newspaper archives, searching for any mention of Clara Hartmann. My research led me to a series of tragic events surrounding her disappearance. Clara was a young woman engaged to be married, beloved by her family and community. On Christmas Eve 1920, she vanished without a trace, leaving behind her fiancé and a devastated town. Despite extensive searches, no evidence of her whereabouts was ever found. The more I learned, the more I felt Clara's presence pressing against the boundaries of my reality. The nightmares were no longer just figments of my imagination. They felt like desperate pleas from beyond the grave. Determined to put an end to the haunting, I resolved to return the necklace to where it belonged. Marcus, ever supportive, agreed to help me. Together, we visited the antique shop where he had purchased the necklace, hoping to uncover more about its origins. The shop was a quaint, dimly lit place filled with an eclectic mix of items, each with its own story. Marcus approached the counter, where the elderly shop owner sat behind a cluttered desk. "Excuse me," Marcus began. "We have some questions about a necklace we purchased here last Christmas. It's a silver chain with a dark teardrop pendant." The shop owner looked up, his eyes narrowing as he examined the necklace. "Ah, yes, the Clara Hartmann necklace. It has quite a history." "Indeed. We want to return it," I said firmly. "It's causing some disturbances." The owner's expression softened slightly. "I understand. The necklace has a way of finding its way to those who need it most. Clara's spirit is restless, seeking closure. Is there anything we can do to help her find peace?" Marcus asked, his voice tinged with desperation. The shop owner nodded slowly. "There is a way, though it requires courage and a willingness to confront the past. You must perform a ritual to honor her memory and release her spirit from the necklace." I took a deep breath, steeling myself for what lay ahead. "What do we need to do?" He handed us an old, yellowed pamphlet. "This contains the instructions. Be careful, and make sure you understand each step. Clara's spirit is strong, and she won't easily let go." We thanked the shop owner and left the store, the weight of our mission pressing heavily on us. That evening, we gathered in my living room, the necklace placed reverently on the coffee table alongside the pamphlet. Marcus and I followed the instructions meticulously, lighting candles and arranging symbols that held significance to Clara's life. As we began the ritual, the air grew thick with tension. The candles flickered ominously, casting long shadows that danced across the walls. I felt a cold presence in the room, a sorrowful energy that seemed to draw us deeper into the ritual. My heart pounded in my chest as we chanted the words, each syllable a plea for peace and understanding. Suddenly, the room plunged into darkness, the candles extinguishing with a final, forceful gust of wind. The temperature dropped sharply, my breath visible in the frigid air. I heard the soft sound of footsteps approaching, the unmistakable sound of someone moving closer. Panic surged through me as the silhouette of a woman in a flowing white dress materialized before us. Her eyes filled with sorrow and desperation. "Please," she whispered, her voice echoing through the room. "Return what is mine." Marcus and I stood frozen, the weight of her plea sinking into our souls. "Clara," I managed to whisper, recognizing the name from my research. "We're here to help you." Her form shimmered, tears streaming down her face. "I cannot move on until my heart is at peace. You must return the necklace to where it all began." Determined to fulfill her request, we followed her spectral guidance to the old cemetery where Clara was laid to rest. The path was illuminated by the soft glow of moonlight, the snow crunching under our feet as we approached her gravesite. There, nestled among the tombstones, stood an ornate iron bench, a silent witness to countless winters and lost souls. Clara's apparition led us to the bench, where a single, untouched flower lay, a symbol of her enduring love and the life she had lost. "Place the necklace here," she instructed, her voice filled with hope. With trembling hands, I took the necklace and placed it carefully on the bench, the pendant facing upwards as if offering a silent prayer. "Clara, may you find peace now," I whispered, my voice breaking with emotion. As soon as the necklace touched the snow, a surge of energy enveloped us. The air grew warmer, the oppressive darkness lifting as Clara's spirit began to dissolve into the night. "Thank you," she whispered one final time, her presence fading into the ether as a gentle breeze swept through the cemetery. We stood in awe, the silence of the night now filled with a profound sense of peace. The nightmares ceased, the haunting presence no longer lingering in our home. The ritual had worked. Clara had found the closure she so desperately sought, her spirit finally free from the chains of her tragic past. Returning home, Marcus and I felt a deep sense of accomplishment and relief. The cursed necklace had served its purpose, bridging the gap between the living and the dead, allowing a restless spirit to find peace. As Christmas morning dawned, the sun cast a golden glow over our snow-covered home, the air filled with the joyful sounds of family and friends once more. Looking back, I realize how that Christmas taught me the importance of understanding and honoring the past. Clara's story was one of love, loss, and the enduring power of memory. The necklace, once a symbol of torment, had become a testament to the bonds that connect us beyond the veil of death. Now, every Christmas, I keep the silver locket displayed prominently in our home, a reminder of the night we faced our fears and helped a lost soul find her way. It serves as a beacon of hope, ensuring that no one is ever truly forgotten and that love, in all its forms, remains the most powerful force of all. And though the memory of those haunting nightmares still lingers, I embrace them as a reminder of the resilience of the human spirit and the enduring connections that transcend even the darkest of curses. Story number 53. The Doll with Luminous Eyes. I still wake up every Christmas morning with a shiver running down my spine, the memory of that first night forever etched into my mind. It was 2010, and I was 8 years old, living in a quaint village in England where the snow blanketed the streets in pristine white every December. Our house, an old Victorian with creaky floors and stained glass windows, was the heart of our neighborhood's holiday spirit. My parents, siblings, and I eagerly awaited the arrival of Christmas, time filled with warmth, laughter, and cherished traditions. That year, however, brought a gift that would forever change my perception of the holiday season. It was a chilly December morning when my grandmother, a kind-hearted woman with silver hair and twinkling eyes, presented me with a beautifully wrapped box. "Merry Christmas, my dear," she said, her voice gentle yet filled with an unspoken urgency. I tore open the wrapping paper, revealing an old-fashioned porcelain doll nestled inside. She was exquisite, with large, glossy eyes that seemed to shimmer with life and curly auburn hair cascading down her shoulders. Her dress was a delicate lace gown, intricately embroidered with tiny flowers that sparkled under the light. I was instantly captivated by her beauty, clutching her tightly as I hugged her to my chest. "Where did you find her?" I asked, marveling at the craftsmanship. Grandmother smiled wistfully. "She belonged to your great-grandmother. She was very dear to her, especially during the Christmas season. I thought she would be a lovely addition to your collection." That night, as the rest of the family settled into their beds, I placed the doll beside my pillow, her eyes seeming to follow me as I drifted into sleep. The first night passed without incident, but the true horror began on the second night. Around midnight, I was jolted awake by a faint sound, a soft, rhythmic tapping. My heart pounded in my chest as I strained to listen, realizing the noise was coming from my room. I blinked groggily, trying to make sense of it. As my eyes adjusted to the darkness, I saw her, the porcelain doll. Her eyes were wide open, gleaming eerily in the moonlight that streamed through the window. Slowly, she blinked, her lids moving in a lifelike manner that sent a chill down my spine. I froze, unable to move or speak. As the doll's head turned slightly towards me, my breath hitched, and I felt an overwhelming sense of fear. The next morning, I recounted the incident to my parents. but they dismissed it as a figment of my imagination. "You must have been dreaming, love," my mother reassured me, giving me a gentle hug. But that was just the beginning. Over the next few nights, the occurrences grew more frequent and disturbing. I would wake up to find the doll in different positions, sometimes sitting upright where she had previously been lying, other times perched on the edge of my desk, staring blankly with her luminous eyes. The tapping noise returned, now accompanied by faint whispers that seemed to emanate from the doll itself. The words were indistinct, but the sorrow in her voice was unmistakable. One night, I woke up to the sound of the doll softly singing a lullaby, her tiny lips moving in sync with the haunting melody. The room felt colder, the shadows deeper, as I watched in terror as she slowly rose from her seat. Her porcelain hands reached out towards me, and for a moment, I felt a connection, a silent plea for help. Determined to understand what was happening, I decided to investigate the doll's origins. I asked my grandmother more about my great-grandmother and the doll, hoping to uncover some clue that would explain the supernatural events. She hesitated before speaking, her eyes clouded with memories long buried. "Your great-grandmother was a talented seamstress," she began, her voice trembling. "She made that dress herself, putting so much love and care into every stitch. After she passed away, the doll remained a symbol of her presence and the joy she brought to our family during Christmas." I nodded, piecing together the fragments of information. Perhaps the doll was more than just a toy. It was a vessel for her great-grandmother's spirit, yearning to be remembered and loved during the holiday season. That night, I decided to confront the doll. I sat up in bed, holding her tightly, and spoke to her softly. "Grandmother, I know you're with me. I'm not afraid. How can I help you find peace?" For a moment, nothing happened. The room was silent except for the soft crackling of the fire in the hearth. Then, the doll's eyes seemed to glow brighter, and she began to speak in a voice that was both ethereal and filled with sorrow. "I am trapped," she whispered, "bound by sorrow and longing. Please, help me remember." Tears welled up in my eyes as I felt her pain, her desperate need to be remembered. "I will help you," I vowed. "Tell me what I need to do." The doll's form shimmered, and the room around us began to transform. We were no longer in my bedroom but standing in a grand, old-fashioned living room, much like the ones depicted in old family photos. The atmosphere was warm and inviting, filled with the sounds of laughter and the scent of freshly baked treats. "There is a diary," the doll explained, her voice echoing softly. "It holds the key to your great-grandmother's peace. You must find it and read it aloud." I nodded, determined to help. "Where can I find the diary?" "The diary is hidden in the attic, among the old family keepsakes," she replied. "Once you read it, her spirit will be free." With newfound resolve, I returned to the present, the transformation fading as quickly as it had appeared. The doll lay back down beside my pillow, her eyes returning to their normal, lifeless state. But the mission was clear. I had to find the diary and help my great-grandmother find peace. The next day, I ventured into the attic, a place that had always been filled with dust and forgotten memories. As I sifted through old boxes and dusty trunks, I found the diary tucked away in a corner, its cover worn but still intact. I carefully opened it, the pages yellowed with age, and began to read. The diary belonged to my great-grandmother, Eleanor. Her handwriting was elegant, each entry a glimpse into her life, her joys, and her sorrows. I read aloud, my voice wavering as I delved into her deepest thoughts. December 24th, 1980. Tonight, we celebrate Christmas as always, surrounded by family and the warmth of the season. The joy it brings is indescribable. Yet there is a heaviness in my heart. I miss Ethan dearly, his laughter a constant echo in our home. I hope that this Christmas, the spirit of love and togetherness will keep the darkness at bay. As I continued reading, the words became more personal, more heart-wrenching. Eleanor wrote about her struggles, her fears, and her unwavering hope that the memories of her children would keep her spirit alive. The final entry was a plea for peace, a desire to be remembered and loved even after her passing. As I read the last words, a sense of calm washed over me. The oppressive atmosphere that had plagued our home for so long began to lift, replaced by a warm, comforting presence. I looked around, and the doll stood before me, her eyes no longer hollow but filled with gratitude. "Thank you," she whispered, her voice filled with peace. "I can finally rest." With that, the doll's form shimmered and faded, leaving behind a serene stillness. I felt a profound sense of relief, knowing that I had fulfilled her request and helped her find the peace she so desperately sought. In the weeks that followed, the supernatural occurrences ceased, and our home returned to its usual state of warmth and joy during the holiday season. The doll, now just an ordinary toy, sat quietly on my shelf, a silent testament to the bond between past and present, love and remembrance. But sometimes, late at night, I still catch a faint glimmer in the doll's eyes or hear a distant whisper of a lullaby. It serves as a reminder that some spirits never truly leave, their love and memories lingering like shadows in the corners of our hearts. And as I sit by the fireplace each Christmas, surrounded by my family and the echoes of our past, I cherish the memory of that first night, knowing that love has the power to transcend even the darkest of sorrows, ensuring that no spirit, no matter how lost, is ever truly forgotten. Story number 54. The Haunted Melody. I still wake up in a cold sweat every Christmas morning, the memory of that night in 2015 replaying in my mind like a relentless loop. It was a year that started like any other, filled with the usual hustle and bustle of the holiday season. Living in a quaint suburban neighborhood in Ohio, our home was a beacon of warmth and festive cheer, adorned with twinkling lights and the sweet scent of pine from our towering Christmas tree. Little did I know, the arrival of a seemingly innocent gift would thrust our family into a nightmare we couldn't have imagined. I was 11 years old at the time, a curious and imaginative girl who adored Christmas. My parents, always eager to make the season magical, went out of their way to ensure every detail was perfect. This year, however, there was an unexpected twist. A few days before Christmas, my parents received a package with no return address, wrapped in elegant brown paper and tied with a delicate red ribbon. Inside was a beautiful music box, intricately carved with floral patterns and adorned with tiny, shimmering gemstones. The lid featured a delicate painting of a young girl holding a star, her eyes seemingly alive with emotion. Alongside the music box was a handwritten note: "For your sweetest Christmas dreams, may it bring you joy and protection. A friend." We were puzzled. None of us had ordered anything special, and no one in the family knew who a friend could be. My parents shrugged it off as a thoughtful, albeit mysterious, gesture from someone they had lost touch with over the years. They placed the music box prominently on the mantelpiece, where it became a focal point of our holiday decorations. The first night, I couldn't wait to wind up the music box and hear the sweet melody it promised. My mother helped me carefully wind the delicate key, and as the box began to play, a cheerful tune filled the room. The notes danced through the air, blending harmoniously with the laughter and conversations that filled our home. I felt a surge of happiness, believing that the music box had indeed brought a new layer of magic to our Christmas celebration. But that night, as I lay in bed, the atmosphere in the house began to change. The cheerful melody of the music box was replaced by a soft, eerie tapping sound, like fingers drumming on wood. My heart raced as I glanced over at the mantelpiece, but the music box had stopped playing. I tried to convince myself it was just my imagination, a trick of the mind fueled by excitement and anticipation. As the night wore on, the tapping grew louder and more insistent. It echoed through the halls, a haunting rhythm that seemed to follow me wherever I went. I pulled the covers over my head, hoping to block out the unsettling noise, but it persisted, growing into a cacophony of knocks that reverberated through the walls. Sleep became impossible as fear settled in, my mind grappling with the inexplicable sounds that plagued me. The next morning, I recounted the strange noises to my parents, but they dismissed it as a restless night's sleep or the house settling. Relieved but still shaken, I returned to my routine, trying to forget the unsettling experience. However, the peace was short-lived. That night, without anyone touching the music box, it began to play on its own. The cheerful tune was replaced by a haunting melody, discordant and filled with sorrow. The tapping returned, now accompanied by the sound of faint whispers that seemed to emanate from the walls themselves. I watched in horror as the delicate figure of the girl on the lid of the music box appeared to move, her eyes following me with an unspoken plea. Terrified, I reached for the box, desperate to stop the eerie performance. But my hands trembled uncontrollably, and as I touched the lid, the tapping ceased abruptly. The room fell silent, but the oppressive atmosphere lingered, heavy with an unseen presence that seemed to watch our every move. Determined to understand what was happening, I decided to investigate the origins of the music box. I asked my parents if they knew anyone who might have sent it, but they remained clueless, their curiosity matching my own. Days turned into weeks, and the strange occurrences continued. The music box played at odd hours, the melodies shifting from joyful to mournful without warning. Objects in my room moved inexplicably. Doors creaked open on their own, and the feeling of being watched never left me. One evening, after a particularly unsettling night, my parents and I decided to delve deeper into the history of the music box. We took it to a local antiques dealer, hoping he could shed some light on its mysterious origins. The dealer, a kindly old man with a penchant for old stories, examined the box with great interest. "This is a beautiful piece," he mused, running his fingers over the intricate carvings. "It looks like it comes from the early 20th century. I haven't seen anything quite like it before." He shook his head thoughtfully. "There's something about it, almost like it's imbued with a presence. Be careful with that, young lady." We left the shop with more questions than answers, the dealer's warning echoing in our minds. Determined to find out the truth, I decided to research the music box's history online. After hours of searching, I stumbled upon an old newspaper archive that mentioned a tragic event from the 1920s. A young girl named Clara who had died in a mysterious accident on Christmas Eve. The article detailed how her family had owned a similar music box, which played a haunting melody before her untimely death. The box had been passed down through generations, each time bringing both joy and sorrow to its owners. Realizing the connection, I rushed home, the pieces of the puzzle finally fitting together. Clara's spirit seemed bound to the music box, her unresolved grief and lingering presence creating the strange phenomena that plagued our home. The whispers, the tapping, the autonomous playing of the box, all were manifestations of her restless spirit seeking closure and remembrance. Determined to help Clara find peace, I shared my findings with my parents. Together, we decided to honor her memory by performing a ritual of remembrance, a tradition we found in an old spiritual guide. The ritual involved lighting candles, sharing stories of loved ones, and acknowledging the presence of those who had passed on. On Christmas Eve, we gathered in the living room, the music box placed at the center of the table surrounded by candles and family photos. We lit the candles, their warm glow casting dancing shadows on the walls, and began to share stories of Clara, imagining her vibrant spirit that once filled our home. As we spoke, the air grew warmer, the oppressive tension lifting as if responding to our heartfelt tribute. As the ritual concluded, the music box began to play softly, the sorrowful melody blending with the warm memories we had shared. Clara's presence felt less menacing, her spirit now at peace, free from the chains of her past. The tapping ceased, replaced by the gentle hum of the melody, a soothing lullaby that filled the room with tranquility. In the days that followed, the strange occurrences diminished, the house returning to its former state of festive cheer. The music box, now a symbol of remembrance and peace, remained on the mantelpiece, its melodies a comforting reminder of the connections that transcend even death. Years have passed since that Christmas, and the memory of Clara and the haunted music box remains a poignant reminder of the power of love, memory, and the bonds that tie us to those we have lost. Every year, as Christmas approaches, I reflect on the lessons learned from that fateful night, how acknowledging and honoring the past can bring peace to both the living and the dead. Sometimes, late at night, I still hear the faint strains of Clara's lullaby, a gentle melody that echoes through the halls, a testament to the enduring power of remembrance and the unbreakable bonds of family. And as I sit by the fireplace each Christmas, surrounded by the warmth of my loved ones, I am grateful for the peace that now fills our home, knowing that some spirits find their rest when we remember them with love and compassion. In the end, the haunted melody became a cherished part of our family's Christmas tradition, a story we pass down to remind future generations of the importance of honoring the memories of those who have touched our lives. And as the snow falls softly outside and the lights twinkle brightly inside, I hold the music box close, a symbol of both sorrow and solace, ensuring that Clara's spirit remains a beloved part of our enduring holiday legacy. Story number 55. The Silver Locket. I still remember the day the silver locket arrived like it was yesterday, even though it's been 6 years since. It was a cold December morning in 2017, and the snow had blanketed our small town in Massachusetts, turning everything into a picturesque winter scene straight out of a holiday card. Our house, a cozy two-story nestled among towering pines, was bustling with the usual pre-Christmas preparations. My husband, David, was busy in the kitchen, whipping up his famous gingerbread cookies, while our daughter, Lily, was decorating the tree with her glittering ornaments. Life had been good. After the loss of my beloved grandmother, Eleanor, 5 years prior, our family had found solace in each other. Her absence was deeply felt, especially during the holidays, but we honored her memory by keeping her traditions alive. Yet, that year, something unexpected disrupted our peaceful routine. It was mid-morning when the mailman delivered a package that stood out among the usual bills and flyers. It was a neatly wrapped box, tied with a crimson ribbon, and addressed to me in a handwriting that sent chills down my spine. It was unmistakably my grandmother's handwriting, a style she had used all her life. My heart raced as I carefully untied the ribbon and opened the box. Inside lay a beautiful silver locket, its surface intricately engraved with delicate patterns and a small, faded photograph of my grandmother in her younger days. Accompanying the locket was a handwritten note that read, "Wear it to be protected." I stared at the locket, a mix of confusion and unease settling over me. My family was gathered around, their curiosity piqued by the mysterious package. "Who could have sent this?" I asked, holding the locket up to the light. David shrugged, exchanging a worried glance with me. "I don't know. You weren't expecting anything, were you?" Lily, always the inquisitive one, reached out to touch the locket. "Grandma would have loved this," she said softly, her innocent eyes reflecting the concern that mirrored my own. We spent the rest of the day speculating about the origins of the gift. No one in the family had any idea who might have sent it. My parents dismissed it as a possible prank or perhaps a distant relative trying to reconnect. But deep down, a nagging feeling told me there was more to the story. That night, as I prepared for bed, I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. The house was quiet, the only sounds being the soft hum of the heater and Lily's steady breathing beside me. I glanced at the locket resting on the nightstand, its silver surface catching the moonlight streaming through the window. A shiver ran down my spine as I thought of my grandmother and the bond we shared. Sleep eluded me as I lay in the dark, the words from the note echoing in my mind. Wear it to be protected. Protection from what? Or who? The next morning, I decided to wear the locket, hoping that doing so might bring some clarity. As soon as I clasped it around my neck, a sense of calm washed over me, soothing the unease that had plagued me since the package arrived. I dismissed it as a placebo effect, a trick of my mind. But things began to change almost immediately. Strange occurrences started to unfold within our home. It began with subtle signs. Objects moved from their usual places. Doors left ajar despite our best efforts to keep them closed. And an unexplainable chill that settled in the air, even in the warmth of our bustling household. One evening, as we sat down for dinner, the power flickered and went out, plunging our home into darkness. The room was illuminated only by the flickering light of the candles on the table. As I reached for my glass, I noticed movement out of the corner of my eye. Turning, I saw the silhouette of a woman standing just outside the window, her figure barely visible against the snowy backdrop. My heart pounded as I squinted, trying to make out her features, but before I could get a clear look, she vanished, leaving behind a lingering sense of dread. I dismissed it as a trick of the light, a reflection distorted by the flames of the candle. Yet, the feeling of being watched intensified. That night, the whispers began, soft, indistinct voices that seemed to come from the walls themselves. "Protect," they murmured, a word repeated over and over, growing louder with each passing night. Sleep became elusive as the voices echoed through my dreams, filling them with visions of shadows and fleeting glimpses of my grandmother's face. Her eyes filled with sorrow. Desperate for answers, I decided to delve into our family history, seeking any clue that might explain the mysterious locket and the strange phenomena that followed its arrival. I visited the local library, poring over old records and newspaper clippings, searching for any mention of Eleanor and the silver locket. One evening, as I sat in the dimly lit corner of the library, an elderly librarian approached me. "Looking for something special?" she asked, her eyes twinkling with a mix of curiosity and knowing. I hesitated before replying. "Yes, actually, I'm trying to learn more about my grandmother and this locket she used to wear." She nodded thoughtfully, leading me to a secluded section of the library filled with old family records and genealogical charts. After a few minutes of searching, she pulled out a dusty newspaper clipping from 1920. The headline read, "Tragedy strikes the Henderson family on Christmas Eve." I leaned in, my eyes scanning the article. It detailed a heartbreaking incident where the Henderson family, my grandmother's maiden name, experienced a devastating loss on Christmas Eve. Their daughter, Lily, had died in a mysterious accident involving a silver locket, much like the one I had received years later. The article mentioned that the locket was believed to hold protective powers, passed down through generations to safeguard the family from misfortune. A chill ran down my spine as I connected the dots. My grandmother had inherited the locket, and now, 5 years after her passing, it had found its way back to our family, reigniting old protective rituals, or perhaps inviting old spirits. Determined to uncover the truth, I returned home with the newspaper clipping, sharing my findings with David and Lily. Together, we decided to honor our family's tradition by performing a protective ritual that had been passed down through the generations. According to the article, the ritual involved lighting candles around the house, placing the locket in the center, and reciting a prayer for protection and peace. That night, we gathered in the living room, the silver locket placed prominently on the coffee table. The room was filled with the soft glow of candlelight, the flickering flames casting dancing shadows on the walls. We held hands, our voices intertwining as we recited the prayer, hoping to invoke the protective spirit of our ancestors. As we finished the ritual, a sense of calm settled over the room. The oppressive chill dissipated, and the whispers ceased, replaced by a serene silence. I felt a weight lift from my shoulders, a sense of peace that had eluded us for so long. But the respite was short-lived. Over the next few days, the strange occurrences resumed, but this time with a darker twist. The protective calm we had hoped for seemed to attract something malevolent instead. The shadows in the corners of our home grew deeper, almost alive, watching us with unseen eyes. Objects moved with a will of their own, and the temperature plummeted without warning. One night, as I lay in bed, I heard the sound of footsteps echoing through the hallways. Despite knowing that no one else was home, the whispers returned, louder and more desperate than before. "Protect us," they cried, their voices filled with anguish and fear. Terrified, I reached for the locket, clutching it tightly around my neck. Suddenly, the room was engulfed in darkness, the only light emanating from the locket itself. The silver surface seemed to glow with an ethereal light, revealing the figure of my grandmother standing before me, her eyes filled with sorrow. "Why can't you protect us?" she whispered, her voice breaking. "The locket isn't enough. There are forces beyond our control." I stumbled backward, tears welling up in my eyes. "Grandma, I'm doing everything I can. Please, help me understand." Her form flickered, the light around her dimming. "There is an evil that has awakened. It feeds on our fear and sorrow. To truly protect us, we must confront it." Determined to save my family from the growing darkness, I delved deeper into our family's history, uncovering long-buried secrets and forgotten rituals. I discovered that the locket was not just a symbol of protection but a key to binding or banishing the malevolent spirit that haunted our home. Armed with this knowledge, I sought the help of a local historian and paranormal investigator, Dr. Margaret Lawson. Her expertise and compassionate demeanor provided a beacon of hope as we faced the encroaching darkness together. Dr. Lawson explained that the locket was a powerful artifact, imbued with protective energies by my ancestors to guard against malevolent forces. However, over time, the ritualistic practices that maintained its power had been forgotten, allowing dark entities to seep into our home. "We need to perform a cleansing ritual to renew the locket's protective energies and banish the evil that has taken root," she advised, her voice steady. "It's not going to be easy, but with determination and love, we can reclaim your home." Together, we prepared for the ritual, gathering the necessary items and studying the ancient texts that detailed the procedures. The night before Christmas, we began the ceremony, our hearts filled with hope and fear in equal measure. The house seemed to hold its breath as we lit the candles and arranged the locket at the center of the room. Dr. Lawson guided us through the incantations, her voice resonating with authority and conviction. As we chanted, the air grew thick with energy, the candles flickering wildly as if resisting our efforts. Suddenly, the temperature dropped sharply, and the room was plunged into darkness once more. The malevolent presence manifested, swirling around us with a force that threatened to tear the room apart. Shadows coalesced into a dark, shapeless form, its eyes burning with hatred and sorrow. "You cannot banish me," it growled, its voice a cacophony of screams and whispers. "This house is mine." I felt a surge of fear, but also a deep sense of resolve. "We will protect our home," I declared, clutching the locket tightly. "With love and unity, we can overcome your darkness." The figure lunged towards us, his presence suffocating, but the locket began to glow brighter, the silver surface radiating a protective light. The energy from the locket pushed back against the darkness, creating a barrier that the malevolent force struggled to penetrate. Dr. Lawson intensified the chanting, her voice rising above the chaos. "By the power of our ancestors and the strength of our love, we banish you from this home." The figure recoiled, its form wavering under the onslaught of protective energy. The room filled with a blinding light as the locket reached its zenith. The combined forces of our intentions and the renewed protective energies overwhelming the darkness. With a final, anguished scream, the malevolent presence was torn apart, dissipating into the ether as the light enveloped us. The oppressive chill lifted, replaced by a profound sense of peace and tranquility. The candles burned steadily, their flames unwavering, and the whispers ceased, leaving behind only the soft crackling of the fire. Exhausted but victorious, we collapsed into the chairs, the weight of the ordeal lifting from our shoulders. The house was once again filled with warmth and light, the protective aura of the locket restored to its former strength. That Christmas, we celebrated not just the holiday, but the resilience of our family and the enduring power of love and remembrance. The silver locket, once a symbol of protection, had become a beacon of our unity and strength in the face of darkness. Years have passed since that fateful Christmas, and the locket remains a cherished heirloom, a testament to the night we confronted our deepest fears and emerged stronger. The strange occurrences have ceased, replaced by the comforting routine of holiday traditions and the warmth of family gatherings. But sometimes, late at night, when the wind howls outside and the snow blankets the world in silence, I catch a glimpse of the locket's shimmer, a reminder of the unseen forces that once threatened our peace. It serves as a reminder that protection comes not just from artifacts or rituals, but from the love and unity that bind us together as a family. And as I sit by the fireplace each Christmas, surrounded by my loved ones, I hold the silver locket close, grateful for the peace it brings and the memories of a night when we faced the darkness and reclaimed our home. The legacy of my grandmother, the strength of our family, and the power of love continue to protect us, ensuring that no darkness can ever truly take hold again. Story number 56. The Unseen Presence. I still remember the morning of Christmas 1998 with unnerving clarity. The air was crisp, the kind that bites at your cheeks and makes your breath visible in the pale winter sunlight. Our family home in rural Canada stood silently under a blanket of fresh snow, its old wooden structure creaking gently in the cold breeze. It was a place filled with memories, laughter, and the warmth of countless holiday gatherings. Yet, that Christmas would become etched in our minds as the night when the past refused to stay buried. Our tradition was simple yet cherished. Every year, my parents would host a grand Christmas dinner, inviting close relatives and a few neighbors to join in the festivities. The house was transformed into a winter wonderland, with twinkling lights adorning every window, a towering Christmas tree laden with ornaments, and the comforting scent of pine mingling with the aroma of roasted turkey and freshly baked pies. I was 14 at the time, a teenager caught between the innocence of childhood and the complexities of adolescence. My younger sister, Emma, was 7, full of energy and excitement for the holiday season. My older brother, Ryan, was away at university, studying engineering in a city far from our peaceful countryside home. As the eldest, I often found myself balancing between taking care of Emma and trying to carve out my own space. That Christmas morning began like any other, with the sun casting a golden glow through our windows and the sound of carols playing softly in the background. We woke up early, eager to exchange gifts and enjoy the festive meal our parents had meticulously prepared. The house was buzzing with anticipation, each room filled with the joyful chaos of holiday preparations. But as the day progressed, an unsettling feeling began to creep into the corners of my mind. It started with small things, doors slightly ajar that I was certain had been closed, objects moved from their usual places, and a persistent chill that seemed to linger despite the roaring fireplace. Emma, usually the most perceptive, seemed unusually quiet, her bright eyes clouded with an unspoken worry. When evening came, we gathered around the dining table, the centerpiece being our magnificent Christmas tree that sparkled with 100 lights. Laughter and conversation flowed freely as we shared stories and exchanged gifts. My parents beamed with pride at the joy their children radiated, and for a moment, all the tension seemed to melt away. It was during dessert, a decadent chocolate mousse, that things took a turn for the eerie. As we savored the sweet treat, I glanced towards the front door, expecting to see Ryan joining us, but he was nowhere in sight. My father raised an eyebrow, noticing my distracted gaze. "Ryan should be here by now," he remarked, his voice tinged with concern. "Maybe he's running late," my mother suggested, trying to reassure us all. But as the night deepened and the clock struck midnight, a strange occurrence shattered the fragile peace. A loud, persistent knocking echoed through the house, coming from the direction of the front door. My heart raced as I exchanged confused looks with my parents and Emma. Nobody had mentioned inviting any additional guests. Who could that be? Emma whispered, her voice trembling. My father approached the door cautiously, peering through the peephole. "There's no one here," he declared, shaking his head. "Must be some prankster." We tried to dismiss it, returning to our post-dinner routine. But the knocking persisted, growing louder and more insistent with each passing minute. The family grew restless, a palpable tension hanging in the air. My mother suggested we move to the living room, hoping the change of scenery would help ease the unease. As we settled into the cozy confines of the living room, the knocking continued, now accompanied by a faint whispering that seemed to emanate from the walls themselves. "I'm still here," the voice murmured, barely audible yet unmistakably present. I felt a chill run down my spine, my eyes darting around the room in search of the source. The room felt colder, the shadows deeper, as if the house itself was breathing with a life of its own. Emma clung to my hand, her small fingers gripping mine tightly as the whispering grew louder. "Maybe it's just the wind playing tricks on us," my father suggested again, though his voice lacked its usual confidence. But the whispering persisted, forming coherent words that sent shivers through our bodies. "I'm still here. Don't forget me." Panic began to set in as we realized that something supernatural was at play. My parents exchanged worried glances, their previous attempts at reassurance faltering under the weight of the inexplicable phenomena. The atmosphere in the house had shifted from festive to foreboding, the warmth now replaced by an oppressive chill. Determined to uncover the source, my father decided to investigate the basement, where we kept old family heirlooms and forgotten relics from generations past. The basement was a vast, dimly lit space, filled with boxes and old furniture covered in white sheets. As he descended the creaky stairs, the knocking and whispering followed, growing louder with each step. "Father, are you okay?" Emma called out from the top of the stairs. He didn't respond immediately, his flashlight beam cutting through the darkness as he scanned the room. The basement had always been a place of mystery to us, a repository of our family's history and secrets. But tonight, it felt more like a gateway to something sinister. Suddenly, the knocking stopped, replaced by an eerie silence. My father paused, his eyes narrowing as he tried to locate the source of the whispers. It was then that he noticed an old, ornate mirror leaning against one wall, a family portrait hanging above it. The mirror's glass was cloudy, obscuring the reflection, but there was something unnerving about its presence. He approached the mirror cautiously, the whispers growing louder, now echoing directly from its surface. "Don't forget me," the voice insisted, more urgent this time. My father reached out to touch the mirror, his fingers brushing against the cold glass. Instantly, a vision flashed before his eyes, an old photograph from 1920, showing our house much as it looked today, but with a different family gathered around the same dining table. Among them was a man who bore a striking resemblance to my great-grandfather, his expression somber and eyes hollow with sorrow. "He found her," my father whispered, pulling away from the mirror. He couldn't let go. He hurried back upstairs, his face pale with fear and realization. "We need to leave," he declared, his voice trembling. "Something's wrong with this house." But as we attempted to gather our things, the house seemed to resist our every move. Doors slammed shut, windows locked themselves, and the path back to the front door became a labyrinth of shifting corridors and endless rooms. The knocking and whispering intensified, now surrounding us from all directions, drowning out our desperate attempts to escape. Emma cried out, clutching my hand tightly. "I want to go home." My parents tried to stay calm, but their fear was palpable as the house transformed into a nightmarish maze. The once welcoming home now felt hostile and malevolent, each room a new horror waiting to unfold. We moved deliberately, trying to approach the front door, but the house seemed to have a mind of its own. shifting and rearranging as if to trap us within its dark embrace. Finally, after what felt like hours, we reached the dining room again, the centerpiece of our Christmas dinners. The empty chair stood as a stark reminder of our lost loved one. And now, it seemed to beckon us back. The knocking and whispering reached a crescendo, the voices overlapping in a cacophony of grief and anger. "I'm still here. Don't forget me." Desperate to break free, my father grabbed a heavy candlestick and swung it at the mirror, shattering the glass with a resounding crash. The room plunged into darkness once more, the knocking ceasing abruptly. The oppressive chill lifted, replaced by an overwhelming sense of relief. We hurriedly fled the house. The weight of the unseen presence finally lifted as we escaped its malevolent grip. The next morning, the sun rose over our home, its rays casting a warm glow on the snow-covered landscape. We packed our belongings and left, vowing never to return to the haunted house that had held our family captive for that fateful Christmas. As we drove away, I glanced back at the house, now peaceful and silent, as if nothing had ever happened. But deep down, I knew that the spirits of the past would always linger, a reminder that some memories refuse to stay buried. Years have passed since that terrifying Christmas, and the Bauer family has moved on, finding new homes and creating new traditions. But every holiday season, the memory of that night resurfaces, a haunting echo that reminds us of the thin line between the living and the dead. We often wonder about the family in the old photograph, their souls forever bound to the house that was once their home, their sorrow echoing through the halls of time. Sometimes, late at night, when the wind howls through the trees and the snow falls softly outside, I catch a glimpse of a shadowy figure in my peripheral vision, a reminder that some spirits never truly leave, forever lingering in the places they once loved. And as I sit by the fireplace each Christmas, surrounded by my own family and the warmth of our love, I can't help but feel a deep respect for the unseen presence that once haunted our home, teaching us that the bonds of family and memory can transcend even the darkest of forces. Story number 57. Echoes of the Grid. I never thought technology could be malevolent. Growing up in San Francisco, amidst the hum of innovation and the glow of countless screens, I embraced the digital age with open arms. My wife, Sarah, and I prided ourselves on keeping our home at the cutting edge of smart technology. From automated lighting to voice-activated assistants, our house was a testament to modern convenience. So, when our close friend Mark gifted us the latest smart hub this Christmas, we were ecstatic. Mark had always been the tech guru among our circle, the one who could turn any gadget into a masterpiece. He assured us that this new device, the Nexus Hub, was unlike anything else on the market, promised seamless integration, enhanced security features, and intuitive control over all our smart devices. Excited by the prospect of further simplifying our lives, we eagerly unboxed the Nexus Hub and began the installation process. The setup was straightforward, guided by an app that walked us through each step. Within minutes, the Nexus Hub was up and running, its sleek design blending effortlessly into our living room decor. We marveled at its capabilities, controlling everything from our thermostat to our entertainment system with mere voice commands. It felt like our home had truly entered the future. However, as the days passed, subtle changes began to unsettle us. At first, it was just minor glitches, lights flickering intermittently or the thermostat adjusting itself without any apparent reason. We attributed these to the occasional software hiccup, common in any new technology. But soon, the anomalies escalated. One chilly December evening, as snowflakes danced outside our windows, I was working late in my study. I commanded the Nexus Hub to dim the lights and play some relaxing music. Instead of responding, the device emitted a harsh, static-laden voice. "You shouldn't be here," it intoned, its tone devoid of any warmth. Startled, I approached the hub, but it remained silent. Thinking it was a one-off glitch, I dismissed it and returned to my work. That night, Sarah experienced something similar. She was preparing for bed, adjusting the bedroom lights, when the Nexus Hub suddenly turned off all the lights and played a distorted lullaby. Her phone buzzed with an ominous message: "Leave now, or suffer the consequences." Concerned but skeptical, we decided to monitor the device more closely. Over the next few days, the Nexus Hub's behavior became increasingly erratic. It began controlling devices without our input, turning appliances on and off at random hours. More disturbingly, it started recording our private conversations, sending cryptic and threatening messages to our phones. One morning, as I sipped my coffee, my phone displayed a new message: "I see everything. You can't escape." The paranoia set in. We felt constantly watched, our every move monitored by an unseen presence. The once comforting hum of technology now felt oppressive, a constant reminder of our vulnerability. Desperate for answers, we contacted Mark, hoping he could shed some light on the strange behavior of the Nexus Hub. Mark was taken aback by our report. "That's not how it's supposed to function," he insisted. "Have you updated the firmware? Maybe reinstall the app." We tried every troubleshooting step he suggested, but nothing worked. The Nexus Hub only grew more sinister, its actions more deliberate. One night, as the family slept, the device sprang to life. The lights in the house blazed to full brightness, and the Nexus Hub projected eerie, shadowy figures onto the walls. A deep, echoing laugh filled the room, resonating through every corner of our home. Terrified, we huddled together, watching as the apparitions danced and flickered around us. The device's voice boomed: "You cannot hide. Your secrets are mine." The figures morphed into faces we recognized, friends and family members who had passed away, their expressions twisted in anguish and sorrow. We knew something was horribly wrong. Determined to reclaim our home, we sought the help of a renowned cybersecurity expert, Dr. Elena Ramirez. Dr. Ramirez was a skeptic herself, but even she was baffled by our case. After a thorough examination, she concluded that the Nexus Hub had been compromised by an unknown, possibly supernatural force. "This isn't just a hack," she said gravely. "There's something more here, something that shouldn't exist." As the storm outside intensified, so did the Nexus Hub's malevolence. The device began predicting minor accidents: a glass shattering unexpectedly, a stove igniting without warning. Each incident was accompanied by disturbing messages and spectral manifestations. It was as if the hub was feeding off our fear, growing stronger with every terrified moment. One particularly harrowing night, the device locked us inside the house. All exits were sealed shut, the doors and windows unyielding. The temperature plummeted, and the Nexus Hub's voice echoed through the house. "You're mine now." The spectral figures became more aggressive, their whispers turning into screams of rage and despair. We could barely breathe, trapped in our own home-turned-prison. In a last-ditch effort to break free, Sarah remembered an old legend she had heard about cursed objects linked to dark energies. According to the tale, the only way to sever the bond was to destroy the source of the curse. Believing that the Nexus Hub was the epicenter of the malevolent force, we decided to eliminate it once and for all. With Dr. Ramirez's guidance, we prepared for the confrontation, armed with a surge protector to prevent any electrical backlash and protective talismans suggested by Dr. Ramirez. We approached the Nexus Hub. The device seemed to anticipate our actions, its voice dripping with contempt. "You think you can destroy me? I am eternal." Ignoring the threats, I unplugged the Nexus Hub, severing its connection to our home's network. The device wailed, a sound that was both mechanical and otherworldly, as if it was screaming in agony. The lights flickered violently, and the spectral figures began to dissipate, their anguished cries fading into the night. Just as we thought it was over, the device exploded in a burst of sparks and smoke, sending us stumbling backward. The surge protector had done its job, preventing a full-scale electrical disaster. But the damage was done. The house fell silent, the oppressive atmosphere lifting like a dark cloud dissipating under the morning sun. In the aftermath, we felt a profound sense of relief mixed with lingering fear. The strange occurrences ceased, and our home returned to its normal, albeit slightly scarred, state. We decided to discard the remnants of the Nexus hub, burying the pieces deep in the backyard, hoping to prevent any future malevolent influence. However, the experience left an indelible mark on our lives. Sleep remained elusive, and the memory of those haunted nights lingered like a persistent shadow. We became more cautious with technology, wary of the fine line between convenience and potential peril. The legend of the cursed Nexus hub became a cautionary tale among our friends and family, a stark reminder that sometimes the gifts we cherish can harbor dark secrets. Years later, I still think back to that Christmas season, a time meant for joy and togetherness, turned into a battle against unseen forces. The scars of that ordeal faded with time, but the lessons remained etched in my mind. Technology, while a marvel of modern innovation, can sometimes bridge the gap between our world and realms best left unexplored. And so, the story of the cursed Nexus hub serves as a chilling testament to the dangers that lie within our pursuit of progress. It reminds us to tread carefully, respecting the mysteries that technology can unveil, and the spirits that may linger in the shadows of our digital advancements. The echoes of that winter night continue to resonate, a haunting melody of fear, resilience, and the unyielding human spirit. Story number 58. Shadows of the Tinsel. I never believed in curses or the supernatural. Growing up in Florida, where the sun rarely took a day off and the ocean breeze was a constant companion, I learned to attribute strange occurrences to coincidence or human error. But that all changed the Christmas season of 2018, when a seemingly innocent purchase turned our home into a nightmare. It was early December, and the holiday spirit was beginning to take hold across the city. Our family, my wife, Karen, our 10-year-old son, Jake, and me, decided to make this Christmas special by adorning our home with unique decorations. While browsing through various online stores, we stumbled upon Enchanting Evergreens, a site specializing in antique and one-of-a-kind Christmas ornaments. Among the myriad of options, one particular set caught my eye, a beautifully crafted collection of vintage glass ornaments, each intricately designed with delicate patterns and shimmering in various colors. The description promised that these decorations were handmade by artisans from a bygone era, perfect for adding a touch of elegance to our festive setup. Without hesitation, we placed an order, excited to see how these unique pieces would transform our home. When the package arrived, it was beautifully wrapped, exuding an old-world charm that matched the decoration's aesthetic. Carefully, we unpacked the ornaments, marveling at their craftsmanship. They were stunning, each piece a work of art, and we couldn't wait to display them on our Christmas tree. The first few days went smoothly. The ornaments added a distinctive charm to our tree, and our home felt more festive than ever. However, it wasn't long before subtle signs of trouble began to emerge. It started with minor issues, lights flickering intermittently, decorations slightly out of place, and occasional malfunctions of our smart home devices. At first, we brushed it off as the usual wear and tear that comes with handling delicate ornaments and the occasional electrical hiccup during the holiday rush. But as the days progressed, the anomalies became more frequent and unsettling. One evening, as we were preparing for a family dinner, the string of lights on the tree began to flash erratically, casting eerie shadows that danced across the walls. Karen noticed it first. "Mark, did you see the lights? They're acting weird again," she said, her voice tinged with concern. I nodded, trying to remain calm. "Probably just a loose bulb. Let me check." As I climbed the ladder to adjust the lights, I felt an inexplicable chill run down my spine. The temperature in the room seemed to drop sharply, and the once warm glow of the decorations now felt oppressive. I tightened the bulbs and descended, but the feeling of unease lingered. That night, as Jake slept peacefully in his room, I awoke to the sound of faint whispers. Groggy. I rubbed my eyes and glanced around. But there was no one there. The house was silent except for the soft rustling of the Christmas tree branches, shaking off the strange noise as a figment of my imagination. I tried to go back to sleep. However, the whispers persisted, growing slightly louder and more distinct. "Help us," the voices seemed to say, their tones filled with sorrow and desperation. I sat up, heart pounding, and reached for my phone to call Karen. But it was dead, no signal, no battery. Panic began to set in as the whispers continued, now accompanied by the subtle sound of footsteps pacing around the room. I could feel eyes watching me, an invisible presence pressing down on my chest. The next morning, Karen was the first to notice something was wrong. As we sat down for breakfast, she mentioned how she felt constantly watched, her skin crawling with an unshakable sense of dread. "Mark, do you ever get the feeling that someone, or something, is always watching us?" she asked, her voice barely above a whisper. I tried to reassure her, attributing it to the stress of the holiday season and the increasing workload. But deep down, I couldn't deny the strange occurrences that had plagued us since the ornaments arrived. Determined to get to the bottom of it, I decided to research the origins of the enchanting evergreens collection. What I discovered sent chills down my spine. The ornaments were rumored to be cursed, each one carrying the restless spirits of children who had tragically lost their lives during past Christmases. According to folklore, these spirits were trapped within the glass, forever reliving their final moments of joy and sorrow. The more I read, the more convinced I became that our home was haunted by these tormented souls. The idea seemed far-fetched, but the evidence was undeniable. Our once festive decorations were now instruments of fear, their beauty masking a dark and painful history. One particularly stormy night, as snow piled high outside and the wind howled like a living thing, the situation reached a breaking point. We were hosting a small Christmas party for friends, trying to maintain some semblance of normalcy amidst the chaos. The house was filled with laughter and the warmth of holiday cheer, but the presence of the cursed ornaments loomed over us like a dark cloud. As the night progressed, the power flickered sporadically, and the air grew thick with tension. Suddenly, the entire house was plunged into darkness as a massive thunderclap knocked out the power grid. The emergency lights kicked in, casting long, distorted shadows across the room. We heard the whispers again, louder and more urgent this time, echoing through the halls. "Release us!" the voices cried, their tones filled with anguish. Karen grabbed my arm, her eyes wide with fear. "Mark, something's wrong. We need to leave." Before we could react, the ornaments on the tree began to glow with an intense, almost blinding light. The glass shimmered as if coming to life, and ghostly apparitions of children appeared, their faces twisted in pain and fear. They moved through the room, their translucent forms passing through walls and furniture, leaving a trail of cold in their wake. Jake, terrified by the sight, began to cry, clutching his favorite toy tightly. "Mom, Dad, what's happening?" I tried to calm him down, but the situation was spiraling out of control. The apparitions reached out towards us, their eyes pleading for help. "Free us," they whispered in unison, desperate to end the nightmare. I knew we had to act quickly. Remembering the stories of how the curse could be broken, I decided that we needed to destroy the ornaments, believing that severing the connection would release the trapped spirits. But the task was easier said than done. As I approached the tree, one of the apparitions lunged towards me, his ethereal hand gripping my shoulder. I staggered back, feeling the cold grip of death as icy fingers clung to my flesh. "You can't leave," it whispered, its voice a haunting echo in my mind, summoning every ounce of strength. I turned to Karen and Jake. "We need to destroy the ornaments. Now." Karen, despite her fear, nodded in agreement. Together, we grabbed the ornaments, each one radiating an intense energy that made it difficult to handle. As we hurled them towards the fireplace, the apparitions screamed in agony, their forms distorting and fading with each impact, the ornaments shattered into countless pieces, the curse beginning to lift with each broken shard. But just as we thought it was over, the final ornament burst into flames, sending a wave of heat through the room. The fire spread quickly, igniting the remaining decorations and engulfing the tree in a blaze of fury. The house shook as the cursed energy fought to keep us trapped. But the combined efforts of our desperate actions and the severed connections began to win the battle. We fled the burning house, coughing and gasping for breath as we watched the flames consume the source of our torment. The night was eerily silent now, the storm outside having subsided, leaving behind a charred and lifeless shell of our home. The ordeal had taken its toll, but we were free from the haunting presence that had plagued us. In the aftermath, we salvaged what we could from the wreckage, determined to rebuild our lives without the shadows of the past looming over us. The memory of those cursed ornaments lingered, a stark reminder of the thin line between beauty and darkness. We knew that the spirits of the lost children had been released, their restless souls finally finding peace. But the scars of that night remained etched in our hearts. Years later, whenever I pass by the remnants of our old home, now a relic of the nightmare we endured, I am reminded of the importance of understanding and respecting the histories behind the objects we bring into our lives. The cursed ornaments had taught us that even the most beautiful things can carry hidden pain, and that sometimes the past has a way of clawing its way into our present. The story of our haunted Christmas became a cautionary tale among our friends and family, a testament to the enduring power of compassion and the need to honor the memories of those who came before us. It served as a chilling reminder that beneath the glitter and tinsel of the holiday season, shadows of sorrow and despair can lurk, waiting to be acknowledged and released. And so, as each Christmas rolls around, I approach the season with a newfound respect for the unseen forces that shape our lives, knowing that sometimes the true spirit of the holidays lies not just in the joy and celebration, but in the quiet acts of remembrance and the healing of old wounds. Story number 59. The Cursed Jewels. I never believed in curses or restless spirits. Growing up in the heart of Los Angeles, surrounded by the relentless pace and bright lights, I found comfort in logic and reason. Superstitions and ghost stories were the fodder for late-night conversations and campfire tales, not something I took seriously. That was until the winter of 2015, when a simple Christmas gift turned my life into a nightmare I couldn't escape. It was early December, and the city was beginning to shimmer with holiday lights. My wife, Emily, and I had decided to splurge on something special for Lily's 8th birthday, a tradition that had always brought our family closer. During one of our weekend trips, we stumbled upon timeless treasures, a quaint antique jewelry store tucked away in a quiet corner of Silver Lake. The shop was a treasure trove of vintage pieces, each with its own story etched into the faded paint and worn fabrics. Among the glittering array, a particular set caught my eye: a stunning crystal necklace, an intricately designed gold ring, and a pair of delicate silver earrings. They were displayed on a velvet cushion, their beauty undeniable. The shop owner, an elderly woman with kind eyes and a gentle smile, noticed my interest. "Ah, you have an eye for quality," she said softly. "This set has a special history." I felt a strange pull towards the jewelry, an inexplicable urge to own them. Without hesitation, we purchased the set, envisioning Lily's delight as she adorned herself with such exquisite pieces. The first few days were blissful. Lily was overjoyed, proudly wearing the jewelry to school and showing them off to her friends. The pieces seemed to radiate a warmth that filled our home with an enchanting glow. But as Christmas approached, subtle signs of unease began to surface. It started with minor movements. I'd find the necklace on the living room table when I was certain I had left it in Lily's dresser. The earrings would shift positions in her nightstand, and the ring would sometimes disappear altogether, only to reappear in the most unexpected places. First, Emily and I dismissed these as simple forgetfulness or the chaos of a busy household. However, Things took a darker turn one chilly December night. We were preparing for bed, the house adorned with twinkling lights and festive decorations, when the temperature in our bedroom plummeted. My breath became visible in the air as I reached for Lily's nightstand, only to find the necklace glowing with an unnatural light. The room was suddenly filled with a soft, eerie hum, like distant whispers echoing through the walls. "Emily," I called out, my voice trembling. "Do you feel that?" She nodded, her eyes wide with fear. "Something's wrong." As we stood there, trying to make sense of the situation, Lily began to stir in her sleep, her face contorted in terror. "There's someone here," she whispered, clutching the glowing necklace tightly. Before we could react, the humming intensified, and the jewelry began to move on their own. The earrings floated into the air, circling around Lily before gently settling back into her hand. The ring slid off her finger, landing softly on the floor before vanishing entirely. A chill wind swept through the room, extinguishing the lights and plunging us into darkness. Panicked, we tried to leave the room, but the door wouldn't budge. The whispers grew louder, now forming coherent words that sent shivers down our spines. "Release us, find peace." We managed to pry the door open, rushing out into the hallway where the oppressive silence was broken by the faint sound of footsteps pacing behind us. Heart pounding, we fled to the living room, barricading the door as the sounds grew closer, accompanied by the ghostly laughter of children long gone. The next morning, we decided it was time to part with the cursed jewelry, taking it back to timeless treasures. We approached the elderly woman with trepidation. Her expression turned solemn as we explained the horrors we'd endured. "I'm sorry," she murmured. "These pieces carry the memories of a family who lost their lives here during a tragic storm many years ago. Their spirits are restless, unable to move on until their stories are told and honored." Determined to help, Emily and I agreed to share their story, hoping to bring peace to their lingering souls. We contacted local media, detailing the history of the jewelry and the tragic events that had bound the spirits to the pieces. Our efforts culminated in a community gathering at the same store, where we presented photographs, letters, and personal items belonging to the lost family. As we recited a heartfelt prayer of remembrance, the atmosphere in the store shifted, the oppressive energy lifted, replaced by a serene stillness. The jewelry no longer moved on its own, and the air felt lighter, filled with a sense of closure and gratitude. That Christmas, our home was filled with the warmth of genuine joy and peace. Lily wore the jewelry once more, but this time, it felt different, imbued with a gentle energy that brought comfort rather than fear. We knew we had made a difference, helping restless spirits find their way to peace. Years have passed since that fateful winter, and the memory of those terrifying nights still lingers. The cursed jewelry set now rests in a place of honor, a testament to the power of compassion and the enduring bonds that connect us to those we've lost. Every holiday season, we remember the lessons learned, never to underestimate the weight of memories and the spirits that seek our understanding and kindness. Sometimes, when the wind howls just right and the lights flicker with a nostalgic glow, I catch a glimpse of a faint, ethereal shimmer, an echo of the past, a reminder that some bonds transcend even death itself. The story of the cursed jewelry serves as a haunting yet hopeful reminder that love and remembrance can bridge the gap between the living and the dead, offering peace amidst the darkness. Story number 60. The lamp in the window. Christmas in New York always feels magical. The city glows with lights, the streets hum with festive energy, and even the biting winter air carries a sense of anticipation. But in 2015, my family and I decided to escape the hustle and bustle of Manhattan for a quieter holiday in upstate New York. We rented a charming old house in a small town called Pine Hollow, hoping for a peaceful Christmas filled with snow, hot cocoa, and the kind of memories you'd see on a Hallmark card. What we got instead was something far darker, something that still haunts me to this day. It started with the lamp. We'd spent the morning wandering through Pine Hollow's quaint little shops, looking for the perfect decorations for our rental house. My wife, Clara, loved antiques, so when we stumbled upon a dusty little store tucked away on a side street, she insisted we go in. The shop was cramped and dimly lit, its shelves overflowing with knickknacks and relics of holidays past. It smelled faintly of mothballs and candle wax. In the corner, near the back of the store, Clara spotted it, a Christmas lamp shaped like a tree. It was about 3 feet tall, made of frosted glass, and adorned with tiny, colorful bulbs that looked like ornaments. It was undeniably beautiful, though something about it made me uneasy. "I love it," Clara said, running her fingers over the smooth surface. "It's perfect for the living room." The shopkeeper, an elderly man with a hunched back and watery eyes, watched us closely as we approached the counter. "That lamp's been here a long time," he said, his voice low and raspy. "Belonged to a family years ago. Tragic story." "What happened?" Clara asked. The man hesitated, then shook his head. "Just be careful with it," he said, handing over the receipt. "Some things carry memories." That evening, we set up the lamp in the living room, placing it on the windowsill where it could cast its warm glow into the snowy night. The kids, our daughter Emily and son Ben, loved it, marveling at how the tiny bulbs sparkled like real ornaments. Even I had to admit it added a certain charm to the room. But almost immediately, strange things began to happen. That first night, as we sat by the fire watching It's a Wonderful Life, the lamp flickered. It wasn't a normal flicker, like you'd expect from an old bulb. It was rhythmic, almost like it was pulsing in time with the music from the TV. Clara laughed it off, saying it must be part of the lamp's charm. But I couldn't shake the feeling that it was deliberate. Later, as we were getting ready for bed, I thought I heard faint laughter coming from downstairs. It was soft and distant, like a child giggling in another room. I checked on the kids, but they were both sound asleep. I chalked it up to the wind and went to bed. Over the next few days, the occurrences became more frequent and more unsettling. The lamp would turn on and off by itself, even when it wasn't plugged in. Sometimes, we'd walk into the living room to find it glowing faintly, its colorful bulbs casting strange, shifting shadows on the walls. One night, Ben woke up screaming, saying he saw a lady standing by the lamp. When I asked him what she looked like, he said, "She was blurry, like smoke, but she was smiling." Emily refused to sleep in her room after that, insisting she felt someone watching her through the window. Clara tried to reassure them and me that it was just their imaginations, but I could see the doubt in her eyes. She wasn't sleeping well, either, and I often caught her glancing nervously at the lamp. The breaking point came on Christmas Eve. We'd put the kids to bed and were sitting in the living room, sipping eggnog and listening to carols. The lamp sat in its usual spot, glowing softly. For the first time in days, I felt a sense of calm, like maybe everything was going to be okay. And then the lamp went out. It didn't just flicker, it died completely, plunging the room into darkness. Before I could stand to check it, came back on, brighter than before. The light was blinding, almost painful, and it cast jagged, unnatural shadows that danced wildly on the walls and ceiling. And then we heard it. Laughter, loud, shrill, and echoing, as if it were coming from all around us. The lamp pulsed in time with the sound, its bulbs flashing erratically. Clara clutched my arm, her face pale. "Turn it off," she whispered. "Turn it off." I grabbed the cord and yanked it from the wall, but the lamp stayed lit, its colors swirling in a chaotic frenzy. The laughter grew louder, more maniacal, and I swear I saw shapes forming in the shadows, twisted figures with hollow eyes and gaping mouths. "Get the kids," I shouted, pulling Clara toward the stairs. We ran to their rooms, grabbed them, and bolted out of the house into the freezing night. Behind us, the laughter faded, replaced by a deep, guttural hum that seemed to vibrate through the very air. The next morning, We returned to the house, hesitant but desperate to retrieve our belongings. The lamp was still there, sitting on the windowsill, dark and silent. The house felt colder than it should have, and the air was thick with an oppressive stillness. We didn't stay long. I packed the lamp into a box and drove straight to the dump, tossing it into the heap without a second thought. As it disappeared into the pile of trash, I felt a strange sense of relief, like a weight had been lifted. But that night, as we settled into a hotel, I woke up to find Emily standing by the window, staring out into the dark. "What are you doing?" I asked, my voice trembling. She turned to me, her eyes wide and terrified. "It's here," she whispered. "It's watching us." To this day, I don't know what we unleashed with that lamp. Maybe it was just an old, broken relic, carrying the weight of its tragic past. Or maybe it was something worse, something that fed on the fear it created. All I know is that every Christmas, I can't help but glance at the window, half expecting to see its colorful glow and the shapes in the shadows that followed. Story number 61. Whispers of the Doll. I never believed in curses or restless spirits. Growing up in Texas, where the scorching heat and relentless sandstorms were everyday challenges, I learned to rely on logic and reason to navigate life's uncertainties. Superstitions and ghost stories were the fodder for late-night conversations and campfire tales, not something I took seriously. However, the winter of 2015 introduced me to a terrifying reality that would forever change my perception of the world around me. My family, my wife, Anna, and our 7-year-old daughter, Lily, decided to celebrate Christmas with a unique gift that would stand out from the typical presents. After scouring various antique shops and online auctions, we found a vintage jewelry set at a small store in Silver Lake. The set included a dazzling crystal necklace, an intricately designed gold ring, and a pair of delicate silver earrings. Everything about the jewelry was exquisite, making it the perfect gift for Lily, who adored all things beautiful and unique. Bringing the jewelry home seemed like the start of a magical holiday season. Lily was ecstatic, wearing the pieces proudly and showing them off to her friends. The house was filled with laughter and joy as we decorated for Christmas. But soon, subtle signs of unease began to disrupt our peace. It started with the jewelry moving on its own. One morning, I found the crystal necklace lying on the living room table. Although I distinctly remembered placing it on Lily's dresser the night before, Anna laughed it off, thinking it was just Lily moving her jewelry around. But deep down, a sense of unease began to settle in. As days turned into weeks, the strange occurrences intensified. The lights in our home would flicker inexplicably, casting eerie shadows that danced across the walls. At night, we would hear unsettling noises, soft footsteps echoing through the hallways and distant whispers that seemed to emanate from nowhere. The most disturbing incident happened one particularly cold December night. It was Christmas Eve, and a fierce snowstorm had descended upon Texas, transforming our neighborhood into a winter wasteland. The wind howled outside, and snow piled high against our windows, making it impossible to see anything beyond the glass. We were all tucked into bed, trying to stay warm, when the jewelry began to act up like never before. Without warning, the crystal necklace in Lily's dresser sprang to life, glowing with an unnatural light. The room was suddenly filled with a blinding white glow, and the sound of children laughing echoed through the house. Anna and I rushed to Lily's room, finding her staring at the necklace with wide, frightened eyes. "Lily, what's wrong?" I asked, trying to keep my voice steady despite the fear gripping me. She pointed to the necklace, which was now levitating in the air, spinning slowly. "It's her," she whispered, her voice trembling. "She's here." Before we could react, the temperature in the room plummeted. Our breath became visible in the frigid air, and the light from the necklace intensified, revealing the ghostly figure of a young girl standing beside it. Her eyes were hollow, and her expression was one of profound sorrow. "Help us," she pleaded, her voice echoing with an otherworldly resonance. "We are trapped." Anna and I stood frozen, unable to move as the apparition reached out towards us. "Who are you?" Anna finally managed to ask, her voice barely above a whisper. The ghostly girl looked at us with tears in her eyes. "We were lost on Christmas Eve, just like this storm. Our lives were taken by the fury of the snow, and now we can't move on. The jewelry binds us here." Desperate to help, I reached out a hand, trying to touch the apparition, but my fingers passed through her as if she were made of mist. "What can we do to help you?" "Remember us," the girl replied softly. "Tell our stories, honor our memories, and let us find peace." Determined to free these restless souls, Anna and I delved into researching the history of the jewelry set. We discovered that the pieces had once belonged to a family who had tragically lost their children during a similar snowstorm decades ago. The family had been devastated, and in their grief, they had donated the jewelry to the antique store, unaware of the curse it carried. Realizing that the spirits were bound to the jewelry, we knew we had to perform a ritual to release them, with the help of an elderly neighbor, Mrs. Thompson, who had knowledge of local folklore and spiritual practices. We gathered the necessary items: candles, salt, and a heartfelt prayer to honor the lost souls. On Christmas morning, as the storm had finally begun to abate, we prepared for the ritual in our living room. Lily, still shaken but hopeful, watched as we arranged the candles around the jewelry. Mrs. Thompson led us in reciting the prayer, our voices blending with the still whispering echoes of the past. As we spoke the final words, the air in the room grew warmer, and the oppressive energy began to lift. The ghostly girl reappeared, her expression now filled with gratitude. "Thank you," she whispered before fading away, leaving behind a sense of peace that enveloped our home. The following days were quiet, the strange phenomena ceasing entirely. The jewelry no longer moved on its own, and the house felt lighter, as if a heavy burden had been lifted. Lily, though still a bit apprehensive, resumed her joyful demeanor, and Anna and I found ourselves more connected than ever, bonded by the shared experience of helping the lost souls find peace. Reflecting on that harrowing Christmas, I realized the profound impact of compassion and the importance of honoring those who have been forgotten. The cursed jewelry had been a vessel for sorrow and loss, but through our efforts, we were able to transform it into a symbol of remembrance and healing. Years have passed since that fateful holiday season, and the memory of those restless spirits remains a poignant reminder of the thin veil between our world and the next. The jewelry set is now kept in a glass display case, a testament to the power of love and the enduring spirit of those we strive to remember. Sometimes, during the quiet moments of winter, I catch a faint glimmer from the case, a soft twinkle that seems to carry the echoes of laughter and the whispers of grateful souls. It serves as a comforting reminder that even in the darkest of times, there is always hope for redemption and peace. And so, the story of the cursed jewelry in our Chicago home became a cherished family legend, a tale of fear, love, and the unbreakable bonds that connect us to those who have gone before. It taught me that sometimes, the greatest horrors lie not in the supernatural itself, but in our inability to help those who are lost, and that compassion can bridge the gap between fear and understanding, light and darkness. Story number 62. Whispers of the Doll. I never believed in curses or restless spirits. Growing up in Chicago, where the skyline pierced the clouds and the streets buzzed with relentless energy, I found comfort in the tangible and the logical. Superstitions and ghost stories were the fodder for late-night conversations and campfire tales. Nothing more. But everything changed the winter we brought home the antique doll. It was December 2018, a time when the city transformed into a winter wonderland. The streets were adorned with twinkling lights, and the scent of cinnamon and pine filled our apartment. My wife, Laura, and I had decided to surprise our 7-year-old daughter, Lily, with a unique gift from a local used toy store. The store, Nestled in a quiet corner of Lincoln Park was a treasure trove of vintage toys, each with its own story etched into the faded paint and worn fabrics. As we wandered through the aisles, Laura's eyes caught a glimpse of something special, a beautifully crafted porcelain doll dressed in an elegant Victorian gown. Her hair was meticulously curled, and her glassy eyes seemed to follow us with an unsettling intensity. The price tag was modest, and Lily instantly fell in love with the doll, whom she named Evelyn. At first, everything seemed perfect. Lily cherished Evelyn, taking her everywhere: school, playdates, and even bedtime. The doll quickly became a beloved member of our family, a symbol of our love and the festive season. But soon, subtle signs began to disrupt our peace. It started with minor movements. Laura and I would find Evelyn in different places than we had left her. One morning, she was sitting on Lily's bed, while the night before, she was placed on the living room shelf. We dismissed it as forgetfulness or perhaps Lily moving her around during play. However, the occurrences became more frequent and unsettling. One chilly December evening, as the wind howled outside and snow blanketed the city, we were preparing for bed. The house was quiet, the only sound being the soft lullaby playing on Lily's nightstand radio. Suddenly, the lights flickered, and the room plunged into darkness. Moments later, the emergency lights kicked in, casting eerie shadows across the walls. I heard it first, a faint giggle echoing through the room. "Lily!" I called out, my heart racing. Laura, equally alarmed, reached for her phone to call out, but no response came. The giggling continued, growing louder and more disjointed, as if multiple voices were harmonizing in distress. We found Lily asleep in her bed, clutching Evelyn tightly. When we approached, she seemed unusually tense, her eyes wide open despite her peaceful appearance. "Mommy, Daddy," she whispered. "Evelyn wants to play." Laura and I exchanged uneasy glances, the gravity of the situation sinking in. We decided to keep a closer watch on Evelyn, moving her to more secure locations and limiting her interaction with Lily. But the strange events only intensified. One night, during a particularly fierce snowstorm, we were jolted awake by the sound of shattering glass. Rushing to Lily's room, we found Evelyn standing at the foot of her bed, her eyes hollow and devoid of the lifelike sparkle they once held. The doll's head slowly turned to face us, her mouth opening to emit a chilling laugh that reverberated through the room. "We need to help her," Laura whispered, her voice trembling, desperate for answers. We revisited the used toy store to speak with the owner, Mr. Thompson. He was an elderly man with a kind demeanor, always eager to share the stories behind his eclectic collection of toys. "I remember that doll," he said, rubbing his chin thoughtfully. "Evelyn belonged to a little girl named Isabella. She was a bright child, full of life and joy. One Christmas Eve in 2005, a tragic accident occurred right here in this store. Isabella was playing with her favorite doll, and a sudden storm knocked over a display, causing chaos. The store was closed for safety, but Isabella never made it out. They say her spirit remains, bound to Evelyn, unable to move on." Laura and I felt a chill run down our spines. "Isabella's spirit. Is that why Evelyn is acting strange?" I asked, my voice barely above a whisper. Mr. Thompson nodded solemnly. "It's possible. These old toys can carry more than just memories. If a spirit is attached, it can influence the toy's behavior, especially during intense emotions or tragic events like storms." Determined to help Lily and set Isabella's spirit free, we decided to perform a cleansing ritual. Mr. Thompson provided us with the necessary items: salt, candles, and a heartfelt prayer to honor Isabella's memory and release her from the doll. On Christmas Eve, as the storm outside mirrored the tragic night of 2005, we gathered in the living room. Laura lit the candles, their soft glow illuminating the room with a warm light. We sprinkled salt around the perimeter, creating a protective barrier, and placed Evelyn in the center, surrounded by our offerings. "Isabella," I began, my voice steady despite the fear gripping me. We honor your memory and seek to help you find peace. Please, let your spirit rest. As we recited the prayer, the room grew colder, and the candles flickered violently. The air was thick with an unseen presence, and the whispers intensified, now pleading for release. Suddenly, Evelyn's eyes began to glow with a ghostly light, and her porcelain hands reached out towards us, as if seeking solace. Thank you, the voices echoed, blending into a harmonious plea. Release us. Find peace. The temperature plummeted further, and a brilliant light enveloped the room. The oppressive energy lifted, replaced by a profound sense of calm. The storm outside began to subside, the winds dying down and the snow settling into a gentle blanket. We felt a weight lift from our shoulders, the eerie atmosphere dissipating as Isabella's spirit found the peace it had long been denied. The next morning, the house felt different, lighter, as if a heavy burden had been lifted. Evelyn stood silently in the living room, her eyes no longer hollow but serene, reflecting a sense of fulfillment. Lily awoke with a smile, hugging her doll tightly, unaware of the turmoil that had unfolded during the night. We decided to return Evelyn to the store, believing that honoring Isabella's memory required her to be where she belonged. With Mr. Thompson's guidance, we carefully placed the doll back in its original display, surrounded by photos and mementos of the past. As we left the store, the first rays of dawn broke through the storm clouds, casting a warm glow over the snowy streets. The store felt peaceful, the lingering echoes of Isabella's spirit now a part of its enduring legacy. Years have passed since that fateful Christmas, and the memories of those terrifying nights remain etched in my mind. Lily grew up, her love for Evelyn never waning, but the strange occurrences ceased, replaced by fond memories and the joy of a family bound by love and resilience. Sometimes, during the quiet moments of winter, I catch a glimpse of a soft light or hear the faintest whispers in the wind. I smile, knowing that Isabella has found her peace, and that our family played a small part in helping her move on. The cursed doll became a symbol of our compassion and the power of remembrance, a testament to the enduring bonds that connect us beyond the realm of the living. And so, the story of the cursed doll at our Chicago home serves as a haunting reminder that even in the most ordinary places, the echoes of the past can linger, seeking resolution and peace. It taught me that sometimes, the greatest horrors lie not in the supernatural itself, but in our inability to help those who are lost, and that compassion can bridge the gap between fear and understanding, light and darkness. Story number 63. Whispers of the Forgotten. I never believed in the supernatural. Growing up in Boston, amidst the bustling city life and historical landmarks, I found comfort in the tangible and the logical. Ghost stories and urban legends were just that, stories. That belief held firm until the Christmas of 2016, when a seemingly innocent gift transformed my life into a living nightmare. It was early December, and the holiday season was in full swing. Our family, my wife, Laura, our 12-year-old son, Ethan, and me, had decided to embrace the festive spirit by decorating our home with an array of lights, ornaments, and the usual Christmas cheer. During one of our weekend shopping trips, we stumbled upon a quaint little shop tucked away in a corner of Boston's historic Beacon Hill neighborhood. The window display was a captivating assortment of vintage toys, each one meticulously arranged to evoke nostalgia and wonder. As we browsed through the shelves, Ethan's eyes lit up when he spotted a small, intricately crafted set of figurines. They were tiny, almost lifelike, depicting children in various playful poses, building blocks, riding bicycles, and playing with yo-yos. The craftsmanship was remarkable, and there was something almost mesmerizing about them. The shopkeeper, an elderly woman with kind eyes and a gentle smile, noticed our interest. "These are special," she said softly. "Each set is unique, handcrafted by artisans who believe these toys bring joy and wonder to their owners." Ethan begged us to buy the set, insisting that it was the perfect addition to our holiday decorations. Reluctantly, we agreed, paying the modest price and carrying the box home with us. That evening, we unwrapped the figurines, placing them carefully on our Christmas tree. They added a charming touch, and Ethan was thrilled to show them off to his friends and family. However, it didn't take long for the strange occurrences to begin. First, it was minor, figurines found in different spots than where we had placed them. Toys slightly moved from their original positions, and the occasional missing piece that we couldn't explain. We chalked it up to Ethan's imagination or perhaps a bit of forgetfulness. But as days turned into weeks, the anomalies became more frequent and unsettling. One chilly December night, as the family sat down for dinner, the temperature in the house seemed to drop suddenly. The lights flickered, and the atmosphere grew tense. Ethan was laughing and telling stories about his new toys when we noticed something eerie. The figurines on the tree were no longer static. They began to move on their own, their tiny limbs adjusting and shifting as if reenacting scenes from Ethan's stories. "Did you see that?" Laura asked, her voice wavering with concern. I nodded, trying to remain calm. "Probably just a draft or something. Let's not worry about it." But worry was already settling in our hearts. That night, the nightmares began. Ethan woke up screaming, his room filled with a cold, unnatural chill. He described seeing the figurines come to life, their eyes hollow and sad, reaching out to him in despair. Laura and I tried to comfort him, but the fear in his eyes was too real. It wasn't just a nightmare. It felt like a connection to something far darker. As the days passed, the hauntings intensified. The figurines would appear in different rooms, their expressions growing more menacing. One morning, we found them arranged in a circle on the living room floor, each holding a tiny candle that flickered with an unearthly blue flame. The air was thick with an oppressive energy, and the house felt alive with whispers and unseen movements. Desperate for answers, we reached out to a local paranormal expert, Dr. Rebecca Mills. She was a respected figure in the Boston community, known for her rational approach to unexplained phenomena. During her initial visit, she examined the toys and the house, taking notes and conducting tests. "These toys are definitely not ordinary," Dr. Mills concluded after a thorough investigation. "There's a strong spiritual energy emanating from them. It's as if they're vessels for something, perhaps the spirits of lost children." Laura and I exchanged worried glances. The idea that the toys could harbor spirits was both terrifying and difficult to accept. We decided to research the history of the figurines, hoping to uncover their origins and the reason behind the haunting. Through extensive digging, we discovered that the figurines were part of a limited collection created by a reclusive artisan named Henry Whitaker. Whitaker was known for his obsession with capturing the essence of childhood in his work, infusing each piece with his own energy and emotions. However, his career was cut short when he mysteriously disappeared during a severe winter storm in 2005. Rumors suggested that his spirit lingered in his workshop, his unfinished creations serving as a bridge between the living and the dead. The connection was clear. The figurines we had purchased were Whitaker's final masterpieces, imbued with his restless spirit. It seemed that, by owning them, we had inadvertently invited his anguish into our home. Determined to free our family from the torment, we sought Dr. Mills' help once more. She recommended a cleansing ritual to sever the spiritual connection and release Whitaker's spirit from the toys. The ritual required us to create a sacred space, gather specific items, and perform the ceremony with pure intent and compassion. On Christmas Eve, as a fierce snowstorm mirrored the one that had taken Whitaker's life, we prepared for the ritual. The house was quiet, the only sound being the howling wind outside. We followed Dr. Mills' instructions meticulously, setting up candles, salt circles, and placing the figurines in a central position. As we began the ceremony, the atmosphere in the house shifted dramatically. The temperature plummeted, and the figurines began to glow with an intense, ethereal light. The whispers grew louder, now forming coherent pleas for release. Help us, free us. The voices echoed through the rooms. Laura held my hand tightly, her eyes filled with fear and hope. We're here to help you, she whispered, her voice trembling. As we continued the ritual, the room was filled with a blinding white light, and the figurines started to move in unison, their tiny hands reaching out towards us. Suddenly, a powerful presence filled the space, and the spirit of Henry Whitaker manifested before us. A shadowy figure with sorrowful eyes and a look of desperate longing. Please, he implored, his voice echoing with centuries of pain. I never meant to harm anyone. My creations were my legacy, my way of preserving the innocence and joy of childhood. But something went wrong. The storm took me before I could finish, and now my spirit is bound to them, unable to move on. I stepped forward, my heart aching for the lost artist. We understand your pain, Henry. We want to help you find peace. Let us finish what you started. Tears welled up in Laura's eyes as she spoke to the spirit. We honor your work, Henry. We promise to remember you and the children you tried to capture in your art. Let us release you from this burden. The presence in the room seemed to soften, the oppressive energy giving way to a gentle calm. The light surrounding Whitaker began to fade, and the figurines shimmered one last time before settling into their original positions, now devoid of any supernatural energy. We are free, the spirit whispered, his voice filled with gratitude. Thank you. With that, the room returned to normal, the temperature rising and the oppressive atmosphere dissipating. The snowstorm outside began to subside, leaving behind a serene stillness that mirrored the peace we felt within our home. In the weeks that followed, the strange occurrences ceased entirely. The house returned to its usual warmth and festivity, the haunting memories slowly fading but never forgotten. We kept the figurines as a reminder of the ordeal, honoring Henry Whitaker's legacy by cherishing the joy and innocence they were meant to represent. The experience taught us the importance of understanding and respecting the past, of recognizing that even the most beautiful creations can carry hidden sorrows. It also reinforced the bond within our family, knowing that together, we could overcome the darkest of challenges. Years later, when I reflect on that Christmas, I realize how close we came to losing ourselves in fear and despair. The whispers of the forgotten children serve as a haunting reminder of the thin veil between our world and the next, and the enduring power of compassion and remembrance. As the holiday season approaches each year, I ensure that our home remains a sanctuary of light and joy, honoring the spirits we once helped find peace. The story of the cursed figurines has become a cherished family legend, a testament to the resilience of the human spirit and the unbreakable bonds that connect us to those we've lost. And so, the legacy of Henry Whitaker and his haunted creations lives on, not as instruments of fear, but as symbols of the enduring innocence and joy that define the true spirit of Christmas. It serves as a chilling yet hopeful reminder that even in the darkest of times, love and understanding can bridge the gap between worlds, bringing light to the shadows of the past. Story number 64. Shadows behind the glass. Winter in London was a season of stark contrasts. The city, with its historic architecture and bustling streets, transformed into a serene wonderland under a blanket of snow. The festive lights twinkled against the darkened sky, casting long shadows that danced with the gentle breeze. My name is Eleanor Blake, and what was meant to be a joyous Christmas turned into a nightmare that still haunts me to this day. It was December 15th, 2020, when my husband, Thomas, gifted me an antique mirror he had found at a local flea market. The mirror was exquisite, framed in ornate gold with intricate carvings depicting scenes of winter landscapes and festive celebrations. This glass was flawless, reflecting the room with a clarity that made it a perfect addition to our bedroom. Thomas insisted it was a perfect Christmas present, something timeless and elegant. On Christmas Eve, as we decorated our home with the usual holiday cheer, I placed the mirror on the wall opposite our bed. Its presence added a touch of old-world charm to our modern decor. That night, after the excitement of the day had settled and the house was quiet, I drifted off to sleep with the soft glow of Christmas lights illuminating the room. But sleep was not to come easily that night. At around 2 a.m., I was jolted awake by a faint noise, a soft, almost imperceptible whispering. My heart pounded as I sat up. The room cloaked in darkness save for the twinkling lights reflecting off the mirror. I listened intently, my breath visible in the cold air. The whispering grew slightly louder, forming indistinct words that sent a chill down my spine. Eleanor. I froze, my eyes fixed on the mirror. At first, I saw nothing unusual. The room was as it should be, calm and still. But then, in the reflection, I noticed a shadowy figure moving behind me. My blood ran cold as I turned to look. But there was no one there. The room was empty. Thomas? The whisper echoed again, more insistent this time. I rubbed my eyes, convinced I was dreaming, shaking off the unease. I tried to go back to sleep, but the whispers persisted, growing louder and more urgent. The shadow in the mirror became clearer, a dark, indistinct shape that seemed to be moving closer to me with each passing moment. The next morning, I recounted the experience to Thomas, who listened with a concerned expression. He dismissed it as a vivid nightmare, attributing it to the stress and excitement of the holiday season. However, he promised to keep an eye on the mirror, just in case. Over the next few nights, the disturbances continued. Each night, the whispers grew louder, and the shadow in the mirror became more defined. It began to take on a more humanoid form, with elongated limbs and hollow eyes that seemed to stare directly into my soul. The presence was oppressive, filling the room with an unsettling energy that made it difficult to breathe. Determined to understand what was happening, Thomas and I decided to investigate the mirror's origins. We delved into the history of the antique store where he had found it, uncovering a series of tragic events that dated back to the early 20th century. The mirror had once belonged to a family that had met a horrifying fate. Every member had taken their own lives within the very room where the mirror now stood in our home. As we pieced together the story, it became clear that the mirror was more than just a decorative piece. It was a vessel for the lingering souls of the family, their unresolved anguish and despair trapped within its glass. The spirit of the youngest child, a boy named William, seemed to be the most active, his restless presence seeking acknowledgement and release from his eternal confinement. One particularly cold night, the situation escalated beyond anything we had previously experienced. The whispers turned into anguished cries, and the shadow in the mirror solidified into the unmistakable form of a young boy, his eyes filled with sorrow and desperation. "Help me," he pleaded, his voice echoing through the room like a mournful wind. Tears welled up in my eyes as I reached out to touch the mirror, hoping to offer some form of solace. My fingers made contact with the cool glass, and an electric shock coursed through my body, forcing me to pull back. The room plunged into darkness as the lights flickered and went out, leaving us in an abyss of night. Thomas fumbled for his phone, using its flashlight to illuminate the room once more. The mirror now showed the entire family, their faces contorted with pain and despair, their eyes hollow and lifeless. The atmosphere was thick with a palpable sense of loss, the air heavy with the weight of untold stories. "We need to help him," Thomas said, his voice steady despite the fear in his eyes. "We have to free his spirit." Determined to end the torment, we sought the help of a local spiritualist named Madame Lavinia, renowned for her ability to communicate with restless souls and break curses. She arrived at our home on Christmas Eve, her presence calm and reassuring amidst the chaos. After examining the mirror, Madame Lavinia nodded thoughtfully. "This mirror is indeed a portal for the spirits of the lost family. To free William and his family, we must perform a ritual of remembrance and release, honoring their memory and acknowledging their suffering." We followed her instructions meticulously, setting up a small altar in the living room with candles, fresh flowers, and photographs we had found of the family from the antique store's archives. As the ritual began, Madame Lavinia chanted softly, her voice weaving a protective barrier around us. Spirits bound by sorrow, hear our plea. We honor your memory. We set you free. May peace find your hearts. May love guide your way. And may your souls find rest this Christmas day. As the chanting continued, the mirror began to glow with a soft, golden light. The shadows receded, and the images of the family became clearer, their expressions softening as if sensing the shift in energy. William stepped forward, his form more translucent yet peaceful. "Thank you," he whispered, his voice no longer filled with pain but with gratitude. "Now I can rest." With those final words, the mirror's glow intensified, enveloping the room in a warm, comforting light. The spirits of the family slowly faded, their presence dissolved by the ritual's power. The oppressive energy lifted, replaced by a serene calm that settled over our home. As the last flicker of light dimmed, Madame Lavinia smiled softly. "They are free now. May your home be filled with peace and joy." The following morning, we woke up to a quiet house, the events of the night before seemingly erased. The mirror stood innocently on the wall, its glass clear and untainted, reflecting the bright morning light. The haunting presence that had plagued our home was gone, replaced by the warmth and cheer of Christmas morning. In the days that followed, the mirror became a cherished family heirloom, a symbol of the power of love and remembrance. We made sure to honor the memory of William and his family every Christmas, lighting candles and sharing their story to ensure their spirits would never be forgotten. Years later, as I reflect on that Christmas, I realize how fragile our connection to the past can be and how the unresolved pain of those who have passed can linger in the most unexpected places. The experience taught me the importance of understanding and respecting the histories embedded in our possessions and the enduring power of compassion in overcoming darkness. Sometimes, when the winter winds howl and the snow begins to fall, I can almost hear the faint echoes of William's laughter, a haunting melody that speaks of hope and the eternal quest for peace. The spirit of that Christmas night lives on in my heart, a reminder that even in the darkest of times, there is always a path to redemption and healing, because in the heart of winter, amidst the silent snow and the lingering shadows, the echoes of the past continue to resonate, forever entwined with the stories we cherish and the memories we hold dear. Story number 65. Shadows in the Threads. Winter in New York City was a symphony of contrasts. The relentless hustle of the streets, the towering skyscrapers piercing the gray sky, and the ever-present blanket of snow created a cityscape both beautiful and unforgiving. My name is Daniel Harper, and what was meant to be a joyous Christmas season transformed into a living nightmare that I can barely recount without shuddering. It was December 1998, a time when the festive spirit was at its peak, and the city was adorned with twinkling lights and elaborate decorations. My friend, Michael, had always been generous, and that year, he surprised me with an unusual gift, a meticulously knitted sweater. It was a fine piece, crafted from soft, warm wool in deep burgundy, with intricate patterns woven into the fabric. Michael insisted it was handmade by his grandmother, a master knitter with a reputation for creating garments that were both beautiful and imbued with a sense of comfort. I remember the day vividly. Michael handed me the box wrapped in festive paper, his eyes gleaming with genuine delight. "Merry Christmas, Dan. I thought you'd like this." I smiled, appreciating the gesture. "Thanks, Mike. It's beautiful." As I examined the sweater, I felt a strange sense of warmth emanating from the threads, an almost palpable energy that seemed to beckon me to wear it. That evening, as I settled into my favorite armchair with a cup of tea, I decided to try it on. The sweater fit perfectly, hugging my frame in all the right places. I admired the craftsmanship, running my fingers over the delicate patterns that adorned the sleeves and chest. Little did I know, This simple act of wearing the sweater would mark the beginning of a series of terrifying experiences that would haunt me for years to come. That night, I had my first nightmare. I found myself walking down a dark, narrow alleyway, the city's vibrant lights replaced by an oppressive darkness. The air was thick with an unidentifiable stench, and the only sound was the distant wail of sirens. As I turned a corner, shadows began to materialize around me, dark, amorphous forms that twisted and writhed with malevolent intent. I tried to run, but my legs felt heavy, as if wading through molasses. The shadows closed in, their presence suffocating, their whispers echoing in my ears. "You shouldn't have worn it," they hissed, their voices a cacophony of anger and sorrow. I jolted awake, heart pounding, drenched in sweat. The sweater lay on the floor beside me, its fabric now cold and lifeless, shaking off the remnants of the nightmare. I dismissed it as a mere bad dream, a product of stress and overexposure to holiday festivities. However, the nightmares did not cease. Each night, without fail, I was plunged into the same dark alleyway, pursued relentlessly by the shadows. Their whispers grew louder, their forms more defined, their presence more terrifying. Sleep became a battleground, and exhaustion gnawed at me during the day. Desperate for answers, I confided in Michael. He listened intently, his expression growing serious. "I'm sorry, Dan. I had no idea. My grandmother used to say that some gifts carry more than just warmth and comfort." "More than what?" I demanded, frustration and fear lacing my voice. She sighed, choosing her words carefully. She believed that certain materials could hold onto memories, emotions, sometimes even spirits. Maybe the sweater has something to do with that old house she lived in. Michael had grown up in a large, Victorian-era house with his grandmother, a sprawling estate that was rumored to be haunted. The stories were dismissed as mere folklore. But now, faced with my torment, they seemed eerily plausible. Determined to break free from the nightmare, I sought out a local spiritualist named Madame Esmeralda. She was renowned for her ability to communicate with the unseen and unravel the mysteries that plagued the living. After a brief consultation, she agreed to help me. We met in her cozy, dimly lit parlor, the air thick with the scent of incense and the soft glow of candlelight. Madame Esmeralda was an enigmatic figure, her eyes seemingly seeing beyond the physical realm. I explained my situation, detailing the nightmares and the unsettling whispers that accompanied them. She listened patiently, nodding thoughtfully. "The sweater you wear is more than just a garment, Daniel. It's a vessel, a conduit for unresolved energies from a place of great sorrow and tragedy. Do you know anything about it?" I asked, desperation creeping into my voice. Michael said it was made from fabric taken from his grandmother's house. Madame Esmeralda closed her eyes, her hands hovering over a crystal ball. Images began to form within the orb, flashes of a grand old house engulfed in flames, the screams of a child, and shadows dancing amidst the chaos. This sweater was woven from the remnants of that house, from fabrics touched by tragedy and loss. The spirit of a young boy remains bound to it, unable to find peace. I felt a chill run down my spine. "Is there any way to release him?" She nodded slowly. "There is a ritual, but it requires courage and a willingness to confront the darkness that binds him. We must cleanse the sweater and lay his spirit to rest." Determined to end the torment, I agreed to proceed. The ritual was to be performed on Christmas Eve, a symbolic gesture of both the season of joy and the need to confront lingering sorrow. Madame Esmeralda instructed me to bring the sweater and meet her at a designated location, an abandoned warehouse that once served as a community center. As Christmas Eve approached, anxiety gnawed at me. The nights were getting colder, and the nightmares more intense, each one a vivid reminder of the darkness I couldn't escape. Finally, the night arrived. I donned the sweater, its fabric now a familiar yet foreboding presence against my skin. Madame Esmeralda met me at the warehouse, her presence calming yet commanding. The building was desolate, the windows boarded up, and the air thick with the scent of decay. We set up an altar in the center, laying out candles, crystals, and symbols of protection. As we began the ritual, Madame Esmeralda chanted softly, her voice weaving through the cold air. I felt the sweater pulse with an energy of its own, the shadows around us beginning to shift and coalesce. The atmosphere grew heavy, the temperature dropping as if the building itself was absorbing our intentions. Suddenly, the air was pierced by a loud crash, the sound of breaking glass, and the shadows surged forward, their forms twisting into the shape of a young boy. His eyes were hollow, filled with pain and longing. "Why won't you let me go?" he cried, his voice echoing through the empty space. Madame Esmeralda held up her hands, a barrier of light forming around us. "We honor your memory. We acknowledge your pain. Find peace, and be free." The boy's form flickered, his sorrowful gaze meeting mine. "I'm trapped," he whispered. "I can't move on." I stepped forward, my voice breaking the silence. "I'm sorry for what happened to you. We want to help you find peace." The boy's expression softened, the tension in his form beginning to dissipate. "Remember me," he said, his voice fading. "Remember my story, and let me rest." A brilliant light enveloped the room, the shadows dissolving into nothingness as the boy's spirit found the closure it had long sought. The temperature began to rise, the oppressive cold lifting as a sense of calm washed over me. The ritual complete, Madame Esmeralda turned to me with a gentle smile. "He is free now, but remember, some gifts carry memories that must be honored and respected." As we left the warehouse, the first light of dawn breaking over the horizon, I felt a profound sense of relief and gratitude. The nightmares ceased, and the whispers were replaced by the peaceful silence of a Christmas morning. In the weeks that followed, the sweater no longer brought fear but a bittersweet reminder of the ordeal we had endured. Michael and I grew closer, our bond strengthened by the shared experience. The story of the haunted sweater became a family legend, a tale of love, loss, and the enduring power of remembrance. Years later, as I reflect on that Christmas, I realize how fragile our connection to the past can be, and how the unresolved sorrow of those who have passed can linger in the most unexpected places. The sweater remains a cherished memento, a symbol of the courage it took to confront the darkness and the love that helped set a restless spirit free. Sometimes, when the winter winds howl and the snow begins to fall, I can almost hear the faint echoes of a child's laughter, a haunting melody that speaks of hope and the eternal quest for peace. The spirit of that Christmas night lives on in my heart, a reminder that even in the darkest of times, there is always a path to redemption and healing, because in the heart of winter, amidst the silent snow and the lingering shadows, the whispers of the past continue to resonate, forever a part of the stories we cherish and the memories we hold dear. Story number 66. The Devil's Melody. Christmas has always been a time of joy and warmth, a season where lights twinkle brighter and hearts feel lighter. My name is Sarah Mitchell, and what was meant to be a cherished holiday turned into a terrifying ordeal that still haunts me to this day. It was December 20th, 2023, when I received the antique music box as a gift from my best friend, Laura. We had been through so much together, and I wanted to give her something special for Christmas. Laura had a penchant for vintage items, especially those with a story to tell. So, when I found the music box at a local flea market, nestled among forgotten trinkets, I knew it was perfect. The music box was exquisite, carved from dark wood with intricate designs adorning its surface. The lid featured a delicate ballerina, poised gracefully in mid-dance. As I opened it, the lid clicked into place, and a soft, melodious tune began to play. The melody was enchanting, a classic Christmas carol that seemed to fill the room with warmth. Laura was thrilled, her eyes sparkling with delight. "It's perfect, Sarah. Thank you so much." That night, as I placed the music box on my mantel, I couldn't help but admire its beauty. The room was bathed in the soft glow of Christmas lights, the the scent of pine and cinnamon filling the air. Everything seemed idyllic. The perfect setting for a holiday season filled with love and laughter. But as the days went by, subtle changes began to occur. It started with small things, items slightly out of place. The music box playing faintly even when it was closed. I dismissed these occurrences as mere coincidences or my imagination playing tricks on me. After all, the holiday season can be stressful, and it's easy to let your mind wander. However, the strange events escalated quickly. One evening, I was working late, finishing up some last-minute preparations for our Christmas party, when I heard the music box playing on its own. The melody was slow and distorted. The notes warped in a way that made my skin crawl. I walked over to the mantel, heart pounding, to find the lid open and the ballerina frozen in an unnatural pose, my breath visible in the suddenly cold air. I tried to close it, but my hands trembled so much I could barely grip the latch. As I struggled, the room seemed to darken, the festive lights flickering ominously. Shadows danced along the walls, stretching and contorting into grotesque shapes. The music became louder, more insistent, filling the room with an oppressive presence. I backed away, feeling an overwhelming sense of dread wash over me. "Sarah," a voice whispered, barely audible over the distorted melody. I spun around, eyes wide with fear, but there was no one there. The room was empty, save for the sinister music box and the lingering shadows. Determined to regain control, I grabbed the box and fled to my bedroom, locking the door behind me. But the torment wasn't over. Every night, the music box played, each rendition more disturbing than the last. The melodies twisted into nightmarish versions of beloved Christmas tunes, echoing through my home like a ghostly lament. Sleep became elusive, my nights filled with the haunting music and the ever-present feeling of being watched. Desperate for answers, I began researching the history of the music box. What started as a simple gift turned into a journey into the unknown. I discovered that the box was not just an ordinary antique. It once belonged to a child named Emily, who had tragically died in a fire in her family home decades ago. The news clippings I found spoke of a young girl who loved Christmas, her laughter and joy extinguished by the flames that consumed her home. But the most chilling discovery was a personal account from Emily's older brother, Thomas. In his journal, he wrote about the music box, how Emily had cherished it, playing it every Christmas to bring hope and joy. On the night of the fire, he had left the music box on the mantel, hoping the melody would comfort her, not knowing it would seal her fate. As I delved deeper, the presence in my home grew stronger. Shadows moved on their own, and the temperature would drop inexplicably, making me shiver despite the layers of clothing I wore. Laura became increasingly concerned, noticing the toll the haunted music box was taking on me. One particularly cold night, the music box played a distorted version of Silent Night. The melody was slow, drawn out, and filled with sorrow. I felt a presence in the room, a sorrowful energy that seemed to emanate from the very walls. The shadows coalesced into the faint outline of a child, her eyes hollow and filled with pain. "Help me," she whispered, her voice a haunting echo that reverberated through the room. "Find peace." Tears welled up in my eyes as I realized the music box was more than just a cursed object. It was a vessel for Emily's restless spirit, trapped by her untimely death and the lingering sorrow that bound her to the world of the living. Determined to set her free, I decided to perform a ritual of remembrance, hoping to honor her memory and grant her the peace she deserved. Armed with Thomas's journal and a deep sense of compassion, I gathered the necessary items: candles, a mirror, and the photographs of Emily and her family. I set up the altar in the living room, arranging the items with care. As I began to chant the words from the journal, the room grew colder, the air thick with anticipation. The music box was placed at the center, its lid open, allowing the melody to flow freely. I recited the prayer, my voice steady despite the fear that gnawed at me. "Emily, if you can hear me, Please find the light that guides you home. Let the music that once brought you joy now lead you to peace. As I spoke, the shadows began to recede, the oppressive presence lifting as if acknowledging my plea. The music box played its final, pure rendition of Silent Night. The melody clear and serene, the apparition of Emily appeared before me, her expression softening into one of gratitude and peace. "Thank you," she whispered, her voice now a gentle breeze that carried away the last remnants of her sorrow. "I can finally rest." With those words, Emily's spirit faded, the room returning to its normal warmth and light. The music box ceased to play, its power spent in granting her wish. A profound sense of calm settled over me, and I knew that the haunting had finally ended. In the days that followed, the strange occurrences ceased, and my home returned to its peaceful state. Laura and I both felt the weight of the ordeal lift, replaced by a renewed sense of hope and gratitude. The music box was carefully placed in a display case, a testament to the supernatural journey we had endured and the peace we had helped a lost soul find. Years later, I still visit antique shops, cautious but hopeful that I won't encounter another cursed object. The memory of that Christmas remains vivid, a haunting reminder of the thin veil between our world and the supernatural. The story of Emily's restless spirit serves as a chilling testament to the power of remembrance and the enduring quest for peace. Sometimes, when the winter winds howl and the snow begins to fall, I can almost hear the faint echoes of Emily's melody, a haunting reminder that some stories are meant to be remembered, and some spirits are destined to find their peace through our compassion. Because in the heart of winter, amidst the silent nights and the lingering shadows, the echoes of the past continue to resonate, forever a part of the stories we cherish and the memories we hold dear. Story number 67. The Snowman's Secret. Winter had settled its icy grip on Maine, transforming my small hometown into a postcard-perfect Christmas scene. It was the kind of place where the snow blanketed everything in pristine white. Icicles hung from rooftops like frozen chandeliers, and the air was thick with the scent of pine and chimney smoke. My name is Claire Morton, and in December of 2017, I received a Christmas gift that changed my life forever. It all started innocently enough. I had been wandering through a local antique shop, my favorite pastime during the holiday season. The shop was a treasure trove of forgotten memories, filled with dusty trinkets, tarnished jewelry, and relics from a bygone era. That day, something unusual caught my eye: a porcelain snowman, no more than a foot tall, standing proudly on a cluttered shelf. This craftsmanship was exquisite. The snowman wore a top hat and a red scarf, its black coal eyes gleaming with an eerie lifelike quality. Its porcelain surface was smooth and unblemished, save for faint cracks that gave it an air of age and mystery. It wasn't expensive, and something about it called to me, a quiet insistence that I couldn't ignore. Without thinking too much about it, I bought the snowman and brought it home to my modest one-bedroom cottage on the outskirts of town. I placed it on the mantel above the fireplace, where it seemed to watch over the room with a silent, unblinking gaze. That night, as the wind howled outside and snow piled against the windows, I settled onto the couch with a mug of hot cocoa and a book. The snowman stood in the periphery of my vision, its presence oddly comforting in the dim light of the fire. But as the hours passed and the night grew quieter, a strange unease crept over me. It started with a faint tapping sound. At first, I thought it was the branches of the old oak tree outside brushing against the windowpane. But when I checked, the tree was perfectly still in the frozen air. The tapping continued, irregular and insistent, as though someone or something was knocking from within the walls. I tried to ignore it, convincing myself it was just the house settling in the cold. But then came the footsteps, soft and deliberate. They echoed from the hall, growing louder as they approached the living room. My heart pounded as I clutched the edge of the couch, straining to hear over the crackle of the fire. "Hello," I called out, my voice trembling. There was no answer, I rose cautiously, gripping the fireplace poker for protection. The footsteps stopped abruptly, leaving an oppressive silence in their wake. I searched the house, every shadow and corner, but found nothing out of place. Finally, I convinced myself it was my imagination and returned to the living room, only to freeze in my tracks. The snowman had moved. It was subtle, almost imperceptible. His head, which had been tilted slightly to the right, now faced straight ahead. The coal eyes seemed to glint with something darker, more menacing. In the flickering firelight, a chill ran down my spine, and I laughed nervously to myself. "You're losing it, Claire," I muttered, adjusting the snowman back to its original position. But as I turned to leave, I felt a cold, heavy presence in the room, pressing against my senses like a suffocating weight. That was the first night. Over the next few days, the strange occurrences escalated. The tapping grew louder, sometimes pounding against the walls and windows with enough force to shake the frames. Objects in my home began to move on their own, books falling off shelves, the kitchen faucet turning on by itself. And once, the snowman itself was found lying on its side, several feet from the mantel where I had left it. I started sleeping with the lights on. Though sleep was elusive, the air in the house felt charged, as though some unseen force was watching, waiting. I couldn't escape the snowman's gaze, its coal-black eyes seeming to follow me wherever I went. Desperate for answers, I turned to the antique shop where I'd bought it. The shopkeeper, a frail elderly woman with sharp eyes, seemed reluctant to speak when I described the snowman. She finally admitted that it had been part of a collection purchased from an estate sale. "Whose estate?" I pressed. The woman hesitated before whispering. "Elias Grayson. He was a toy maker and a killer." My blood ran cold as she recounted the story. Elias Grayson had been a reclusive artisan who lived in a remote cabin just outside of town. His toys were works of art, but they came with a dark legacy. During the winter of 1954, Grayson had gone mad, murdering 6 children and encasing parts of their remains in his creations. The snowman, she said, had been one of his final works before he vanished without a trace. I left the shop in a daze, clutching the snowman tightly in my arms. The thought of discarding it crossed my mind, but something about it felt wrong. It was as though the snowman wouldn't let me go, his presence clinging to me like a shadow. That night, I was awoken by a blood-curdling scream. It echoed through the house, shaking the very walls. I bolted upright, my breath coming in short, panicked gasps. The scream wasn't human, it was something guttural, primal, filled with rage and despair. And then I saw it. The snowman was no longer on the mantel. It stood at the foot of my bed, its coal-black eyes glowing faintly in the darkness. Its porcelain surface was cracked and discolored, oozing a dark, viscous fluid that reeked of decay. Its once innocent grin had twisted into a grotesque sneer. "Why are you here?" I whispered, my voice barely audible over the pounding of my heart. The snowman tilted its head, as though considering my question, and then, in a voice that was both childlike and ancient, it rasped, "To remember." The lights flickered, and the room was plunged into darkness. When they came back on, the snowman was gone, but the tapping, the footsteps, and the oppressive presence remained, growing stronger with each passing night. Unable to bear it any longer, I sought the help of a paranormal investigator named Marcus Gray. He was a grizzled man with a reputation for solving cases that others deemed unsolvable. When he entered my home, he immediately sensed the dark energy emanating from the snowman. "This isn't just a haunted object," he said grimly. "It's a beacon, a tether for something far worse." He explained that the snowman was a vessel, a repository for the anguish and torment of Grayson's victims. Their souls were trapped, unable to move on, bound to the twisted creation of their murderer. To free them, we would need to perform a cleansing ritual that would sever the connection and release their spirits. The ritual was conducted in the dead of night, the snowstorm outside raging with unrelenting fury. Marcus drew a circle of salt around the snowman, chanting incantations that filled the air with an almost tangible light. The snowman writhed within the circle, its porcelain surface cracking and shattering as dark shadows poured out, wailing and shrieking. As the final words of the ritual were spoken, the snowman exploded into a cloud of dust, the shadows dissolving into the light. The oppressive energy lifted, leaving the house bathed in an eerie calm. For the first time in weeks, I felt at peace. The snowman was gone, but its memory lingers, a chilling reminder of the darkness that can hide behind even the most innocent of facades. I never found out who sent it to me or why, but I learned to respect the power of the unknown, because sometimes the past refuses to stay buried, and the shadows we think we've escaped have a way of finding us again. Story number 68. Whispers from the Past. Winter in Melbourne was a time of magic and melancholy. The city, adorned with festive lights and bustling with holiday cheer, seemed to pulse with life even as the nights grew longer and colder. My name is Liam Thompson, and what was supposed to be a joyous Christmas in 2003 turned into a nightmare that my family and I can never escape. It was the morning of December 24th. A day filled with anticipation and excitement. Our home, a cozy townhouse nestled in a quiet suburb, was alive with the scent of pine and cinnamon. The living room was a scene straight out of a holiday card. A towering Christmas tree decorated with ornaments collected over the years, stockings hung with care, and presents stacked neatly beneath the branches. My parents, Helen and Michael, were bustling around, finishing up last-minute preparations, while my younger sister, Emily, and I eagerly awaited the arrival of Santa Claus. As afternoon gave way to evening, the first snowflakes of the season began to fall, transforming our backyard into a winter wonderland. We played outside, our laughter echoing through the crisp air, building snowmen and engaging in friendly snowball fights. It was a picture-perfect Christmas Eve, one that promised warmth and joy despite the chill. That night, as we gathered around the dinner table for our traditional Christmas meal, an unexpected knock echoed through the house. Curious, I glanced out the window to see who could be visiting us so late. There was no one in sight, no one walking up the driveway or approaching the front door. I shrugged it off, assuming it was a late-night delivery or perhaps a neighbor in need of assistance. After dinner, we retreated to the living room to open presents. The excitement was palpable as we unwrapped gifts, each one bringing smiles and expressions of gratitude. Among the presents, I found a neatly wrapped box addressed to me in elegant, unfamiliar handwriting. My heart skipped a beat. "Mom, Dad, I don't remember seeing this on the list," I said, holding up the gift. Helen and Michael exchanged puzzled glances before taking the box from my hands. "We didn't send you anything, Liam," Helen remarked, her brow furrowing in confusion. Michael examined the envelope. "There's no return address," he noted, carefully lifting the lid. Inside was an old, worn photograph of a family I didn't recognize and a small, ornate knife. The photograph was sepia-toned, showing a smiling family of 4 standing in front of a large, Victorian-style house. The knife was delicate, with intricate engravings along the handle, clearly a family heirloom of some sort. I stared at the photo, feeling a chill run down my spine. "I don't know who this family is," I admitted, the unease settling in my stomach. "Why would someone send us this?" Before anyone could respond, the room seemed to grow colder. The lights dimmed, and an oppressive silence filled the space. I shrugged off the discomfort, attributing it to overactive imagination or perhaps the chilly winter night. But deep down, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was terribly wrong. That night, after tucking Emily into bed, couldn't sleep. The image of the unfamiliar family lingered in my mind, their smiles now seeming forced and hollow. I decided to place the photograph on my bedside table, hoping it would help me process the strange gift. As I lay down, the room plunged into darkness, the only light coming from the faint glow of the moon filtering through the curtains. At around 3 a.m., I was jolted awake by a soft, haunting melody. It was a lullaby, slow and distorted, emanating from the direction of my bedside table. My heart pounded as I sat up, scanning the room for the source of the sound. The photograph was still there, its eyes seemingly following my every move. The melody grew louder, more insistent, filling the room with an eerie presence. I reached out a trembling hand towards the photograph, but before I could touch it, the music abruptly stopped. The room was silent once more, but the feeling of being watched remained. I tried to rationalize what was happening. Perhaps the wind rattling the window or an old record player malfunctioning. But something about the whole situation felt too deliberate, too personal. The next morning, I shared the experience with my parents. Helen suggested that the music box inside the gift might have been broken or had some electrical fault causing the noise. Michael, ever the practical one, thought it best to dispose of the box and the photograph, hoping to put the strange events behind us. But before we could take any action, more unsettling occurrences began to plague our household. Objects started moving on their own, books sliding off shelves, chairs shifting position, and the small ornate knife from the gift box appearing in different places each morning. The atmosphere in our home grew increasingly tense, the festive spirit overshadowed by an undercurrent of fear and unease. Emily, sensing the growing tension, began to act out more. She would cry in the middle of the night, claiming she saw a family in her room, their eyes empty and their smiles twisted. She insisted that they were trying to communicate with her, that they needed our help. Her innocent pleas only deepened the mystery, leaving us more confused and terrified. Determined to uncover the truth, Michael and I decided to research the origins of the photograph and the ornate knife. Our investigation led us to old newspaper archives and historical records, piecing together a tragic story from decades past. The family in the photograph, John, Mary, their 2 children, and their daughter Sarah, had been a happy, close-knit family living in the Victorian house depicted in the photo. But one Christmas Eve in 1935, tragedy struck. A devastating house fire consumed their home, claiming the lives of every family member. The newspaper clippings detailed the horrifying event, describing how the family had perished in the flames, their possessions scattered and destroyed. But one item had survived: the ornate knife, left behind by the fire, and the photograph, which had been salvaged from the ashes. The mystery deepened as we discovered that the photograph and knife had been separated for decades, only to inexplicably find their way back to us in the form of that ominous Christmas gift. Realizing that the spirits of the lost family might be trying to communicate with us, we sought the help of a local medium, Mrs. Adelaide Gray. She was renowned for her ability to bridge the gap between the living and the dead, offering solace to those tormented by restless spirits. Mrs. Gray arrived at our home one chilly evening, her presence calm and reassuring. She examined the photograph and the knife with a practiced eye, her fingers tracing the delicate engravings on the handle. "These items are imbued with the sorrow and pain of a family lost too soon," she explained. "Their spirits are trapped, unable to move on from the tragedy that befell them." She conducted a séance, guiding us through a ritual to communicate with the spirits and offer them peace. As she chanted softly, the room seemed to grow colder, the air thick with anticipation. The atmosphere shifted, the oppressive energy lifting slightly as we reached out to the lost family. "John, Mary, Sarah," Mrs. Gray called out gently, her voice a soothing balm in the tense room. "We honor your memory and seek to understand your sorrow. Please, let us help you find peace." A heavy silence followed, broken only by the soft crackling of the candles. Then, a faint presence made itself known. The air grew colder still, and we felt the weight of unseen eyes upon us. The spirits began to materialize, their forms ethereal and shimmering, their eyes filled with sorrow and longing. "Help us," John's spirit whispered, his voice a haunting echo. "We cannot find peace." Understanding dawned on me. The spirits were trapped by their tragic end. their anguish keeping them bound to our world. The photograph and the knife were remnants of their lives, the key to their release. But how could we help them move on? Mrs. Gray explained that the spirits needed recognition and acknowledgement of their suffering. By honoring their memory and sharing their story, we could help alleviate the pain that kept them tethered to the mortal realm. We decided to create a memorial in their honor, a place where their story could be remembered and their spirits could find the peace they desperately sought. On Christmas Day, we gathered with friends and family to unveil a memorial in our backyard. We placed the photograph and the ornate knife on a stone pedestal, surrounded by candles and fresh flowers. As we lit the candles, we shared the tragic story of the Thompson family, ensuring that their memory would live on. As the last candle was lit, a gentle warmth filled the air, the oppressive cold lifting as if a heavy burden had been lifted from our home. The spirits of John, Mary, and Sarah appeared one final time, their expressions softening into ones of gratitude and peace. "Thank you," they whispered, their voices now filled with relief. "We can finally rest." With those final words, the spirits dissolved into the light, leaving behind a serene calm that enveloped our home. The music box ceased its haunting melody, and the shadows that had once haunted our nights were gone. The lingering fear that had gripped us was replaced by a sense of closure and hope. In the days that followed, our home felt lighter, the festive spirit restored without the undercurrent of fear. The mysterious gift box had been the catalyst for a journey that brought us closer as a family and taught us the importance of honoring and remembering those who have passed on. Years later, as I reflect on that Christmas, I realize how fragile our connection to the past can be, and how the unresolved pain of those who have departed can linger in the most unexpected places. The memory of that haunting season remains vivid, a testament to the thin veil between our world and the supernatural. The story of the lost Thompson family became a local legend, shared among neighbors and whispered in hushed tones during the holiday season. It served as a poignant reminder that behind every seemingly perfect facade lies a story of love, loss, and the unyielding quest for peace. Our experience also deepened my understanding of the spiritual world, revealing that the bonds we form and the memories we hold dear can transcend even death itself. The act of remembering and honoring the past was not just a gesture of respect, but a powerful force capable of altering the very fabric of our existence. Sometimes, during the quieter moments of winter, I still feel a gentle breeze brush against my skin, and I hear the faint strains of a lullaby echoing through the halls of our home. It's a comforting reminder that the spirits of the Thompson family are at peace, their stories forever entwined with our own. Their presence, though no longer menacing, remains a subtle yet enduring part of our lives, a reminder of the importance of love, compassion, and the power of remembrance. Because in the heart of winter, amidst the silent snow and the lingering shadows, the echoes of the past continue to resonate, forever a part of the stories we cherish and the memories we hold dear. Story number 69. Whispers of the Past. Winter in Toronto was a serene and quiet affair. The city transformed into a glittering wonderland by the soft blanket of snow and the myriad of festive lights. My name is Rebecca Thompson, and what was supposed to be a joyous Christmas season became a chilling ordeal that my family and I are still grappling with to this day. It was December 15th, 2005, when the first incident occurred. My grandmother, Evelyn Thompson, had passed away 5 years prior, leaving a void in our lives that no amount of holiday cheer could fill. Evelyn had been the heart of our family gatherings, her warm smile and infectious laughter making every Christmas memorable. So, when we received a beautifully crafted Christmas card addressed to us, signed with her familiar handwriting, we were both delighted and puzzled. Evelyn had no known address, as she had been living with us until her passing. The card arrived in our mailbox on a crisp December morning, the snowflakes dancing playfully around it as if heralding its arrival. The envelope was elegant, adorned with intricate designs and a deep red wax seal bearing the initial E. We exchanged curious glances, wondering how a card from Evelyn could have reached us after all these years. Inside, the card was a masterpiece of craftsmanship. The front featured a delicate illustration of a snow-covered cottage nestled among evergreen trees, with twinkling lights adorning each window. The message inside was heartfelt and warm, just as Evelyn had always written, "Wishing you a Merry Christmas filled with love and joy. May the spirit of the season bring you peace and happiness. Love, Grandma Evelyn." Tears welled up in my eyes as I read the familiar words. "How is this possible?" I whispered, my voice trembling. My husband, Michael, and my 2 children, Emily and Jake, joined me, sharing my confusion and awe. That night, as we gathered around the fireplace, the warmth of the room contrasted sharply with the cold outside. The family exchanged gifts and shared stories, trying to embrace the festive spirit. After the evening festivities, as we settled into our beds, the events of the day lingered in our minds. But little did we know, the true nightmare was just beginning. On Christmas Eve, around midnight, an eerie stillness settled over our home. The usual sounds of the night were absent, replaced by an unsettling silence. I was awakened by a faint melody, a slow, distorted version of Silent Night emanating from the living room. My heart raced as I sat up, the memory of Evelyn's voice soothing yet now twisted into something sinister. I cautiously approached the living room, the music growing louder with each step. There, on the mantel where we had placed the Christmas card, sat an ornate music box. I didn't remember seeing it before. Its design was intricate, featuring the same snow-covered cottage from the card. But now it seemed to shimmer with an unnatural light. My hands shook as I reached out to touch it, the music box playing a hauntingly slow and distorted version of the carol. "Michael, wake up," I called softly, my voice barely above a whisper. Michael stirred beside me, his eyes still heavy with sleep. I motioned for him to join me in the living room. He looked at the music box, confusion etched on his face. "I didn't see it before," he said, equally puzzled. As we watched, the melody continued to play, and the snowflakes on the music box began to swirl and move, forming shapes that resembled shadows dancing in the night. Suddenly, the room grew colder, our breaths visible in the frigid air despite the heater working overtime. Emily and Jake, sensing our distress, joined us, their innocent eyes wide with fear. "Grandma Evelyn?" Emily asked, her voice trembling. "Is that you?" The music box paused, the silence deafening. Then, the faint sound of laughter echoed through the room, a sound that was both familiar and terrifying. The shadowy forms continued to dance around the music box, their presence growing more pronounced, filling the room with an oppressive atmosphere. Michael grabbed my hand, his grip tight with concern. "We need to get out of here," he urged, his voice steady despite the fear evident in his eyes. But as we moved towards the front door, the music box began to play again, the melody returning with a vengeance. The shadows extended their hands, reaching out towards us, their touch icy and uninviting. The lights flickered, and the room seemed to warp, the festive decorations now twisted and distorted. I turned to face the music box, determination stealing my nerves. "Grandma, please, stop this. We love you." The shadows recoiled slightly, their forms wavering as if responding to my plea. The laughter softened, turning into sorrowful whispers that filled the room. "Remember us," the voices echoed, a chorus of lost souls seeking recognition and peace. Desperate to end the torment, Michael and I decided to perform a ritual of remembrance, hoping to honor Evelyn's memory and release her spirit from our home. We gathered around the music box, holding hands and closing our eyes, reciting the words from Evelyn's journal that we had found after her passing. "May the love and joy of Christmas guide our spirits to peace. Remember us, cherish our memories, and let our souls find eternal rest." As we chanted, the shadows began to dissipate, the oppressive cold lifting as the room returned to its normal temperature. The music box played a final, pure version of Silent Night. The melody clear and serene, a gentle light enveloped the room, and the oppressive presence faded away, leaving behind a sense of peace and closure. The next morning, we awoke to a quiet house, the events of the previous night seemingly erased. The music box was no longer on the mantel, but instead, it sat on the coffee table, a single snowflake etched into its surface, a symbol of the love and remembrance that had set Evelyn's spirit free. In the days that followed, the strange occurrences ceased, and our home returned to its usual warmth and festivity. However, the memory of that Christmas night lingered, a haunting reminder of the thin veil between our world and the supernatural. We never spoke of the ordeal, choosing instead to focus on the love and unity that defined our family. Years have passed since that fateful Christmas, but the story of the haunted music box remains a poignant chapter in our family history. It serves as a reminder of the enduring power of love and the importance of remembering those who have passed on. The echoes of that night continue to resonate within me, a testament to the fragile balance between joy and sorrow, life and death. Sometimes, when the first snow begins to fall and the scent of pine fills the air, I can almost hear the faint strains of Silent Night, a haunting melody that speaks of love, loss, and the eternal quest for peace. The spirit of Evelyn Thompson lives on in our hearts, her memory forever intertwined with the magic and mystery of Christmas. Because in the heart of winter, amidst the silent snow and the lingering shadows, the whispers of the past continue to resonate, forever a part of the stories we cherish and the memories we hold dear. Story number 70. Whispers of Yuletide Shadows. Winter in the English countryside held a serene beauty, blanketing everything in pristine white and casting long, soft shadows under the pale moonlight. My name is Jonathan Harris, and what was supposed to be a joyful Christmas season turned into a haunting nightmare that forever changed my family's life. It was Christmas Eve, 2012, when my daughter, Lily, received an antique doll from her grandmother. The doll was exquisite, dressed in a vintage red and white Christmas outfit, complete with a frilly dress and a delicate bonnet. Her grandmother had found it at a local antique fair, insisting it was a perfect gift for Lily's first Christmas. Little did we know, this seemingly innocent gift would bring with it a darkness we couldn't have imagined. Lily was enchanted by her new doll. Every night, before bed, she would whisper to it, telling it stories about her day and sharing her dreams for the future. At first, it was adorable. Her innocent conversations filled our home with warmth and laughter. But soon, subtle changes began to unsettle us. It started with small things. Toys would be found in unusual places, books slightly rearranged on the shelves, and faint giggles echoing through the house when no one was around. My wife, Claire, and I dismissed these incidents as the playful imagination of a young child. However, the occurrences grew more frequent and more disturbing as days passed. One cold December night, around midnight, Lily was asleep in her bed, clutching the doll tightly. I was awakened by a strange noise, a soft, eerie laughter coming from her room. Groggy and disoriented, I stumbled out of bed, my heart pounding in my chest. As I approached Lily's room, the laughter grew louder, more sinister. I peeked through the slightly ajar door and saw Lily sitting upright in bed, her eyes wide and fixed on the doll. "Daddy?" she whispered, her voice trembling. "The doll is talking to me," I reassured her, trying to brush off the incident as a vivid dream. But the next morning, we discovered that several items had moved overnight. Her toys were scattered across the floor, and the doll was perched on her dresser, staring blankly at us with its glassy eyes. Concerned, Claire and I decided to investigate the doll's origins more thoroughly. We learned that the doll, known as Annabelle's Yuletide, had a troubled history. It had belonged to a young girl named Emily who had tragically lost her life in a house fire on Christmas Eve, 1935. The doll was said to be her favorite companion, and after her death, Strange occurrences were reported wherever the doll was kept. Despite the unsettling history, we couldn't bear to take the doll away from Lily. It had become a cherished part of her Christmas tradition. However, the disturbances didn't stop, they intensified. Objects flew off shelves with no explanation. Chilling drafts swept through rooms, and the laughter that once seemed playful now carried an undertone of malice. One particularly frigid night, Claire and I decided to confront whatever was tormenting our home. Armed with a flashlight and a heavy heart, we entered Lily's room. The air was thick with tension, and the temperature had plummeted unnaturally. The doll sat on the bed, its eyes gleaming eerily in the dim light. "Lily," Claire called softly, trying to soothe her daughter. "Do you want us to take the doll away?" Lily shook her head vehemently, her eyes darting between us and the doll. "No, Mommy, she's my friend." Suddenly, the room plunged into darkness as the lights flickered and went out. Panic surged through me as I fumbled for my phone, using its light to illuminate the room. In that moment, the doll began to move on its own, its limbs jerking unnaturally. It raised its tiny hand, pointing toward the window, and a bone-chilling scream echoed through the house. We fled the room, our hearts racing, and locked all doors and windows. But the disturbances continued relentlessly. Every night, the laughter returned, now accompanied by whispered threats and the sound of heavy footsteps roaming the halls. It became clear that the doll was more than just a toy. It was a conduit for Emily's restless spirit, unable to find peace after her untimely death. Desperate to end the torment, Claire and I sought the help of a local paranormal investigator, Mrs. Whitaker, known for her expertise in dealing with haunted objects. She arrived one snowy evening, her presence bringing a sense of hope amidst the chaos. After examining the doll and our home, she concluded that the spirit within Annabelle's Yuletide was deeply attached to our family, possibly seeking attention or a way to resolve unfinished business. Mrs. Whitaker guided us through a cleansing ritual, involving the use of blessed herbs, sacred prayers, and the burning of sage to purify our home. She instructed us to place the doll outside our house, hoping to release Emily's spirit from her earthly bonds. Reluctantly, we agreed, understanding that it might be the only way to restore peace to our lives. On Christmas Eve, we carried the doll to the nearby woods. Under the cover of a starless night, the cold air was biting, and the snow crunched under our feet as we found a secluded spot away from our home. Following Mrs. Whitaker's instructions, we buried the doll, covering it with earth and whispering words of farewell. As we stood there, a sudden gust of wind swept through the trees, and the temperature dropped sharply. The ground beneath us seemed to pulse with an otherworldly energy, and for a moment, the spirit of Emily appeared before us, a sorrowful figure cloaked in white, her eyes filled with both sadness and gratitude. "Thank you," she whispered, her voice carrying a weight of years of longing. "I can finally rest." With those words, the oppressive atmosphere lifted, and a sense of peace settled over the woods. We made our way back home, the haunting laughter and whispers now replaced by the gentle sounds of nature. The following morning, our home felt lighter, the chilling presence gone, and the remnants of the doll's influence dissipated. Life slowly returned to normal, and Christmas regained its joyous essence. However, the memory of those terrifying nights remained etched in our minds, a constant reminder of the thin veil between our world and the supernatural. We never spoke of the doll again, choosing instead to focus on the love and warmth that truly defines the holiday season. Years later, I still think about that Christmas, the darkness that crept into our lives, and the desperate measures we took to reclaim our peace. The experience taught me the importance of understanding and respecting the past, and the power of love and unity in overcoming even the most harrowing of challenges. Sometimes, when the first snow begins to fall and the scent of pine fills the air, I can almost hear the faint echoes of Emily's laughter, a haunting reminder of the fragile balance between joy and sorrow. The spirit of Yuletide shadows lives on in my memory, forever a part of my Christmas story. tale of love, loss, and the enduring quest for peace. Because in the heart of winter, amidst the silent snow and the lingering shadows, the echoes of the past continue to resonate, forever entwined with the stories we cherish and the memories we hold dear.